Chapter 641 The Cheating Battle. This creature that came to the Lost Land from an alien plane initially looked like an ordinary iron sword in someone's hands. That was actually a compromise. The real thing is that it has a coquettish heart. Or in other words, every hakiri has a coquettish heart. But conditions do not allow them to be coquettish. This is also the reason why hakiri refused to change into other shapes after transforming into the shape of the holy sword imitating the world of the Lord of the Rings. As for the white flames on Duel's sword, the first thing it encountered was Sabin, who had regained his demonic form and struck with unparalleled power. The white flame is equally holy. But the core of the sword is completely different. On the physical level, the single molecule blade is accompanied by a super vibrational mode. And no object is hard enough to resist the fate of being divided. In terms of magic, the sword, which possesses 99 secret spells, is itself the most powerful interference source and destruction hammer of magical power in the land. Such a weapon is far inferior to even the ship-cutting sword that was once someone's proud work. The chainsaw structure of the ship-cutting sword is the ultimate in powered melee weapons. But it is powerless against magic. In other words, someone has not considered this threat at all. Because the weapons made by dragon scales themselves have the property of destroying demons. But this inherent attribute has not been properly guided and used, which makes Finn appear so powerless when facing the enemy in someone's dream. Even in the original design of hakiri, he never considered the problem of breaking demons. But the application of magical power between the two is completely different in magnitude. In addition, hakiri evolves consciously and independently. And the direction of evolution can be found from someone's various theories or delusions on the technological side and fantasy side. And a suitable method can be found and realized. Even if one method doesn't work, there is still the next one. And the next method can be tried. Coupled with the flash technique, hakiri can absorb the different energies of dimensions that it needs most. It is like a scientist with endless funds and endless materials. It can be said that everything is ready, as long as I'm short of imagination. In this way, the most ferocious and evil weapon since the existence of the land was created. The hakiri of the hakiri clan. It's just that one person and one sword are not aware of all this. So Lin wants to see how strong he is today. What is the limit of the hakiri in hand? This is the biggest reason why someone is looking for trouble this time. It's not like you can kill demons with ease if you practice with them. It's just that creatures like demons are more difficult to kill than humans. So faced with Sabin's extremely threatening blow, Lin, who was hot-headed, faced the difficulty without even thinking. With a hiss, the demon lord's fist was cut into two halves. After taking the first move, Lin did not continue to fight with the furious Sabin, but instead flashed and plunged into the pile of demons behind him, opening and closing vertically and horizontally. Martial arts is actually an extreme display of body functions. A sword slashing from the left cannot directly penetrate the weak spot on the right side. So a series of footwork and body movements within a reasonable range of joints are needed to allow the weapon to quickly move to the weak spot on the enemy's right side and wait for the opponent to react. Pierce before coming over. But when someone masters the flash technique, there is almost no such thing as martial arts. As long as you know how to chop, swing, and stab, all that's left is to flash and move to the enemy's blind spot, and then pass out the hakiri, casually touching wherever it hits. And you will be maimed or even fatally injured. Even if he fights in a crowd of people, it's the same. To dodge is to flash after automatic detection, and to attack is to flash and cut. These seemingly simple tactics, combined with cheating movement methods and cheating weapons, can cause damage just like cheating in a game. Even so, every attack is not without aim. The auxiliary program for melee combat began to develop as early as the addition of the Silverbeard dwarves. Taking the opportunity to better control the peaceful armed forces, the dwarves focused on the second half of the program, which was to automatically control peaceful armed attacks. But Lin's own research focus is on the first half, which is to predict the enemy's attack method and detect the enemy's weaknesses. The so-called prediction is certainly not magic like prophecy that cannot be explained by science. Rather, it is similar to boxing and chess. It uses information such as the opponent's muscle movements and eye gaze, plus terrain, environment, and one's own body posture to reasonably predict the opponent's next move, then give suggestions for avoidance or counterattack. But the shortcomings of this fighting program have always been that the processing speed is not fast enough, because there are sometimes multiple predicted results. It takes time to choose which solution to use, but the time given is not sufficient, which often causes confusion among users and leaves them in a hurry. Compared to a well-trained warrior, the fighting movements that have become muscle memory are far inferior. Another shortcoming is that the initial data collected is not enough. Just like a supercomputer that can compete with the chess king on Earth, no matter how well the machine learning program is designed, it must have hundreds of millions of chess records to train the artificial intelligence to be powerful enough. If there are only a few chess records available for training, even if a quantum computer is used, it will be brutally abused by beginners. The people who may become opponents in the Lost Land include humans, who are tall, short, fat, and thin. Not to mention that there are many humanoid races and non-human monsters in the Lost Land, which will all become threats. Lin doesn't necessarily need to have fought with all of these opponents, but he must at least have seen their movements and observed their muscles, joints and other body structures, in order to become effective data for the fight prediction program. This part, after several years of data collection, has finally achieved some success. At least there will be no such thing as a dog charging at you, and the program will give you a weird prediction of the opponent preparing to roll in the air and kicking his hind legs forward. However, the weakness detection part of this melee combat program has matured earlier than the prediction part, because the fatal weaknesses of living things are nothing more than the aorta, heart, spine, brain and other parts. The monsters, demons and other creatures in the Lost Land also have a magic crystal or magic core, which is the core that gathers high concentration power essence. But what makes this still immature melee combat program most useful is the cheating teleportation magic of Flash. No matter what the enemy's attack mode is, as long as you teleport out of the opponent's attack range, you will be fine. No matter how deep the opponent's weakness is hidden, if he teleports to the right position and delivers the hakiri, everything will be fine. Even if someone thinks that he is used to seeing blood, and thinks that the hands and feet flying everywhere are pig feet or chicken wings. At this time, he also begins to doubt his life. What was the purpose of spending the first half of my life wallowing in the bottom of the Lost Land, in the era when it was difficult to chop down uncivilized goblins? I would never have thought that one day I would find it easier to chop down demons than goblins. This group of elite demon warriors are not the kind of thin, weak, stunted little demons who look like hungry ghosts. They all have bodybuilder-level muscles, and are so tall that someone would feel like a hobbit just by chopping down such a bunch of big guys. The animal nature hidden in someone's heart did not boil over, but instead became more and more confused. And this also shows that the battle is easy. Otherwise, there would be no room for someone to think wildly. But just because he has time to think about random things, it doesn't mean that the enemy will cooperate with his thoughts and slow down his attack. The harder someone kills, the more ferocious the demons become. As a demon lord, Sabine had just recovered a broken arm, but immediately injured another hand. Fortunately, the wound was very clean, and there was no sacred power hindering his recovery. After tearing down the curtains, Sabin used his hands and mouth to tear out a few strips of cloth and wrap them around his separate arms. Lava-like blood was exchanged at the wound. And soon, although it had not completely healed, the arm had regained several % of its mobility. Seeing his men being slaughtered, Sabine calmed down. He admitted that this human being did not seem as weak as he gave people. He had anticipated that the opponent's teleportation magic would become a very troublesome ability, but there should be a limit. But now it seems that it is simply used as a regular means of movement. If it could only run away, it would be no different from flying insects. But it wouldn't bother the demons. But where did that sword come from? Abyss metal, lava armor. These things are also top-notch equipment in the main world of Lost Land, and they are the capital of Sabin to lead his subordinate legions to fight everywhere. But now it seems that it is not much better than the one tied with paper. However, despite the brutal battle, Sabin's confidence did not collapse, because the injuries suffered by his subordinates were not fatal wounds in the true sense to the devil. The magic core is still there, and the demon is immortal, and he has to wait for an opportunity for his opponent to expose his weakness. Although I considered catching the two cats and using them to threaten the human. However, the other party didn't care about the life or death of the two cats at all, so naturally there was no way to threaten them. Just before his patience ran out, the human magician, who suddenly appeared, stumbled because there were too many broken limbs on the ground and no good place to stay, lost his balance and fell backwards. Seeing the opportunity, Sabin poured the power he had accumulated for a long time into this attack. The arm left behind by the Lord of the Abyss, inspired by the power, emitted a devouring force. The 6 claws open and closed like the mouth of an ancient ferocious beast. But this is a flaw to ordinary people, and nothing to Lin. And of course, it is not intentional. Setting traps and making fake moves in battle is still too difficult for a time traveler who was once an otaku and a top student. But just by chance, it attracted an enemy attack. The solution is to flash again, teleport to Sabine's side, and slash down with hakiri. The demon lord thought about shrinking his hand at this moment, but it was already too late. This newly attached arm is separated from the body again. The incision was so clean that even when the arm was broken, there was no feeling at all. Just watching the sword fall. The arm was still stuck in its original position. Only the hot lava blood flowed out from the fracture, spurting outward. It wasn't until he saw his arm slipping from the section and falling to the ground that he felt a sharp pain in his spine. The scream that was supposed to be shouted was turned into a deeper hatred by Sabin, and he was about to vent his anger on the culprit. However, how could someone who takes action only anger his opponent without doing anything to deal with it? Once you take action, there is no need to hold back. Flash to the other side of the demon lord and remove the half-broken arm at shoulder level. He came to his back and slashed horizontally, directly cutting off Sabin's legs. At this point, his limbs were all cut off, and the dignified demon lord fell to the ground. But he still had a breath left. Chapter 642, A Life of Doubt. One foot stepped on this arrogant demon lord, who once looked at all creatures except himself with pride. The elite warriors under his command also stopped attacking and stood at a distance, staring warily at the only human magician present. After a brief silence, Lin raised hakiri in front of him and just looked at it. Weapon, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I always feel that you are thinking about very rude things in your mind, such as the +9 dragon-slaying knife and the 999 knife. You really think of me as a rich man who specializes in Krypton gold. No. You should understand that no matter how powerful the Krypton gold equipment is, it will make people feel uneasy after all. After all, this feeling of one knife and one knife is so different from my past life. If I were abandoned by you at any time, isn't this kind of coolness of 9,999 for $1 gone? I've been cheated a lot by game companies. When will I change the data? The local tycoon outfit will become a basic outfit? If you want to be luxuriant, you have to continue to be luxuriant. How? I've been tricked to the point of having a psychological shadow. Tell me. Can I believe you? You feel that your appearance is not rich enough, that the house is not big enough, that the food is not delicious, and that your wife is too ugly. You are afraid of being cheated when you get the best. The house is too big and difficult to clean. You are afraid of high blood pressure when you eat well, and your wife is too beautiful. Run away with others. Are you sure you are the one who is doing this? If you don't have long-term worries, you must have immediate worries. I'm not worried about you. When you don't respond to my call, what should I do? Could it be that I really use my Tionling cap to block the maze? If Hakiri could shake his head, he must be shaking it to someone now. Hakiri said, I am still worried. If you die one day, and there is no successor after the flash, what should I do? I didn't expect that you would worry about me not responding to the call first. Is this right for you? What interrupted the aimless conversation between one person and one sword was a demon lying at the magician's feet. Although the blood of the demon that was chopped in half was all over the ground, and its intestines and stomach were dragged on the ground, which was really terrifying, because the demon core was intact. Demon warriors of their level could still fight. They have been lying on the ground, waiting for an opportunity. Now, an opportunity appears. The demon lying at Lin's feet supported the ground with one hand, holding the sword tightly with the other hand, and swung it from bottom to top, without any unnecessary movement. Be careful! Hakiri said too much. But someone's detection and surveillance ability does not rely on eyes or ears, but gathers all the movement information in the surrounding environment. It is somewhat similar to the mind's eye mentioned in anime novels. How could he not understand that the demon at his feet was causing trouble? Lin didn't even use the flash technique, but swung the sword with his backhand. In addition to cutting off the sneak attack sword, he directly cut open the demon core in the demon's body. Without the center of power, support, and control, the demon suddenly collapsed like a sand sculpture, leaving only the tarnished armor and broken sword falling to the ground. The long sword that was thrown back carried white flames and was pushed diagonally into the back of the demon's Sabin, and most of the blade was engulfed. This kind of injury is far inferior to the injury of all four limbs. But the threat to the demon lord is not the same, because the tip of Agiri's sword is already touching Sabine's demonic core. As long as it is pushed forward just a little bit, the demon lord will disappear from the world forever. Lin then said, The reason why I will spare your lives is because I don't want to commit suicide. But I also don't mind killing those guys who don't cherish their lives. I wonder, Master Sabin, which type do you belong to? After realizing that his life was indeed hanging by a thread, Sabine realized that the other party had indeed mastered the method of completely annihilating a demon. And the weapon in his hand can easily destroy the demon core that should be extremely hard. Not only did he understand, but the demons who were injured and fell to the ground and surrounding the outer circle also understood. They were able to be arrogant before just because they didn't think this human being could kill them. Although the severed limbs all over the place looked scary, there were also bloody attacks between demons. But after the killing, all the demons should eat and sleep, and there would be no change in their lives. But when one really faces death, even the devil is not immune. And no one can truly be without fear. What frightens them even more is that it seems that they have no ability to fight back against the seemingly weak magician. The elite demon warrior, who was injured all over the place, is proof of this. And the powerful demon lord is now under that person's feet. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Sabin asked in a bachelorly manner after understanding his situation. Withdrawing his foot from stepping on the demon, Lin withdrew his box, turned his hand behind his back, and said, It's the same thing. You drive that cat out, and I'll take it back to deal with it. It doesn't matter whether it's life or death. That's it? You don't ask for anything else? Sabine asked in surprise. In the battle between demons, if the loser is lucky enough to survive, he will have to pay a considerable price. However, the man in front of him only wanted to fulfill his original promise. Although he didn't understand the details of the devil's behavior, Lin said rudely, You can't give me what I want. This is also true. If there was any powerful person who could send him back to Earth, there would be someone who would spin around 360 degrees naked and kneel in the snow to lick him. Other than that, they are all external things. Nothing worth worrying about. But before the demon Sabin could say anything, the black-faced and white-haired Siamese cat came to someone's feet first, rubbed it flatteringly, and said in common language, I am willing to go back with you, magician. Not only was the gray cat stunned at this gesture, but even the demons, who could still make expressions, were indifferent. Especially the gray cat. Hardy felt like he was in a dream in the clouds. Everything was so unreal. First, he discovered that his cat was not abducted, but ran away from home. Secondly, he discovered that the biggest obstacle this time was actually the old enemy of the cat clan and the king, the demon lord on the other side of the gate of the abyss. In the end, it was discovered that the demon lord and his subordinates, who were regarded as the enemy by the cats, were actually killed by a human magician like vegetables and melons, and they were unable to fight back. As for the human magician, who didn't care about the life and death of himself and Mao and I, and the female cat who changed her previous attitude of being nonchalant and turned to flattering, they were just trivial matters that were not worthy of Hardy's attention. Someone who was being rubbed by a cat also felt speechless. The initial confusion in my heart was all frightened away by the behavior of this female cat. He shrunk his legs and thought about how to deal with strangers. As long as the other party did not use sharp objects to target him or approach him at an abnormal speed, the self-protection flash technique would not be activated. Should this judgment logic be revised? While thinking about it, Lin Bian looked back at the door exit. However, the demons were frightened by this non-threatening glance and gave way. Even the injured who fell on the ground got up when they could, or crawled when they couldn't, and made way for them. Even Sabine, who fell at his feet, said, Since that cat has decided to leave, you should leave quickly, humans. Or do you want to stay and entertain me? Regarding this unceremonious expulsion order, Lin really wanted to ask the demon lying on the ground how he could have the confidence to say such a thing. But after thinking about it, I gave up. They have already trampled him on the ground and rubbed him. Is it possible that he really wants to kill him with a sword? Then he led the two cats and left Sabine's castle, returning to the gate of the abyss to end the journey. The return journey is no better than the outbound journey. After walking the same road once, Lin chose the shortest path for the return trip. Unlike the previous action of tracking Mao and I, which took a long and winding journey. Nonetheless, with two cats, it was another marathon. Although there was magic assistance, someone was still very tired after not sleeping all night. Compared to Mao and I, a female cat, who started to investigate someone's net worth, asking what they were interested in and what they disliked. Hardy did not remain completely silent, and also asked something that he had to answer. Why didn't you just kill the demon? When leaving, the human magician did not kill other demons, including the demon lord. although killing them all was not part of the original commission. Isn't it true that demons would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go? Why would a human magician spare a group of demons? Although he was not interested in answering any questions from the female cat, Lin still expressed his thoughts about Hardy's doubts and asked, "Is it really good to kill that demon? What's wrong? The struggle between our clan and the king and the demon Lord Sabin has been going on for a long time. Even if the hatred between the two sides is not at the level of blood feud, it is not much worse. There was nothing I could do just now. Only the king among us has the ability to hurt Sabine. So I didn't kill the devil. But you can do it. So why not? You also said that you have been dealing with that demon for a long time. In my opinion, the two parties are in a stalemate. You guarded the door and did not let the demons invade. Under such circumstances, what do you think? Is it a good thing to have an unknown demon as your opponent?" A rhetorical question made the gray cat Hardy start to think. The demons cannot be killed without destroying the entire abyss. This is something that even the gods cannot do, let alone a cat or a magician, since there are endless demons to kill. When a demon lord falls, the next lord will inevitably come here. After all, the Gate of the Abyss is a very important strategic point for the Lost Landlord world and the Abyss, and it is impossible to let it be abandoned. At least there must be a defense to prevent the other side from having a chance to invade. So will the next demon lord be easier to deal with than Sabine? No one can guarantee this. If you think from this direction, leaving Sabine, who the Cat Clan and the king can still deal with, is the safest decision. But Hardy thought of another thing and said, "But you helped him reattach the broken arm, and you still used the remains of the Lord of the Abyss. Didn't you say that this made Sabin become worse than before? Stronger? Why didn't you mention the fact that I chopped off his limbs? I think it will take a long time for him to regain his strength in his heyday. And this requires the loyalty of his subordinates, which will not happen during this period of time. Attack him. As far as I know, demons will eat each other to increase their own strength. So in the next few days, instead of fighting on the other side of the door to cause trouble for you, he must first prevent himself from changing. It's serious business to be someone else's food." Chapter 643 Return to Lost Land. In less than a day, the team of one person and one cat, which worried the cats, found the missing Mao and I, passed through the Gate of the Abyss, and returned to the main world of Lost Land. This speed shocked the cats. The second wave of rescue teams were still being organized, but were now disbanded on the spot. But strictly speaking, this was only possible because the rescue was timely. If the demon Sabin asked the Nightmare Lord to take action and get the words out of Mao and I, then he would be lucky to be able to bring back a cat skin today. The most likely situation is that not even the dregs are left. The so-called devil is not a brother who pays homage to Guangdong with incense and talks about loyalty. Ignoring the group of cats who were asking for details, Lin found the demon moth king Jian Moss and asked for the agreed upon things. He planned to go back quickly and take a rest before going to math class. The huge lady is easy to find and basically impossible to escape. So Lin came to the demon moth king and said, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled your request. It's up to you to fulfill your promise." "King, I want to follow this human being." A loud voice from the side interrupted the conversation between Lin and the moth king. When she lowered her head, she saw that the black-faced and white-haired Siamese cat sitting at her feet was wagging her tail slightly and winking at the human who was looking down at her. This only made someone feel a chill. Without thinking, he said directly, "I refuse." The surrounding cats and the huge lady wanted to persuade their own cats to give up their bad idea, but they didn't expect to be shot by a mere human first. The cats were stunned for a moment, and then they all asked, "What's wrong with Mao and I? Why can you refuse? Don't you know that it is an honor for you magicians to have us follow you?" There was another chirping in the common tongue of the lost world, and another meowing in the bestiality language. Someone stretched out his fingers to cover his ears, staring directly at the demon moth king, who had to look up. The female cat at her feet wanted to scratch someone in order to express her dissatisfaction, but no matter how many times it waved its sharp claws, someone's feet were still some distance away from its claws, and it failed every time. Flash is still very sensitive to aggressive behavior. The silent Jane Moss did not make an immediate decision. Ling quickly stated his reasons, hoping that the other party would give up his mind. "It's not His Majesty's next candidate for the Witch Festival. How about just letting it go like this? This doesn't violate His Majesty's original intention of asking me to find it and bring it back. So letting it stay with you is the best choice." Mao and I also increased her chips and said in common language, "King, I once swore that I would follow the strong. And this human being is the most powerful magician I have ever seen. He has unparalleled magical talent, and is close to 8 kinds of magicians. Powerful, kind, and wise. He is the best choice for me to follow in this life. If I can't follow him, then my life will be meaningless, and I would rather die. Originally, hearing a female say such words of admiration should make her extremely excited, even if the other person is just a cat. Bestiality and the like are too vulgar. If you capture it and let the Black Dragon Augustus teach it how to use humanization magic, it is not impossible to compose an interracial love song. The obstruction of the witch's eldest wife should also be regarded as an obstacle on the road to love and overcome. But someone just feels various physical and psychological discomforts. Nausea. Wanting to vomit. For no reason. Just looking at this female cat's previous and current behavior. Her image in someone's eyes is that of a money-worshipping girl who dislikes poverty and loves wealth. When you see a strong person, you stick to him. When you see a stronger person, you don't hesitate to abandon the person you were originally flattering and move on to the next target. And now it seems a bit reckless and unscrupulous. Especially those words, unparalleled magical talent. Close power. Damn it! Do you know how hard you lived during the time you traveled back in time because of your magical talent? Which is only slightly better than ordinary people. If I were not lucky enough to meet a noble person to guide me, it would be the magician Charlie Richard who guided me on the path of magic after traveling to the Lost Land. In addition, he had experienced the baptism of examination and education before time travel. And he used trickery to pass 3 apprentice promotion examinations and was promoted to an official magician. Perhaps I am still struggling in the quagmire of the Southwest Peninsula. Therefore, in Len's ears, it was completely ironic to regard himself as a favored son of heaven who was approached by the powerful. If someone doesn't get angry on the spot, he or she has a good temper. So there's no need to put on a good face. Perhaps I can agree to allow Mao and I to practice with you for a period of time. Then come back to the forest and fulfill her responsibilities. Jia and Moss thought of a compromise method that it thought the two sides could compromise. But in fact, it still ignored someone. Will? Len objected again and said, I don't agree to let it follow. And I don't plan to take it back. And I have something to be busy with later. So please give me the reward I deserve. I leave. The matter is over. Everyone is happy. My king. The Siamese cat with a black face and white fur seemed to be coquettishly meowing at the Moth King, who had lived for who knows how many years. He couldn't bear the request of his favorite child among the family members he protected. Jia Amos took another step back and said, Perhaps I can give you another reward you requested as a price for asking you to take care of Mao and I. Even so, someone still insisted on his own idea and said, I only need to take away the commission I originally accepted. The agreed reward is enough. I don't want more. So please teach me something. As if being stimulated by someone's ignorance. Jane Moss said sternly, Since you are unwilling to accept my request, you will get nothing. Leave. Human being. The only thing I will take away for you is your own life. After not sleeping all night, someone who was not in good mental condition was so threatened that his anger rose. He said sadly, So, you are not going to abide by the agreement. As expected, a beast is a beast and cannot understand human speech. In the end, do you still have to grab something if you want it? Hakiri is summoned. Someone's attitude was clearly revealed in his voice. How could the cats and the huge lady not hear it? But they never thought that a human magician would dare to show such hostility when surrounded by them. So the cats were so angry that they didn't even care how someone suddenly got hold of the weapon. But there are 2 cats that are different. Hardy, a gray cat, and Mao and I, a Siamese cat. They saw this magician with their own eyes. Holding the +9 dragon slaying knife, actually they didn't know what it meant. They just heard someone say it, and took it as the name of this weapon, and the cats, the demons, who were regarded as old enemies, fought until they lost their temper. And it looks like it can be killed directly. Mao and I panicked, not knowing how to prevent what might happen next. On the other hand, Hardy jumped out and gave a few paws to the cats that bullied the human magicians and made threatening noises. After forcing them back, he turned to the demon Moth King and said, King, if this human being is so insistent, we shouldn't force him to do anything. Let him take what he deserves and then ask him to leave. Unexpectedly, these kind words seemed to add fuel to the fire. In other words, the dignity of the king should not be offended in the first place. The gray cat's words of weakness will only stimulate Jia Amos to use the most primitive way to protect her will. It said angrily, "I changed my mind. Magician, just stay here forever and accompany my family." After saying that, the sickle struck down like lightning, intending to kill the person. Just because Jane Moss is reluctant to beat and scold Mao and I does not mean that it will cherish a human life. In its mind, when the human dies and its designated successor, the shaman priest, has no one to follow, it should settle down. It's just that no matter how fast the attack is, if it doesn't exceed the nanosecond level, it is because of the sea of flash magic. Avoiding the nail strike of the sickle foot, Lin Ping's sword spun and spiraled upward, cutting the demon moth king's proud melee front foot into thousands of pieces. Only then did the cats realize that the fight was about to begin. Some cats rushed forward, while others began to chant magic spells. But their attack was interrupted by the gray cat Hardy's war roar, and they were intimidated for a moment. When they were freed from their restraints and tried to attack again, the target figure had disappeared from sight. They were looking for that hateful human, but they witnessed something that the cats couldn't believe. The king's left wing was cut off at the root, smashing the ground and raising large amounts of sand, dust and scale powder. And someone standing on top of the demon moth had already nailed the hakiri into the back of the huge demon moth's head, until it reached the hilt of the sword, and stepped on the hilt of the sword with one foot. It seems that he wants to go one step further and kill this king-level demonic insect in one breath. Realizing how much had happened in this moment, the pure white long-haired cat, who was leading the group of cats, snapped at the gray cat blocking the group of cats and said, "Hardy, you betrayed us." The gray cat had no time to pay attention to the questioning of the cats. Instead, he lay on the ground and said to the huge demon moth, "My king, this human has defeated the demon Lord Sabin and his elite warriors. He is not someone we can defeat." Ah, magic cats are not in the habit of lying like humans. Such news certainly shocked Jia Anmos and the other cats, and made them rethink their attitudes. The demon moth king trembled with his remaining single wing and said in a voice, "Human, I have the responsibility of guarding the gate of the abyss. You can't just kill me if you want. It's just guarding this broken door. Do you think that if you can do it, I can't do it? Even if I kill you all, I am sure that I will not let the devil on the other side sneak in. What's the difficulty in this?" Lin said disdainfully. If it really comes to this point, someone has already thought about how to arrange it. He had his record in the tower of the great sage ahead of him, revealed the information about the gate of the abyss, kidnapped all the magicians, and provided money and materials from the Guana Empire to help him build the tower. Otherwise, they would have to worry about the abyss invasion. As long as a magic tower is designed by itself, it can guard the local area, and the benefit in exchange is an endless supply of abyss card magic materials. After 100 years, the magic tower will be handed over to the association, and everyone can still explore the abyss to their heart's content. Maybe they will be a lot dissatisfied with being tied to the chariot, but the benefits come first, and I believe those big shots can still accept it. Chapter 644, Protecting the Power and Position. Quiet. Jia and Mosi flapped her wings and quickly calmed down the angry cats. Although the words spoken by that human seemed to be random rebuttals caused by excitement, it is this contemptuous attitude that makes the cats dissatisfied. Their dedication from generation to generation cannot be easily replaced by a few words. But the giant demon moth, the guardian of the gate of the abyss, doesn't see it that way. Its so-called protection does not mean blocking in front of this door on a whim. If you feel bad one day, you can let a few demons out to bite people. If you get tired of doing it, you can just leave. As the guardian of the gate of the abyss in the Lost Land, it is recognized by the existence in the dark. And this recognition is not unrequited recognition. Just as a god condenses his divine personality and ignites the divine fire, a guardian like Jin Moss also has his power and position condensed into a nucleus. It can be reincarnated again and again, retaining the memory of its mother's generation again and again, which is a gift from this position of power. There are even many indescribable benefits, including growing up to where you are today, all of which are inseparable from the recognition of this powerful position, especially in battle, as long as you are in front of the door. Although you can't say that you can be invincible, the increase in various abilities makes it difficult for the devil to take a step forward. But this man's lies actually shook his power and position. This means that the existence in the dark world also recognizes the human being in front of him. Although she did not feel the weakness of losing power, the brief confrontation before made Jia Anmos believe that this man had the ability to kill her and the qualifications to replace her. So Jane Moss decided to give in. Warcraft is a world where the strong are respected, unlike humans who have face issues. As long as you confirm that the other party is stronger than yourself. Lowering your head is just a part of survival. After stopping the excited cats, Jane Ma said in common language, "Human, you win. Take what I promised you and leave." After saying that, she raised one of her cat's feet, said to the pure white long-haired cat, "Winifred, go into the pit. Take out the things, and give them to this human." King. The pure white long-haired cat walked out from the group of cats. Winifred has the responsibility of leading the group of cats, which requires her to remain calm at all times, rather than being carried away by anger like other cats, and regardless of the situation. However, it is still a bit difficult to admit that his king and the cats cannot do anything to a human being. In addition to the big mother of the cat group, the other one who was groaning with difficulty was Malinai. She called out to the seriously injured Moth King in grievance. "King, what should I do?" "Winnie, do as I say. Soothe other cats. And Malinai, I have no control over your affairs. If you pursue me privately, even if you are killed, I will not be able to avenge you. So give up on that impossible idea." The black-faced white-haired Siamese cat, who was unwilling to give up, complained to Lin, who was standing on the demon moth's head. "Human, why are you dissatisfied with me? I am willing to follow you. Isn't it good?" Just hearing the title made someone feel repulsed, and even more disgusted. Even now I don't even know his name. How can I be taken seriously? I really think I am a shit sweeper. Returning to the ground, he looked down at the female cat. Malinai thought that this human had changed his mind, and was happily trying to pounce on him. This pounce was in vain. Lin flashed behind Malinai, also looked down at the female cat who was flying into the air and said, "Little guy, teach you to be a good boy. Don't think that the whole world will revolve around you. Not everyone has to obey your wishes. So, please don't come closer to me, and I won't say this again." He casually took back the hakiri inserted into the giant demon moth. In fact, this attack did not leave much damage to the demon moth, which was about the same level as having a needle inserted into his own body. The more serious injuries were the chopped right forelimb and the entire right wing that was severed. However, these are not fatal injuries to a bug. They are just some inconveniences in movement. Maybe the white flames wielded by Hakiri left such a deep impression on the cat. So many really didn't dare to approach this human magician holding a weapon. Lin just looked at the raised foot of this huge lady. The place where Jia and Moss originally stepped happened to be a pothole, and her feet were blocked at the entrance of the hole. This method of hiding treasures is perfect, as long as the demon moth king doesn't leave or actively raises its feet. No one can sneak in and steal the contents without being discovered by it. Someone thought so. Under the command of the pure white long-haired cat, a group of cats entered the pit and pulled out a strange object that was dirty and dark, but exuded a precious light in someone's field of vision. The size of a piece is roughly the area that can be covered by stretching out one's hands and feet. Of course, in this situation where the fight has already started, I can ask for more. You even know the location of the other party's treasure, so you can go in and loot everything inside. However, considering that I no longer wanted to deal with these cats and the demon moth king, and that I really wanted to sleep now, I just took away the remnants of the silk cocoon in front of me. If you continue to bargain, I'm afraid the final result will be to kill all the cats here and the big moth. His temples were twitching, but he kept encouraging himself to do such a thing. Looking at the items in front of him that were larger in size and area than him, someone began to think about how to take them back. It's not possible to bring it back directly with the flash technique. Who knows what kind of mutations the alien energy in the dimensional gap will cause this rare thing to have. If it mutates in a bad direction, then wouldn't today's work be in vain? Land Mobile moved back? This is the southern forest of the Guana Empire, hundreds of kilometers away from the holy city of Estali. How long will it take to walk on two legs? Even if the magic for running a marathon is fully activated? Call the goblin Todakani and take him back on the airship Theed? Considering the guy has been hiding from him for a long time. If it weren't for the backdoor monitoring program originally installed on the airship, which continued to send back monitoring data from various components to prove that the SID was still active, I would have thought that the goblin had abandoned the airship, or was doing it improperly. He dismantled it and triggered the trap mode he set, blowing up the entire airship. During the several months of separation, the other party only came back to the holy city once. That time was to bring back the crude oil needed by the Silverbeard dwarves for their power blending experiments from Levapu, the only oil-producing city in Midland. Moreover, he specially chose the time when he would go to math class, and then hurriedly sent the things back. Despite this, The two apprentices of the Gu family were still pursuing the profits from the airship during this period. After all this, I'm afraid the goblin wants to hide from me even more. Of course, Lin didn't believe that he was summoned for something, and that the goblin dared to carry the remnant of the silk cocoon back. But the important thing is how much time it takes to wait for him. I don't have much time to wait for a goblin who will definitely be late. Besides, even if the other party didn't dare to disobey and rushed over as soon as they received the order, the Cid wouldn't be nearby by chance. It still takes time to fly over with an airship. Suddenly, he remembered the method he used when he planned to put a special arcane eye into synchronous orbit and become the first man-made satellite in Midland. It is meaningless and a waste of materials and the limited resources of the satellite to permanently attach protective magic that can resist the alien energy of the dimensional gap to an artificial satellite. Unless we plan to enlarge the size of the artificial satellite several times, there is no way to permanently carry the protective magic. So at that time, disposable magic scrolls were used. As long as the item could survive a flash teleportation, it was enough. That special protective magic scroll was difficult to make, and the materials used were precious. If nothing else, the dragon's blood storage at that time could be said to have been squandered. After many failures, I finally made 3 scrolls. In the end, only 1 copy was used, and the remaining 2 were properly placed in the treasure box, so that the airship crash could be avoided. This scroll of special protective magic is certainly convenient to use. But if the value of the thing transmitted is not as good as the cost of the scroll, someone who is used to spending a lot of money will still be reluctant to use it. However, this time it was used to transport the magic materials left by a king-level demonic insect. So it was not a waste. Once your mind is set, act immediately. Surrounded by a group of cats, Lin flashed back to his home in the Holy City, put down his box, and found one of the scrolls of protective magic. Before the 2 apprentices had time to say hello to their teacher who had not returned all night and ask about the situation, Lin flashed back to the southern forest. The special protective magic is not just 1 scroll, but multiple scrolls are spliced together to form a one-time use magic circle. It didn't take much time to set up this magic circle. You just had to remember the correct activation sequence. Logically speaking, using magic on someone else's territory requires an explanation. The most important thing is to show that you are not hostile. But Lin didn't put in the effort, and just kept his head down and did his own thing. On the one hand, it is because the habits of Warcraft are different from those of humans. Talking too much will not win more favor. On the other hand, I am holding my breath. If you look nice to these monsters, they will bite you in the face if you don't know. They are cats. Because there was no interference, Lin quickly sent his hard-earned reward, the remnant of the silk cocoon made by the demon moth king, back to his home in the Holy City using the flash technique. Seeing that the reward for working all night finally fell into the bag, the suffocated expression finally relaxed. Returning to a more peaceful expression, Lin performed the etiquette of a magician toward the miserable-looking demon moth king, and said, "Since there is nothing going on here, I will leave immediately. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I don't care about the things here. Any rumors will be disclosed to the outside world. After all, from the perspective of a lost person, it is not a good thing if the gate of the abyss is lost and the demons can come and go freely. I hope there will be no trouble here again. Say goodbye." After that, he flashed away. It wasn't until they were sure that the human magician didn't appear suddenly again that the cats breathed a sigh of relief. But the pure white long-haired cat, who was the leader of the cats, did not hide his worry and said in animal language, "The king is injured like this. Next, we have to pay more attention to prevent the invasion of demons. Especially Mao and I. You are not allowed to go near the gate of the abyss again." The female cat, whose name was called, of course, complained dissatisfiedly. "What does this have to do with me? Sabin had been beaten to a disability by that human a long time ago, and it would be impossible for him to bring his subordinates to kill him again in 100 years. The cats and Jia Enmos were startled and asked for details. Although the gray cat Hardy had mentioned it before, he had no time to mention the last part because of the interruption from the human. Now that we know the whole detailed story, everyone has a ridiculous feeling. Fortunately, we didn't completely fall out with that human being. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 645, Uninvited Guests in Mathematics Class. After working all night, and being delayed due to the group of cats and the big moth, when someone returned to the Holy City, Finn had just returned to Astali's home using the flash technique. There are less than a few minutes left before the math class starts. Lin, who was listless, called to the two girls. Who is that? Do you know where the vitality potion went? Hearing the thumping of footsteps, Halloumi, who happened to be in the room, hurriedly found the magic potion that their teacher asked for and delivered it to them, holding the large bottle full of light brown liquid with both hands. The girl asked worriedly, Teacher, why didn't you come back all night? And, what is the one you just sent back? I'm in a hurry to go to class. And I'll talk about those things when I get back. And the things just returned are very precious. Although they are dirty, they don't need to be cleaned. They can just be put directly into our treasure house. There are 3 warehouses in the new home. One is an ordinary warehouse. The other is for grain storage, which contains refrigeration and freezing equipment. The last one is a treasure house dedicated to precious items and magic materials. Of course, there will be anti-theft and insurance measures. After Lin gave a few hurried instructions, he stared helplessly at the large bottle of magic potion. The vitality potion is what someone considers to be the greatest magical potion invention in the lost world. Greater than any resurrection potion. It can not only expel fatigue and refocus the scattered spirit, but also enhance sensory acuity and enhance physical strength and endurance. Not only can you drink it when you are tired, but drinking it at ordinary times will also have a significant boosting effect. And this vitality potion is not like the stimulants or drugs on Earth, which have chemical side effects or addiction problems. Vitality potions have no side effects. The materials are not very precious or rare, and the effects last for a long time. In other words, as long as the masters have needs, they can completely rely on injecting vitality potions, and then stay up for days and nights to focus on the matters at hand, whether it's fighting or making precious props and equipment. But the biggest reason why this hasn't become the norm is, this stuff tastes hacking awful. Think of what the Earth's bitter tea tastes like. Then you have to drink a large bottle of bitter tea, equivalent to 700 milliliters, in one go to achieve the maximum effect. If you only take a sip, I am afraid that the effect will only last for a few minutes, and you may feel even more tired after the effect wears off. In this case, it is better not to drink it. Therefore, except for magicians who are addicted to self-abuse, no one would often drink vitality potions. It was only under 4 circumstances that he would drink this potion that was so unpleasant that it would make people doubt their life. It can be said that the vitality potion is the best embodiment of the MIDI version of good medicine tastes bitter. In order to cheer up and teach the next math class, someone had to pinch his nose and drink another bottle of vitality potion. Sometimes I think that the reason why people cheer up after drinking the vitality potion is not caused by the magical effect in the potion, but because it tastes too unpleasant. After finally gulping down the large can of vitality potion and resisting the feeling of vomiting, Lin realized that it was already past the start time of the mathematics class. Without further ado, he flashed to the podium of the lecture theater in the mathematics building of Cabin by College. Everyone, I'm really sorry that I'm a little late. Let's start class now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin realized that the atmosphere in the classroom was not right, and there was a very depressing emotion permeating the air. But the masters who should be sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for someone to start giving lectures, are now standing, as if facing a formidable enemy. The crowds were standing either densely or sparsely, but there was one place where no one was standing at all. Taking a closer look, there was a strange person sitting there. An unsheathed long sword was placed on the table. Next to the sword were his 2 legs. The man who everyone feared was like a tiger or a wolf, but he had an expression that was half smiling but not smiling. He was the aristocratic young man who happened to show his face when Lin was in trouble at the Adventurers Guild and solve the problem. Although I used the forum index to find his identity, I couldn't find any useful information. And because it wasn't an important matter, someone didn't take it to heart until we met again today. Just seeing him sitting alone made others afraid to sit down. Academy Principal Kabamba and a group of his former comrades stood at the forefront of the crowd, confronting the young man. But compared to the tense atmosphere of those veteran magicians, the noble young man looked quite indifferent. Lin, who was confused about the situation, could only shout in front of the podium, "Everyone, get ready for class. Please take your seats." The sudden interruption made Lin instantly become the focus of everyone. This made someone very uncomfortable. After all, everyone looked like they were ready to kill. But just by looking at it, he could tell who the crux of the problem was. So Lin said, "My friend, thanks to your help last time, I solved a moderate trouble. But next time is my math class time. If you are willing to listen, maybe we can ask the dean to temporarily add a group of seats. If you are just looking for me, There is a very comfortable lounge nearby. Please wait there for a while before I can talk to you. How? The other party's dress is different from the last time we met. He doesn't have one set of clothes that can rule the world. So it can basically be ruled out that the other party is a fool who only has a set of noble clothes and dares to show off. But he doesn't have any noble crest on his body, so his identity cannot be seen. This is a very disrespectful behavior among the aristocracy. Only villains who intend to do sinister and bad things would not dare to disclose their identities. It's just that the other party's attitude is different from before, which makes Lin a little unsure about how to deal with this young master. In particular, the appearance of the other party is slightly different from what I had in mind. The person in front of me has a full head of black hair with a hint of purple. Oh, then what do you think you are doing here with nothing to do like me? The noble young man put down his feet, put one hand on the table, and supported his chin. Look at someone with interest. Looking for an answer? Lin said, while making preparations for class. Oh, me? Looking for answers? Why don't I know what answers I'm looking for? The noble young man asked mockingly. Of course it is necessary. Because you asked me such a question. Doesn't it mean that you haven't even thought about what to do next? Right. After tilting his head and thinking for a moment, the young man said, well, there is actually a statement in the world that I agree with. So, for what reason did you come here? Oh, you're the one asking the question. This is really something I'm not used to. But I'll answer you mercifully. The young man picked up the long sword, walked down the steps slowly, and said, because I heard from others that my father, who thought he had the power in the world, but in fact could not even control his own son, was rejected by a magician. He was so self-righteous that he even sent out his incompetent subordinates. But no one can successfully bring the magician back. So I am very curious about how bad the people he sent are. The first time we met, the impression you gave me was no different from that group of incompetent people. Lie timidly and cautiously, draw a line and restrain yourself. So I want to listen to the math class you teach to see what is special about it that can attract some stupid people who don't think for themselves. But look, get up. I'm still as unpopular as ever. But that's okay. Maybe we can just skip to step 3. The third step? What is it? Invite me again instead of your father. By the way, I don't know who your father is yet, Lin said casually. The next moment, his eyes were dazzled, and the bright white sword blade was already approaching. Subconsciously closing his eyes and leaning back, Lin could even feel his eyelids being cut open. At this time, the flashing technique was activated, taking the person back a long distance. For the second assault, Lin, who was prepared, took action again. But he didn't have time to look at the tactical judgment given by any program. And a white flame came straight forward from the sword, because it was an unreserved charge. The young man who originally wanted to deflect the sword and continue the attack changed his moves at the last moment. Avoiding the sword blade facing Hakiri, he flicked his wrist, slapped the sword spine, and deflected the magician's attack. Then he made a wrong move, changed his move, and called out to the magician again. After Hakiri was knocked away by a huge force, Lin also changed his moves, holding the sword with both hands, completely ignoring the opponent's attack, and was about to perform a horizontal slash. According to common sense, he would be stabbed first, with no hope of hurting the other person. But the premise is that both parties maintain their current positions. For Lin, the real killer move is the flash technique, which teleports him behind the enemy in front of him. This attack completely becomes an attack from a blind corner. There was just a feeling on the young man's sword, but suddenly it failed again. And at the same time, there was a loud sound of wind behind him. He didn't bother to look back to confirm, but lowered his head and crouched down to speed up his forward movement. The white flames flashed across the back of his head in a thrilling manner. At the same time, his left hand rested on the ground. Using his hand as an axis, he quickly turned around and continued to attack. Lin, who was suddenly in crisis, faced a rapid attack he had never experienced before. The operating condition of the self-defensive flash technique is that within a very short distance, the flash technique will be activated only when the behavior conforms to a certain attack pattern is close. As long as the attack from too far away does not hurt yourself, there will be no reaction, thus avoiding too many false triggers. But the opponent's speed almost broke through the calculation speed of his own Dream Tower's program magic. Every sword strike hurt him, although they are only flesh wounds. The flash spell will be activated before the damage is deeper. The occasional counterattack was only carried out after receiving 3 or 4 moves from the opponent, and it never posed a threat. I thought I could easily deal with a demon lord and a king-level demon insect, but I should have the ability to run amok. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to Lost Land, he would meet a strong man who chased him all over the world. What particularly shocked me was that the opponent was not a magician, but a swordsman. A swordsman who had honed his speed and skills to a considerable degree. Whenever he attacks from the opponent's blind spot, his limbs can always make incredible movements to avoid or counterattack. What's more important is that the opponent seems to understand the threat of the hakiri sword's edge, and the long sword in his hand never faces it. Either he avoided it, or he slapped the sword's spine to deflect his own attack. A sense of absurdity filled this battle that was so fast that it could barely catch up with the taillights of the opponent's car. Someone had an idea. The demon lord and king-level demonic insects they encountered before must be parallel imports. Chapter 646 Demon Prince. Realizing that he had fallen into the opponent's battle rhythm, the auxiliary magic that should have been attached to him before the battle had no chance to be used, Lin completely relied on his 2 cheating artifacts, Flash Technique and Hakiri, to save his life from dangerous situations time and time again. If the opponent was only good at speed, Lin would have been able to predict his opponent's movements with his ability to collect data and program machine learning. No matter how fast the straight line speed is, the action pattern will be monotonous after all, and it is not that difficult to accurately capture it. But the opponent's skills are so good that he can dazzle someone every time. After a few sure blows, the opponent forced him to change his attack midway and struck Hakakiri's sword's spine with his sword, parrying this fatal blow. Otherwise, he would use unimaginable movements to dodge, such as bending the joints, bending the body softer than yoga, or sliding with the waist almost touching the ground. The opponent even seems to have figured out the activation rules of Flash. Several times, I have clearly appeared in the most tricky position. There is no expectation that I can use any skills or add any strength. Lin just pushed Hakiri out, launched the attack as quickly as possible, and took down the opponent's life in an instant. The opponent was unavoidable and unstoppable, but he chose to use life-for-life attacks, forcing his flash technique to activate automatically when someone dodges and retreats. The offensive is also broken down, and the noble young man saves his life. As for the opponent's fist and kick attacks, it seemed that after testing it a few times, he realized that he couldn't even make contact with anyone, and even thought that after causing damage, he just abandoned it. However, the opportunity for him to take the initiative to attack is still less than the number of attacks by his opponent. Most of the time, Lin could only escape by relying on the automatic avoidance of Flash. Try to parry the opponent's weapon with Hakiri and destroy it along the way. However, the opponent's long sword is like a spiritual snake. He can always change his moves at a moment that is difficult for someone to catch, and he can still hit him continuously. Being caught in such a fast battle, the feeling of fatigue and trembling increased exponentially, especially when he is at a one-sided disadvantage and is in a situation of being beaten. Not to mention that the battle situation was so fast that there was no room for him to think about how to break the situation, and he didn't even have time to free up his hands to cast spells. Master Fa fights a purebred warrior in hand-to-hand combat? Lin wanted to shout loudly more than once. He was really hacking sick, but he couldn't escape this predicament. Little did he know that someone's fight that made him feel frustrated was so incredible in the eyes of others. Led by Academy Dean Kabamba, the magicians who have lived in the holy city of Estali for a long time certainly know the identity of this noble young man. He even knew clearly what good deeds he had done, but he had never heard of anyone being able to fight with him like this. Demon Prince Azad Kazalnia, the 14th Prince of the Holy Guana Empire, the supreme force of the Empire, is not one of them, but the only one. But although he is the Emperor's biological son, he has no inheritance rights. The people who agreed to deprive him of his inheritance rights and kicked him far away from the Emperor's throne early were not only the imperial family, but also the Emperor himself. Because Azad did something unforgivable parricide, and it was his twin brother, the 13th Prince Darab. When they were 6 years old, the child was at the age where he loved to take apart things. Azad looked at his own achievements, his own brother, with satisfaction in a pool of blood. The Emperor himself was once coerced and put into danger. The reason why the crime of treason was not punished was not because the heavenly family favored family ties, but simply because no one could do it. As a father, the Emperor was able to escape, not because of family affection or consideration for the overall interests of the country. It was just that the prince was tired of playing. But the prince, who was deprived of everything, did not live a life of poverty. On the contrary, my little life is more nourishing than before. Come when you want. Leave when you want. Take when you want. Ask when you want to know. No one dares to stop such a bandit behavior, because no one can stop him. But this is not the most troublesome part. Rather than fearing his force, everyone is more afraid of his temperament. Sometimes you will die if you disobey, and you will live if you obey, but sometimes you will live if you disobey, and you will die if you obey. There is no clue to his behavior. When dealing with him, you can only bet on your own luck, not on the prince's mood, because he kills people when he is in a bad mood, kills when he is in a good mood, and kills when he is in a bad mood or not. Moreover, they are men, women, old and young, eating meat and vegetables without taboos, and have no mercy at all, because this person is so unpredictable. Some people have called him a fanatic, and some have called him a madman, but the most commonly used name is the Devil Prince. It not only represents his past identity, but also represents his changeable personality. But such a title, as well as his real name, are both considered taboos in the Empire. The most commonly mentioned theory is that the Empire is in trouble. He once killed gods and demons with his extraordinary body. The god of war once wanted to call him as a follower, and even the Devil King wanted to recruit him and make him reincarnate in the abyss. But the two bosses were killed without hesitation. Of course, it is not the real body, but the saint who appears in the mortal world. However, the point is that the two bosses never said anything about not taking revenge. But the demon prince was still alive and well. Just before today, who would have thought that someone would take action against this person, and yet survive under his hands? It can be said that every time Lin escaped from the sword, it was a miracle in the eyes of other magicians. Not to mention that he still has room to fight back, which is simply incredible. As miracles continue to be created, even the toughest people admit one thing. This young man who teaches mathematics, and has always been very polite compared to the age of many old magicians, is indeed unfathomable. It is estimated that his strength is above everyone else, although he was beaten under pressure and only occasionally fought back. What if it were him? However, this stalemate could not continue. When he realized that he could not break through the moment before disappearing, Azad stopped attacking. During this moment of respite, Lin took the initiative to distance himself and added auxiliary magic for combat. I dare not add the full set, which is the 3 items of giant strength, stone skin, and light body. The more time it takes to add magic, the more flaws there will be. In the face of such an enemy, you can never be too careful. It was this kind of action that made the masters watching the battle even more surprised. Could it be that this guy was fighting for nothing before? In addition to being vigilant, he focused more on calculations. It is necessary to reevaluate the ability of the enemy in front of you and find the key to victory or survival. Panting and looking at the noble young man walking opposite a certain boundary, Lin couldn't help but secretly wish for good luck. If he hadn't drank a large bottle of vitality potion before coming here to regain some energy, he wouldn't have dared to think about the outcome of this battle. There were no traces of the battle in the lecture theater for the math class. The fight between the two did not smash the table or kick anything away. Every attack takes the smallest path, the weakest strength, and the fastest speed, because they all know that the thing in their hands is going to kill them. So they don't have to use any force at all. It just does it if they touch it. But it happened that neither of them could do such a simple action. Twisting a bunch of conspicuous red hair in front of his forehead, Demon Prince Azad puffed out his cheeks and pouted. He looked to the side and saw the dumbfounded magicians watching the show. He complained, "I'm telling you, what's wrong with people like this? Isn't it weird to have only one golden thread? Using this kind of person as a standard. I don't know whether I should praise the subordinates sent by my dear and incompetent father. It's very disturbing. If you want to know the answer to this kind of question, don't you think it would be easier to go directly to the people sent by your father? It would be wrong to go to me," Lin said dissatisfiedly. "The weapon in your hand is also a hakiri. It should be. Otherwise this guy wouldn't be nagging in my mind all the time." Azad's thoughts jumped very quickly, and he suddenly asked irrelevant questions. But before Lin had time, the weapon in his hand made a sound first. "Inzadu! It's you. I really didn't expect you to escape from that dark place. You scumbag sword. It's not very strong. You always want to cut other hakiri, claiming that you are the hardest. Today what's wrong? Avoid my sword edge all the way. Don't say that I bully you. I let my holder stick me on the ground, and your holder can grab you and cut it. Whoever breaks it will be the grandson. I've been scolding you for a long time without replying. Has your temper changed? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that you still don't know how to speak in the material world. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to learn it even if I teach you. I don't dare to use it. Besides making swords. Do you do anything else? Demon Prince Azad said with a strange look. A talking hakiri? Although I have only seen Inzadu among the Hakiri clan, the behavior of the one in your hand should not be normal. Also, please be quiet. I don't want to help you fight with a sword. If you have the ability, do it by yourself. What's the point of being like a child, and only knowing how to cry in other people's ears? The latter sentence was obviously not meant for himself. But Lin didn't have the energy to chat with the other party. Because under his detection vision, the opponent's power level is still rising. Although it is impossible to see what method the opponent uses to strengthen himself. This means that the upcoming attack will be faster and more violent than before. However, the other party made a mistake and gave a magician time to prepare. The embarrassing appearance before was more because he was caught off guard, lost his fighting rhythm, and could only deal with it exhaustedly. Distance brings not only space for thinking, but also an opportunity to fight back. Slowing her breathing, Lin Jing looked at everyone around her, including the masters watching the battle, to see if anyone was planning to intervene. There is a big difference whether the person who does it helps the person opposite or himself. As for the magician, he should have observed all situations, imagined all possibilities, and made sure that he has a winning rate before taking action. Although he could flash several kilometers away in one breath, he didn't believe that the person on the other side could still pursue him. But Lin has a feeling that if he quits today, he will lose something very important. Especially since he is not without strength. The talkative Hagiri rarely continued to argue with the sword opposite. And its consciousness was also immersed in someone's dream. One is fat. The other is short. The other is normal and holds a sword. And they are debating the specific arrangements of tactics. Chapter 647 The Prelude to the Counterattack, End. I'm curious. If you have such strength, how can you resist the urge to tear the monkeys jumping up and down in front of you into pieces? Demon Prince Azad asked casually. Some things are more difficult not to do than to do. Of course, the person being asked answered casually. Teaching a bunch of idiots. Will you get a sense of accomplishment from it? Azad asked while walking forward slowly. If ignorance is stupidity, then who are you or me as a newborn? Seeking knowledge is not wrong. And sharing my experience on the path of knowledge is not wrong. Teaching ignorant people is normal. If someone knows more than me, if it's more, I'm asking for advice from him. That's all. On the other hand, it's not normal for a knowledgeable person to ask for advice from an ignorant person. Like you said, why don't you work for my dear father? Maybe it will give him a little more possibility to deal with me with his meager strength. Although I have a feeling that if you join, it will make them destroy yourself from within. Whether you destroy them or they destroy you. Actually, until now, I still don't know who your father is. If you want to be a lobbyist, you must at least let me know who you represent. And I don't even know your name. This is the first time we met. It almost blew people's minds. This must be the wrong order. My dear father is the emperor of the Holy Guana Empire. He is great and incompetent. He is old and relies on his old age. I am the 14th prince who has many brothers. Azad. Although there are not many left. So, are you here to recruit people for your great father? Or are you here to arrest people? Lin directly ignored the man in front of him, and used several adjectives after his own emperor. Oh, how can you be sure that I'm not here to kill people? In order to prove that I can't let you guess my thoughts easily, should I choose the option you didn't give? Azad asked casually. But before taking the last step, he was a beat slow. Lin didn't have time to answer. In the calculation, the distance from when the prince in front of him first launched a charge during the conversation was weighted based on his current power level. The next step was the ultimate distance for the opposite person to make a move, as long as he can launch an attack from that position. This means that the opponent's sword speed is likely to exceed the activation time of the flash technique and cause himself more damage than a flesh wound. But the premise is that the distance reflected by your own detection and flash technique does not change. Whether changing parameters is difficult or simple depends basically on the habits of the programmer. Use variables to replace parameters. When you want to change, just change the given value of the variable directly, and you can easily change the logic of the entire program's judgment. After chatting for so long, Lin would certainly take the time to adjust the parameters related to his life. But this also means that the opponent can more easily force them to retreat and disrupt their own offensive. It's just that a magician should play like a magician. If you can't defeat your opponent in melee combat, then returned to the most primitive tactics of kite flying and map cannon. The person opposite hesitated for a moment. But Lin Ke, who was well prepared, didn't have any worries and took the initiative to step out. With one step, the offense and defense change. Azad, who was seduced by Chi's plan and leaned forward to rush forward, misstepped and flew backwards in the next moment, directly hitting the wall of the mathematics building and exiting the building. The bright scene in the building suddenly changed to like the starry sky at night. The stars along his attack route were connected with white light, densely packed and dense like a wall of light. The white light flashed away, and the few walls left in this space, and the tables and chairs left in the lecture theater were all cut into fine pieces and collapsed suddenly. And here, he should be there. Now the target had escaped unharmed and was standing at the edge of the night starry sky outside the building, looking at Lin, who was standing in front of the hole in the wall inside the building. A bunch of hair on his forehead turned a playful pink color, and the demon prince curiously looked around at the night sky that was no longer in a state of confusion. The stars under the night also turned into eyes, blinking and blinking, looking at the troublesome enemy standing on the edge of the night. This night cannot prohibit people from entering and exiting, nor can it simply change the scope of the ridge as the forest moves. It always has to be taken back before it can be recovered. However, here, even if someone is not the master of everything, he still has the advantage and can exert his own strength 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more. The magicians, who were also shrouded in the night, looked at their environment in surprise. Everyone is on the same plane, so you can be sure that this is not a lecture theater in the math building. So, is what you see before you an illusion? Although there were various dissatisfactions and complaints, no one spoke out. After all, the magician's target was not him. And another layer of worry is, could this magic be the magic that destroyed half of the 1,000-man team at once? Ha ha. If you ask me, you are too polite. You should wait until the 10th Legion assembles and destroy them in one go. If you just use your sudden magic to run to the center of the camp, you can set up this magic and kill them all before those incompetent people can react. I believe you'll be warmly welcomed in every way. But there's more to this magic than that. What the demon prince Azad said was exactly what the magicians who were innocently pulled into the night sky were thinking. But they all only thought of the power of white destructive light. So they were very afraid of those little bits of starlight. But so far, only Fen and Azad can sense the true horror behind this starry sky. And the position where Azad stood was not random. He used the hakiri in his hand to reach out of the night, and only after confirming with Insa in his mind that he could escape at any time. He stood in this position with confidence. He was absolutely sure that he could exit the night before the white destructive light came down. What's uncertain is whether such a magical attack will be chased out into the night, and the situation in the night will not be visible from the outside. Everything is shrouded in darkness. Only then did Azad choose to stand on the edge, looking at the night sky of the comparable God Kingdom. In the second round, the opponent took the first step, which made Azad sure of one thing. Perhaps there would be no chance of a surprise attack like the one in the first round, because the other party has already mastered the full picture of his own strength from the first fight, including the extent to which he has secretly improved his strength. Only then can he accurately calculate that step. It can be said that my most fundamental details have been seen through by a magician. However, the opponent also revealed an undisclosed trump card. So Azad did not quit completely at the first opportunity, but took advantage of the opportunity to see more of the mysteries of this night starry sky. The hole in the wall that was broken was no longer visible, including the floor and the entire mathematics building. Instead, there was the endless dark sky above, below, left, and right, and the shining stars. The magician walked out, and the distance was shorter than the distance between his two attacks, as if he was tempting people to attack. Azad tightened the hilt of the Inzadu sword hidden behind his back. So, attack? Aren't you going to continue? Your Highness the Prince? Lin said provocatively, and made a gesture of preparation for attack, seeing the poor acting skills of the magician in front of him. The demon prince Azad laughed and said, "No, I'm not interested in breaking the turtle's SHL in front of a magician like you. I was exposed without any intention. If I don't have more skills, I feel that my intelligence level will be reduced to the level where I can only be my father's obedient son. So let's wait for another day. I will have fun with you someday." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to exit the night sky. With a simple statement, Lin knew the biggest weakness of his tactics, and the man who left immediately saw it. That is to say, there is more than enough defense and not enough offense. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to catch up and kill this person, who might become a troublesome person in the future. But before stepping out, Azad turned around and asked, I heard that you are not even willing to see my great father. Are you interested in telling me why? Do you know if it's bad for you? Or do you want to help your emperor? Lin asked. I'm just interested in knowing what's going on in your head. Since there's no way to cut it off and study it, I can only ask with grievance. Or do you want to say that you don't even want to talk about it? Azad said with a sideways look. Under the weak starlight, the already handsome face had a bit of indescribable evil aura. After thinking about it, Lin said, I don't want to get close to someone who doesn't respect power. I don't know how to fear power. What's the explanation? Rich people know that there must be someone richer than themselves. Maybe now, maybe in the future. So they know how to be in awe and know not to stop easily on the road to chasing wealth. Strong people know clearly that as long as you have a weakness, there will definitely be a strong person who can seize that weakness. Perhaps to defeat you, or perhaps to end your own life. Therefore, such people will know how to be in awe, or at least know not to take advantage of them when they encounter an opponent they are not sure of. Things must be done. But those with power. Azad, who had his ears straightened, turned sideways and asked, How? It is easy for powerful people to get lost among a group of villains who are good at flattery, making them mistakenly think that they have supreme power and are qualified to control everything in the world. In fact, when that layer of coat is peeled off, they may be worse than soldiers or weaker and poorer than vendors. So they don't have a sense of reverence and spend their limited time doing so. Not to mention that they inadvertently provoke those. It's someone you can't afford to mess with. It's a whirlpool of trouble for me, who just want to live a stable life. The best thing to do is not to get close to those high-ranking and powerful people. Ha ha. I understand. Big dogs don't bark. They only bite people. Small dogs can't bite people. They can only bark. Demon Prince Azad left amidst laughter. Chapter 648 Research and Development of Jacquard Machine. Lin didn't have the energy to reply to the conclusion that person had somehow come to. He didn't rashly lift the night starry sky just because the other party turned around and left. Instead, he waits until the other party crosses the line of attack, then leaves without looking back. Only then does he dare to lift the magic until he is out of his observation range. At the same time, the feeling of fear and nervousness also eased slightly, but he was able to slow down. But the masters who were forced to watch the whole scene couldn't, because the opponent is the trouble for that empire. From the appearance and ability, no one thinks that the opponent is a fake, although Lin still cooperated with the dean's manpower to tidy up the lecture theater. At the same time, I went back and changed my clothes before I could continue class. Otherwise, the original set has long been decayed by the continuous flashing technique. Just a hair's breadth away, someone has to swing the pendulum and teach from the podium. That kind of picture is so beautiful that no one wants to see it. So the masters waited a little longer and asked Lin to go back and change clothes. Even so, it is rare to have such a class where everyone's mind is not on mathematics, but just staring at the lecturer. Regarding the prince's matter, Lin of course took this opportunity to ask Principal Cabinby after class. I also learned all kinds of ridiculous things about the demon prince from this old man's mouth. He also confirmed the fact that he would have to deal with this person next. To the Guana Empire. The demon prince Azad Kazalnia is the supreme force in the empire. But it is a sword that no one can hold, because he has no hilt or quill, and his whole body is an open sword blade. If you want to hold it to hurt others, you will definitely hurt yourself before hurting others. Even if his emperor comes forward, it won't be of any use. All his actions are unpredictable. Generally speaking, if you get him interested, he will keep playing until he gets tired of it. In recent times, the most prominent figure in the holy city of Estali is undoubtedly a guy who wants to establish mathematical authority. It is simply impossible not to attract that person's attention. After confirming that he couldn't hide or escape, Lin simply stopped worrying about that person. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, they will be blocked. And when water comes, the soil will flood them. This is a clear teaching from the ancients. You have more important things to do, and you can't worry about things that are beyond your control all day long. Anyway, I was sure of one thing. At least, I still had the ability to protect myself. It is said that there is a mountain as high as a mountain, and the strongest will have the strongest. I thought I could walk sideways in the world, but the result was a slap in the face, which made me dizzy. As expected, you have to be patient and don't waste time. This is the way to live a long life, putting aside the things that cannot be solved at this stage. It is said that the collection of moth species has come to an end for the time being. There are many kinds of silk threads that can be used, but to find the most suitable among them, observation and research are needed. In any case, it takes time to raise the larvae to the point where they spin silk and form cocoons. As for the large piece of filthy garbage that someone suddenly brought back after being missing for a night, Lynn only briefly told the origin and then piled it in a corner of the warehouse without using it for the time being, because we know from previous experiments that the most suitable time to use the dragon language sonic enchantment method is during the silk reeling stage, after the silk thread has been formed, and then uses the same method to enchant. The effect will be greatly reduced. As for what to do with the large piece of silk cocoon remnant given by the demon moth king, Lin still had no idea in his heart. In order to avoid waste, the best way is of course to leave it alone and ignore it. Anyway, according to what the huge lady said, many of the parts that it cannot digest or destroy by itself are left behind by the larvae that she reincarnated into several lives ago. It can be kept for such a long time, and it won't break after being left alone for a few years. Although the best moth species and the most suitable ratio of silk threads of different moth species have not yet been found. But experiments all along have also proven that Midland does have moth species and silk cocoons suitable for making magic silk. So Lin plans to start the next phase of his plan, which is weaving. If it were just a matter of simply weaving, with the warp threads laying the foundation and the shuttle carrying the weft threads back and forth, such simple machines would already have existed in the world, and their development would be pretty good. At least there is no need for women to tie one end of the cloth to their feet and weave day and night. The length of the cloth cannot be more than a few feet, and the cloth cannot be very wide. With the cloth, the next pattern depends on the embroiderer's skill. Various patterns of insects, fish, birds and beasts, realistic, abstract, symmetrical geometric patterns. In comparison, the skills of dyeing cloth are not as abundant as those of embroidery workers in knitting, but with the support of people with money and leisure like nobles, both of them also have good development prospects. The production of lace can be said to be the most praised skill among the textile crafts of knitting. Not only female nobles like to use lace to decorate their clothes, but men also like to use it. Even common people dream of having a formal dress decorated with lace in their lives, and wear it on the most important occasions. To weave an entire piece of clothing using lace techniques requires dozens or hundreds of craftsmen, taking months or even years to produce. Being able to wear such clothes, even just for a wedding, is what all noble girls would yearn for. But the form of lace itself makes it impossible to become a favorite equipment for magicians, because it is hollowed out everywhere. It is impossible to draw any magic circle on it. There is no problem in adding magic in other ways, but the lace is too fragile and can be easily damaged. There is no bikini armor in MIDI. The less fabric, the higher the defense power of the magical equipment. However, there was once a magician who used his superb skills to weave lace into the shape of a magic circle and made a fully woven magic lace robe. But later on, no one did it anymore. Whether it looked good or not was secondary. The biggest reason was that it was not conducive to fighting. Just like most warriors, they like to keep their hair short, or even bald, in order to prevent their hair from being grabbed by the enemy and thus suffering a greater blow. A robe full of holes. It would be a big deal if the wearer only uses long-range attacks. If the magician in the Lost Land loves to fight the enemy hand-to-hand, that would be bad. In addition, clothes full of lace are not the best equipment for adventurers. Like when walking through the forest, it is easy to catch some branches. If the hook is broken, it will cause distress. If it is not hooked, it will hinder movement. For various reasons, lace has become an exclusive dress for nobles, but not for magicians. And based on pragmatism, clothing that is useless in battle will not be worn in a magician's party, because who knows if the masters will suddenly start filming in the middle of eating and drinking. In this situation, the magician who came over would not wait for someone to change into combat equipment. What someone wants to do is certainly not to transform MIDI's existing craftsmanship. That is, to improve lace. Nor is it simply to weave MIDI-style plain homespun cloth. What Lin wanted to do was introduce a technology that was not yet available in MIDI, namely the use of jacquard machines to weave silk. The patterns on the MIDI silks I had seen before were all embroidered. Not only the silk from MIDI, but also the patterns on other fabrics are either embroidery or cloth flowers. Even dyed fabrics are still a single color, let alone fabrics with their own patterns. However, the ultimate achievement of the jacquard loom technology is shoe brocade. Lin still remembered that before he traveled through time, he couldn't distinguish between brocade and embroidery. But one time I saw an introduction to the weaving technology of Sichuan brocade on a TV program, and I was shocked. It turns out that in the ancient Xia kingdom, there was this level of black technology, which could use jacquard machines to make such exquisite fabrics. Not all fabrics are embroidered by people, stitch by stitch. For this reason, I also did some research on the jacquard machine of Sichuan brocade and the evolution history of the jacquard machine. Maybe I'm in a state of confusion. It's very difficult to create a high-level work of art like shoe brocade. But using jacquard technology to make the woven cloth have its own pattern is just a matter of mathematics and industrial design. Therefore, based on the wooden flower-making shoe brocade machine that he had studied before, Lin began to produce a MIDI version of the automatic jacquard machine that matched automated machines and program control with the ability of a magician. One of the most wonderful things about doing research and development in the land is that it is very convenient to make equipment and modify parts. Magic materials are always used, and the production is entirely done using magic shaping techniques. Slight errors on the parts can be directly improved using plastic molding. There is no need to remanufacture parts, or pick up files and sandpaper and polish until you doubt your life. And because the various magical metals in the Lost Lands are powerful enough, they do not exist at all. And there is no need for material science. After purification, all magic metals are presented and utilized in their original flavor. If on Earth, after an alloy part becomes obsolete during the research and development process, the cost of recycling it for separation and reuse would probably be much greater than discarding the old one and making a new one directly. But there is no such problem in Lost Land, because each part is made of a single metal material, even if it is broken, or if any part needs to be knocked out and reworked. The scrap part can be easily turned back into a metal ingot and reshaped according to your own needs. If the machines enter the stage of mass production and are all made of magic metal, it will be like a farmer driving a strange hand to plow the fields. The cost, efficiency, and benefits are completely unequal. But if the RDs on Earth knew about the various benefits of using magic metal in the research and development stage, I'm afraid 11 out of 10 people would shed tears. The extra one is the boss, because I don't know how much I saved just in terms of materials. Counterfeiting the original Hualu shoe brocade machine is not a big problem under someone's perverted memory nowadays. Keep all the details in mind. Although I have never actually operated it, I have seen a lot of related videos and instructions. Although the public information didn't really scratch the itch, after thinking about it with other people, I could still figure out the functions of each part. Anyway, I want to make a magic modification after all, and it is not a complete transplantation of shoe brocade technology, so I don't have many requirements for understanding every detail. As for the production of the jacquard machine, Lin did not have a technical guild headed by Yuzov Gantia. Every part was made by himself. The two apprentices helped out when they were free. Chapter 649 Jacquard Machine Test Run. The reason why the printing press was handed over to the craftsmen of the technical guild was because Lin originally planned to disclose this knowledge and protect his own interests as much as possible. In addition to establishing his own academic status, he also has the idea of accelerating the spread of lost knowledge. The reason why the jacquard machine is made by himself is partly because he wants to keep this knowledge secret. Whether it is the method of making silk or the jacquard machine technology that is partly from the Earth and has been modified by himself. On Earth, it is true that the ignition of the first industrial revolution was the steam engine, but it was the light industry, mainly textiles, that really drove the fire of the Industrial Revolution. The former is just an improvement in technology, but the latter is clearly an industry that can make money in vain faster and in a simpler way. Lin didn't want to give away his money-making skills without any compensation. Do you really think that you came across time to save sentient beings? On the one hand, the jacquard machine still needs to be developed and improved. It is not like the original Manolin printing press, which can be used immediately as soon as it is produced, since they still need to be modified. Instead of wasting time communicating with the craftsmen and asking them to modify or make new parts, the things they make may not meet your requirements. If they are not done well, you will need to rework them. It is better to do it yourself and get it right the first time. The designer of the automatic control program of the jacquard machine is of course Fin. As the automated system that originally dominated the peaceful armed forces of the Silverbeard dwarves, the Lich has been more slippery than anyone else in this aspect, including induction, feedback, and automatic judgment. She has established a set of judgment logic. Once she confirms the actual situation that applies, she can immediately propose a solution. The most attentive girl, Kaya, is responsible for a new job. And it is also a very important job. In the production process of Sichuan brocade, there are so-called craftsmen and craftsmen who pick flowers and not the flowers. It is the pattern-making process that converts the drawn patterns into the weaving process. Moreover, for this work, Lin was not satisfied with handmade flower books similar to shoe brocade craftsmanship, but wanted to program them. This involves analyzing the image, pixelating it, and converting it into the longitude and latitude relationships of silk threads. And because someone not only wants to make repetitive and symmetrical patterns, but also intends to use the brocade cloth as a painting, it is necessary to add color analysis, dosage estimation, etc. The most troublesome thing is the performance of gradient colors. To this end, Lin taught girls to use the color enhancement concept of 3 primary colors and 4 primary colors. That is, densely arranging silk threads of different colors in different quantities, which can give people a new color vision. But giving such advice seems to make it more difficult for the person who makes the machine, because the complexity of the jacquard heddle also increases. But this also has the advantage of reducing the types of material colors and making more color changes. Of course, these needs are not all determined by someone at once. Although it is based on the original Hualu shoe brocade loom, it is because I know exactly what kind of work I want to complete in the end that I can continuously improve the original loom. The development of jacquard machines cannot be said to be smooth or smooth. There are no obstacles or mechanical problems that are difficult to solve. But after one problem ends, another problem will pop up. This is almost becoming someone's daily routine these days. Whenever a new problem arises, in order to solve it, sometimes not only the machine structure needs to be modified, but also Fun's control program needs to be changed accordingly. The most common thing to do is to miniaturize the original structure and increase the number. For example, the control arm of a jacquard heddle. If you want to make a more detailed pattern, the more complex changes this part will have. In order to meet these changing needs, the only option is to reduce the number of silk threads in each bundle and increase the number of jacquard bundles. In order to do this, when the number of jacquard arms added laterally cannot be accommodated, of course the only option is to reduce the size of the original jacquard arms to reduce the space occupied. And usually when a certain structure has to be miniaturized, the number of parts will be overwhelming. Fin and Kaya, who joined the research and development of the jacquard machine together, were originally only responsible for the program part. At this time, they will be pulled down to do the physical modification work together. The 2 people who didn't understand why they had to make such a complicated loom were about to be driven crazy by someone. Halumi originally wanted to help, but just looking at the structure of the drawing and the number of modifications needed, the girl immediately retreated. She ran away in dejection on the grounds that she had to raise silkworms and reel silk and record the results of the silk blending and enchantment. And more importantly, these modifications are far from final and may be revised at any time. Just when the 2 women with red eyes were about to strangle a man to death after working hard for several days. But all the work was in vain. Lin decided to turn on the computer and do an actual test. Although in the process of developing the jacquard machine, we used weaving threads that are available on the market for testing. But the quality and thickness of those ordinary twine threads are very different from silk threads. So Lin only used them to test the operation of the machine, and did not actually weave a piece of cloth. On the other hand, the moth seed formula for the silk thread has not yet been completely finalized. And now only Halumi reels the silk to collect data. Such piecemeal results. But also because of the accumulation of experiments, a lot of silk threads have been completed. These silk threads come from different moth species, have uneven quality, and have different enchantment standards. However, they can be regarded as meeting someone's minimum standards. That is, they are added with protective magic to resist the alien energy of the dimensional gaps. Judging from the quantity, it is probably enough to make a brocade handkerchief. So someone randomly found a photo of a sparrow from the photo library and threw it to Kaya for preliminary analysis. After getting the required color silk thread, I dyed the thread hastily with the painting dye on the market and put it on the spool of the jacquard machine. The analysis results of Kaya's program were imported into Fun's control program, and the machine quickly started to move. I never thought about replicating the craftsmanship of shoe brocade from the beginning, because the disclosed parts are all traditional handmade methods. The length of weaving in one day is only a few centimeters, so it would take several years to get all the fabrics you need. Such precious things cannot be used or waited for. Although I am developing in the direction of automation, I am completely modifying the jacquard machine regardless of cost. The purpose is to save some time and speed up the process so that I can use the materials that I like earlier. Therefore, in order to design this automatic jacquard machine, Lin can be said to have tried his best, imagined various situations as much as possible, and formulated various response plans. But no matter how you say it, you are still a layman in the textile industry. Whether this jacquard machine can be used, whether it can produce silk, ultimately depends on the results. And it is not difficult to guess that after the machine is put into trial operation, there will definitely be some problems that were not discovered before. This is the prelude to a major change. Almost all people who care about silk are standing by the jacquard machine, watching nearly 1,000 silk threads gradually being woven into a square handkerchief under the operation of the machine. In particular, the sparrow picture selected by Lin gradually takes shape as the shuttle creates silk threads of different colors, interlacing the longitude and weft. Occasionally, Bun and Lin also taught biology and mathematics courses. Finally, after dinner, we finished weaving a piece of brocade handkerchief about 15 centimeters square. It's not finished yet, mainly because the accumulated silk thread has been used up. The small section at the end was knitted in a mess because there were many empty spools running around. But at least the sparrow in the center of the brocade is finished. Is it done? Halloumi asked, squatting by the window and resting her chin on the windowsill. At this time, Lin was stopping the operation of the jacquard machine and holding scissors, intending to cut off the thread tail of the brocade handkerchief. But I tried to cut the only scissors at home until the blade collapsed. But I still couldn't cut off the entire flat cable. The three anxious women stretched out their hands and tried to remove the brocade handkerchief. But the enchanted silk thread is tougher than expected. When Halloumi was reeling, most of the thread tails were not processed much, so she had never discovered such a characteristic. Just when the impatient girl was about to run to get the box cutter and come back to deal with the small brocade handkerchief, Lin took a moment to accurately position it, and used the ability of flash to cut off the space to cut off the piece. The long-awaited experimental product was in hand. How does it feel? How is the weaving? How is the effect of enchantment? The three women started with 3 questions, and then the chatter started like a barrage, with all kinds of weird questions emerging one after another. But they didn't wait for an answer. Halloumi was quick and grabbed the thing first, rubbing it against his face. That special smooth feeling is unmatched by other fabrics. The blonde girl put the brocade handkerchief against her face and couldn't help showing a satisfied and intoxicated expression. And the pattern part is not like embroidery. There will be obvious unevenness. Since the thing was in the hands of a good sister, Kaya was not polite and took it out. Keep rubbing it with the palms and backs of your hands, feeling the light and soft feel. The brocade handkerchief is so soft that it won't cause any discomfort. It's on a completely different level from those coarse cloth clothes. But before Kaya could have a good touch, the lich stretched out his hand. And of course the black-haired and brown-skinned girl offered it to her obediently, then rubbed the brocade handkerchief matter-of-factly, looking up and down, as if he was very professional. In fact, someone knew that this lich was just pretending. Midi silk is completely a seller's market, as long as it is sold. Even if it is a slightly moth-eaten or defective product with obvious defects, it will be the target of many women. It would be damned if they could make any evaluation in this rare situation. However, this brocade handkerchief made the 3 women confirm one thing. That is, homemade silk is really useful. Even the hard work they had put in these days was nothing. They were all in a state of frenzy, ready to turn on the power of the machine and make a dozen or even hundreds of feet of silk out to play with. Chapter 650: The Direction of Correction. As a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder who pursues perfection, how could he be satisfied with the quality level of this trial work? Use the flash technique to take the brocade handkerchief back from the lich's hand. At that moment, the glance that came over me was like ice, making someone think that my life was about to end. Fortunately, the owner of those beautiful eyes quickly returned to normal, staring straight at someone without saying a word. Of course Lin knew that he was waiting for his explanation. If you can't explain to the other party's satisfaction, I'm afraid you will have to suffer. So he hurriedly opened the brocade handkerchief with both hands, placed it in front of the 3 people, and said, "Look carefully at the picture above." At the same time, he used his best light technique, and the workplace was suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Only then did the 3 women focus on the patterns on the brocade handkerchief. The sparrow picture appears complete at first glance, and the brocade handkerchief appears to have few flaws until some of the spools run empty. In the eyes of Fun and Kaya, this is already a realistic picture of a sparrow. and they don't know what else the man is dissatisfied with. Only Halumi pouted her lips and squinted her eyes, feeling a lingering sense of incongruity.
Did you see anything?
Lin asked again.
Teacher, this seems a little weird,
the blonde girl said. But she also felt a little guilty when she said this. Because I can't clearly point out where the shortcomings are. I can only comment based on my feelings. The teacher smiled and put the brocade handkerchief under the microscope on the work table for observation. Of course, the magnification does not need to be adjusted to the level of observing cells. It only needs to be magnified to a certain level to help examine the weaving results of the details of the brocade handkerchief. In this way, many flaws in the drawings can be seen. The most important thing is that the rough edges of the pattern are not processed well. But because there are only 1 or 2 weft lines that are wrong, the errors cannot be seen at a glance. And this is a mistake in the jacquard. There are also some weft lines mixed with wrong colors. But because there are only 1 or 2, the overall look is not obvious. If you look closely, you will find that these are 2 parallel lines at the same position. In addition, there are many subtle flaws. And this is the biggest difference between manual and machine production. When humans find errors, they naturally know to stop and correct them. And there is no need to worry about any unexpected situations. It's all wrong anyway. Stop and correct it. If you don't succeed, ask others. There's nothing difficult about it. Machine production can only deal with the set situation accordingly. When encountering insufficient consideration, it will only make mistakes. Basically, this magically modified jacquard machine can weave a piece of brocade handkerchief, which for someone is already qualified. At least there are no serious mistakes that will cause damage to the fabric. By the way, the enchanted thread is stronger than expected. I originally thought that there would be frequent disconnections and the need to reconnect. But it didn't happen. However, there is a situation where the spool runs out, but the machine does not stop. This part needs to be corrected from the program aspect. After pointing out various flaws in the magnified images of the microscope, Lin asked the 3 women,
So, judging from this performance, do you think you should correct the jacquard machine to be flawless? Or maintain this level?
Okay.
Shocked beyond words by the feeling of satisfaction, they shook their heads and nodded. Someone who is too clear can't guess what they want to express. But they probably know what they think. There are some things in life that cannot be compromised. Not when you can achieve 100%, but you choose to achieve 60% easily. Anyway, make do with it. You will choose to compromise on something. If you don't care, there are other things you care about more that are weighed on the scales. And you can only make a choice in the end. At first, everyone was puzzled that someone would insist on making such a complicated jacquard machine. But after seeing the finished product, none of the 3 women objected. Because fabrics like silk are meant to be made into clothes and worn on oneself. As long as the conditions permit and the ability is available. Who doesn't want to take care of himself to perfection? Therefore, with blazing fire in their eyes, even if the machine is 1,000 times more complicated, they will continue to make changes at all costs, as long as the finished product is flawless. However, in addition to preparing to correct the discovered flaws, Lin also raised several issues that had not been thought of before, including the order in which the spools of different colors are placed will also affect the position of the shuttle. How to place them can make the machine run most smoothly and quickly when the continuous adjacent heeled lifting arms are operating. Is there any delay time required to allow the robotic arm to have time to respond to the program's response? On the other hand, how to improve the sensitivity and response speed of the robotic arm so that it can keep up with the processing speed of the program. The final method for the second aspect is to change the structure of the head lifting arm to speed up the operation of the jacquard machine. These require analyzing each color and each robotic arm from the frequency of use, and how to arrange them to avoid being too close and moving too frequently, causing fights to interfere with each other, just like the arrangement of English keyboards on Earth. They claim to have scientifically researched the most efficient arrangement for typing. As for the truth, I won't investigate it here. When building machines, Lin focused on accuracy. A machine must first be able to create what it wants before other elements can be of value. If even the most basic manufacturing products are not up to standard, even if the machine is shaped like a transformer and runs so fast that it is difficult for the human eye to recognize, it will be meaningless. But after the sparrow brocade handkerchief was successfully made, Lin felt that he could consider the second key point, which was efficiency. According to someone's memory, shoe brocade's public handicraft skills can only progress a few centimeters in one day. It took me half a day to complete a brocade handkerchief about 15 centimeters using mechanized shoe brocade craftsmanship. In terms of efficiency, this jacquard machine that was modified regardless of cost is already much better than the traditional shoe brocade technology. But is there room for further improvement? In fact, for a novice in the textile industry, to what extent the efficiency must be improved to be considered qualified? Someone is really blind and unable to understand. So in this regard, we can only do our best. Don't look at the matter of continuing to modify the machine. It has nothing to do with Halloumi. The blonde girl was also entrusted with an important task, which was to find a suitable dye. Now the intention of their teacher in making this dizzyingly complicated jacquard machine is very clear to the apprentice. I just hope to use this machine to add complex patterns during the weaving process. And it seems that the complexity and fineness are not comparable to ordinary embroidery. However, natural silk threads will vary in color depending on the moth species. Even within the same moth species, the color of the silk threads will be slightly different, whether it is a blend of silk threads or a single moth species. If you want to weave beautiful colors and express the cloth, that is, the silk that everyone wants to weave, like a painting, dyes are an unavoidable part. And this work was handed over to Halloumi. When the teacher gave the conditions for the best dye, in addition to the two basic requirements of being bright and washable, it is best to make it from magic materials to match magic silk. I also hope that the difficulty level is not that of a ghost. The investment cost up front is already large enough. And Lin doesn't want dye to become another insurmountable difficulty. Finally, and most importantly, the dye ingredients must not be toxic. Don't look at this as if it is a very basic requirement that no one will violate. In fact, when Lin was studying the history of shoe brocade, he happened to see a fatal episode in the history of world fashion. The once beautiful and bright green was the color of death, because green dye was a chemical dye made by chemists using arsenic. At that time, people who pursued fashion did not realize the harm, and only pursued beautiful colors. But not only female workers in manufacturing, but also women and children who wear green dresses and accessories are also affected. Skin ulcers, nerve damage, and even death. Therefore, for a long time, green was regarded as an ominous color, destroying oneself because of love for beauty. I believe this is not what anyone would like to see. So the teacher warned her very carefully that even a rebellious girl must think about her own life. The reason why this work was given to Harumi was not only that she was keen on things such as color and beauty, but also because she could make use of the connections in the Ikaruga Alliance to inquire about this matter. Although Lin doesn't have a good impression of that organization, because the people there are too subjective, and it's easy to use friendship to kidnap other people's choices. But it is undeniable that there are many amazing and talented people inside. In addition, those who travel north and south are also well informed. But just as Lin was immersed in making the jacquard machine, the discussion about him in the Holy City started a wave of enthusiasm. The main reason was of course the battle with the demon Prince Azad. Being involved in the troubles in that empire is not news or a major event. He has done the most ridiculous things before. But being able to survive from his hands would definitely be big news. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. The so-called imperial trouble has long been regarded as a disaster on the same level as natural disasters. In the face of natural disasters, manpower is sometimes scarce. If you meet someone, what else can you do? Of course you recognize it. But what does it mean to survive if you encounter it? No one dared to dwell on it. It's just that there are too many witnesses, including many veteran magicians with considerable credibility. Although many people question their statement on the grounds that the witnesses were students in mathematics classes. But who dares to use that person's name to spread rumors? There is a reason why no one dares to mention his name. As long as any rumors related to the demon prince reached his ears, he would be very interested in confirming the truth personally. And not only the person involved in the rumor, but also the person who said these words will be called to greet them. Then these people will experience what it means to be moody and understand why the person is considered a natural disaster. But this time, the person involved in the rumor is still alive and well, and has never missed the math class he is supposed to teach every day. Just when everyone thought that that person happened to be away from the holy city, some people spoke a little more boldly, and then suffered disaster. Chapter 651 Printing Press Small Success. In addition to the country bumpkin magician's ability to survive the troubles of the empire, another thing that has been discussed by everyone is the evaluation given by the demon prince. Is it appropriate for such a person to still have a thin golden thread? Among all the branches of the Magician Association, the Feist district, where the holy city of Estali is located, is recognized as the branch that is most difficult to obtain recognition as a grand magician. Don't look at the fact that the number of great magicians active in Starry is far greater than that in other places. This is because there are more amazing magicians here to be recognized in the first district, who doesn't have proud achievements, and is also an experienced and qualified magician. So, should we grant this magician, who can survive the demon prince, a second golden thread that symbolizes his identity? If the rumors of fighting that won and surviving are true, there is no doubt about his strength. But the magicians couldn't help but laugh at themselves when they were awarded the second golden thread for such a reason. In addition to relying on merit and strength to be recognized by everyone as having the qualifications of a great magician, there are other ways. After all, magicians still pay great attention to knowledge. So if you submit enough advanced magic knowledge, you have a chance to be recognized. Just like in the history of magicians, there are also people who are recognized as great magicians because they have contributed knowledge of strategic magic. But usually such magicians have accumulated considerable achievements and reputations. But they just lack the finishing touch. Only then did he show off his special skills and get everyone's nod of approval. But all in all, this is also a method. Therefore, some staff from the first district chapter approached Lin, hoping that he could offer enough magic to represent his strength to convince everyone and successfully obtain the second golden thread. The reason why this clerk was so active was because the clerk, who had previously rejected the submission of mathematical knowledge, was now assigned to a corner where he could do so. Of course, Lin was happy to cooperate with such a request. I also know that you don't necessarily need to show off all your special skills. It's enough to have a prototype so that people can get started. In history, those magicians who handed over strategic magic knowledge did not hide a trump card when they were alive, and only handed over the superficial knowledge. Anyone who dares to hand it over must have more powerful magic in hand. Lin did not hand over all the magic formations carved on his dream tower, because the amount was too much and too complicated. It's so complicated that it's quite troublesome for me to go back and check or make changes. If my memory wasn't good enough now, I wouldn't be able to figure out which section of grammar does what. After sorting it out, the magical knowledge handed over was based on the celestial movement diagram studied during the Great Sage's Tower era based on the bright light technique. Lin did not hand over all the records of the thousands of stars he had observed, but the 1,579 stars used in astrology, which formed a star chart for astrology. This can be said to be the starting point of all my abilities. With this picture, I kept verifying and modifying my mathematical formulas. And then I met the world tree. And that's how I became who I am today. It can also be said that if you fail to understand this picture, you don't have to think about the knowledge behind it. But the result was just as he had guessed, and no one could understand it. The white-haired bearded magicians in math class are still scratching their hair for trigonometric functions. How many of them can master astronomy and physics with a basic foundation in calculus? There were even senior officials from the Magicians Association who wanted to transfer him over to explain. After Lin consulted with the headmaster of Kabamba Academy, he simply ignored the request. Just respond with the words I once said publicly. You are not smart enough, so you can't understand. Is it my fault? If it had been a few years earlier, Lin would still be interested in the false title of Great Magician. But after reaching a certain age and a certain height, a false name is just a false name. If it cannot be replaced with something real, there is actually nothing to pursue. Just like the Lich's usual attitude, she would never rush to log in as a great magician after arriving in a new Magician Association section. She also doesn't care what others call her, although that's just most of the time. If you dare to call her old woman in front of her, you will immediately be reincarnated. In short, Lin believes that as long as she has the ability to beat others to the point of calling them mother-in-law, they can call her whatever they want. The 2 golden threads of the great magician can easily earn the respect of people you meet for the first time, just like diplomas from major universities on Earth. But in the end, what makes people admire you from the bottom of their hearts depends on what you do. There are many veteran great magicians in Starry, and their title is more of a natural state, not something they deliberately pursue. Once your mentality is correct, many things won't matter. In other words, even if you really actively strive for the title of great magician, there is actually no real benefit. My recent focus is on clothes made of magic silk, which are life-saving equipment. Even if you have the title of great magician, you won't have the title bonus effects of defense plus 10 and wisdom plus 20 like in the game. But compared to the development of the jacquard machine, the printing press has recently produced quite gratifying results. The manufacturing process of magic scrolls in a magical world is comparable to the automobile industry in a technological world. Even if it does not use the most cutting-edge technology,
It is definitely a mainstay product in terms of practicality and economy. Naturally, the accumulation of various skills will be very rich. The manual and printing press only improve the process of making magic scrolls. The materials and ink types required for the scrolls have already been accumulated in the long history of MIDI. What Dean Cabenby has to do is to find the most suitable material for printing and the type of magic scroll. In this regard, the resources at the disposal of Dean Cabenby are far from being comparable to that of a little magician from out of town, or a lich, who was resurrected after 1,000 years. Even if Lin does the same work himself, he may not be able to get results so quickly, or there may even be no results at all. A certain partial subject student is extremely crooked. Of course, Lin was not completely without contribution during the research process. In addition to suggesting segmented printing, the most common thing to do is to modify the manual and printing press according to the needs put forward by the dean. Just because I don't want to put too much effort into the research of printing magic scrolls doesn't mean that I don't want to get a share of the results. Rather than asking his own people to study and understand the mechanical structure, and then modify the printing machine, Dean Cabenby chose a simpler way, which was to let people who understood it change it for them. Compared with a jacquard machine at home, the changes that will be made here are as trivial as drizzle. The biggest structural change was when segmented printing was proposed. The machine was changed to one that could automatically replace multiple printing relief plates, as well as the way paper was put in and out and transported. In addition, the gap of the paper feed roller is adjusted so that it can adapt to various thicknesses of paper or non-paper printing carriers. But because most manual and printing machines use ordinary metal, any modification is not as easy as the jacquard machine at home. Therefore, it must be entrusted to the technical guild built by Yuzov Gantia and completed by the craftsman inside. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth and change a small part. But as mentioned before, the modification of the machine is a minor detail in the magic scroll printing process. Whether it is completed or not is not so urgent. We still have more and more important experiments to do. The great progress in the printing process of magic scrolls is of course not the discovery of a method for complete printing. Instead, he referred to the segmented printing mentioned by someone before, extended this concept, and found out the parts of the transcription of a magic scroll that were not necessarily completed by manpower, and which parts must be completed by magicians or apprentices, written by hand, stroke by stroke. The difference is that, basically, as long as a complete magic scroll is not used, its ability to cast magic can theoretically be maintained, just like a magic stone that is left unused. The power contained in it will be exchanged with the outside world. Some will be retained and some will be released, until the upper limit of the magic stone storage is reached. The so-called storage limit is actually a balance between the amount of power exchanged between the magic stone and the outside world without increasing or decreasing. And this upper limit depends on the quality of the magic stone. Therefore, the higher the quality of the magic stone, the more power it stores. This is why ordinary paper and ordinary ink are difficult to use to make magic scrolls, because they cannot retain power at all. And that energy will in turn become the culprit of destroying the carrier. The semi-finished product of the magic scroll is like a machine that has not yet formed a circuit and cannot stop operating autonomously. This kind of machine will only continue to waste and lose until the energy is exhausted, or the machine is damaged. Some of this process is fast and some is slow. The reason for the speed is not yet known. But the magic scroll printing research group led by Dean Cabenby hopes to find those parts that dissipate slowly after printing and use them for printing. Although the reasons are still unclear, some conclusions can still be drawn by using the most primitive research methods of MIDI, namely the exhaustive method and the trial and error method. Of course, the action of induction is another suggestion given by someone. Easy to understand, yet easy to use. First of all, when line runes exist alone, they can last longer than spells. Second, spell-like text cannot be overprinted, that is to say, only one letter is printed in the first printing, 2 letters are printed in the second time, and 3 letters are printed in the third time, in an attempt to extend the time for the power to spread. Doing so will cause the magic to go out of control, followed by a gorgeous explosion. Therefore, if the text is to be printed, it must be printed properly and not messed up. Third, when multiple parts with different durations are printed on the same carrier, the duration is determined by the shortest one, not by any average or weighted average method. Just like the water capacity of a bucket, it depends on the shortest board. Fourth, some words should not be printed. But even if they are engraved on the printing relief plate, there will be problems. no matter whether the relief is made of magic materials or ordinary materials. And this is also the biggest reason why magic scrolls cannot be completely separated from manual production. Chapter 652 Benefits of Printing Semi-Finished Products. The reason why certain words cannot be printed, or those words cannot be engraved, is to understand this. You must first understand what a spell is. Spells are the language used for conversation in ancient times. And this language contains power, and the ability to command everything in the world. In other words, in this era, those incantations that are difficult to pronounce can actually be translated into words that everyone can understand and have clear meaning. For any magic that has been passed down from ancient times, if the spell content is translated into modern languages, you will know that it is nothing more than a statement in the name of someone to order something and do something. Beyond that, it's just a bunch of flowery eulogies. Of course, the magic and spell content improved on this basis cannot escape such a structure. If it is a general statement or a mantra fragment of praise, if it is engraved backwards and then transferred, there will be no big problem. But what about whose name? With the power of words and language, it is considered an act of blasphemy to pronounce a name backwards, or write it backwards, or in reverse alphabetical order. If someone really does this, the explosion after the magic goes out of control is the smallest thing. If the person has not died yet, it is not impossible to directly come to the world to beat the person, in order to make a relief plate for printing. Of course, the target text or pattern to be printed must be turned upside down and engraved on the relief plate. It was this process that angered the original owners of those names, regardless of whether the other party is still in the world. That mysterious power will prevent such a situation from happening. In addition, there are some special characters. Although they do not represent the name of a certain existence, they cannot be reversed to make an engraving. For example, words that represent life and creation in mantras will become the opposite meaning if they are reversed. You must know that even if spells and runes exist alone, they will still have their influence, but they may be stronger or weaker. The research team led by Dean Kabambai risked their lives to find these characters that would cause violent reactions if they were inverted. In the process of this research, there was actually an episode. Originally, the research team of Dean Kabambai could only classify printed characters and patterns into 3 categories. 1. Normal. 2. Printed characters would disappear in a very short time, and the scroll paper would be wasted. 3. Inability to even carve it upside down, and it will explode immediately. Originally, these 3 types were found. As long as the latter 2 are avoided, the manual and printing press can use the segmented printing method to continuously print out semi-finished magic scrolls. It is then completed by a magician or magic apprentice, and a complete magic scroll becomes fresh. Just as Academy Principal Kabamba's men were rolling up their sleeves and preparing to show off their skills, someone came forward and shouted, "Stop." If it were anyone else, I am afraid that the dean, who is proud of his achievements, would not listen to any advice decorated with good intentions. Who knows if the person who said those words is really jealous or jealous? But when magician Gab Rashtrip would open his mouth, the weight was completely different. No matter what, he had to listen. President, have you ever thought about how long these parts that can be used for printing can last? Even if you want to complete a semi-finished magic scroll, it still requires a magician or an apprentice to devote effort, time and power to make up for it. Those key points are no different from casting a spell. Even if one person can complete much more finished products in a day than in the past, there is always a limit. And what is this limit if there is no planned large-scale printing? It's just a waste of material. It was this passage that allowed Dean Kabambai to initiate another stage of research and leave a record of how long each individually printed rune or magic array line could be temporarily stored. With the assistance of Lin, the research team led by the dean of the college has begun to use numbers to do some records and simple calculations. The modified manual and printing press can print as many semi-finished magic scrolls in a day. And how many semi-finished products can an apprentice or a magician complete in a day? Once the numbers on both sides were added up, I realized that my previous plan was completely wrong. If I didn't listen to someone's advice, after I got some results, I started making a lot of magic scrolls in a big way. In the end, most of the materials will be wasted because there are not enough people to complete the half-finished scrolls, and there will be no time to complete the magic scroll before the power is exhausted. Although in the process of doing research, a lot of materials were discarded in order to observe the experimental results. But at least they made a contribution. If the material has to be scrapped because you did not plan well, it is pure waste and loss. Even though during this period, thanks to the share of the mathematics journals, the college had much more funds than before, such a loss would still be unbearable. With a good suggestion as a starting point, Lin also put forward many opinions one after another. If the suggestions are not accepted first, these may later be regarded as excessive interference in other people's research projects. After all, Lin took the initiative to distance himself from the group that printed the magic scroll. But with the first successful communication and the group members really benefiting from it, the subsequent opinions will not be so unacceptable. The second suggestion Lin gave was to re-examine the difficulty of making magic scrolls based on the semi-finished printing method currently mastered. Basically, the difficulty of making a magic scroll is on par with the difficulty of casting a spell, or even more difficult, because casting spells requires the ability to construct spell models and chant spells. Only after you understand it thoroughly enough can you cast magic without chanting. But when part of the magic scroll can be printed using machines, the difficulty of production should be judged by how many parts of it must be completed by human hands. And this part cannot be done by machines. The third suggestion was originally to ask Dean Kabambai to mobilize his connections and human resources to study what kind of magic scrolls would be more popular in the market. To put it simply, we need to conduct a sample survey first. The target group is active adventurers to see what type of magic scroll they want to have as an aid in their adventure journey. But considering the market mechanism, in an era of low productivity, supply determines demand. In an era of strong productivity, demand determines supply. Although with the support of the Manolin printing press, the team led by Dean Kabambai can produce magic scrolls quickly and in large quantities. There is only one machine, and it is not yet a new era. To meet market demand, current productivity is far from sufficient. So Lin gave up using the survey results to create magic scrolls with high market demand. Basically, this is still an era where you can sell as much as you can make. Of course, with the great magicians like Kabamba and Bijan sitting in charge, they would never produce a large number of magic scrolls that are useless for adventure, combat, life-saving, etc. But even without someone's reminder, I have had the experience of almost printing a large amount of materials before. But the follow-up manpower could not keep up, and a large amount of materials were almost scrapped. After getting more results, Principal Kabamba did not just keep his head down and just find some magic scrolls to make. Instead, he found the president of the Chamber of Commerce, who had been working with him for a long time, and asked what types of magic scrolls were more popular, or to put it bluntly, easier to sell. Simply put, consider sales before production. However, just like Lin's conjecture, the current demand for magic scrolls in the Lost Land is still in a state where the demand far exceeds the supply. Even if there are many magicians in the holy city of Estali and relatively few adventurers, the magic scrolls cannot be sold for much. But looking at the entire Guana Empire, the magic scrolls are a sound strategic resource for the nobles and the army. Basically, just charge as much as you have, since there is no need to worry about sales. Principal Kabambai is of course not polite. For the first time of official production, he did not choose to make multiple magic scrolls at the same time, but conservatively made only one kind. The target is chosen as an apprentice level first level magic, an upgraded version of the summon golem, summoning a high level golem. This magic is difficult to make in scrolls. Of course, it cannot be compared with strategic level magic, but it is not something that a magic apprentice or someone who has just been promoted to a magician can do. Even a one-ring magic scroll for summoning a golem is not simple to make. After all, it is necessary to communicate with the elemental plane, deal with and negotiate with any consciousness inside, and then pay a price to make the other party willing to come to the main material world to work hard. So the complexity of the magic circle is on the high side. Many magicians make magic scrolls for summoning high-level golems. The reason why the success rate is not high is precisely because the magic formations are not drawn well enough, which leads to the failure of the production. But whether it is summoning a golem or summoning a high-level golem, it is a very popular magic for adventurers. In addition to having an extra fighting power in the battle, the golem can be used as a shield, a pathfinding tool, and even triggers to destroy traps during the adventure journey. For the consciousness residing in the golem, their destruction in the main material world is just a return to the elemental plane for rebirth. So I don't care about the harm at all, or even the end of the body that is inhabited by the Lost Land. However, using the Manolin printing press, the difficulty of making the magic scroll of summoning advanced golem immediately fell to the bottom, because in the entire complex magic scroll made using ancient methods, there are less than 5 parts that need to be made by hand.
and the semi-finished product has 3 days before it is scrapped. More importantly, because most of the magic circle lines are completed by the printing press, the success rate of the summoning advanced golem magic scroll increases like a rocket. As the success rate increases, the cost also decreases. In addition, originally magic apprentices, and even new magicians might not be able to make magic scrolls well, but now they can mass produce hundreds of them a day. With such an astonishing success rate and production speed, it is no surprise that it has become a sensation. Chapter 653 Subsequent Effects. Have you ever seen magic scrolls sold in cars? One by one. This is the most discussed topic in the holy city of Starry recently. Since the advent of the Manolin printing press, all the concerned magicians have been thinking about whether it can print magic scrolls. Later facts also prove that ordinary books can be printed. But magic scrolls are like there is a natural threshold that cannot be easily crossed. A series of failed rumors and futile research can only become a joke among the melon-eating crowd. But when the results came out, everyone couldn't sit still. Although many people are jealous of the achievements and gains in mathematics, it is a science and is too professional. So far, those who have gone to find that magician to fight in the ring have only ended up with 4 words of self-humiliation. If you only look at what the other party has disclosed and then follow the train of thought, you still won't be able to reach the level that the other party has mastered. There's a long way to go. Among other things, the star map knowledge that Tripwood magician handed over to the association is claimed to be the source of all his strength. Despite the exaggerated price tag, 1,000 gold, many veteran magicians bought it and tried to study it. Then, complete defeat. Although there seems to be a shadow of mathematics in it, the mathematical knowledge currently disclosed is still not enough to analyze the magical knowledge of the star map. Compared with mathematics, printing magic scrolls is not that elusive to magicians. After all, magic scrolls are something that everyone plays until they are almost rotten. As a magician, who dares to say that he can't make scrolls? If you dare to say such things, you might as well dig a hole and bury yourself. The idea of replacing human labor with machines is actually a similar concept that the magician community has had a long time ago. But the machine here needs to be replaced with a golem. Some magicians who don't trust others very much cannot completely take care of some of the trivial matters in their daily lives, so they create golems to serve themselves. However, simple golems are too stupid, and smart golems are too valuable and difficult to make. The most important thing is that for some reason, the magicians in Lost Land are obsessed with the human form. The human form is claimed to be omnipotent, but in fact it is incompetent. What machines focus on is to serve only one thing, and do it perfectly. When many machines come together, they can do complex things quickly and well. Such a request cannot be made by the humanoid magicians who are limited to the thinking of humanoid golems. Of course, cannot develop an industrial revolution like the Earth. And most magicians are quite disapproving of the ugly appearance of the printing press. People despise it but pay little attention to it. And there has been little progress in the research on printing magic scrolls. So not many people take it to heart about the Manolin printing press designed by someone. Until today, the magic scroll printing business has attracted everyone's attention and once became a joke. The magicians and apprentices in the research team are all holding back their energy, hoping that one day they will be proud of themselves. Now that the results have been produced, there is still no need to hide them. Of course, they spread the news everywhere, for fear that others would not know about their achievements. A lot of relevant information was also revealed. In fact, such behavior also reflects the innate discrimination of magicians from a certain perspective. Regardless of the Magician Association's protection of magical knowledge, there is already a management and protection mechanism similar to the intellectual property rights of the Earth. But when it comes to non-magical knowledge, they are not that concerned. Perhaps the specific information about which characters cannot be printed and which lines can be shared by various magic scrolls has not been revealed. However, the research methods, problems and errors discovered during the process were all revealed by a group of loudmouths. Among these people, of course, there are several leading figures such as the great magicians Kabambai and Bijan. In other words, they are the culprits of everything. Whatever. It's not my own research anyway. And honestly, without their selfless actions, no one else would be interested in the printing press. We all know that running a school is a money pit. Elsewhere, without someone appearing selfless, but actually being forced to have the Charlie Richard Foundation confiscated, no one would have the consciousness to start a college, even with financial support. In fact, there are still many branches that do not run academies. The funds are only used for the most basic purpose, which is to help children in some poor areas have the opportunity to learn magic.
And as far as someone knows, there is still no college that can be regarded as an aristocratic school. That is to say, only wealthy students are admitted, and they are well fed, clothed, and well educated. As long as the school is running, it will more or less accept students who have no financial ability but have magical talents, at the expense of their free service for a few years after graduation. Although it is said that such people will become a force in the college in the future, even while studying, they can be asked to do some trivial tasks. But in the early stage, the resources they need will not appear out of thin air. They will have to be paid for by the college. In fact, people who are willing to run a school, no matter what their main purpose is, have in their hearts the idea of doing their part for the inheritance and spread of magic. That's why they will not ignore those children who have no financial means but are talented and want to make progress. It is precisely because of the difficulty of running a school that these deans are looking for funds and ways to increase income one by one. Just like getting into a money pit. Not only the magicians who run schools are short of money, but those who don't run schools are not necessarily well off. So when everyone saw that the printing press successfully printed the magic scroll, everyone was like seeing a chicken that lays golden eggs. And no one was uninterested. News came from Yuzov Dantia that recently many masters had privately contacted the craftsmen who made printing machine parts. However, those craftsmen only mastered a small part of the parts production methods. Without the cooperation of everyone, they would not be able to build a second man-roll-in printing press. Not to mention everyone here includes someone who controls the program that controls the printing press. Of course, Lin is happy to hear about this development. But what happened next? Out of morality, Lin informed the president of Kabamba Academy and did some psychological construction for the old man. After all, this nobleman had helped him a lot since he came to the holy city. Although the things he wanted to do would not harm his interests, they were somehow related to this old man. After getting the attitude of his boss, Yuzov summoned the craftsmen who had helped make the printing press early the next morning. Looking at the craftsmen who were summoned and seemed a little uneasy, Yuzov could not understand their worries. The best group of craftsmen in the lost world are not dwarves, elves, and certainly not humans, but magicians. The group of craftsmen from various races in front of them are only apprentices in the way of magic, and there are only a few people with such status. Such a group of people can be said to be at the lowest level in the holy city of Estali. The difference from coolies is that they have an extra skill. Before there was no technical guild to integrate them. They were like domestic slaves raised by magicians. Pick up some jobs that the masters are too lazy to do, and work hard to survive in the holy city. If he is really a domestic slave, then forget it. He will still have a bite to eat no matter what. But they are not. Once those dirty and smelly jobs are gone, they have no skills, and can only starve to death on the roadside. In the middle of this year, around April or May, new bathroom equipment, mainly toilets, came out. In order to meet the market demand for bathroom renovation in the holy city, and to make a fortune in this newly emerging business, the small workshops that originally worked independently united with a group of people who originally started this business to establish a technical guild. Because there is too much work and because the processes are too complicated, the most profitable way for everyone is to divide labor and cooperate. Because each person is only responsible for one part, they can quickly become proficient in this limited work content. And because you are proficient, your efficiency will increase. And the work results you can complete every day will also increase. More work completed also means more money earned in technical guilds. When you have more money, even if you feel a little tired every day, your life will become better, and you don't have to worry about where to find your next meal. So everyone gradually got used to this kind of life. But in such an environment, it is inevitable that there will be some uncoordinated actions. Some people want to bypass the craft guilds and delegate their work directly to craftsmen, in order to maintain its credibility. All accounts of the Technology Association are open and transparent. Of course, materials account for the majority of the valuation of each commission, followed by the salary of the person who accepts the commission. But there will also be a technical licensing fee and a management fee. The former is the cost of using the toilet patent, and the latter is the maintenance cost of operating the technical guild. Yusuf Gansha explained to everyone that the so-called patent and technology licensing fees are to protect the interests of those who provide technology. Just like the Magician Association for Magical Knowledge. As long as the person who created that magical knowledge is still alive, the association's profit from selling the knowledge is only the handling fee. And the vast majority of the sales proceeds go to the person who created that magical knowledge. Only in this way will people with real skills be encouraged to disclose and contribute their skills and creations.
so that more people can enjoy the benefits of this technology. Although at this stage, only the boss behind the president has disclosed the related production technology of bathroom equipment, as well as printing machine parts, paper making and ink technology. But there are clients who don't want to pay these two seemingly extra fees. So after the valuation, I privately contacted the craftsmen who belong to the technical guild. There are indeed some people who can't stand the temptation, and some are forced by threats to accept these private commissions. Clients with more conscience choose not to pay technical licensing fees and guild management fees, and converting a small part of this fee into wages and providing it to craftsmen who are willing to take on private work is tantamount to increasing the income of these craftsmen in disguise. And only some people are willing to do such a breach of trust. But there are also cases where the client simply uses violence or fraud to get the craftsman to submit. If you are an ordinary businessman, someone may persuade you that peace is more valuable. But the most important thing about setting up a technology guild is actually a human agency, which is to control the human resources and the market. It is no different from gangsters grabbing territory. So Yuzov Gantia led people to counterattack without hesitation. Chapter 654: The Development of Technical Guilds. If the craftsmen who joined the technical guild took on such private work out of greed, they would certainly not kill people and confiscate their homes for such a trivial matter. But Yuzov will lead people to recover the fees the guild deserves from these greedy guys. And because the work was entrusted without going through the guild, and it was not known what level of bathroom equipment and construction methods were used by both parties, Yuzov used the highest level standards to recover the cost. Such an approach is not decided on a whim. Rather, every member who joins a technical guild has clearly stated terms when signing the membership application contract. A time traveler from a prosperous business world, I have never seen or heard of any nonsense. Even if I am not a truly successful person in a shopping mall, my consideration of all aspects is enough to crush my fans. There were many clauses that even Yuzov couldn't figure out why they were so complicated. But when he actually encountered them, he realized that he had to either build walls first or dig holes first. You must know that the highest grade bathroom equipment is made of all magic materials and is engraved with magic circles. It has various magic effects, including self-purification, cleaning, deodorization, etc. Compared with the lowest level, the technical licensing fees and guild management fees are more than 10 times different. Blindfolded, he said he didn't know what level of decoration they used. So he went straight to the highest level. Whoever really steals the chicken and is caught out will suffer heartache. As for the party that issued the commission, Yuzov would certainly not go to the other party to cause trouble. This is going too far. But don't expect any after-sales service like that provided by a technical guild. If you have any problems with construction, please go to a craftsman or workshop that has not been sent by the technical guild. Whoever does something is responsible for it. This is very reasonable. And it is the same in any world. Because most craftsmen, under the coordination of the technical guild, are only proficient in a small part of the total construction methods of bathroom equipment. Although I'm not proficient in other parts, it's not difficult, to be honest. You can basically do it after reading it. But just being able to do it and being proficient in it, the quality of the final product is still far behind. After all, there are only a few craftsmen who dare to take on private work. It is quite difficult for skilled craftsmen to gather all the construction methods. Moreover, the purpose of craftsmen who are willing to do this is not to make more money. How can they subcontract things that they can also do to others? However, when one person is responsible for everything, it is conceivable that the construction quality is not ideal. If the work is entrusted by the guild and poor construction occurs, the technical guild will send personnel to investigate. After it is confirmed that it is a craftsman's error, Yuzov will issue an internal commission, and the technical guild will pay for it and send another group of construction teams willing to accept the commission to deal with the aftermath. As for the original construction team, they will be given a warning, and after multiple warnings, their rating will be lowered. The rating is downgraded, and the scope of work that can be done is much smaller. But without the entrustment of the technology guild, of course, there would be no such service. Even if those commissioners who took advantage of the situation later regretted it and hoped that a team recognized by the guild would come forward to repair it, they would need to issue a new commission. And the cost would include the cost of dismantling the original facilities. Simply put, spend more money to deal with the aftermath. Yuzov relayed the statement of a certain big boss behind the scenes. He really thought that the management fee was fake. After it was collected, it would be divided equally among the guild staff. Everyone would enjoy it. In fact, one of the main purposes of this fee is to prepare for emergencies and clean up the aftermath. If we were on Earth, this money would have a formal name, and it would be the insurance reserve withdrawn by the company. It's just that there's no such thing as this, and someone doesn't intend to introduce a complete concept or theory. Anyway, it's just to meet unexpected needs. It is for this reason that Yuzov, who initially disagreed with the technical guild's decision to tap, finally agreed. There are no surprises in life, and it is better to be prepared than unprepared. And there is another use for this money, which is pensions for work-related injuries or deaths. Considering this, Yuzov was even more speechless. As for those who rely on their fists to speak and plan to teach the technical guild president, a foreign visitor, and grab some business or take advantage, they will find that the advantages of the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance are not so easy to take advantage of, even without the boss behind the president coming forward. The Ikaruga Alliance, which emphasizes mutual assistance, scared these local snakes and dared not cause trouble. Compared with those organizations that are shady and have evil purposes, the Turtle Dove Alliance is not considered just for evil. It is just an unreasonable defense of shortcomings. Moreover, the Ikaruga Alliance is generally recognized as a headache when they are enemies, but very reassuring when they are allies. Because this is not an organization that holds its flag high and only shouts slogans but does nothing, but one that really dares to risk its life. However, the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance will help the technical guild established by Yuzov Gantia. Not entirely because Yuzov is a member of the alliance. At the request of Halumi, who is also a member of the Ikaruga Alliance, Lin agreed to use part of the revenue from his patented technology temporarily stored in the guild's treasury to set up an alliance reception. Otherwise, the girl plans to set up the reception office in her new home. In fact, this was Yuzov's old profession when he was in Storm Bay, as a guest house for the Ikaruga Alliance. It not only provides cheap food and accommodation, but is also a place where alliance members can exchange information and seek help. The holy city of Estali is one of the largest cities in the land, and it contains various species of Homo sapiens. Of course, there are also many alliance members who live in it and come to the holy city for training. The previous alliance reception rooms in the holy city were all small in size. Most of them were private residences and could not accommodate many people. Therefore, in addition to those who live in the holy city themselves, it is also very difficult for new alliance members to find a place to stay. With the financial support of the technical guild and the order of the boss behind the scenes, Yuzov's purpose is to make friends. So the scale of the reception is not small. Even the alliance members who live in the holy city like to come to the technology guild to visit. Not to mention that many craftsmen who join the technical guild are themselves members of the Ikaruga Alliance. This group of people are also the first members to join the technology guild besides the group of people who started the business. Taking advantage of the reception, Yuzov naturally issued the task of protecting the guild to the alliance members, leaving aside the fight. Anyway, the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance, who aim to travel, will also look for opportunities to work and make money there when they live temporarily in one place. After all, traveling requires financial support. Yuzov's opportunity to provide such opportunities can be said to be very welcome, because most of the time there is nothing going on. It's just a matter of fun. And he also understands that the nature of technical guilds is different from underground gangs, and most craftsmen just want to live a peaceful life. It is also an environment where you can do things with peace of mind and make money. If one organization is extremely aggressive, and the other organization is just trying to protect its own people, most people will choose to join the latter rather than the former, because who knows when joining the former will be pushed out as a shield or even sacrificed. Therefore, if we can avoid making trouble, we will not make trouble, even if trouble occurs. The criterion is that no human life will be lost, even in a world full of dangers like Lost Land. Once blood and death occur in the city, the nature of things will be completely different. This is no different from the Earth. It is this neither humble nor arrogant attitude, the status and background of the Turtle Dove Alliance, and the endless financial support that makes the technical guild created by Yuzov grow stronger and stronger. Not only did it absorb most of the craftsman resources in Area 6 of the holy city of Estali, it even began to radiate to other areas, for magicians and nobles who need various services in the city, in addition to the resources they have at home. Instead of looking for people they are not sure they can trust, it is better to go directly to the technical guild. Although the price may be more expensive, the biggest difference lies in the after-sales service. MIDI doesn't have any concept of after-sales service. After the work is done, if one party is dissatisfied, then it is bigger than a fist, and they are not being reasonable. In other words, the big fist is the reason. The weak party must always handle things according to the strong party's wishes.
However, the technical guild has a big business. If one group of people cannot do it, they will send another group of people. If there is no problem with the construction, they will send lobbyists. They will always handle the matter until both parties are satisfied. This advantage is not available to small workshops or individuals. In just over half a year, the Technology Guild has grown into a presence that cannot be ignored in District 6 of the Holy City, probably except for the leather and meat business. I am involved in everything related to manufacturing and services, with varying degrees of depth. But in any case, the Technical Guild is not an army that values discipline and confidentiality. There will always be some black sheep or temptations from the outside. It is also because the Technology Guild has been established for less than a year, and its history is too short. There are no precedents for many things, and solutions are found only after encountering them. Before today, all problems revolved around the production and construction of toilets and other bathroom systems. The printing press only made one, and no one cared. But when the research on printing magic scrolls made substantial progress, the whole situation changed. How could the craftsman summoned by Yuzov Dantia not know the hottest news these days? The Technical Guild Hall, where people come and go, is naturally an information distribution center. They are involved in the production of printing machine parts, paper, and ink. And recently some people have come to visit them privately, just to help the boss build a machine that had never been built before. Yuzov did not publicly recruit volunteers for the task, but asked for their wishes from people who were close to him and had relevant skills. Among this group of people, there are also many people who also have the status of a Karuga alliance. Therefore, whether they describe their attitude in terms of loyalty or morality, it is impossible to do these things in private before the person in charge agrees. What's more, that printing press couldn't be built by just one or two people. They were suddenly gathered together, looking left and right. They all saw familiar faces. Based on what has happened before, everyone is inevitably a little worried. Then someone took the initiative and said, "Brother, regarding that machine, we did not do anything to betray you." Yuzov Gantia smiled, eased everyone's tension, and said, "Don't worry. Gather everyone together. There are no bad things, only good things." Chapter 655 Habitually turning the table. Those present were all relatively close people, and at the public meeting, these people were also his supporters. Of course, Yuzov could not deliberately find fault with them. What's more, there is really good news when everyone is gathered together today. Seeing that everyone's expression softened, Yuzov said, "Recently, the work of printing magic scrolls at Kavanbai College has made good progress, and the man-rolling printing press we built is the key to it. I believe that there is a need for printing magic scrolls. Those who are interested also hope to have a similar machine, and I will try to contact you privately." Seeing that someone wanted to try to defend himself, Yuzov shook his hand and continued, "When the complete machine was assembled, you were all there to help, and you have seen the entire process. How to assemble all the parts together. Except apart from my boss, who else can guarantee that I can do the same thing? Let alone the magic circle and program that controls the machine." "Yes, brother. That's what I told that person too." Someone agreed in agreement, suddenly realizing that he had let slip and had really come into contact with outsiders. He couldn't help showing a panicked expression, to appease everyone's concerns about being raised again. Yuzov said, "Don't worry. My boss didn't say not to sell the printing press. So if anyone finds you again, please bring them to talk to me directly. According to the agreed rules, anyone who introduces guests will receive an introduction bonus." There are some eloquent employees in the Technical Guild. In addition to helping deal with some picky customers, their other major responsibility is to take the initiative to run business and promote business. Just like the Chamber of Commerce, some nobles or magicians who think highly of themselves are waiting for the Chamber of Commerce stewards to come and flatter them, and will not take the initiative to contact the Chamber of Commerce unless they have been working with them for a long time. Even if those big shots wanted a certain product, they would only hint at their needs to the Chamber of Commerce through other people's mouths. At this time, the Chamber of Commerce will have to take the initiative to send stewards to visit and do the business. The Technical Guild's sanitary equipment business is not specialized. Instead, it has the same business model as the Midi Chamber of Commerce, sending people to proactively visit those big shots. Of course, not only these employees can do business, but every workshop owner or craftsman can do it, as long as the commission is established, the construction is completed, and the remuneration is received, even if the people who ultimately participate in the construction do not include the introducer. they will still receive a bonus called the introduction fee. This was a rule that had been established long ago, and Yuzov just reiterated it. The craftsmen were a little surprised by this attitude and asked,
"Did the big boss really say that? If you don't make money, you're a bastard." These are his exact words. Besides, by selling a machine, he will contribute his efforts and get paid for it. So why not sell it? He has also been conducting research recently. He is a magician. We also need financial support.
Yuzov also noticed someone's great silk business. The craftsmen of the Technology Guild are not ignorant of the world of magicians. So someone asked,
"What do the great magicians cabin by and the others think?"
The person in charge of printing magic scrolls is the high-ranking magician. Moreover, the opponent's strength in the holy city Estali is no worse than the technical guild with the background of the Ikaruga alliance. Everyone is used to doing things in this city full of magicians. So of course you have to pay more attention to avoid being involved in conflicts between magicians. For things like this, the attitude of the great magician is also crucial. If you offend the technical guild, it seems that you will only lose money and suffer physical pain. Offending the great magician Kabanbai, he would not even be able to survive in the holy city. The old man's disciples and grandsons are not pretty and fragile ornaments. I understand everyone's concerns. However, these little things are already under the control of my boss, Yuzov said in his contagious voice.
Don't worry, everyone. Of course, the great magician Kabanbai also agreed to this deal.
Seeing that everyone still looked a little unconvinced, Yuzov certainly had to spend some time explaining.
If it is the most original version of the printing press, of course, there is no such thing as the great magician. But the subsequent improvements are all from them if someone wants to directly buy an improved version of the printing press. It is impossible to get such permission. So of course, the technology licensing fee for the great magician cannot be avoided. In this matter, the great magician Kabamba is also good. But no matter how many benefits there are, it can't be more profitable than monopolizing this technology.
Craftsmen who have been relying on their crafts all their lives will naturally come to such a conclusion and question such considerations. Of course, this was also what Yuzov had thought. However, his boss used the same reason to convince old Kabamba and himself. Now it's up to me to convince this group of craftsmen, Yuzov said.
Do you think that just relying on the great magician Kabamba and a group of people and a machine to print magic scrolls can meet everyone's scroll needs? My everyone refers to the holy city, the whole market of the empire, even the whole of mystery.
Perhaps Mitty's understanding of economy and business is still quite primitive. But Yuzov, who was influenced by someone, came to influence the people in the Technology Guild. Economic terms such as supply, demand, and market are often used in the guild, so no one will understand them. As for the question from the president of the Technical Guild, everyone thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed true. According to what I heard about the production efficiency, even if it were increased tenfold, no matter how large the workshop was, it would not be able to meet the demand that was almost like a bottomless pit. Magic scrolls are different from bathroom equipment. The former is a consumable item, while the latter is a semi-permanent construction. While demand for the latter won't completely disappear, it will always slow down. But the former will be consumed as much as it produces, and there is almost no upper limit. As for those who engage in hunger marketing in Midland, guess how many pieces the thugs who can't buy anything will tear the person who did this into pieces. In a world of individual power, many considerations are different from those on Earth. Moreover, when the research team led by Dean Kabambai produced results, the old magician also discussed the follow-up plan with Lin. Even such a request for discussion was initiated by a timid time traveler. The reason why they are looking for trouble on their own is because Mitty has never had any experience in mass production. In order to prevent this backer from killing himself, someone feels the need to step on the brakes or channel the momentum into a path that will not destroy itself. Although there is still a long way to go before the research on the complete printing of magic scrolls, the results at this stage are enough to shock the world. Not to mention those parts that can be printed. Because manual operations are reduced, the success rate of making scrolls is relatively increased. This alone makes the magician who knows the details excited. The demand for magic scrolls has always existed and cannot be satisfied, because it will be used in adventures, wars, and pure warriors. Even magicians will choose to use magic scrolls in order to increase their chances of survival in places full of dangers, retaining their spellcasting ability in more urgent situations. When, not to mention some life-saving magic scrolls. Before this kind of market demand, it was very difficult to completely cover this technology.
unless the old magician can increase the production capacity to satisfy those who only want to use it without thinking about profiting from it. At least among the two major groups with this need. First, eliminate the pressure that may arise from one of them. This means increasing manpower, increasing the number of printing presses, and expanding scale. The most difficult point is to ensure the source of raw materials. The materials for making magic scrolls are not something that can be found all over the street. And if the source of materials is stuck, it is very likely that the previous investment will become an overwhelming burden. In order to prevent those who also hope to profit from it from obtaining secrets through improper channels, there must be enough manpower to guard against this kind of thing. Moreover, the larger the scale of the printing workshop, the more manpower needed to prepare for it. But the most troublesome thing about this is not that fellow magicians do this, but the pressure from the national level. It was still pressure from an empire, the Guana Empire. There is no doubt that magic scrolls are strategic materials in Lost Land. The best situation for a country is, of course, to have such technology in its hands, rather than in the hands of someone beyond the empire's control. After Lin raised such a question, neither Kabamba nor anyone else involved in the discussion believed that the Guana Empire would stand idly by. In other words, if you choose to monopolize this technology, you must have the consciousness to become the enemy of the whole world. Even on Earth, there is no key military strategic technology in the hands of civil society, except for the country that is called an immigrant but is actually composed of plutocrats. The method of breaking the situation can be said to be very familiar to someone. Since you can't devour a table of delicious food by yourself, then turn over the table. Sprinkle all the soup on the ground. Whoever wants to eat can lie down on the ground and lick it. Of course, it was impossible for Lin to persuade Cabin to worship the old magician with such an argument. Rather, it means publishing research results in a way that can recover costs and generate profits. And those profits can become funds for the next research. At the same time, the demand market is so big that it cannot be monopolized by one person or one family. The Academy continues to print magic scrolls and sell them. This business can maintain the vitality of research and bring in a steady stream of funds. And those who can also print magic scrolls will form an invisible alliance to fight against other forces trying to monopolize this technology, whether that's a person or an empire. Finally, by publishing this technology for a fee, you can certainly gain fame. After others get the first-hand data, it takes time to understand what is going on inside. During this period, as long as your research is still ongoing and progress continues, you can maintain your leading position in technology. Chapter 656 Subsequent Effects. After accumulating a certain amount of data, the latest results will be displayed. Asking others to pause their own research and spend time understanding the so-called latest results undermines their confidence. Repeat this several times, and many people who print magic scrolls will choose not to continue their own research, waiting for the results of Kabamba Academy, and then use them in their own money-making business. Judging from the amount of profits earned, Kabamba Academy's printing magic scroll business may not be the largest, but it can become the leader and dominant player in this industry. The price paid is the trouble that trying to monopolize will bring. After hearing this explanation, whether it was the great magician Kabamba at that time, Yuzov Gantia later, or the craftsmen of these technical guilds now, they all had a common feeling: it's sinister. As much as someone would like to explain, this is basic operation on Earth. But after confirming the attitude of the big guys, everyone present was gearing up and preparing for a big fight. As long as it allows you to live a better life, who doesn't love it? The development of the next few days is probably as someone predicted. As for the long-standing, you can't have it both ways choice proposition, although in the days before someone traveled through time, there was a new saying, only children make choices, and I want them all. But the reality is there really a way to get them all? Lin, you guessed the choice of the great magician Kabamba. Everyone who heard it could understand why the old man made that choice. Maybe on Earth, the big bosses would say that no matter how knowledgeable they are still doing their job for them. But on the road of knowledge, such people cannot reach the top. All they get is money, or to put it more bluntly, the stock price, which is the value in the eyes of others. In Lost Land, money really isn't that important. Although it can do many things, it cannot kill gods, dragons, or many otherworldly beings. In the Lost Land, there is no skill like Chienkuan throw. Money is meaningless in the eyes of those beings. This is the biggest difference between Lost Earth and Earth. Therefore, the great magician of Kabamba did not choose the path that might make the most money. Instead, he chose to contribute to the civilized world, leave a good name, and expand his influence. As for someone's insidious idea, It can only be understood but not stated explicitly. Of course, there are those who are smart and think of the knowledge that someone generously spreads out, including forums. Maybe there is something fishy in it. Is this something that can only be understood? Not stated? No one asked about the exit. Anyway, if you have money, everyone makes it. If you don't, you're a bastard. The great magician Kabinbai is tall enough, so he chooses to benefit the world. Others are not that tall, so they choose to take care of themselves and their family first. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that everyone gets what they need. Therefore, when this strategically important project was put in front of the emperor, young and aggressive officers from the military drawing room under the Imperial Military Department of the Guyana Empire strongly suggested that this technology be nationalized. The Holy City is not a bad street. There are them everywhere, but it's almost there. Magicians who are confident in themselves, ambitious, or cash-strapped will choose to buy a basic man-roll-in printing press. Then find a way to modify it yourself and study the method of printing magic scrolls. Magicians who are not short of funds will directly buy the improved version of the man-roll-in printing press, which is the final model used by the printing workshop of Kabamba College to print magic scrolls, and does not include subsequent research and improvements, because the improved models are much more expensive. There are many greedy magicians who want to upgrade for free, or even get them for free. At this time, the great magician Kabamba will find a group of people to talk to those who dare to make such a request. In short, everyone is willing to pay in the end. In addition to the printing press, the first edition of the research results on the most important magic scroll printing method was also put on the Magicians Association's knowledge platform for purchase at an unprecedented price, 10,000 gold. You must know that even for strategic level magic, a powerful magic commonly known as forbidden spells, the highest price is only Doomsday Judgment, 3,600 gold. The price of Sbarkeel is brutal, but the great magician Kabinbai also made it very clear that this printing method is not for a single magic, but a systematic method of making magic scrolls. How can it be compared with a mere forbidden spell? What's more, Sbarkeel's amount of money can't even build a magic tower. But what he gets in exchange is a hen that can lay golden eggs every day. How can this be considered expensive? For those veteran magicians who do not plan to get involved in the magic scroll printing business and are just concerned about the progress of this research, including the master of the 6th tower of the Holy City, if the great magician Kabinbai chooses to conceal this method, for the sake of the entire lost land and the world of magicians, maybe they will come forward to put pressure on their old friend to change his mind. But since the other party is willing to make it public, although there is a price, it is not an impossible condition to achieve. So those who hope to obtain this knowledge certainly have the right to consider whether it is worth paying such a price in exchange for this knowledge. That's not what trading is all about. One person makes a bid, and the other person will buy it if it thinks it is a good deal. And if it is not a good deal, he will not buy it. Of course, bargaining is not impossible, and even using force to coerce the other party to lower the price is often heard in the shopping malls of Midi. But thinking of Kabamba's old face that disgusted everyone, the magicians in the Holy City had to admit that the price of making him surrender was far higher than that of Sbarkeel. So, accept your fate. When the Guyana Empire shouldered the mission, captain of the 1st Legion's 1st Magic Brigade, Dharma Saint Babak Abunahan once again set foot on the land of the Holy City. After a circle, he went back without saying anything, and wrote a report to the group of young officers in the military drawing room. Although not many people knew about the method of printing magic scrolls, they were all important figures. Centered on these people, its power almost encompasses the entire Holy City. In particular, the knowledge of printing technology has been entered into the Magician Association and the Great Library. So if the Empire wants to keep this secret private, it should send troops to massacre the city, as a large city of the same level as the capital of the Empire. In addition to the 6 towers guarding the Great Library, the Holy City of Estali also has private magic towers built everywhere in the city. Coupled with the fact that it is full of magicians, it seems that it would be easier to massacre such a city than the capital of one's own empire. At least there aren't that many magic towers. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the group of radical young officers were, they could only give up the idea of dominating this technology. The Guyana Empire settled for the next best thing and purchased 10 sets of equipment for printing magic scrolls. The printing method that was regarded as sky-high price also bought a set, intending to make magic scrolls like crazy to use as reserves for the war. The act of distributing printing presses and printing methods in this way soon encountered the first difficulty, that someone had imagined the problem of insufficient raw materials. In this era of low productivity, it makes little sense to speed up only one link in the entire industrial chain, because the speed of the upstream and downstream supporting industries has not increased accordingly. The raw materials for making magic scrolls produced around the holy city, as well as the inventory accumulated over a long period of time, were all wiped out. In the past, these reserves and production were enough to meet the needs of a huge magician city like Starry in making magic scrolls. But after the reform of the printing press, it was completely insufficient. If there is no connection between the holy city itself and the surrounding areas, if you want to make a magic scroll, the materials will have to be dispatched from further areas. The finished magic scrolls must be transported to other places before they can be sold, because there is no such demand in the holy city for purchasing large quantities of the same magic scrolls. Then the issue of transportation was brought to the table again. These two major difficulties immediately put the newly emerging printing industry in a dilemma. According to the law of supply and demand, prices should increase endlessly until supply exceeds demand. But magic scrolls are not a necessity for people's livelihood like food, not to mention the inflation of the earth, which is basically due to panic psychology and the speculative behavior of some people to add fuel to the flames, which has caused serious financial disasters. For such a long time in the past, adventurers dared to venture into the world with one or two life-saving scrolls, or even without them. Could it be that the adventurers of this era dare not go out without a magic scroll by their side? So there is no room for a significant price increase on this thing. What kind of magic comes at what kind of price? If it's too high, adventurers won't pay the bill. It's like 100 gold buying a water purification scroll that can only be used once. Adventurers would rather make more trips back and forth, or carry a large bucket of water on their own journey. It would cost less than sea to run for 10 years. Your expenses. This is the truth. Any economic behavior that is divorced from the consumer side and only considers costs is bound to fail. In the melee for limited raw materials, printing of magic scrolls and sales, only the great magician of Kabambai is sitting firmly. Because of this situation, the young magician who taught mathematics had reminded him, "But as long as my focus is on research, I don't care so much whether I can sell more magic scrolls." But people are always forced out. Some magicians with quick minds have begun to improve the production and transportation of raw materials for making magic scrolls. It's like a string of human-pulled carriages, one of which transforms into a locomotive and rushes forward. Maybe the locomotive will be slowed down by other carriages when it starts, but as long as it is pulled by the locomotive, the overall speed will always increase, or a certain carriage may break away, lose speed, and eventually stay in place forever. But few people would choose to smash the locomotive and let all the carriages move forward at the same tepid speed. Such is the atmosphere in the holy city of Starry right now. An unimaginable energy burst out from the printing press. Even those magicians who had lost their income from handmade magic scrolls due to the popularity of printing machines turned around and devoted themselves to the printing press business. Because they are good at handcrafting, these people have an advantage over other magicians in the process of research and improvement because they know more. As for those magic apprentices who were already suffering from the low production success rate and high cost, they gave up decisively. The scribes had nothing to do, and there was no way to make magic scrolls. This group of people should have resented the person who started all this. But they realized that printing workshops everywhere needed the skills they had been practicing for a long time. Naturally, they gathered in printing workshops all over the country and used their talents in another way, different from the textile light industry. It drove the first wave of industrial revolution on the earth. With another industry, Midi showed the same clues in the holy city of Starry. Chapter 657 Winter. There are guests. A person who is busy with the magic silk business may not be indifferent to external affairs, but he is not so sensitive to changes in the outside world. So for those origins, I have neither discovered nor cared about them. On the one hand, it is also because the one who is at the forefront of overcoming obstacles is the idealistic old magician Kabambai. The old man has a strong body and a strong head. With a number of disciples, he can just carve out a piece of the sky. This is something that someone cannot do. He just hitched a ride with the old man, made some soup, and lived a happy life. At this moment, he had just finished his math class. Lin took a breath into his hands and rubbed them again. Spending the winter in the holy city of Starry for the first time, or the winter of having a new home, felt very different. I think back to that winter last year, when the airship was killed. Although no one was seriously injured, the feeling of being blown by the wind and snow in the mountains for a whole winter was also sour and refreshing. The progress of mathematics courses has slowed down recently,
and is not as rapid as it was half a year ago. Sometimes one proof will take half a class. After 2 proofs, the whole day's class is over. However, the knowledge extending from mathematics has also begun to increase. The students in the course formed one study group after another to discuss some problems that did not belong to the field of pure mathematics. This is similar to Finn's life course. The group of life priests from the Three Saints Church and the magicians who study healing techniques also work in small groups on their own small topics. As a place where the results of life research topics are published, the journal Life has also begun to publish. The general approach is similar to that of mathematics journals, but more people care more about the research results of life than pure mathematics. Since it was announced publicly in response to popular demand, it would be very difficult to limit the purchasing qualifications. So we simply did not restrict it. The dual authentication mechanism for taking classes has also been lifted. Even so, the number of people taking life classes could not increase. The main reason was that the Lich was impatient to take too many students. Of course, no one dared to object. However, with the consent of the former Demon King, the students of the life course started a short 1-hour life course at Cabin Bay College or other colleges to teach what Finn once taught so that more people can learn about life. People can learn from it. Of course, part of the tuition fees received will be paid to Finland. For a moment, it gave someone a sense of the direct selling industry, where the upline leads the downline, and the upline takes a cut of the downline. Never mind. That's always a good thing. After each class, Lin would stay a little longer to discuss some mathematics-related issues outside of class. He even put the classic unsolved problems of mathematics on the earth at the back of the mathematics journal for everyone to brainstorm. Of course, he also admitted that he did not have a good answer to these difficult problems. And he did not even know if there was a correct answer. It's like the Riemann hypothesis that Finn once solved. But no one can say whether the answer is right or wrong. After all, my real major is astronomy and physics. And pure mathematics is really not enough. Over time, Finn's interest in the study of pure numbers also faded, because there was no one to discuss such high-level issues. After the after-class discussion, Lin walked home on his own feet for the rare occasion. Wearing a heavy fur coat, I enjoyed the feeling of snowflakes floating on my body on the road. Along the way, I almost always spread my palms out to try to catch the falling snowflakes. Growing up in a subtropical environment, I have only seen snow scenes on TV and in movies, and I have only experienced them a few times. Although I have encountered such a snow season more than once since I traveled, my mood this year is particularly different. As for what was different, I couldn't explain why. So I just kept walking. The college was not far from my home. Before I got tired of the little games on the road, I arrived at my new home in the Holy City. The iron fence at the courtyard gate is controlled by an arm constructed from a golem, and can be opened and closed automatically. There is an electric bell on one side of the door for visitors. There is also a biometric sensor switch that allows logging in and out. Well, I am still not used to the strange technology tree development in this magical world on the side of Lost World. However, someone did not use the biometric identification system, even though he only needed to put his palm on the sensor orb to open the iron gate through fingerprints, palm prints, bloodlines, and other identifications. The fingerprints and palm prints are understandable, but the blood prints are something created by Finn. The principle, I don't understand. Anyway, the reason for not using biometrics is not that I don't trust the system, but because the door opening and closing speed is too slow. So when someone walks to the door, he activates the flash technique as soon as he takes a step, allowing himself to reach the other side of the door. Just coming to the courtyard feels a little different from my usual home. Usually, at this time before dinner, the 2 lawless boys would be playing in the courtyard. According to the mother of one of the brats, Vanna, it was better than letting those 2 brats cause trouble in the kitchen or dining room. The reason is too strong to be denied. But I didn't see them today. Not even the black dragon Augustus, who would follow them and watch over them. Could it be that he entered the silkworm coop to play a prank? Lin was thinking this as he entered the long house on the side of the courtyard. In fact, the improvement of the jacquard machine and the research on the formula of moth silk thread have already achieved a phased result. The silk cocoons of ordinary moth species and the silk cocoons of magic moth species are blended. The enchanting effect and silk thread strength are average and superior among all formulas. Moreover, the growth and reproduction speed of the selected ordinary moth species and magic moth species are quite fast. It can be regarded as the most suitable formula at this stage. Of course, relevant research is not stopped. Otherwise it would all involve crossbreeding. which is an endless research road. Now that there are phased results, Lin is ready to accumulate the number of silk cocoons of the target formula and start the stage of weaving and making clothes. Now in this silkworm house, the target moth species is being reproduced in large numbers, and their silk cocoons are being collected. However, there was no experience of such large-scale and intensive breeding before, so the silkworm coop was listed as a forbidden area for the two little ones to prevent children from running in and causing trouble, which would increase unnecessary pressure on the larvae and thus affect their growth rate. It's just children. That's the thing. The more they are prohibited from doing something, the more they like to do it secretly. So Lin Huan entered the silkworm coop, looked up, and saw the dead head of Fin's favorite general from thousands of years ago. Shi Dong was suspended from the ceiling in the center of the silkworm house. The hanging silk threads seemed to have penetrated directly into his head, passed out from the cross-section of his neck, and then wrapped around it and tied a knot. Anyway, this stitched corpse is still alive and serves as the 24-hour monitor and security guard of the silkworm coop. In fact, so many demon moths in the silkworm coop did not rebel. In addition to a black dragon wandering around outside, the natural suppression of Shi Dong, the former commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, also contributed a lot. Looking at the dead head, who was spinning around and not feeling dizzy, Lin asked,
Shi Dong, did you see those two little ghost heads running in? No,
Shi Dongyan replied concisely.
Then why is there no one outside? We have a guest. Looking for you. Looking for my guest?
Lin looked at the situation in the silkworm house with doubts, and left after finding nothing wrong. As I walked towards the main house, I thought about what kind of guests I could have visiting. Matters related to mathematics have always been solved in the academy, for those who came to ask for mathematics advice. After I politely declined a few times, they no longer came to me. Was that for the printing press? It's just that I leave this aspect of business to Yuzov with full authority. I don't know anything about the people who come to my door. Anyway, except for the design and control procedures. All the parts were made by craftsmen from the Technology Guild, and I had never made any of them myself. Even if you come to find yourself, you still have to entrust the Technical Guild in the end. But as soon as I walked in and came to the living room, I saw that everyone was not doing anything, but just gathering around and talking. Without thinking much, I took a closer look. Hey, it's really a visitor. 4 cats, 1 cat and 1 chair, all with their heads lowered. Amid everyone's pointing and touching with their hands and feet, I didn't even dare to say a word. 3 smaller calico cats, someone unknown. But the gray bald cat with scars looked familiar. It was Hardy who went into the abyss with him in the cat forest a few months ago. It's just that before he showed off his power, this cat looked like a millionaire and didn't take people seriously at all. Why come back now? Like a grandson who has been taught a lesson, with his little head lowered, not daring to say a word.
Hey, isn't this Hardy? Long time no see,
Lin greeted.
Sir Tripwood, you are finally back.
As soon as the gray cat heard someone's voice, he raised his head with joy and wanted to jump under the chair. But Augustus snorted a long sound with his nose, and then he shrank back and sat down on the chair obediently. I dare say that he was targeted by the black dragon and was so frightened that he couldn't move. Lin smiled and said,
Brother, don't scare them. I know Hardy well, and we can be regarded as comrades who have gone through life and death together. How did you find him?
The latter sentence naturally asked about the gray cat. He raised his head slightly and looked at the black dragon that had transformed into a human form from the corner of his eyes. After seeing that there was not much reaction from the other party, he said,
These kittens want to find you and have to leave the forest. I brought them here as a last resort.
The smile froze, and bad memories immediately came to mind. At the same time, a flash appeared in the box, and he was holding it in his hand. Lin looked around warily, looking for a certain cat. On the contrary, Augustus, who had a stiff face, smiled and said,
Oh, I plan to kill the cat. There are exactly 4 of them here. 1 for stew, 1 for braise, 1 for soup, and the oldest one uses barbecue.
Their lives were at stake. Even though the cats were afraid of the dragon's power, they immediately jumped up and meowed in protest. Hardy said even more nervously,
What are you going to do? Your Excellency? Where is that annoying female cat?
Lin frowned and asked,
You mean Mao and I? She didn't come. Even if we were coming to find you. She didn't know.
Hardy explained quickly. Someone stared at the gray cat with sharp eyes and asked,
Are you sure?
Hardy said decisively.
I'm absolutely sure.
Chapter 658 Meat Steak.
Oh, that's good.
Lin was relieved when the annoying cat wasn't around, and put the bag in his hand on the table. At this time, the boxer who was placed on the table spoke up and said,
Original version. Do you really hate that female cat that much? There's no way. With some people, well, some cats just have the wrong wavelength and can't get along.
Pulling up a chair and sitting down, Lin looked at the cats with their heads twitching and asked,
How did you find them? You once said that you lived in the holy city of Starry, so I led these clueless kittens to find them. After arriving in the holy city, we used our method to find some friends to ask. Nearby I came to the door after smelling your scent. But
Hardy timidly glanced at the black dragon and the lich, and said,
You never said you were so dangerous here. Dangerous?
After looking around at the people around him, Lin smiled and said,
It won't be dangerous. They are all easy to get along with.
Someone's inner narration was, except for those two little guys, Ezio and Kish, both of whom were not very tall, were clinging to the chair, stretching out their chubby hands to sneak up on the kitten's tail again and again. Although several kittens were shaking their heads, their tails were swaying left and right, while dodging the attack. He also peeked at the thief behind him, and had a great time sneaking around. Although the gray cat Hardy was quite dissatisfied with someone's knowledge, he did not dare to say anything wrong in front of a drooling black dragon and a lich staring up and down at him. Cats have the pride of cats, but in the face of absolute power, the so-called pride can be put aside first. In fact, Lin didn't hate cats, especially the gray cat in front of him, whether it's a little arrogance or a tendency to complain. If you regard it as a part of your personality, it will be unexpectedly cute. But if you go too far in everything, you won't be able to understand the atmosphere. Your eyes will be blank, especially if you can't understand people's words. If you only care about your own behavior, someone will just stay away from you. Besides, Hardy is his companion who has been with him through life and death, so the cooperation is quite pleasant. So Lin was quite happy for such a friend's visit. Said,
Since you have come all the way from the south to the holy city, let me entertain you as a landlord. Anyway, it's almost dinner time. Let's take a break and let's eat together. Let's talk about other things after eating. Okay. The two girls, who were desperately trying not to reach out to pet the cat, only remembered that they had to prepare dinner when they heard what their teacher said. He hurriedly lifted up his skirt and trotted towards the kitchen. Following behind was Vanna, who also knew how to help in the kitchen. She followed the girl and shouted, No need to run around in the house. The cooking skills of the two girls had long been trained to perfection by the heirs of a certain foodie empire and the picky lich. Although Vanna's cooking skills are not bad, and she has several special dishes, the two girls usually take turns cooking. One of the reasons is that they themselves have made things difficult for themselves. Although they also eat food cooked outside, when conditions permit, they would rather cook it themselves.
Don't eat cats? What a pity. The black dragon Augustus said regretfully. Old guy, don't try to stuff your mouth with everything you see. Ezio can teach you how to do it. Why don't you listen? You were talking about that chili. It tastes really strong. I like it. When are you going to make the spicy hot pot you mentioned?
There is a saying that those who are close to vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black. No one knows when a black dragon, whose speech was shameful, changed into such a virtuous manner. Simply ignore him. Turn to look at the three little tabby cats, and ask,
What are the names of you three little guys? Pork steak number 1, pork chop number 2, pork chop number 3.
This was what Black Dragon said, who was obsessed with cat meat. This kind of name naturally caused dissatisfaction among several kittens. They all forgot that the person in front of them was a personalized black dragon, jumping up and down and meowing in protest.
My name is not Rupa. My name is Lily. I am Nini. My name is Buffon.
The first two smaller ones are female cats, and the last one is a male cat. But they are still one size smaller than Hardy, and they look like kittens that haven't grown up yet. Now they were angry and bickering with the black dragon. Augustus, who was used to playing with the two little devils Ezio and Kish, was of course 1 against 3, going back and forth, taking advantage of this free time. Lin approached the gray cat and asked,
Why did you come here with those 3 kittens? Didn't you persuade me? Have you ever seen a cat that listened to advice?
Such a rhetorical question actually left someone speechless. Hardy said helplessly.
They originally planned to follow the second wave of rescue teams and sneak into the abyss. They didn't expect that we would come back before that. So they hid in a remote place and told what happened next. After you left, these three bold little things said they were looking for you. They couldn't tell you exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for you anyway. But no cat could track you away. Because you didn't leave by walking at all. They asked me if they had any clues about you. And I remembered that I'd learned that you lived in the holy city of Starry. And then I found him.
Interrupting Hardy's words, Lynn asked,
You haven't thought about it. Just tell them that you don't know. Otherwise, there won't be any of the following things.
The gray cat sighed and said,
If I didn't know better, I'm afraid they would leave the forest and wander around trying their luck to find you. This would be even worse.
Cat! Someone once again refreshed his understanding of Cat's willfulness. But then a voice came faintly, saying,
What's going on in the abyss?
Then propped his chin with one hand and glanced at someone with his beautiful eyes. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Only then did Lin remember that when he brought back the remnants of the demon moth king's silk cocoon, he only told a general story and omitted many things. Especially the part about entering the abyss and the conflict with the moth king. The reason why he didn't say anything was not only because he didn't want to make people worry, but also because he was impatient to be questioned. How dangerous could that be? I have all my hands and feet back. How dangerous can it be? But now that the gray cat said he slipped his lips, it would be unacceptable not to confess now. The next dinner was, as one might guess, tasteless. A group of people took turns asking about the events of that day, and they would interject as long as they were interested in the part. If you fail to finish a sentence properly, you will have to face 5 or 6 questions. Not only the 2 most curious girls, but also several silver-bearded dwarves and Yuzov came to join in the fun. Even the 3 kittens acted as if they had heard these things for the first time. They did not even bother to eat the steamed fish in front of them and kept shouting,
Grandpa! Grandpa! What else happened?
In Lin's perception, Hardy, who had transformed from an uncle to a grandfather, answered with the same helpless expression as someone else. While thinking about it, on the previous trip with these 3 kittens, he refused to mention what happened that day, just for fear of arousing the kittens' curiosity. Anyway, their target is the human magician, so they can push everything on the magician. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape from such torture, especially since the 2 girls knew their teacher's abilities and didn't bother someone to use whiteboard techniques to recreate the scene they saw that day. For a moment, someone looked like a busker telling a story with comic strips, but it was clearly done in a plain voice, without telling any thrilling scenes, but it still left the audience dumbfounded. Even the 2 most restless little ones on the table opened their eyes wide at this time, mechanically holding the wooden spoons and pushing the food into their mouths one by one. After finally recounting the entire journey with great difficulty, someone doubted that everyone really understood what he had experienced that day. It's really because there is no complete sentence, but it's so confusing that this group of people can understand it. On the contrary, the Lich, who had raised his head but had not asked any more questions along the way, suddenly asked, Do you still remember the coordinates of that abyss castle? Remember? What's wrong? You don't want to go over and ask if I have really been to their place? Someone sounded like he was worried about a certain Lich going to check the post. But in fact, he was worried about since the question is rather disapproving. As long as you have been to a place where you have left records, you can go back at any time using the flash technique. You can appear wherever you want without any errors. After all, he wanted to use the flash technique to cross an astronomical distance in one breath and return to the Earth. Whether it is from the holy city of Starry to the southern forest or to the Abyss Castle, even if they are not all on the same plane, if the distance is still wrong, there will definitely be no hope for the return to Earth. Is that demon you met strong? Then asked again. In response to such a question, Lin shook his hands and said, No, I'm far from you. I seriously doubt that there are any decent demons in that area. So that's why a demon like that was allowed to mix in the title of Lord. For someone, neither that demon nor the subsequent king-level demon insects were as dangerous as the battle against the 14th prince of the empire. But hearing such words in Hardy's ears made the cat collapse. The powerful demon lord opposite the door was suppressed by his own king and cat clan. But he was not that weak. As long as the other party is serious, the cat tribe will have to pay a lot of price before they can defeat the army from the abyss. In the recent bloody war, I was not able to stand on the front line because I was too young. But the cruelty of the war is deeply engraved in the memory. But in the eyes of this human being, he is like a fledgling warrior. No different than a child in front of experienced warriors. Spank your butt whenever you want, and the other person won't be able to resist at all. But if you think about it carefully and look at the beings around the human magician, you can't understand why he made such a comment. An adult dragon, whether it is a color dragon or a metal dragon, is the undisputed king of the area no matter where it is placed. The only one who can challenge the dragon clan is another dragon clan. This is an extremely common perception in the heritage of Warcraft. Bloodline suppression is not something to be talked about casually. But what was more terrifying than the humanized old dragon was the human woman. In other words, an existence that looks like a human female. Just being near that person made me feel heartbroken. Even if he wasn't deliberately targeted. Hardy simply couldn't imagine what kind of existence it would take to dare to stand on the opposite side of that person and fight against him. This trip shouldn't have come. Chapter 659, Increase in Members. Teacher, can we keep a cat? The two girls asked, each holding a small tabby cat and looking at their teacher with wide, watery eyes. From the moment these cats appeared, someone was mentally prepared to be asked like this. I originally thought of a bunch of reasons to refuse, and planned to send the cats away with a nice gift. However, seeing that the restless kitten, who was being held in his arms, also calmed down when something related to him was mentioned. His ears were lying down, and he was attacking with similar bright eyes. I saw that the fur on the cats was a little dirty, and I thought that they had walked for at least several months before they reached the holy city from the southern border of the empire. Although some people don't know how much of the journey over the past few months has been delayed because of their love of taking detours. But this perseverance alone is worthy of praise. If you really want to be so unkind, just kick them out. Even Hardy, the gray cat grandpa who seems to be very resistant, actually looks tired from time to time. I don't know if this fatigue is caused by traveling for so long, or because I have to take care of 3 kittens and be overworked. Augustus, who rarely spoke at this time, also spoke. Yes, let them stay. If there is a critical moment, they can also be used as emergency food. Meow, 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 meow. The kittens were already meowing indiscriminately, ignoring the black dragon, who was very resentful of cat meat. Lin thought for a while and said, although I don't know how those nobles or magicians in the southern part of the empire get along with their group of cats, but I know that cats are not you if you want to raise them. You can raise them, and they are not wild beasts without enough intelligence. So whether you want to stay or not, you have to respect their wishes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 kittens nodded as if they were talking. They were absolutely convinced. The gray cat Hardy seemed to have guessed the result. Although he was helpless, he also seemed to be relieved and said, since this human magician is willing to take you in, then you should stay well. I am leaving. Grandpa Hardy, are you leaving us? Grandpa. The 3 kittens resorted to a coquettish offensive, but the gray cat hesitated. At this time, Lin advised, they are all willing to stay. You should stay at least for a while. If you set off not long after I left, you should have been gone for a long time. So stay. Let's rest for a while. Leave when you want to. Don't leave right away. Well, I thought you hated cats? Hardy said. Strictly speaking, I don't hate cats. I just hate the attitude of that female cat. You should know one thing. Getting along together is not about who owes whom, or who deserves whom. I don't like it, you don't care about my opinion. Just do whatever you want. What's more, at that time, I had no intention of walking back to the holy city from the southern forest with a cat. I would be able to return home in no time. Why spend so much time walking around with a cat? Yeah. Ignoring the fact that there was a dragon and a lich in this family, Hardy had to admit that this human being was quite easy to get along with. At least when we first entered the abyss together. Even though what he said in the final confrontation with the demon lord was a bit unpleasant. But in the process of action, I received a lot of care. I know. Then I'll bother you for a while. The gray cat lowered his head in greeting. But? Lin changed his tone and looked at the cats and said, since you want to live in this home, it is different from how you live outside. You have to abide by some rules. In fact, they are not strict. Just try not to do anything in the house. Destroy. Well, try your best. Several cats picked up the key points as soon as they heard it. And this word has no binding force on cats at all. Besides, before you enter the house, have you seen the long house on the left side of the courtyard? Several cats nodded. And Lin suddenly changed into a ferocious face and said, there are many little cats there. You are not allowed to go in and mess with the things. And you are not allowed to eat them as snacks or meals. If the little things inside die because you are missing them, I guarantee that the skinned cats will be hanging in the courtyard the next day. And Lao, Gusta can also add vegetables.
Not only did one person have a ferocious expression, but the other 3 women also had similar expressions. Especially the lich. Although he only had a cold face and said nothing, he felt the most oppressive among all the people. So the cats nodded hurriedly to show that they heard clearly. At the same time, they also understand that this is absolutely a taboo. A taboo that can kill the cat, and must not be violated.
Finally, also, several of the cats have weak hearts. Since you are going to stay, please stay in my home and keep it clean. You guys are so dusty. You should take a good bath and clean up.
Take a bath?
The 3 kittens tilted their heads in confusion. Only the gray cat Hardy's fur suddenly exploded, and he jumped off the chair with a strange cry, ready to run out. Someone sighed in his heart. He is indeed a well-informed old cat. It seems that he has given a lot of trouble to humans in the past. The 3 ignorant kittens were obediently picked up by Halloumi and Kaya.
But the gray cat that escaped was caught up by Finn using a flash technique and picked up by the scruff of the neck. Hardy looked at the lich, who saw us smile for the first time with a helpless expression, and said dejectedly,
"You can also do this magic."
Finn, who smiled evilly, looked at the gray cat in her hand and said,
"There is no magic in this world that I can't do. If there is, then learn it. It's nothing."
With that, the 3 women and 4 the cat, and the 2 little ghosts who were as reluctant as Hardy went to the big bathhouse, the facility that Lynn was most proud of in their new home. Someone is definitely not dreaming of opening a wine pond and meat forest, but just wants to take a good bath. This is one of the humble wishes since leaving the tower of the great sage. So I have never done any of the double and triple flying that are flying all over the sky. The matter with the cats came to an end, and some silver-bearded dwarves came to find them. Whenever he saw Jermaine squirming, his 2 already short legs and knees rubbing against each other, Lynn knew that this guy was sick. He had doubts and needed help. Leaving the restaurant to be cleaned up by Vanna, the group of people moved to the small living room. There's a bar, comfy couches, and a small area expected to house a piano. Well, the piano isn't around yet. But still, this is the best place for chatting after a meal. It's called a bar. In fact, the wine stored here is for entertaining guests. Lynn himself only makes coffee and drinks here. It's not that I don't know how to drink. It's just that I'm not used to drinking Middy's wine. Since the 2 girls were already grooming cats and children, Lynn had no choice but to do it himself. The dwarves were not pretentious and poured themselves cups full of mead. This was one of the things they fell in love with after leaving their home in the underground Iron City. When everyone had something to drink in front of them, Jermaine also took a few gulps of wine, blushed and gained courage. Lyndon spoke first and said,
"Okay, if you need any help from me, please tell me. Hey, big brother, you see, we have been idle recently. We have no income, and the research on peaceful armed forces is a little difficult. That's why I wanted to ask you for some help and see if there is any way to make money."
There was a reason why the silver-bearded dwarf, who had already scheduled his work on the microscope until next year, could come up to him and cry about his leisure and poverty. It's not that their business has been robbed by others, or that customers who placed orders have abandoned their orders. It's simply because their work efficiency has improved. Their manufacturing speed has accelerated, and they have digested the orders. The key to improving the work efficiency of the Silverbeard dwarves is the technical guild established by Yuzov. Although the production of the MIDI version microscope is a delicate job, it always requires some blanks for further processing. At the beginning, their method of making microscopes was to process them from raw materials and do every step by themselves. But when someone used the power gathered by the technical guild to distribute all the parts of the man-rolled printing press to the craftsmen of the guild, he could only be there to guide the final assembly. Even when the second and third printing presses were assembled later, they were only given assembly instructions and left it to them to figure out, while I just waited to receive the money. Such behavior certainly inspired the Silverbeard dwarves. Although microscopes are all made of magic materials, ordinary craftsmen who are not in the magic system still have ways to cast and temper these magic materials. Some methods produce better quality stuff. Some are worse. But if you just want to make a rough prototype, there are still many blacksmiths who join the technical guild who can do it. But at first, Marit was opposed to it, because if you do this, you have to give the benefits to others. It was Freya who settled the accounts for her clansmen. If you entrust a technical guild to make rough prototypes of microscope parts, how much labor will it cost, and how much material will be lost? How much less money will you make each time a microscope is built? This is also the reason for Marit's objection.
However, by handing over the rough work, the 4 people can focus on the fine processing, which increases the efficiency and can complete several microscopes in a month, after deducting the processing fees for rough embryos from the total income. The money I earned was nearly 30% more than what I could earn in the same period of time in the past. In other words, for the same working hours, you can not only earn more money. Moreover, for those customers who want to own a microscope for personal use, they can get things faster and start research earlier in the technical guild. The group of fellow craftsmen can also profit from it, even if it is hard-earned money. But this can be said to be a solution that benefits everyone. After confirming that they had no losses, the Silverbeard dwarves naturally changed their policy and reinvested the extra time in the research of peaceful weapons. Once you have funds, you will certainly have the confidence to do things and spend money lavishly. But what they failed to take into account was that the market would be saturated, and the need for a microscope was not a necessity that all magicians would need. What's more, the microscopic arcane eye's improved magic formula has long been handed over to the association. If someone is willing to spend time and research, they can develop products with similar functions. Chapter 660 Car Plan. Anyone who would pursue the same specifications as the microscope used by Finn in the life course must also be a student of the life course, or be an assistant to these people. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality after using a good and convenient thing. Who can have the patience to go back to the original arcane eye microscopy that has no additional functions and even adjust the magnification by yourself? The work of research and observation is so arduous that wasting time on such trivial matters is almost like a crime. But for other magicians who are just curious and want to explore the path in this new knowledge, their initial investment is much more conservative. Whether it is the arcane eye microscope or the microscope version developed by others, they are much cheaper than the microscope produced by Silverbeard Dwarf, and it is enough as an entry-level model. In this way, the microscope market for dwarves was further compressed. Because of this change, Marit began to complain about her best friend again. For Freya, such a change was unexpected. There was no mistake in her calculations. She miscalculated something other than the numbers. So when I was complained about, I could only grit my teeth and endure it. However, because the money earned before was too easy, almost all of it was squandered by the silver-bearded dwarves. Fortunately, there were still people to take care of food and accommodation. But if we want to continue research on peaceful arming, we will have to find other sources of funding. Or, find that human who eats people but doesn't spit out their bones to provide money and help. Considering the experience of going out to work outside, I almost sold myself. Several dwarves discussed it, and then found Len again, and asked if there was a way to solve it. Just ask. Nothing will go wrong. Regarding this kind of mentality, someone really wants to use the consulting fees of the Earth's lawyers to speak out. Although the details of the current situation of the dwarves are not clear, the situation is generally in Lin's eyes. The money they earned was not spent in vain, but they made a bunch of prototypes of power sources for peaceful arming, which were engines modified from the airship Sid. Some are driven purely by power. Some use refined oil. Some are hybrid. And of course, there are also engines that use added magic gasoline. The completed engine was set aside by the dwarves after collecting test data. As the printing presses began to be sold in large quantities, they also needed a power source to drive the entire machine. So they bought some small horsepower engines from the dwarves and assembled them purely driven by power to help them digest some inventory. But compared to their random production without any plan, this sales volume is simply not enough. The reason why these experimental engines were not dismantled and recycled was because the Silverbeard dwarves were too good at utilizing the properties of metal and knew very well what they were trying to build. Therefore, they will use different magic metal materials at different key points. There are at least a dozen kinds of magic metals on an engine, used in hundreds of parts, scattered in different parts. If it were like the Earth, and the parts in different parts were locked together with screws, then to classify, you would just need to take everything apart and classify them one by one. But they use magic shaping techniques to stick magic metals of different materials together to form a whole, completely beating the Earth's welding or riveting techniques. The price is that it is not unusually difficult to separate and recycle metals, which is a little easier than separating and purifying alloys on Earth. In addition, Germain would dig out old things and compare them with new ones from time to time. So more and more engines were built. Faced with the dwarves' problems, Lin's first thought was asset activation. That is, finding ways to help these engines find a way out. according to the development of the Earth civilization and the technological tree points of many predecessors. After having a steam engine, the first thing to build should be a steam train. It was not until the steam engine or subsequent power devices were developed and successfully miniaturized that automobiles were built. But first of all, Midland already has steam engines and even internal combustion engines. Goblin Totokani's original airship was equipped with an internal combustion engine that had already taken shape and was not very reliable. At the same time, rail trains developed in this way also existed. But they were also not very reliable, especially due to the danger of monsters roaming wild in the wild. Laying a semi-permanent track is like inviting monsters to come regularly for food. Someone does not plan to develop a train. Not to mention that it is a project with huge investment and long payback period. It is not official or has no official background, so it is impossible to play. However, as an engine intended to be mounted on the piece arms, its specifications can already be used in cars. As for the car project, it has actually been planned a long time ago. At that time, I had just left William City and was riding in a carriage without springs and shock absorbers. When my butt hurt, I started designing the car. In fact, it is just a record of what is in memory, and there will be additions one after another later. It's just that I haven't really done it yet. After all, it's not my major and I don't have that much confidence. So that's one of the reasons why I haven't dared to start work. Another reason is of course that I am wandering. Apart from drawing drawings and talking on paper, I have no time to calm down and build a car. Until today, the silver-bearded dwarves took the initiative to send it to the door. In the small living room, he used the file space of the first coffin system to find a document numbered 1903 and threw it to Germain. Although the silver-bearded dwarf is not like a person or a lich, he can directly see the feedback of the program operation in the expanded reality of his field of vision, nor can he use special magic stone glasses to do the same thing like the two girls. But they have also developed accessories with similar functions for the same function. It was an earring pendant that emitted green fluorescence, made of green-eyed magic stone. A standard-sized magic stone was broken into 4 pieces, and each person made one. The reason why such a high-quality magic stone is used to make this small accessory is to avoid reading data other than text, such as pictures or videos, from depleting the power of the magic stone and causing the ornament itself to collapse. So when he saw Lin throwing the virtual file, Germain skillfully opened his water mirror screen, copied the file into 3 copies, and forwarded it to the 3 tribesmen. The other 3 people also took the same action, opening the file and browsing. Regarding cars, what Lin knows most is a bunch of nouns that are of no use in production. What about V6 engine? Boxer? 4-wheel drive? Front-wheel drive? Mid-engine? If you are a car enthusiast, you can talk about a lot of these terms. But how to make it? Have no idea. Or you need to know the appearance of cars, from sports cars such as Lamborghini and Ferrari, to off-road vehicles such as Hummer and Jeep, and even future cars that appear in some science fiction movies. But knowing this, you can't build a car. You can only build a bunch of car SHLs. Lin didn't know everything about the car's internal structure, and could only recall some key points. Just like improving the engine before, he could only give a rough outline and direction. The rest can only rely on trial works to verify various ideas, slowly improve, and slowly perfect the performance he wants. To be called a car, a self-powered industrial product must have at least the following parts: the most important chassis, engine, transmission system, suspension system, steering system, braking system, and wheels. Although I have never actually built a car, I have assembled and played with some high-end remote control cars, and the basic structure can still be explained. What Germain and others looked at was a car structure diagram and explanatory text. I thought that when a few silver-bearded dwarves saw this design of a handicraft that spanned the ages, they would be so shocked that they would shout, bow, and hug someone's thighs to beg for help. In fact, when they looked at the document, their faces were full of confusion, and some even had a bit of disgust on their faces. Germain carefully peeked at someone from behind the water mirror screen and asked, "Can this thing be done?" The person who was asked this question was so angry that he laughed. People's 4 basic needs: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Cars have directly changed people's perception of travel. Not to mention that related industries have affected the livelihoods and lives of many people. It is not an exaggeration to call it the locomotive of industry. But after all, it is something that Midi does not have. In addition, these silver-bearded dwarves are inexperienced,
and have lived in a closed environment for a long time. They can only calculate the things in front of them clearly, and cannot speculate on possible future developments. So it's not surprising that they would have such an attitude. What do the silver-bearded dwarfs say? They are also extremely long-lived species in the Lost Land, with an average age of 3,000 to 5,000 years. If you live for too long, your mind will easily lose its ability to turn around. In comparison, the four in front of me are quite aggressive. So regarding Germain's concerns, Lin thought about it and said,
"Let's do it. Anyway, I originally planned to build a car, so just treat it as entrusting you with research and development work, and eventually build at least one finished product.
I provide this basic design document and the funds required for research and development. After your design is finalized, all design drawings will be shared by us. The proportion of patent rights is 4 to 6, and you will take the lead. I will pay you an additional one, a reward of 2,000 gold.
Someone thinks he's making a very generous offer, but Germain said coyly,
Brother, look, can the money part be more?
As if he was afraid of irritating anyone. The dwarf quickly waved his hand and said,
I'm not greedy. I want more. I just hope that the money will be more, and the proportion of patent rights will be smaller.
Seeing the panic of the dwarves, Lin felt angry and funny at the same time. I've never seen this kind of golden goose. I don't want it. Just spend some money on it. But it's no wonder they behave like this. In order to defend against the goblin Totokani, he took off the airship Sid, which he had invested a lot of money in, and ran away. Therefore, in addition to signing an unequal contract, he also left a lot of backup options. These things were not hidden from the dwarves. Besides, I am not someone who is easy to get close to. In addition, Freya took one of the 6 rings a while ago. This matter has not completely subsided among the dwarves, and there are many people who even think that they are sowing discord. Speaking of which, there is just not enough trust. If they were to be blamed, it was because he was suffering from delusions of persecution, thinking all day about whether he had been tricked like the goblins. It seems that the day of separation is not far away. Sighing secretly in his heart, Lin asked,
Then what kind of conditions do you hope to be? Let's talk about it. Chapter 661 Starry Sky Tips.
Brother, we have a lot of research projects waiting for materials recently, and these require money to buy. Do you think you can give us 5,000 gold directly? And we don't want the patent share. That money should be treated as we help you complete the design and pay for building a car.
Germain mustered up the courage to finish the sentence in one sitting. In the end, he looked at his people triumphantly, as if he had won a battle. Marit even extended a thumbs up to praise her man. Although Riley remained calm, he had no objection and just sipped the mead. Only Freya showed a troubled expression. 5,000 gold is considered a lot of money. When I bought the new home I live in now, the price was about the same, not counting the renovation costs. If we go back in time, almost all of my savings were spent on this house. The main thing was to buy a lot of magic materials to renovate this ordinary house. The silver-bearded dwarf made such a request, so he could only use credit. But recently, because mathematics journals have been published for several times, the Academy of the Great Magician Kabamba not only earns operating expenses, but also earns more to start several research projects. How could he still be in the pocket? With a shy look, the cash box was naturally full. It is not a problem to pay Germain's request, but he will have to be tight for a while on his own research projects and expenses. So, do you want to agree? In addition to keeping more available funds on hand, if cars really sell well in the future, will the Silverbeard dwarves feel that they have been cheated again? It's just that at this time, it doesn't seem right to continue to insist on your own opinions, because the other party already has a fixed opinion. Lin asked cautiously.
Don't you think about it anymore? The car has a good future. No, big brother. Let's do it. We won't take advantage of your creativity. Besides, helping you improve the design can be regarded as the assistance we promised to provide you when we left home and traveled with you. However, if your funds are a little tight, you don't have to give me all the money at once. It doesn't matter. I can't spend it all in one go.
After thinking about it, Lin didn't insist anymore and said,
Okay then. Just write it in the memo according to your conditions. Do you want to take the money directly or record it in the account? No, big brother. We don't have a big cash box to keep such a large amount of money. So I'll leave it with you first. Just use a bookkeeper.
Although the agreement between Lin and the Silverbeard dwarves was not signed in black and white, it was also written in a memorandum document. Prevent the nobles on both sides from forgetting things too much. When the time comes, empty talk can easily hurt feelings. Because it is not a contract. The content can be modified as long as both parties agree. The files are placed in the forum space and recorded using a special encryption method. Originally, I went to great lengths to use parchment scrolls and write one copy each in Midland Common and Silverbeard Dwarven. But then the content continued to increase, and everyone was too lazy to copy and organize it. So they simply put it online and took some optional confidentiality measures. As the old saying goes, beware only gentlemen, not villains. However, neither party objected to this method. After a brief discussion on the contents of document number 1903 and determining the direction of the next development, Germain and others were happy to make preparations. The most important thing was to contact the steward of the Chamber of Commerce. This senior steward, who was introduced by the great magician Kabamba, has recently earned a lot of commissions from the silver-bearded dwarves' lavish purchases. He almost wants to treat these dwarves as ancestors. So no matter how late it is, no problem. Watching the dwarves leave, only Freya took a step forward and nodded to him. Lynn couldn't help but sigh. However, I can't blame them for being too wary. I didn't fully understand how to ask them to pay loyalty and trust. In fact, even other people's trust, Lynn felt, was conditional and prerequisite. Not unconditional loyalty and trust. It's just that in comparison, the silver-bearded dwarves have more defensive elements. Many things are relative. Pour the coffee into a large mug, clean the coffee pot, and then carry the mug back to the attic and your bedroom, before the door even closed. The gray cat Hardy rushed in. I didn't chase the cat out of the house either. Lynn looked at the gray cat whose fur had not been completely dried. He licked his front paws with disgust, quickly combed his half-dried wet fur, and cursed. This is torture. Right. This is definitely torture from the dark. Why are there so many things that mess with cats in your bath? I originally thought it would be a big deal if it was splashed with water. But it turned out that it was full of bubbles and brushes every day. I don't want to live after this. After laughing twice, Lynn said, this is punishment for finding things for me to do. You cats have been seen by that group of people. They will definitely make such a request. How can I refuse? Starting tomorrow. I don't want to be caught. If you go to wash yourself, stay away from me. If that person sees you, I won't. By the way, do you want some milk? What is milk? Hardy asked. Putting down the mug with coffee, Lynn took out a bottle of milk from the small refrigerator in the dormitory. For those who are not accustomed to drinking animal milk, it is not easy to get a bottle of milk. Worst of all, it's easy to create bad associations. I remember when I made such a request to someone from the Chamber of Commerce. Two yellow-haired girls pressed their hands on their stunted chests and glared at someone with sad eyes. Although Lynn tried to explain the nutritional value of milk, it does not really have nutritional value. And there are different opinions even on Earth. The Apple guru Lao Jia has said in public more than once that drinking milk is actually a conspiracy marketing technique of the animal husbandry industry. Just like giving chocolates on Valentine's Day. It is a trend started by candy companies to sell their own products. No one knows the truth. It's just that I was used to drinking it before time travel. And now I miss the taste. The steward of the Chamber of Commerce introduced by the great magician Kabamba was a capable person. He actually got milk for himself, instead of milk squeezed out by some random animal, and established a long-term supply channel. It was a ranch on the edge of the holy city that specialized in supplying meat. Most of the milk would be processed and made into cheese, and few people would drink it directly. The main reason is that fresh milk is not durable and easily deteriorates. But this is not a big problem for magicians. Finding a clean plate, Lynn poured some milk on it and put it in front of Hardy, realizing what milk in the common language refers to. The gray cat also looked at someone with a strange look. Drinking it wouldn't kill the cat anyway. So Hardy lowered his head and took a tentative sip. At the beginning, he drank the whole plate of milk. At the end, he was still licking his cat's paws. It seems that whether they are cats from Earth or Midland, many of their habits are similar. Lynn thought so. Ignoring the gray cat who was still busy taking care of himself, Lynn opened the skylight for stargazing. The fixed astronomical telescope, designed according to the established program, began to receive data and leave records. However, such background movements did not prevent Lynn from peeping through the eyepiece at the starry sky illuminated by the telescope. Regarding the search for the Earth, we have so far found the sun in our hometown. However,
No answer has yet been calculated regarding its true distance and orientation to the lost land. Don't look at your mathematics level as if you are crushing all sentient beings in the world. But in front of the mysteries of the universe, you are still the same scum, and the unknown parts are far more than the known parts. Jumping to the small table next to the telescope, Hardy took the opportunity when someone moved his head to peek at the eyepiece of the telescope. It was startled at first and shrank its head, then cautiously poked its head out to take a closer look. Finally, he imitated someone, squinted one eye, and looked at the stars that were magnified dozens of times seriously. Looking at Hardy's actions, Lynn smiled. The same thing is said, no matter which world a cat is in. Curiosity remains the same.
What are you doing looking at the stars?
Reluctant to look back, Hardy asked while looking at the stars. Regarding this simple question, Lynn actually took a moment to think about it and then said,
At first, it was because I liked it. I liked the light that broke out from the darkness and made us feel less lonely in the vast universe. Later it was in order to learn. I like them. So I want to know them better. So I have to learn from them now.
Standing up and pointing to the sky where the Milky Way hangs high, Lynn said,
Everything about me is hidden there.
The final instructions are unclear and open to many interpretations. But cats are far less curious about language than they are about things. So Hardy did not delve into someone's words, but he still asked casually,
I wonder what the sky of the abyss looks like.
Someone who fell into some inexplicable intoxication was awakened by a word. Yes. Why haven't I thought about this problem? I have been to the abyss once, and it is not an underground world with rocks on my head. It's just that the air there was very bad, and the sky was always gray. I couldn't tell why. I didn't think of taking a good look at the sky during the rescue operation. But the so-called abyss is considered by the magicians of Lost Land to belong to another plane. And it is logical for them to think so. But what is this another plane about? Different dimensional spaces? Obviously. No. The abyss and the Lost Lands, and even the Earth, are all located in the same dimension. Although the conditions for the true form of a god or an abyss lord to come to the Lost Land are very strict. Most of the time, they must appear in the form of a saint. But low-level demons don't have to be so troublesome. They look like they did in the abyss. And they look the same when they come to the Lost Land. At most, there will be some changes in strength and weakness. Clark Kent came to Earth from Krypton and became Superman because of the yellow sun. It doesn't matter if the demon changes location, and its strength changes slightly. But this also means that the demons did not appear in the Lost Land only after dimension reduction. One of the most obvious characteristics of witnessing high-dimensional creatures is that it will bring cognitive confusion to the witness, rather than simple fear. There is still a difference between the two. So the question is, where is the abyss in the universe? Or ask, in which universe is the abyss located? Is the multiverse theory correct? Chapter 662, A Late Night Stroll. Because the human behind him had not responded, the gray cat Hardy reluctantly removed his eyes from the eyepiece of the telescope and looked back. What came into view was an incredible sight that the cat could not understand. Characters formed by countless lights and shadows densely surround the human being. Layer after layer, circle after circle. Sometimes small squares form a group, and sometimes they gather into strange shapes. Between each small group of characters, there are equally complex lines connecting each other. The layers are layered one after another, and the innermost layer forms a dense sphere, which becomes more and more divergent toward the outer layer. The formation of these characters only uses the most basic lighting technique. Hardy saw this human being showing such a picture more than once, and was amazed by his ability to zoom in and out of the real scene at will. But he was just amazed. There are more characters in front of me. They are more complex, and they are denser. But in essence, it is still a bright light spell, and it has no destructive power at all. But in the eyes of Hardy, a demon cat who is naturally close to the power of magic, it seems that there is a great horror hiding some wonderful truth, which it should not be able to understand. So it couldn't help but scream and took a few steps back. What Lynn unfolded was the original technique of the flash technique, and the parameters he filled in were to go to the abyss, and the location of the demon lord Sabine's castle. The flash technique usually used is inscribed on the dream magic tower. So there is a lot of automatic judgment logic in order to speed up the execution. But when you want to confirm the relative position between your destination and your current location, you have to unfold the original technique and check the parameters inside. It includes dimensions, distance, orientation, spatial curvature, and most importantly, constant values obtained from Einstein's field equations and the observation results of the world tree. However, this constant value is not unique, but a set of numbers. Dimensions and universes with the same characteristics will definitely get the same numbers. Which of these numbers is used depends on the dimensions of the destination. But using the same cosmological constant does not mean that the destination is in the same universe. It just has similar properties. Therefore, a person with a major in astrophysics is still very troubled by how to interpret the results he has observed. There is no one to discuss it with. However, the sound of a cat whistling interrupted someone's thoughts. And Lin remembered that there was an outsider present at this time. The only people who have seen the complete original technique of flashing are the liches, who can also cast this magic. Then gave a warning at the time not to use this technique in front of outsiders easily. It's not that I'm afraid of secrets being leaked, but that the mere appearance of this technique will have a negative impact on people. Because there are too many secrets in it that don't belong to this world. And if these secrets are revealed in characters that contain power, they will penetrate people's hearts and cause cognitive confusion to those who are not prepared. It can range from a headache to severe pain. However, Hardy's cat appearance may easily lead someone to overlook that it is closer to magical powers than humans. So it is naturally likely to be affected by what Finn said. Lin quickly put away the half-check technique and asked, "Sorry for my negligence. Are you okay? What was that just now?" "Just when I saw it, I felt like I had fallen into the bottom of a deep pool and was about to be frozen." "Oh, there will be such a reaction." Suddenly realizing that this was not the time to talk about these things, Lin apologized and said, "This is my elusive magic. The original technique I named Flash." How could Hardy not be interested when he heard about that magic? His eyes were bright, and he asked quickly, "Then can you teach me that magic? Considering that you taught me the protection magic against the abyss, I shouldn't have hidden it from you. But just knowing this magic is useless, and it will also cause harm. There are so many things that need to be learned and considered, and it is not so easy to follow. You explained it." Recalling what this human said before, Hardy said, "I remember you said that this magic cannot be used with other people. Can I know why? Rather than explain it, let me show you something first." Lin turned around and found the small box containing the spy's eye from his storage box. This is an arcane eye that has been miniaturized to the size of a fingernail. It omits many magic formations and only retains the most basic observations and short-term records, as well as the magic formations used for positioning flash spells. The original intention is to use the flash technique to teleport into the target location you want to observe, and then use the flash technique to recover it and obtain internal information. But the spy's eye does not provide any protection against alien energy from higher dimensions. The result of frequent use of flash is that the spy's eyes become evil, grow 7 legs, and run around uncontrollably. Fortunately, it does not have any destructive power. And because it is a magical mutant creature based on power, it can survive without eating. When the spy eye is not used, it is kept in a special small box. Now that Hardy asked, Ling carefully took the restless little thing out of the box and let the gray cat take a closer look. At the same time, he explained, "The biggest difference between using Flash and the original teleportation magic in Midland is that Flash will cause damage to the teleporter. If you don't have a way to protect against this damage, it will end up looking like this. I call it the grotesque form of evil." With one paw, he pressed the eye of the spy, who was trying to escape, on the table. Hada's eye looked at it carefully for a while and said, "Is this originally a gem?" "Yes. It was originally a magic gem. I transformed it and added the magic pattern of the arcane eye." At the same time, Lin also said nothing about the dangers of flashing. And in front of Hardy, he actually showed how an ordinary object gradually decayed in successive flashes. In addition, just looking at the basic technique of flash technique made me so dizzy that I wanted to hit the wall. Learning the whole thing would have been a life-threatening situation. So Hardy stopped talking about it. Cats are not creatures known for their perseverance, and can overcome many difficulties with love and courage alone. Of course, Hardy never thought about asking for the favor of teaching this human protective magic. During the trip to the abyss, the protective magic cult taught them. But the human's purpose was to quickly find Maoni's footprints. From the beginning to the end, I didn't see the other party blessing me with protective magic to protect myself. Such a favor is not considered a favor. It can even be said that it is repaid the moment you find Mao and I. Judging from the situation at the time, if it had been delayed for another day or two, the cat carcass would have been collected. After uncovering the layer of flash technique, one person and one cat once again missed the abyss trip at that time. Lin drank coffee and poured some milk for Hardy, chatting randomly until late at night. At night, Having arrived in a new place for the first time, Hadi had an uneasy sleep. In other words, cats' work and rest schedules are not exactly the same as humans. Coming to such a safe, or should be said to be so dangerous place, that the gray cat has given up worrying about whether it is safe. Of course, it no longer cares about the affairs of the three little guys. Cats don't have any family affection at all. They just have a sense of caring for their kittens, regardless of whether the kittens are their own bloodline or not. This is the basic nature of any ethnic group if it wants to continue. Anyway, we have arrived at our destination, and those three little things should stop running around. He decided to stay for a while. So Hadi took advantage of this quiet night to walk in this quiet mansion. This is not the first time it has seen a human house. During its long career, it once stayed in a noble's castle, and also lived in a dilapidated thatched hut. But no matter which one it was, the gray cat remembered that the owners of those houses loved to laugh and lived hard every day, which made the cat unconsciously want to help him and see more of that satisfied smile from the heart. It was the first time he had seen the magician's mansion, but it was not unfamiliar at all, because there are many cats living with the magician. I often communicate with these cats and know some things from their mouths, but what I heard was different from how the cat felt about this room. Is it because the other cat's magician friend doesn't live with a dragon and a lich? Or is it because this human magician is originally on the weird side? Walking in this mansion, it doesn't look like a noble house. There are candles or more expensive magic lamps everywhere, illuminating the house extremely brightly. But it's not like those civilian houses. At night, it's basically impossible to see anything except where the moonlight shines. The troubles that humans have are certainly not big problems for cats. But this room always maintains a faint light after midnight, so that people will not fall into a dark environment. Sometimes when I look deep into the corridor, it is obviously pitch black, but as long as I keep walking forward, the light never disappears. It's as if this light will move with itself, which is very strange. Is this magic too? I have always been able to detect that weak power moving. In addition to this, there are some strange decorations scattered throughout the room. It is said that it was arranged by the two apprentices of the human magician. And of course, it was also their interest. Some ridiculous and grotesque clay dolls, childish and strange paintings, bones with unknown meanings, objects related to demons, withered hands or strange heads that look very unappetizing, flowers with strange smells, which seem to be able to turn oneself away, the insect-eating flower sacks that were swallowed in one bite, and the most disgusting cat grass. I still remember that when I saw the three newly weaned kittens earlier, they felt nothing. When Hadi saw the pot of white flowers with lavender flowers, he went crazy uncontrollably. When he realized that he had lost his composure, the two unscrupulous girls and the two human children were squatting aside, smiling and looking at them for who knows how long. Even the three kittens were dumbfounded. What goddamn human being would keep such a thing in his own home? Especially now that it's winter. Even if cats aren't planting crops, they still know that this is not the flowering season. Covered in fur, it's hard to tell whether the cat is blushing or not. But this does not mean that cats can be calm when encountering such things. Baring his teeth at the other people and the cat, he arched his head and barked menacingly. The gray cat quickly ran away, looking for a place to bury himself. So, take advantage of the fact that there is no one around late at night, and go find a pot of cat grass to have a heart-to-heart talk. Hadi's thoughts had just turned away, when he suddenly noticed a light flickering in and out of the corridor, not far away. In its vision, there was a vague figure walking against the wall. Although the light was dim and only a completely black shadow could be seen, Hadi believed that it was an intruder. Chapter 663 Intruder. I wonder if the other party is aware of the secret of this mansion. But there was no way he would not be noticed if he was walking boldly in the middle of the corridor. This was a bad habit brought about by the magician. The gray cat complained to himself secretly, forgetting to walk against the wall and hiding as much as possible, in order not to have a direct conflict with the other party. Hadi jumped onto the windowsill beside the corridor and jumped out. In fact, he jumped onto the rain cover of the outer wall, intending to follow the other party back and check his intentions. After thinking for a while, he walked a short distance and went around a small corner of the wall, not so much that people can see themselves by sticking their heads out of the window. Snow falls on winter nights in the holy city, and the temperature is very low. But for an experienced demon cat, it's not a big problem. Hadi waited quietly. After a while, a figure crept past. The footsteps were very light, almost non-existent. If the cat's senses weren't particularly sharp, he might have ignored it. But the other party didn't deliberately check the window to see the movements of the cat that just ran out. By Hardy's standards, this intruder's stealth skills were pretty good. However, there seems to be some lack of experience. No checking out the windows. No closing the windows. Just trying to keep everything as it is rather than thinking about minimizing possible variables. Although the window is only open a crack, it is not a big problem for the cat, and it can just turn around. Moreover, Hardy could manage not to force his way through, but to pass through gently and deftly, without touching the doors or windows at all. He jumped down the corridor gently and deftly, and followed the intruder a little further away. The lights in the corridor that automatically turned on were continuous, instead of suddenly going dark and then on again. Hardy paid attention to retracting his sharp claws in his feet and landing only on his flesh balls. It was like a move with magic silence. Several times, the intruder seemed to feel something strange behind him and looked back suddenly. Although the other party's movements were quite neat, there was still a hint that the gray cat noticed, allowing Hardy to shrink behind the pillar next to the corridor before the person turned around. The pillars actually only slightly protrude from the wall, which is not enough to hide a person, but it is more than enough to hide a petite cat. Following the intruder all the way upstairs, it seemed that the other party's target was the human magician living in the attic. Along the way, Gray Cat complained in his mind. He had been frightened by the lineup of members of the magician's family before, and thought this place was some kind of dangerous place. As a result, any little thief can break in and walk around the street as if there is no one around. What the hell is this place? There is no security at all. In order to give the human magician a warning, Hardy decided to take action at the last moment. Teach that magician a lesson first, and then save him. It shouldn't matter if you have some skin scrapes or amputated limbs. Anyway, they can use magic to heal themselves, or they can heal themselves by licking their saliva. The gray cat made up his mind, and did not let down his guard at all, just to avoid being noticed by the intruder who was being followed in front of him. Even if the stairs humans walk on are not so friendly to cats, as long as you are careful, no one will find you. There was only one room in the small attic, and only one person slept in it. I originally thought that with so many females in this room, including the lich who didn't know whether it was human or not, there would be someone sleeping with this human, or even engaging in mating behavior. But to Hardy's surprise, the human was actually sleeping alone. According to Gray Cat's knowledge, the only creatures that are in heat all the time, except rabbits, are humans. When I stayed in a noble's castle, at night, there would be mating activities everywhere in the castle. As for the confusing relationship, Hardy still hasn't been able to figure out who is with whom. Oh, in addition to humans, there are also goblins, orcs, dwarves, and elves. These creatures that walk on two legs are all similar. Without any warning, they will inexplicably go into heat and then find the opposite sex to mate. I don't understand. The attic door was unlocked, and the intruder opened it with a push. The skylight originally used for stargazing had been closed, and the human magician was lying on his bed, fast asleep, without any warning of the intrusion. Late at night, especially in winter, there is no sound of insects, and it is very quiet. In the room, the only sound was the slight snoring of the human magician. But the intruder's breathing suddenly became heavier. Hardy knew that this was a change of mood. Just look at the silhouette of the figure and take out a dull dagger, the strange color that flashed across the blade, and the peculiar smell that the cat smelled in its nose. Hardy knew that it was a venom-quenched dagger. In the mouths of other humans, it would be called a despicable weapon, because if you are injured by this kind of dagger, you will die quickly and usually cannot be saved. I wanted to teach this human magician a lesson, but I didn't want to kill him. So, we need to take action to stop it. The sharp claws pop out. Hardy is not just a house cat, but a warrior of the cat tribe who has experienced hundreds of battles. There are countless people who drink hatred under its claws and fangs, including demons, monsters, and even humans. Almost at the same time as the intruder raised his dagger, Hardy lunged forward, baring his teeth and screaming. The moment the gray cat pounced forward, the scenery in the attic room completely changed, turning into a strange space filled with darkness from top to bottom, and only a few stars. Before the gray cat and the intruder could react, countless white rays of light shot out from all directions and disappeared in a flash. The attic was restored to its original state, with the same furniture made of wood. The astronomical telescope was placed under the skylight. The human magician was still asleep on the bed, but he had turned over. The sudden change also disrupted the rhythm of the attack. The gray cat rushed forward and bumped into the intruder, knocking him away on the spot. The stunned gray cat bared its teeth
and fell to the ground, covered in blood. There were intestines and pieces of meat. Some fell to the side, and some hit directly on the body. Hardy didn't understand what was going on, so he just maintained his fierce expression at the moment he pounced forward. Suddenly the door that had been closed by the intruder opened again, and a girl with black hair and brown skin walked in wearing pajamas and yawning. At this time, the human magician asked on the bed,
"Who is it?" "Teacher, it's Kaya." "What's wrong?" "There seems to be some noise." "There's another intruder." "Oh, as usual." "Okay."
Because both of them were still half asleep, the conversation was very brief. And basically I didn't mention the key words. In fact, no matter whether her teacher wakes up or not, the girl will deal with it in the same way if she gives one more instruction. He took out his short wand and waved it, using a simple but skillful object-moving technique to make the pile of meat on the ground float, along with a large pool of blood flowing out. A gray cat dressed in red is also among them. Kaya, who squinted her eyes and saw everything indistinctly, picked up a special bag and gathered everything in the bag. He put it on his shoulder again and headed towards the expanded building on the east side of the main house. When he pushed open the connecting door, he was greeted by a smelly breath. Kaya seemed not to be surprised and was not completely awake. So she said,
"Grandpa, here comes the late-night snack."
The black dragon, who was lying on the ground in his original posture, raised his eyelids and closed his heavy eyelids again when he saw that the person coming was a girl carrying a baggage. The intact front paw moved, and Augustus said,
"Put it in the same place. I happen to be a little hungry." "Okay."
In response, Kaya placed the bundle on a large copper basin. After untying it, he shook it a few times and pulled out the furoshiki. Only the pile of human-shaped pieces of meat were left in the basin, as well as the gray cat. After doing all this, she rolled up the furoshiki and planned to go back to sleep. The rest will be picked up tomorrow. At this time, Hardy, who rolled into the copper basin, was still confused. Augustus reached out with his claws, picked up the most delicious piece of meat, and put it into his mouth. Maybe the black dragon is quite old, but its teeth are not like old humans that will fall out. At most, the bite force has deteriorated and is not as strong as it was when it was young. But the staggered fangs still shone with a frightening light. Even under the moonlight, it still brought the piece of meat that was about to be imported back to its senses. The gray cat began to twist and struggle, and bark randomly. The cat's meowing in the middle of the night was very disturbing, and most of Augustus' sleepyheads were driven away immediately. He closed his mouth, then raised one eyelid, and saw a cat caught by him. Lao Long asked,
"Well, are you here for a late-night snack or a late-night snack?"
"Put me down. Put me down." Hardy, who was so eloquent, didn't care about common tongue or not, and just screamed in animal language. At the same time, he was twisting his body desperately, trying to scratch the black dragon with the claws of his hind legs to make it let go, so that he could free himself. Unfortunately, cat claws are just cat claws. Even if the old dragon's scales fall off and the old flesh underneath is exposed, it cannot be scratched by a kitten. But Augustus let go and let Hardy fall to the ground. Now that he was half awake, Augustus no longer took his time. He directly picked up the copper basin and poured it into the dragon's mouth. After a few clicks, it spat out some things it couldn't chew. Finally, he picked up a long sword that was just showing signs of corrosion and picked his teeth. At the same time, he looked at the little cat in front of him with a strange expression and complicated mood, realizing that the black dragon had no intention of catching him again or even eating him. Hardy didn't know how to return it. Instead, Augustus spoke first.
"Little guy, why did you run into my dinner plate? This is not a good habit."
"Well, I just found an intruder." Hardy tried to organize his words and replied in animal language.
"In short, I just saw that it suddenly turned black, and there were a lot of white lights flashing.
Then when I came to my senses, I was here. But to be honest, the gray cat still can't figure out what he saw."
"Oh, here we go again. It's good to get used to it. Anyway, a group of people will come every now and then. A while ago, a group of dark-skinned people with pointed ears also came. The ones with elastic teeth are soft and soft. After eating it for a while, it made me miss the past."
Black Dragon sighed inexplicably. Chapter 664 Demon Cats. It is generally accepted that no dragon can be tamed. But this does not mean that they will not behave similarly for some purpose. There were many reasons for Black Dragon to stay. Because of Ezio, because he wanted to find a place to retire, because he was curious about someone, and because he wanted to do this. In fact, no matter how many reasons there are, none is as convincing as the last one. Augustus was willing to stay just because he wanted to stay. When he wanted to leave, he would leave without anyone stopping him. During the all-night conversation with the Black Dragon, Hardy confirmed one thing. That is, in Augustus's long years of experience, this human magician is also very special. He is not like those conspirators who are full of tricks. Nor is he a politician who does one thing before others and another after others. Nor is he a soldier with a single mind. Nor is he a magician who greets everything with magic first. As for what was special, it was the reason why Black Dragon was willing to stay. Because he wanted to see what the reason was for this human being to give him this feeling. According to Black Dragon, the Lich had the same reason. This statement also aroused Hardy's interest. It has been sneaking behind the human magician all day long. Not only observing what he does, but also watching what he is doing. On the contrary, the three kittens who initially said they were coming to find this human had so much fun playing with the two human girls and two human children that they forgot their original purpose. Hardy also took a look at the longhouse that was about to be regarded as a forbidden area while someone was inspecting it. Looking at the energetic little bugs, the gray cat really had the urge to devour them. But he finally restrained himself before making a mistake. It is clear that someone who said he would skin a cat would actually do it. When we faced the demon lord, the king of the forest, Mao and Big Mom, we killed every one of them without any hesitation. Although no one really died in the end. The point is that no one would doubt that this human magician had the ability to kill them. That sword is too brutal. Clinging to the breeding table, Hardy asked about the purpose of raising these devil insect larvae. Only then did I learn from the blonde girl, who was taking care of them, that they were going to use the silk threads they spun to make clothes. This can also explain why the human magician made such an agreement with the king in the first place, asking only for the silk cocoon to be left behind. And from the conversation, it can be known that in addition to the human magician, the other three women are also looking forward to clothes made from silk cocoons, including the Lich. This was also the opinion that the three women agreed with when the human threatened to skin the cat, which made Hardy even more afraid to act rashly. However, the gray cat stared directly at the larvae of the magic moth, but ignored the larvae of ordinary moths. In addition, in my own impression, these protein-rich little things are not in the cat's menu. So Lin asked Hardy what the reason for this attraction was. After asking, I remembered a feature about Warcraft. The reason why they condensed a core full of power in their bodies was because it was conducive for them to accumulate their own power through eating. After processing, these Warcraft cores can be used as magic stones, but most of them will be used for other purposes. For example, as a driving mechanism for making semi-permanent golems. The Warcraft core is better than the magic stone. In comparison, people cannot accumulate in this way. This refers not only to humans, but to various species of Homo sapiens including goblins and dwarves. It can be said that this is the biggest difference between beasts and humans in the lost world. But there is still a type of extraordinary being called a demon. That is, a person who has a demon core condensed in his body. However, this kind of people are usually abnormal, because under the influence of the Warcraft core, they will have more animalistic nature than ordinary people. There is a way to describe it very well, explaining the abnormality of demons. They are those whose souls are polluted. At the same time, this also allowed Lin to understand why the Black Dragon Augustus was very resentful towards several cats. This is not because there is any grudge in the past. It is simply that the power of the cat attracts its appetite. The cat tribe, to which Hardy belongs, is one of the species with the highest power per unit volume among the Warcraft that Lin has personally observed. After the overall power divided by the volume, the other one is the Dragon Clan. And the one I have seen with my own eyes is just an old black dragon. No one can imagine what dragons would look like in their heyday. But this does not mean that cats and dragons are creatures of the same level. After all, the size of the two is very different. And the total amount of power is of course also very different. However, this can also explain why the nobles and magicians in the southern border of the Guana Empire regard Mousen's magic cats as the best magic pets. Not only because cats get close to humans and take care of human children, but also because they are indeed the creatures with the best combat power among the easily tamed monsters. Moreover, signing a contract with such a creature and getting close to it day and night is beneficial to those who are interested in magic. Of course, in the eyes of other World of Warcraft, the cats in the Mount Forest are also the best food. Even the Dragon Clan is not exempt from this. It's just that Augustus's attitude towards cats is more playful. At his age, he no longer needs to think about improving. Even if he eats more cats, there is no way to repair his physical defects. On the contrary, teasing these little guys, just like teasing Ezio, can make him temporarily forget some of his troubles. Lin also had some guesses about Augustus's attitude. If the black dragon really wanted to eat it, how could he keep the 4 cats until he came back? It has already entered the belly. But, to be honest, it might be better to eat it. 3 kittens of naughty age came to this home. According to someone, the lineup of the lawless group has expanded. The king of children is still a black dragon. And even if he wants to teach them a lesson, he can't beat and scold them as much as he wants. Think about those grandchildren who are being shielded by their grandparents. Someone is now like the generation caught in the middle among 3 generations. It's miserable. In the end, I could only ignore it and leave the trouble to the 2 equally energetic girls. Fortunately, they were not born by me, nor were they raised by me. Whoever gives the opinion is responsible. There is nothing wrong with it at all. The gray cat Hardy not only follows Lin inside the mansion, but also follows him when he goes to teach at the academy. If someone is too lazy to walk that day, or the time is almost up, they will go directly using the flash spell. Hardy would then walk to the academy on his own. Anyway, someone's scope of activity is fixed and rarely changes once every few hundred years. It's easy to find someone. In addition to observing someone, going to the college also made Hardy interested in mathematics students. Most demon cats can speak common language, but it can be said that none of them can read ordinary characters. Mathematics is a subject that can be learned even if you don't understand ordinary writing. You just need to remember some symbols. Hardy, who had been watching for a while, took some time to catch up with everyone's progress after getting some basic mathematical knowledge from someone. After that, everyone in the math class got used to having a cat classmate who didn't pay tuition. Although the gray cat's thinking is not as flexible as that of other humans when it comes to groundbreaking projects, it does not lose much to others in terms of calculations. Perhaps the magicians of the Holy City, or people who are also nobles, do not regard having a magic cat following them as a symbol of status like the southern border of the empire. But someone was accompanied by a demon pet that also learned mathematics, or a demon cat from the southern region. It eventually became news and spread in a small area. Sometimes the gray cat would sneak out on his own and hang out with other magical beasts that could communicate with each other in the holy city of Starry. Most of them are familiars or demons, and only a few are ownerless monsters. Those who can live in the holy city without owners are all small or ultra-small monsters, such as cats, dogs, birds, mice, and the like. Although in the food chain, it is either the cat's enemy or the cat's prey. But as long as there is wisdom, they will not fight each other as soon as they meet. Of course, we don't just hook up and walk around the streets together. Just stay far away and say a few words casually in animal language. There are many monsters who can understand common language, but not many can speak it, because animal language is based on mutual understanding of power. There is no problem of racial differences. Therefore, sometimes people will see a group of small animals gathered together in the holy city, meowing, barking, and squeaking, making it very lively. If someone adds a link to the apprentice-level magic animal conversation to himself, he will find that the content of what these little animals talk about is even more gossipy than the 3 ants and 6 women in the neighborhood. And because their values are different from humans, the topics are not taboo on meat and vegetables, and they dare to talk about anything. If Midland had a career as a tabloid reporter, there would be no need to pick up shit. You could just listen to these little animals all day long, and you would find all kinds of explosive information. In this monotonous but not boring life, someone finally had the long-awaited day. The accumulated number of silk cocoons of the target moth species had exceeded the standard line. The first outfit to be made was worn by none other than someone who was always on the verge of streaking. The reason for someone who dared to compete among 3 wolf-like women was, "This machine has never woven a complete piece of cloth. Only a small piece of brocade handkerchief has been woven." Testing. No one knows if there are any problems, and the possibility of getting a defective product is very high. I sacrificed myself and endured the chance of wearing the defective product. And in exchange, I finally have a set of clothes that are not afraid of flash. Do you still want to grab this first set from me? Do you have any conscience? Although the 3 women said in unison that they didn't care if someone was wearing nothing and dangling in front of them. But having to put on an imperfect piece of clothing is simply unbearable.
So they finally accepted their teacher's offer to volunteer to be the first wave of experimental subjects. But just before the official start of work, an invitation that had to be accepted passed through Dean Cavenby and was delivered to Lin, the Guana Empire, captain of the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Legion. Dharma Saint Babak of Unahan invited Lin to a dinner in a private name. The location is in the Holy City, a small noble residence in the Guana Empire. Chapter 665 Prototype Car. Formal invitations usually state the purpose simply to avoid catching the invitees off guard, as this would be quite rude. Furthermore, no one can say whether a magician who receives a surprise or fright will be stunned by the fireball spell in the next moment. Of course, there are those who throw fireballs under the pretext of looking for opportunities to take revenge. Generally, whether you accept an invitation depends not only on the purpose, but also on the face of the inviter. A formal invitation sent by a Dharma Saint through a powerful person is not so easy to refuse. Furthermore, the Dharma Saint graciously refused to pursue the opponent's attack after stabbing him in the face before. Regardless of whether the fight was won or not, there was always less trouble. This favor also made it difficult for Lin to refuse the invitation. This time, Lin decided to put aside the affairs at hand and attend this dinner. The real reason was that he was also interested in the Dharma Saint's purpose. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan invited someone in a private capacity rather than an official capacity to introduce a friend, Nguyen Van Viet from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. This new friend was not completely unfamiliar to Lin. In the past, on the Golden Waterway of the Vita Military Kingdom, the aristocratic couple introduced by the White Sword Master William Greco, Baron Engel's wife Nguyen Tihu, came from the family behind the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. Although I got a document similar to a letter of introduction from the other party, I could rely on it to do business with the one family from various places. That is, the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. But Lin never had the opportunity to use this letter of introduction. Even after arriving in the Holy City, he made good friends with the Chamber of Commerce of Cavenby Academy and did not go to the Jialong Chamber of Commerce on his own. The biggest reason is not that they dare not ask for or owe this favor, but because the main business items of Jialong Chamber of Commerce are bulk grains, and the products are mainly crops. Therefore, the people they serve are also noble lords or kings from various places. When magicians buy things, they usually have many and miscellaneous items, but the quantity is not large, which is different from the bulk transaction type of nobles and lords. A chamber of commerce that was able to do business with nobles from all over the world looked down upon the small business of magicians. So someone who doesn't know the weight of that letter of introduction doesn't intend to test the other person's attitude with his own face. Anyway, as long as you can buy what you need, the Chamber of Commerce introduced by the president of Kabamba Academy is one of the best in the Holy City in terms of strength. Now that people from this family are coming to visit, Lin will certainly be interested in the other party's purpose. Not to mention anything else. Just because the other party has a crop like rice in his hands, it is worth meeting him. The staple food of Midi is still mainly wheat and potatoes. Except for the last time I saw rice being served at a banquet on the Golden Waterway of the military state. Rice is completely extinct in other places, because no one in the family likes this kind of occasion, and they only go there as a foil, or they are busy with other things. So someone has to go to the meeting alone. By the way, who did these people learn this damn personality from? From among his brand new robes, he found the one that looked most appropriate and put it on. Although this is considered a good material for ordinary clothes, compared with ordinary magicians, it is quite shabby. The only good thing is that at least it doesn't feel shabby. When I was traveling before, the people I met on the road looked like they were dusty, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But now that it has settled down, the people who come and go are all big shots, or veteran magicians. But he himself is dressed in a way that even a fledgling magic apprentice wouldn't know how to do. Sometimes he blushes just thinking about it. Fortunately, the method of making clothes with magic silk has been figured out. The materials are all ready, and the preliminary arrangements have been made. All I have to do is wait for myself to go back and take charge. The first time I turned on the phone, I felt really uneasy when I wasn't watching. The location of the dinner was the residence of a small nobleman of the Guana Empire in the holy city of Estali. But that nobleman or his family members rarely live here, because their family's territory is near the holy city. Despite this, there are still servants and chefs here, because the little noble will lend this place to his friends to hold banquets, or to live in the holy city for a short time. Sometimes friends of friends would come to borrow them, including some big shots. Of course, The little noble was happy to do such a favor, and at the same time expand his personal connections. Therefore, this noble residence is quite famous in the holy city, especially the chef's craftsmanship. Everyone who has eaten it is full of praise, because the mansion is some distance away from my home in the holy city, and I don't want to use flash to damage this outfit. In the past, I would have had to borrow a carriage from the college to travel. Although he could not run rampant in the holy city with the college's coat of arms, he could still frighten many people. At least it's more useful than my own shabby outfit among magicians. After Lin thought for a while, he walked into the workshop of the silver-bearded dwarf. The outer wall of the workroom is equipped with a magic circle with sound insulation and other multiple effects. So after the door is closed, it is difficult to detect what is being done inside from the outside. But as soon as you enter, you will find a different world. A bright, magical and modern workshop that is different from the earth appears in front of someone's eyes. On the side are chains and pulleys hanging the disassembled piece weapons. And diagonally above there is a miniaturized hybrid engine transmitting power. Countless sensing pipelines are connected to various parts, allowing this power armor to obtain detailed data from simulations without the need for actual testing. This achievement was almost all accomplished independently by the Silverbeard dwarves. At most, Lin and Finn could give them some advice when they asked questions, or give them direction when they had no goals. It's all just verbal help. No editing involved in the program. On the other side was the car that the dwarves had just mentioned not long ago. Using magical materials regardless of cost, a car can be handcrafted much faster than someone could imagine. Just like the car in front of me, the main structure has been completed, leaving only some skin that has not been covered. You must know that the Silverbeard dwarves have been researching the structure of power armor since the Empire era. For many machine structures, they already have a lot of technology accumulation, coupled with the experience of cooperating with someone to urgently build an airship on a snowy mountain at the end of last year. They were able to complete a set of standardized car design drawings and actually build a car with ease. However, if they don't have any experience to refer to the two major structures of suspension and chassis, they will be fooled. Fortunately, although this person has never built a real car, he has assembled a remote control car, and he can explain the relevant design structure and principles. Even so, Silverbeard dwarf did not handle the structure on the chassis very well. The most important thing is that the space configuration is not well arranged. In some places, the parts are too crowded, or the structure is high. In some places, it is upside down. As a result, the engine room in front of the car is high and low, and it is also difficult to cover it. If the skin is pressed against the machine, it will look strange. If it is posted squarely, there will be a lot of empty space inside. Some people are convinced by this kind of virtue. Fortunately, they at least remembered to balance the counterweights, which prevented this mysterious first car from sinking at the same time. Small areas such as seat cushions, doors, headlights, and rear mirrors have already been completed. The parts that have not yet been completed are the skin of the engine room, the closing of the rear compartment, and the overall consistent paint design. Because from time to time someone would come in, check on the progress, and discuss it with the dwarves. So Germain and the others didn't act like they were guarding against the two little devils and a few naughty cats, and drove people or cats out as soon as they saw them. It's really because there are many dangerous places and objects in the workshop. Those ignorant brats will only cause trouble when they come in, not good things. However, Germain still took a rag, wiped his hands, and came over and said, "Brother, it only takes 2 days to complete the first trial car. Where do you plan to conduct road testing? How about doing it now?" "What?" The silver-bearded dwarves, who were working, all raised their heads and looked at someone in surprise. Not caring about the expressions of the dwarves, Lin asked, "Can this trial number 1 machine run away?" Yes. But, Lin asked again, "Did any problems occur in your simulation?" "That's not true. It's just the finishing touches. Since there's no problem, that's fine. I just have to go out for something right now, and I haven't gone to buy a new carriage because I'm waiting for it. Now that I have the opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste of all your hard work if you don't put it to use?" With that said, Lin got into the driver's seat. The layout of this prototype car is mostly directly based on the configuration of left-hand drive cars on Earth, including steering wheel, geared lever, accelerator, brake, handbrake, clutch, etc. In this regard, someone is not going to use the imagination of the silver-bearded dwarves to use some unknown creativity. As for the instrument panel, because it is a small space and there are no mechanical instruments to choose from. It can only be directly programmed to control the digital instrument. So I have no special requirements for how to design this part. Just saying that the accuracy needs to be reliable enough is okay. What the Silverbeard dwarves did was to use the equipment that someone used on the airship and use it on a vehicle. So when Lin saw a car with a level and height gauge, his first thought was to look for a red button. After pressing it, the car will transform and fly. I couldn't find the red button, so I couldn't say how disappointed I was. I was just nostalgic for that good movie from the past. Lin asked again, "Is there enough gasoline in the tank?" The engine I installed is a 4-cylinder hybrid engine. It can be filled with gasoline or driven by the power of the magic stone. Do you want to add gasoline to it? Fill up the fuel tank and replace the magic stone with a new one. On the way out, I will use gasoline mode, and on the way back, I will use power mode. I will test the actual loss in both modes. Okay, Germain responded, greeted Riley, and took a pump to pump the gasoline from one of the small tanks into the car's fuel tank. After everything was ready, the dwarves pulled up the iron rolling door of the workshop. Lin pressed the ignition switch and stepped on the accelerator slightly. When that familiar sound reached his ears, he couldn't help but hold the steering wheel with both hands, feeling a little nervous. This is not a sense of mission that is about to start an era in a different world, but a big boy's excitement when he gets a new toy. Chapter 666 Banquet Invitation. Although there are no separate lanes for people and vehicles in the Lost Land, the holy city of Estali is a big city after all, and there are a lot of carriages carrying people and goods traveling on the main roads. Therefore, pedestrians walking on the road will consciously step aside. If you are injured, the other party will not be able to hit and run. But don't think about shouldering the burden for the next life, mental compensation, etc. There is no way to make money if you are obsessed with porcelain. Even so, Lin failed to increase his power, because just by pressing the accelerator lightly, the speed will be a little faster than the normal traveling speed of the carriage if the accelerator is fully opened. Not only others will be scared, but even myself will be scared. It's not that I don't have confidence in the technology, since I haven't driven a car in more than 10 years. Or that I'm worried that the car will fall apart. It's just that I don't have confidence in the people on the road. Someone would have expected that this strange machine would attract a lot of attention when it hit the road. But many people jumped directly in front of the car and planned to stop it, which was unexpected. He didn't understand the intentions of these people, and he didn't intend to explain it to them anyway. So Lin chose to just ignore the matter. If the person is far away, he can dodge the person by turning the steering wheel. If the person is too close, he can directly throw the person from the middle of the road to the side of the road with a flash technique. As for whether they would be contaminated by alien energy, they didn't care, because if they didn't, they would have no choice but to drive towards each other. Someone doesn't intend to drive the first ever car in the world and get into the first car accident in the world. After the feeling returned, Lin tried to increase his speed. The agreed place for the dinner is in District 4 of the Holy City, which is some distance away from District 6 where I live. Of course, you can get there in an instant with the flash technique, but if you take a carriage, it will take about half an hour to an hour. This is why someone never considered walking from the beginning. As for how long the drive will take, there's no telling. In addition to looking at his driving skills and road conditions, Lin also did some simple tests on the road. In addition to basic simulations of braking and steering conditions, Lin also tested the car's navigation system, using the arcane eye to record town blocks, and then displaying a reduced-scale real-life map is a skill that I am terrible at. So based on this, designing a navigation system is a matter of course. However, until now, there are no so-called traffic laws in MIDI. Therefore, in addition to the shortest distance, the only rule of navigation is to set the road width to be enough to accommodate vehicles running in parallel. Don't go into alleys that are too narrow. In fact, these are not the first of their kind. As early as when the airship Sid was overhauled, related technologies were used. It's just that it's an airship flying in the sky. The airways are not as complicated as the streets on the ground. So the car's navigation system still needs to be adjusted. The airship Sid has an autonomous driving mode with a navigation system. Of course, the Jinbeard dwarves also plan to implement this in their cars. Although the plan proposed by the dwarves was feasible in Lin's opinion, the system that had been developed was not yet mature. So someone did not intend to put his life in it. So he did not activate the self-driving mode of the Jinsu version. While exploring and testing, Lin arrived at his destination unknowingly. A strange-looking metal monster was parked outside the mansion. How could the guard at the door not be nervous? Especially today is the day when guests arrive. And they are all people who have been ordered by their masters to be careful when entertaining, regardless of whether those few people can solve their own problems. The host cannot help the guests who come in, and the people below cannot be relieved by being scolded as dereliction of duty. But just when one of the guards was about to stab the metal monster with a spear in his hand, he noticed a person sitting in the middle of the monster. The man stuck out his head and a hand. He said, "I'm here for a banquet. This is an invitation letter. Please confirm it." At the same time, he handed over the gold-painted invitation letter in his hand. It doesn't look like a monster. The two guards breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their dignified and majestic demeanor. After checking the invitation, they said respectfully, "Your invitation has been confirmed. I wonder if you..." Listening to the hesitant voices of the guards, how could Lin not know what they were worried about? Then he said, "Please tell me where to park the carriage. This carriage will not move unless there is someone driving it." Although I don't quite understand what this metal monster is, since this guest said they will not move unless there is no one to control it. It can be somewhat reassuring. In this city full of magicians, there are so many weird things. How can there be any standards that can restrict everyone, let alone being a gatekeeper? Under the guidance, Lin drove the car to a pile of carriages, parked it, and headed towards the main house. The mansion was still in the absence of the owner, and the deacon who stayed behind temporarily took over the duties of the housekeeper and stood at the door to greet the guests. The people attending the banquet today were quite lively, and there were clearly two groups of people. A group of magicians led by Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan, including both older and younger ones. The same thing is that they are all dressed quite luxuriously. Luxury here does not only mean that the clothes are very gorgeous, but also refers to the magic attached to them. Its power is as powerful as a man who sprays a whole can of cologne or a woman who sprays a whole bottle of perfume in one breath. You don't need to get close. You can smell the strong presence from a distance. He looked like he was ready to fight at any moment, which made a guy who came to the banquet twitch his lips. Fortunately, this is only the equipment worn on the body, not the weapon in the hand. If they were holding magic wands or various other magical weapons, then today's event would definitely be the Hongmen banquet. There is no need to eat anything. Just run or start fighting, which may save trouble. In other words, I am afraid of being poked by hakiri. Another group of people have a completely different temperament. No matter what, the magician will have a temperament that has seen blood and fire, and has grown up in fighting. No one's hands will be clean. If you haven't seen blood, you can't cross that threshold. When a magician is in the Lost Land, he does not do sideshows, or just do research behind closed doors, without paying attention to worldly affairs. But that group of strangers looked more like gentle nobles. There were men and women, all dressed modestly and appropriately. The most important thing is that the men among them all wear black tuxedos, and the women wear Victorian-style costumes, full of lace, gauze, ribbons, ruffles, bows, as well as multi-layered cake cutting, pleating, shirring and other elements. It is gorgeous and subtle. In addition to these two groups of people chatting and laughing, there were also a group of armed guards scattered along the wall. They wore short clothes, narrow sleeves, and armed belts, and carried a flintlock rifle on their shoulders. Stand up straight, like a flagpole and a javelin. Guns have actually been around for a long time, and the most famous ones are the dwarf muskets and goblin muskets. The former is only made by a small number of dwarves, and is considered a secret of the dwarves. The latter is so unreliable that no one dares to use it. In addition, magic is the dominant force, so the development of thermal weapons is not as enthusiastic and mystery as it is on Earth. Just because guns are not taken seriously, there may not be many people who know these flintlock guns. Just watching the magicians present talking and laughing freely, they didn't look threatened at all. Someone guessed that they probably didn't know what the guards surrounding the wall were carrying on their shoulders. But to be honest, even if he knew it, the front-loaded flintlock gun really couldn't scare the magician. For a single shot, the number of people in front of them is not large enough. Not to mention that there are more masters here than guns. Suppose you were dealing with yourself. If there were a row of tyrants holding Vulcan cannons standing next to the wall, that person would definitely run away without saying a word. But a group of fusiliers, who seemed to be quite energetic, but still far from being truly elite, might be able to stay and see what the other side was up to. Not long after he stood at the door, the main inviter, Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan, came to greet him. First, he introduced the magicians around him.
They were all relatives and friends of Babbitt. Or they were the disciples and grandsons of these people. After Lin greeted everyone one by one, the Dharma saint said politely,
"Your Excellency Tripwood, I finally see you again. The mathematical knowledge in the journals is getting more and more advanced. If you don't calm down and think carefully, you will still be confused. I can't figure it out. And the classic problems you left at the end are really unsolvable."
Lin smiled and replied,
"Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, as long as there is a question, how can it not have an explanation? There must be a reasonable answer, but I don't know it. How come? Your understanding of mathematics is something that many people have to look up to. I took your journal and asked the old man who had a lot of white beards and was looked down upon by everyone. If you can't answer it either, then who can do it? The universe is vast and has endless mysteries. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. His Excellency the Dharma Saint thinks highly of me. But knowledge that does not have answers today does not mean that there will not be answers tomorrow. We continue to improve our knowledge and cultivate the next generation of talents. Isn't it? I hope they can stand on our shoulders and move towards higher places. In terms of educating talents, I am far inferior to you."
Lin pointed at the group of monks surrounding Babbitt and said with envy,
"Easy to say."
The Dharma saint, who responded politely, suddenly put a familiar hand on someone's shoulder and whispered,
"I want to ask you secretly, did you really fight with that person? That one? Who?"
Faced with such doubts, Babbitt Abu Nahan did not answer directly, but carefully made a sign of 10 and then a 4 with his fingers. Lin then guessed that the other party might be referring to the 14th Princess Akazalnia. He said helplessly,
"Yes, we really fought. I almost died at the hands of that noble man. It's really a fluke that I survived. Oh, you must tell me later how you did it."
He let go of the hand on his shoulder and resumed the normal conversation distance. Dharma Saint Babbitt Abu Nahan brought Lin to a middle-aged gentleman and said,
"First of all, let me introduce to you today's other guest, Mr. Nguyen Van Viet from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce."
Although the years have left traces on his face, it is still full of wisdom. Paired with the well-tailored tuxedo and the shiny and elegant hairstyle, he is truly an impeccable gentleman even for a man. He extended his right hand, which represented goodwill, and said in greeting,
"Your Excellency Tripwood, I have long admired you."
At the same time, there were young men and women standing behind him, either nodding or toasting. Chapter 667 Business. Established families with a history of 100 or 200 years, such as the Jialong Chamber of Commerce and the Ruan family, always show their strength inadvertently. They came up with many dishes using rare plants in the land. Of course, the taste is quite good, but compared to the amazing performance of the magicians, for someone, it is more of a nostalgia. In addition to the nostalgic taste of the ingredients and dishes, the dishes ordered by Baron Engels and his wife when they were entertained on the Golden Waterway have also become delicacies on the table. Of course, warm rice wine is indispensable, which is something I have never tasted anywhere else. In addition to warm wine, there was also red wine and elven fruit wine that are most commonly seen at the banquets of midi nobles. Although I couldn't tell whether the wine was good or bad, I learned from other magicians that it should be a very high-end wine. But the most popular thing is warm rice wine, not only because it is winter, but the taste of rice wine also matches the taste of the food on the table. Seeing these familiar food and drinks, Nguyen Van Viet said at the dinner table that Baron Engels' wife, Nguyen Thi Hu, was his eldest daughter. He also heard a lot of comments about himself from his daughter, and she has been admiring him for a long time. Following the dishes on the table, which were more specialty dishes than Midi, Ruan Wen Yu and his nephews also revealed the business territory of their family business association as if they were demonstrating. In general, it directly or indirectly controls a considerable amount of agricultural land, and based on the food produced, it has become the leading large chamber of commerce in the eastern half of the Midi continent, from south to north. They also grow many unique crops not seen elsewhere. The countless types of spices are the key to their ability to penetrate high-level people in various places. The large amount of coarse and refined grains allows them to control the lifeblood of many countries. And this family is not the kind of close-minded people who only know how to store grain and hide money. They are quite active in converting the bargaining chips in their hands into influence and strength to expand the family business. Under this policy, the Ruan family attaches great importance to spreading its branches and leaves. Then blah blah blah. A bunch of crap. But the subtext that someone can hear is that they have something to gain. So they come to the door. But during the dinnertime chat, there was no mention of drama. On the contrary, it was agreed that some rice, rare spices and rice wine would be provided to a certain greedy traveler. For Wan Wenyu, the local leader, it was like agreeing to a trivial matter without even frowning. For someone who took advantage without promising anything, this actually made him a little more wary. As the saying goes, showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. But there is another saying, working together in embarrassment. If the other party desires something, you are qualified to bid. So this is not necessarily a bad thing. But you need to be more careful with your words. In short, at the dinner table, it was all about chit-chat. In particular, there are a few masters of conversation. They will answer and compliment in a timely manner, and will not make the atmosphere dull or awkward. Even if chatting to death is someone's natural ability. There were several highlights in the banquet. Of course, the girls did not forget to ogle the men they liked. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a misfortune. But basically the girls are attracted to handsome guys of similar age. And someone is like an insulator, being ignored or passed over. Of course, my age doesn't match those girls in their prime. After all, he was an uncle-level figure. No comparison with those young guys. At a banquet for the first time, no one expects the other person to provide food and sleep. For the girls participating in the banquet, it is better to choose the person to entrust the rest of their lives to. A man who has a Dharma saint or a great magician as his backer, and can hang a golden thread at a young age is better than a notorious brave. The bad reputation of the lich's concubine was louder than anything else in the ears of these young people. So when the dinner was over, the young people who liked each other moved to other places to talk. In fact, this is also the reason why the French saints Babak Abu Nahan and Nguyen Van Viet brought young people to this banquet. In addition to increasing the number of people and building momentum. Of course, it also gives young people an opportunity to connect emotionally and see if they can go further. As long as it can be done, it will be a good thing for the power and strength of both parties. As for the few old guys, including Lin, of course they came to a small salon. In addition to a deacon serving beside him, he didn't even have any bodyguards. Looking at this battle, we are getting ready for today's theme. Someone has been waiting for a long time, because we were talking about something important. We didn't serve any more wine. Not to mention that we had just drank enough at dinner. The old deacon with a mustache, wearing white gloves, brewed a pot of coffee with neat movements and distributed it to several guests of honor. After taking a sip, when you said, "I heard that the method of drinking coffee was discovered by Mr. Tripwood. I originally thought that our family has the largest variety of crops. But as you said before, everything in the world is there is so much to learn and so much to know." Lin smiled and said, "This is all a coincidence. I also happened to see an animal become very excited after eating coffee berries. So I made the next discovery." This is nonsense that is copied from the story of the discovery of coffee on Earth. But no one cared about the truth of the words. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan said, "Now in the Holy City, the momentum of printing magic scrolls is very good. However, the dominance is in the hands of the great magician Kabambai. Your Excellency only takes advantage of the manufacturing machine, and only a small part of it. Do you have any ideas?" It turns out that this is where the drama lies. Lin put on an inscrutable smile and asked, "What can I think?" Patting Ron Winyua's shoulder familiarly, Babak, who was familiar with him, continued, "This friend of mine, the area he is responsible for is mainly mining, not farming. Have you ever thought about increasing the number of printing presses, and then relying on the trade routes developed by their Chamber of Commerce? They can be sold to various places." Although Ron Winyu did not show any displeasure at His Excellency the Dharma Saint's intimacy, and even had some interactions with him. But it's not like they are old friends who can joke around or make fun of each other. Is this real or fake? Or are you just afraid of the Dharma Saint's strength? So you have to compromise? According to Lin's observation, if the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, that is, the returning members of the Ruan family, are not based on different sources of strength like himself, and are simply called people who pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, then their overall strength will be at the level of the mid-level level. There are no astonishingly talented young people. But what someone didn't expect was that according to the usual standards of MIDI, the young people brought by Ron when you were already considered outstanding. Even if it is a branch of a large family, this group of people will be the focus of training for the new generation. It's just that men use the 14th prince as their standard, and women use the lich as their standard. Everyone looks like a scumbag, whether the two people in front of him were just acting or really helping. Lin also understood what they were thinking. As for this business, he only had a few thoughts in his mind before he started shooting. He shook his head, and did not refuse immediately, but said,
His Excellency the Dharma Saint, Mr. Wan. Well, can I call you this?
After seeing the old gentleman opposite nodding in agreement, Lin said,
Mr. Wan, I believe that you would propose to cooperate with me to build a machine instead of printing magic scrolls, because you want to take advantage of the mineral-dominated area under your control. Advantages. That's right.
Wan Wenyu replied without thinking.
That's right. The mines I control are mainly ordinary iron ore, with only a small amount of magic metal. In terms of the region, it is considered to be rich in output, but the main business route of the family is still in food. So I have not been able to obtain many resources, and have not made much achievements. In addition, due to the limitations of the family's policy, and the fact that there has been no war in the land for a long time, I cannot make weapons and armor. As the main direction, the family policy mentioned by Nguyen Wenyu is because the Nguyen family once founded a country, and then lost it. Therefore, the remaining family members are very sensitive to this matter, for fear of irritating the sensitive nerves of other countries and attacking them again. But in fact, there are still a group of people who believe that the family should rise to the challenge and regain the glory of its heyday, without stating what position he stood on. Wan Wenyu only said, When I think about my cooperation with you, I heard that the main body of the printing press is actually made of ordinary metal, and only a small part requires the use of magic materials. By your Excellency provide technology, I provide materials and sales channels. I believe this cooperation will bring great benefits to both of us.
The opponent has revealed his trump card. Logically speaking, the next step is the time for wrangling and sharing the pie of profit. However, Lin did not intend to follow the other party's arrangement, but said,
Mr. Wan, don't ask me whether I agree or not. Let me first talk about the printing of magic scrolls that I saw in the Holy City during this time. Depending on the industry situation, you may have different ideas.
What Lin was talking about was, of course, the customer-level positioning of the printing press, and the fact that after the craze for printing magic scrolls arose in the Holy City, it immediately encountered the problem of insufficient raw materials. These words did not mean anything to the ears of Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan. If there are any difficulties in the process of printing magic scrolls, how do you plan to overcome them? Regardless of whether the problem is solved or not, it is of great significance to the magician's accumulation of experience. Of course, he will listen carefully and even give his own suggestions. But even though Babak didn't understand the talk about market and positioning, he still found it boring. But Wan Wenyu is not a magician or a warrior. Even if someone in his ancestors has been a king, what he has learned since childhood is how to be a businessman. Maybe at the beginning, the magician in front of him said a lot of terms that he didn't understand. But with a little explanation, he can quickly combine it with his own experience. Not only can he understand these special terms, but he can also judge whether what the magician says is reasonable. Although he said that he could just ignore it and work hard to sell printing presses, regardless of whether there were enough raw materials for making magic scrolls in an area. But no one is a fool. When a business fails to make money, its sales will plummet, or even reach zero in a region. Doing so will of course damage your own goodwill. And if you want to continue to make this money, you can only transport the machine to a farther place and sell it. Simply put, this is not a long-term business. Chapter 668 Lobbying.
Mr. Wan hopes that the sales of printing machines can drive the demand for iron ore, activate the mineral resources in your hands, and obtain maximum benefits. Unfortunately, printing machines that are in demand on the production side are not a very good one. Mass production targets. If you want to realize the value of owning a mine, you have to find products that are in demand on the consumer side.
Wan Wenyu, who has always maintained a gentlemanly attitude, has been persuaded to the point where he looks a little frustrated and even plans to give up. However, someone's conclusion-like words made him smell something different. Then he asked,
Since you can make such a distinction, does it mean that you have other suitable technologies?
Showing an enigmatic smile, Lin Kai said,
Let's put it this way. In fact, my idea is very simple. Since printing magic scrolls is now in trouble, we must find a solution. The known problem is the lack of raw materials. But strictly speaking, it is not a shortage. But the raw material storage and production speed in one area cannot keep up with the consumption speed. The reason why the required materials are not dispatched from further places is because the cost of transportation cannot be met. Added to the finished product price of the scroll without any limit. After all, no one will do anything to lose money. In this case, what solution will Mr. Wan choose?
suddenly being tested. Not only Ron when he was thinking, but also the Dharma saint beside him was thinking. But it was the old gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce who was asked. So he tentatively answered,
Looking for alternative magic raw materials? Yes. This is the method that most people would think of. But in fact, the materials that can be used to print magic scrolls are the result of careful selection. It is not so easy to find other substitutes. After all, now what needs to be done is to print the magic scroll instead of copying it using the previous method.
Although it is just stating the facts. To others it sounds like a curse on ignorance. So Lin quickly explained.
Of course, this is not to criticize Mr. Wan. But people who have not personally been exposed to printing work can easily overlook such blind spots. If you pay attention to the material consumption of the Holy City in making magic scrolls, you should be able to find that. In fact, what is not enough is not the most consumed material in traditional production of scrolls.
Ignoring the rather rude words just now, Ron when you carefully recalled the various material consumption information in his hands about the Holy City. Chambers of Commerce, at the level of their family, will have their own channels to learn about this information. Even without the help of forums, this information may not be complete and detailed. But judging from the general situation, it is indeed what the magician said. There is no shortage of Warcraft skins and blood ink, which are mainly used to make magic scrolls. But those who do printing are crying about the lack of materials. Wan Wu asked,
Since the problem of raw materials is difficult to solve, what method do you choose to use to solve this problem? Transportation. Since the cost of transporting materials further away is too high and the time required is too long, then we must find ways to reduce this cost and shorten the transportation time,
Lin said confidently. Wan Wu's reaction was not unpleasant. Thinking of the past rumors about this magician, he immediately asked,
Are you willing to cooperate with me to build an airship?
Lin shook his head with a smile and said,
It's not an airship. There are not many parts on it that can be replaced with ordinary metal. And it is just a floating device. The cost of that thing cannot be low. This is not in line with Mr. Ruan's original ideas. Demand?
That is, relying on the minerals in your hands. What I want to do is improve the transportation methods on land.
The originally bright eyes dimmed. The more Wan thought about the transportation method that met this requirement, he suddenly became less interested.
Do you want to build a mechanical train? Oh, Mr. Wan also knows about engine trains. I think he knows the advantages and disadvantages of this means of transportation.
Although it was different from the wording he was used to, Lin knew what it was when he heard it. So he followed the nouns used by the other party. Wan Wu nodded and roughly said,
Although a lot of goods can be transported at one time, the route is fixed, the construction cost is huge, and the construction time is long. The disadvantages are as obvious as the advantages. The most important thing is that not all lords are willing to let a track through our own territory. When it comes to maintaining the track, in addition to guarding against monsters, bandits, and lords from all over the country, it can be said that there are enemies everywhere when laying a track. Mr. Wan is very clear about machine trains.
Lin boasted.
In the old machine city of the Dwarf Empire, there are still machine train routes in the city, which are much more reliable than those left by the Goblin Empire. As long as they go to the machine city for business, everyone will use the train as much as possible to move around. But those tracks want to not only do we encounter great resistance when laying it outside the city, but in fact, many of the key technologies inside have been lost.
Speaking of this, Wan Wu suddenly thought of a piece of information. There were 4 silver-bearded dwarves around this magician. In the past, the Dwarf Empire was built with the silver-bearded dwarves as its core. However, the machine train is really not a good investment. Of course, Nguyen Van Viet admits that if this project is completed, apart from the backlog of costs that cannot be recovered quickly, it will also have 100 benefits and no harm. But this is not what his small body can support. Even if it drags the entire family into the water, it will be a bit risky. Not to mention, how could the leaders of other regions consider the suggestions of a person with the lowest status in the family? My voice is still too small. Of course, someone didn't know the small theater in Wan Wu's heart, but said,
You don't mind if I use a magic to display the picture?
Without waiting for permission, Lin used whiteboard skills to sketch out a concept drawing of a train, and said,
Although I have never seen the engine train in the dwarf machine city with my own eyes, it is nothing more than a powered locomotive, pulling a train that may be carrying people behind it, or a carriage carrying cargo. The reason why the track must be laid is simply that the wheels and the road surface cannot bear its weight. So a dedicated road must be built to accommodate the movement of the vehicle.
Although the image displayed is not the engine train that Gwen Van Viet saw. The individual car bodies and tracks are indeed its characteristics. In addition, he had explored the principles of the mechanism train. So he nodded in agreement with what the magician said.
Then the first thing we have to do is to remove the tracks that restrict the vehicle's freedom.
As he spoke, the railroad tracks drawn on the whiteboard moved outwards with a flick of Lin's finger, and then disappeared.
And because the car body is too heavy, we made it smaller and lighter.
As he said that, he put his hands together, and several carriages behind the train disappeared one by one, and even the locomotive shrank a lot.
In order to carry the dead weight and maintain grip, we need to improve the shape of the wheels instead of using carriage wheels directly.
With a snap of his fingers, the original wheel shapes were replaced with thicker tires. One of the great discoveries after arriving in the holy city is rubber. However, rubber has very few uses. It is only used to make waterproof cloths, raincoats, or high-end outdoor tents, and has not been used on a large scale. Lin, of course, purchased large quantities without hesitation to improve engine seals and make tires. However, steel rims and tubeless tires have not yet been successfully developed. At present, tires are made using a combination of pneumatic inner tubes and outer tires. However,
the shape of the wheel rims is close to the modern cars Lin knows. For a while, people watching someone's performance couldn't understand what changes would be brought about by miniaturizing the machine train. It even gave up the advantage of transportation volume, which made one when you frowned slightly. So Lin did not stop his explanation, but continued.
Freeing the freedom of vehicles to choose routes does not mean that they can go to the sky and the sea and go anywhere. But basically, as long as a carriage can pass, miniaturized vehicles can also pass without the need for special paving. Tracks. No tracks are needed, which means the vehicle can change its shape and structure as needed.
As he spoke, Lin changed the vehicle displayed using the whiteboard technique into the shape of an antique convertible from the early 20th century on Earth.
If we want to carry people, and there are not many people, we only need to add a few more seats behind the front of the car. If we want to carry a lot of people, dash.
With a snap of his fingers, the lines of the antique car changed into the shape of a large bus.
We can enlarge the carriage and increase the number of seats. If we don't carry people, but only cargo.
With another snap of the fingers, the big bus returned to its original front, with a trunk added at the back.
We can add a carriage-like carriage at the back of the vehicle if it needs to carry more cargo. Of course, the rear compartment must be enlarged and lengthened.
He clapped his hands again and displayed several vehicle forms he had displayed at the same time. Lin said,
The advantage of miniaturizing and diversifying vehicles is that people who need them can choose the model to buy according to their own needs. Vehicles that carry many people or cargo require relatively large space and relatively strong horsepower. So of course such a vehicle will be more expensive. But if the demand is not that big, you can choose a smaller vehicle.
Seeing that the person in front of him still looked confused, Lin had no choice but to continue explaining.
In the past, we invested a lot of money in building machine trains and sold transportation services. But after we miniaturized and diversified the trains, the production cost increased. Of course, it will be significantly reduced, and we can focus on selling vehicles. Customers can choose a certain type of vehicle according to their needs. There may also be R&D costs to be amortized, but selling one vehicle is the best way to make money. Basic requirements.
Everyone was still confused, and their eyes were lifeless. Lin wondered if it was because he couldn't speak clearly, or if the people in the Lost Land were really so dismissive of mechanical products. I had no choice but to say harder.
Maybe you will think of the same function. I can just use a carriage. So why should I switch to this kind of vehicle? But you can use it at a lower cost than taking care of horses, and in a shorter time, walk a longer distance. Mr. Wan, the main commodity of your Chamber of Commerce is grain. Can you imagine that during the transportation process, less than half of the manpower is needed to transport grain to a farther place in the same time? Go! What does this mean?
Chapter 669 Test Drive. I thought that the people in front of me were either insensitive or had reached the highest state of not being happy with things and not being sad with oneself. But during someone's investigation, some clues were still seen. A sudden increase in heart rate, dilated pupils, and changes in respiratory rate. In addition to these obscure physical signs, Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan raised his eyebrows. Sitting behind Wan Wenyu, his brother showed an expression of enlightenment and excitement. But because his eldest brother maintained an unfazed look, he immediately calmed down his expression when he realized it, and returned to his original indifference. These are just a bunch of hacking old foxes. Now that he knows that they are not as smooth as they appear, Lin knows how to deal with them. He stopped talking slobbering and reached out to pick up the slightly cold coffee and sipped it. Show an attitude that since you are not interested in listening, I am not interested in continuing to talk. The two sides were in a stalemate for a while. When you, the party involved, coughed, cleared his throat and said,
Mr. Tripwood, the vehicle you mentioned sounds quite good, but there are no actual results for reference.
But you can't support me in making any decisions. So please don't misunderstand my attitude. I am very willing to cooperate with you. But I should also have the right to choose cooperative projects. Such concerns are reasonable, and I can understand them. Well, today I just happened to be driving a vehicle, and parked it right where everyone parked their carriages. Although it was only an experimental product, and a semi-finished product, it had almost complete functions. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare drive here. Are you interested in going outside, and actually seeing what the car I'm talking about is all about?
As soon as they heard that there was something real to see, everyone would not be interested. Immediately they stood up and greeted each other. Then, under the leadership of the waiter, they came to the place where the carriage was parked outside the mansion. After all, it was winter, and it wasn't time to leave yet. So both the driver and the horses had a place to stay away from the cold. Two waiters in thick coats held oil lamps and led the most important people in the banquet to the deserted carriage parking place. Lin's car test piece was parked among them, particularly conspicuous. The most important thing is the difference in vehicle height. The carriages are quite high, and most people can stand up in the carriages. They just need to lower their heads slightly. The wheel spokes are also large, making the overall height of the carriage much higher than a person's height. But the highest point of the all-metal vehicle only reached about the chest level. If you don't count the windshield in the front, the height of the entire car is almost an adult's waist. With such a special appearance, everyone knows who the protagonist is without any special introduction. They all came to this brand new car and stopped immediately, looking back at the magician, who was a step behind everyone, passing through the crowd and arriving at the car. Lin Xian used magic to blow away the falling snow on the seats. It seems that the Silverbeard dwarves need to make an extra canopy. Driving a convertible in rainy or snowy weather is really self-inflicted. After cleaning up a little, he walked to the passenger seat. Lin opened the car door and gestured to everyone. I have just said enough. Are you willing to take a ride and see for yourself how this new vehicle feels when driving? But first, let me explain. Because it is just a trial car. The seat cushions are only used for sofa seats. But high-end velvet or leather seats have not been used. Although it has a windshield, it will inevitably blow wind. If it can be mass-produced and become a product in the future, it will certainly be able to be customized according to customers' needs to change the interior. As the person who initiated the transaction, Nguyen Van Via dutifully sat in a passenger seat under someone's instructions and was instructed on how to put on his seat belt. The French Saint Babak Abu saw this and was about to sit down on the driver's seat. Lin had no choice but to stop the eager old man and said, Your Majesty the Dharma Saint, this is the driving position. If you want to experience it with me, you can sit on the seat at the back. After saying that, he planned to move the driver's seat. People can sit in it. This prototype car is currently a two-door design, and the rear seats can only be accessed from behind the front seats. But although this man with a white beard, his physical fitness was not inferior to that of the young man. He jumped in with his hands on the frame of the car and sat directly on the back seat. Come on, kid. Let's see how this car you built runs. Sir, basically the back seat is designed for 3 people. So there are also seat belts that can be fastened. Before someone finished speaking, the Dharma Saint waved his hand and said, Don't worry. I haven't encountered any kind of danger. These seat belts are too much in the way. Don't worry about me. Just drive your car well. Hey, get out of the way. Attila, the great magician and good friend of the Dharma Saint, said with a sly smile. The young man said that 3 people can sit in the back seat. What does it mean if you occupy it all by yourself? Why not just do it? Lie down, he said, and jumped in from the other side. He assumed the same posture and sat comfortably. It's a pity that Wang Wenyua's brother also wanted to get in the car and experience it. But he couldn't afford to offend the 2 people in the back seat. There was obviously no extra space in the front seat, so he could only watch helplessly. Lin could only shrug his shoulders and give him a helpless expression. After calming down this person's mood, he got into the driver's seat. Ignite and start the car. The exhaust pipe made a roaring sound.
which was particularly loud in this silent night. The men and women who were chatting in the main house looked out the window to see what was making such a loud noise. Some even planned to walk out. Hearing that the voice seemed familiar, Attila, the well-informed great magician, asked,
"Is this the propulsion mechanism of the goblin airship?"
Anything with the word goblin in the prefix is usually not a good thing. So Len quickly explained,
"This is a very safe and reliable machine that I have improved. I call it an engine. You don't have to worry about it. Moreover, this trial car is made of magic metal and has excellent durability and strength.
Quite high."
Despite the explanation, Gwen Van Yu's brother who failed to get on the bus took a few steps back, and even Gwen Van Viet himself had the urge to get out of the car. However, he had good etiquette and restrained himself, without showing any rude expression, and sat comfortably in his seat, clutch, shift into gear, and lightly pressed the accelerator. The vehicle began to move slowly but smoothly. The few people sitting in the car looked at this all-metal vehicle with unsurprised expressions without any horses pulling it in front. They have all ridden on government trains before, so of course they will not be frightened by this miniaturized car. Just this sense of smoothness? Is it because of the chair? The two masters behind him shook their butts unceremoniously, as if they were trying to find a reason to be so calm. But this speed is really slow. Several people snickered in their hearts, as if they were laughing at a certain magician's overestimation of his abilities. Approaching the gate, Lin honked the car's horn and said,
"Open the gate. We are going out to test the car."
The guard at the door hurriedly opened the iron gate and released the strange cart that was not pulled by horses. After turning smoothly and driving onto the street, Lin turned to the people in the car and said,
"I'm going to let go and run, because this is a trial car. There will inevitably be some discomfort, so please bear with me. After that, step on the accelerator." The trial car number 1 completed by the Silverbeard dwarf has not yet reached a balanced state in terms of adjustment and matching in all aspects. This means that although it has a 40 horsepower, 2000 c.c. 4-cylinder engine, it has not yet found tires with enough grip. On the one hand, there was snow and the ground was slippery, which caused the rear wheels of the driving wheels to spin for a long time, causing tire wear. But when the tire heat increased and the snowflakes and water vapor on the ground were pushed away, the whole car rushed out in a whoosh. Perhaps according to my experience on Earth, the acceleration and speed of this car are really not very good. But for the natives of Midland, who had never experienced it before, the sudden acceleration had already frightened them once. They all stretched out their hands to grab whatever they could and fixed their bodies. The horses pulled the carriage, and according to someone's measurement, it was traveling at about 20 kilometers per hour. Riding a horse alone can reach up to 60 or 70 kilometers. Further up, it is no ordinary horse. At least it must be at the Warcraft level to have a higher land speed. However, it is easy for the prototype number 1 car to exceed the speed of 20 kilometers per hour. If you press the accelerator a little more, the speed will exceed the normal traveling speed of the carriage. As for what the top speed is, I'm about to test it now. The cold wind of the winter night blew against the faces of the 4 people in the car, and even the windshield was of no use. The only good thing is that there are not many people on the road. In this kind of ghostly weather, whether it is drunkards, prostitutes standing on the street or pleasure seekers, they will disappear from the streets without anyone chasing them away. The cold wind whistling by reminded the people in the car how fast they were traveling. In an era when there were no accurate speedometers, everyone's judgment of speed was entirely based on physical sense of speed, and then compared with whether they had similar experiences. But now everyone feels like they are riding a divine horse, running wildly in the winter night. Rather than praising the speed of this car, more people are scolding themselves for being crazy for riding in a convertible in such weather. However, no matter how fast the straight line speed is, he will always turn back and return to the mansion where the banquet was held. Lin deliberately opened this road because there would be a fountain in a certain section of the road, and that area was also a small square. Using the fountain as a ring, Lin slowed down and turned the steering wheel sharply. I wanted to use a tail flick to pass through the ring coolly, but in the end, the 4 tires were able to firmly grasp the ground, and the centrifugal force caused the car body to tilt slightly, and it circled the fountain without any danger. The main thing is that I have no confidence in the grip of the tires. If you act cool until you lose control and get into a car accident, it will be very difficult for your business to continue. A test of straight line speed will show the advantages of this car over a horse-drawn carriage. There should be no need for fancy driving skills. I don't know if the guests in the car were afraid of the cold winter wind pouring into their mouths, or they were really speechless. Until Lin drove back to the mansion where the banquet was held. They still didn't say a word. They just fixed themselves firmly in their seats. Chapter 670 Cooperation. After parking the car, many young people were already watching. Mainly because the sound of the car's engine and exhaust was too obvious on such a quiet night. Which of course aroused everyone's curiosity. Turn off the engine and get out of the car. But the 3 passengers in the car seemed unaware and still clung to the parts of the car they could hold onto until Ron Van Viet's brother came close to express concern. One sentence.
Brother, are you okay?
Only then did the 3 people who returned to their souls remember to get out of the car. Since he didn't plan to turn tonight into a driving training class. Lin politely declined everyone's request to test drive or go for a drive. Instead, he directed the waiters to bring those who felt the cold wind into the house, to warm themselves over the fire and drink some warm tea. Fortunately, the 3 of them are in pretty good health. So there shouldn't be anything wrong with them after this wind blowing. The 2 magicians who were in the combat force had nothing to say. Even Ron Wenyu, a businessman, was also a strong warrior according to Lin's observation. I dare not ask him to fight on the front line. But it should not be a problem to protect himself in the face of emergencies. Not to mention just blowing the wind. As for himself, Lin was not worried at all. Knowing what kind of situation we would face, how could we not prepare in advance? An apprentice-level magic of wind enchantment can easily smooth out the changes in the airflow around you, allowing the cold wind to automatically avoid you. This is originally a magic that controls the airflow around you and deflects arrow like flying props. It's just a cold wind, which is useless. Returning to the small salon where the conversation was held before, the old deacon who had been following Ron when you invited the young people who had followed him out, the 3 old people who had eaten a lot of cold wind, took a deep breath after drinking a few cups of hot tea, and their eyes gradually regained their charm. At this time, they seemed to have come back to their senses, and they opened their mouths with a series of questions. It can be said that Lin answered every question in detail, and even provided some data from observing the carriage as support. In addition to the detailed design structure and parameters that are not given, there are other issues whether normal or not, such as whether it can go to the sky and the sea, whether it can jump, and whether it can be installed on a house and pull the whole house away. Lindu answered them one by one. But Nguyen Van Viet is worthy of being a businessman. After a series of technical and random questions, he immediately turned back to the main point. Question.
Sir Tripwood, can you reveal how much such a car would cost to build? Not counting the labor and design costs. Just looking at the material cost. Although I haven't calculated the exact cost.
It should probably exceed 10,000 gold.
Someone's unhesitating answer immediately dimmed everyone's bright eyes. 10,000 gold is definitely not an expense that an ordinary person can afford. Even a big businessman or a nobleman may not pay the bill. After all, the luxury car culture in Midland has not yet emerged. And no one will blindly pursue more luxurious, faster and rarer cars. Not to mention that after buying a car, there are all kinds of oil, consumables and maintenance. Of course, you can still fool fools into spending a lot of money by packaging it with some tricks. But it is meaningless. The positioning of this thing should not be a boutique route, but should be popular. It is best to be able to ruin the streets, completely change the lives of people in the lost land, and go deep into it. So in the face of everyone's disappointment, Lin smiled and said,
Don't say you think it's expensive. Even I think the price is very expensive. But this is just a trial vehicle to verify the feasibility of the structure. Not a vehicle that will eventually become a commercial product.
Oh,
is there any difference?
Wenyu asked.
This trial car is all made of magic metal. This is to facilitate the use of magic shaping to change the structure of the parts. And when it is confirmed that the structure of a part is incorrect or unnecessary, it can be quickly restored to a metal ingot. Reuse? That's all. The 2 major features of magic metal are that it can add magic effects, and the metal strength is much higher than ordinary metal. However, there are almost no places in the structure of this car that need to add magic effects. The problem of metal strength can also be solved by smelting technology. In other words, more than 99% of the structures can be replaced with ordinary metals, or even wood or other lighter ordinary materials, which will eventually become commodities. The ordinary car model should be able to keep the material cost below 30 gold. The price is set at 100 gold. I think there will be more people who can accept this price.
This number is not made up by someone. The birth of this prototype car certainly made Lin realize that it had many shortcomings, and it was also one that could not be replaced by the use of magic materials. The most important of these shortcomings is the tires. The test just now made Lin understand that the grip of the existing tires is far from enough. In this case, in addition to finding ways to improve the tire formula, the simplest way is to lower the speed limit. That is, to replace the engine with a smaller horsepower, to prevent the vehicle from losing control due to excessive speed in some extreme environments, causing an accident. The small horsepower means that there can be methods that do not require material strength. That is, the engine material may not be made of magic metal. Coupled with the sealing properties of the rubber, the engine performance is also improved. Over and over again, the cost is reduced. Lin even plans to introduce material science to Mysteryland, using alloys to replace magic metals. After all, if a vehicle uses a pure fuel engine, it has nothing to do with magic. It would be a waste to insist on using magic metal and only take its material strength. Even with a hybrid engine, the places where the magic circle needs to be carved are limited. So most of the car body can still be made of ordinary metal. Not to mention that for ordinary vehicles, there is no need for the entire body to be made of steel plates several centimeters thick. Some unimportant places can be covered with a thin layer of iron sheet. You could even consider cheaper materials. Therefore, it is possible to lower the price to 30 gold. In addition to regaining their brilliance, the eyes of several people also had an indescribable and unexplained flavor. The familiar Dharma saint put his hand on someone's shoulder again and said, "Boy, you can do it. You plan to sell XXXKIR's things to CKIR. Are you selling other things the same way?" Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan suddenly thought about whether other products related to this man were sold at such a ridiculous price. Suddenly, I felt unhappy and planned to take some money back from the other party's wallet. Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, the Dharma Saint, what I calculated is only the cost of materials, and does not include the design fee and the manufacturer's remuneration. You can't ask these people to do white work. You ask for processed products based on the price of iron ore. It's also the same price." But Wanwen was thinking about another thing. He asked, "Your Excellency, since this industry is profitable, why didn't you choose to cooperate with the great magician Kabambai? Instead, you are willing to use it and cooperate with me." Not only did he want to know this question, but the two magicians next to him also wanted to know. Although there is no sentence in Midi that says, "First come those near the water, the towers, the moon," this principle still makes sense. The answer to this question is not difficult to think of. Lin said directly, "Because the direction is different. If today I want to build this car to run faster, push a heavier carriage, make it bigger, or make it smaller, or add some more if it has special functions, then of course I will seek cooperation with Dean Kabamba. But today my idea is to build this car at a cheaper cost, and to build it according to the needs of the customer. That is, the user, with as little effort as possible. Instead of using magic to build this car in a way that ordinary craftsmen can use, I think a businessman who understands the needs of the customer would be a better partner than a great magician." This principle is so simple that several people present could understand it immediately. Of course, they will have some ideas after experiencing the speed of the vehicle. However, these thoughts, just like what the magician in front of me said, the Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan and the great magician Attila were thinking about how to make the car faster. As a businessman, Wanwen was thinking about how to make the car faster, get it at a cheaper cost. This is not to say that businessmen think about how to cut corners all day long. Faced with the same product, it is the nature of a businessman to produce more at a cheaper cost. The difference lies in who gets the benefits after cost reduction. If a businessman is ignorant, the things he sells are shoddy and of good quality, such behavior is of course not advisable. But if the cost drops, the selling price will also drop. And clearly tell others the difference between before and after. It emphasizes that you get what you pay for, allowing buyers to choose the grade of goods according to their own circumstances. How can we say that the businessman did something wrong by doing this? Simply put, the high-end market must be occupied, and the low-end market must also be occupied. A real businessman is of course more knowledgeable about the market, and this kind of pursuit is exactly what an expert of the level of the great magician Kabambai would not care about. After listening to the magician's thoughts, Wanwen also understood his role. Faced with this opportunity that seemed to have a good chance of winning, he already had an idea in his mind. There is just one more question that needs to be asked clearly. If we cooperate, what would you like my family to do? After all, this is a business that has never been done before. So how to cooperate?
To be honest, he was still a little confused.
Ha. Several people have already experienced the success of the trial car. And this also proves that the structure of the vehicle is feasible. Then the next step is to continue experimenting and exploring. To use ordinary metals to make cars. In addition to the formula of the alloy material, there is also the manufacturing process. How to make the gears, and how to make the curved steel plates are the key points that require the cooperation of Mr. Wan.
At this point, Lin still maintained his original grimace and said,
in other words, don't look at the vehicle costing me XXX keel. If I want to sell it to C keel, I haven't taken into account the amount of money it will cost.
Time and wages spent on R&D. If the final product doesn't sell enough, it's not impossible to lose money. Chapter 671 Negotiation. When someone speaks in frustration, everyone just treats it as a way to spice up the conversation. And no one takes it seriously. For Nguyen Van Viet, who has spent most of his life in the Chamber of Commerce, there is nothing that cannot be sold. Only when there is nothing to sell. The lost land of this era cannot even be called a regional economy. There are blacksmith shops and carpentry shops all over the place. Those who can gain a foothold in the name of Chamber of Commerce are organizations that can connect multiple places and exchange what they need. As long as things are transported to where they are needed, they will be sold at a premium. And there will be no unsaleable situation. But that doesn't mean you won't lose money. The first point is, what is needed where? Originally, large chambers of commerce relied on their organizations to obtain information from various places, and then coordinated and allocated their resources to obtain maximum benefits. Since the forum went online, this advantage is no longer exclusive to large chambers of commerce. And as a result, the number of small business groups has increased. Another important point is the cost of transportation. Even if the oxen and horses pulling the cart, the helpers of the team, or the guards do not receive salary, they always need food to satisfy their hunger. The longer the transportation distance, the more time it takes, and the more considerable the transportation cost will be. And this cost is the main factor that turns profitable goods into money-losing goods. This does not include the situation where an accident occurred during transportation and all the property was lost. Cars can be said to be a cross-generational commodity, and they are also a powerful tool for changing the form of transportation in the world. For the Wan family, even if they do not take out food and develop cars specifically to transport food for their caravans, as long as they can maintain the speed they just experienced, the value they can create in the family business cannot be ignored. So Ron Wenyu almost didn't consider the possibility of failure and decided to cooperate with the magician in front of him. It's just that this kind of cooperation has never been done before. So of course, he has to ask for details. If you are doing business, it is not okay to be unclear.
Sir Tripwood, our Chamber of Commerce is very honored to establish a good cooperative relationship with you. I don't know how you need our cooperation.
Even though Brothers has settled accounts clearly, it is most taboo to have no rules and regulations for this kind of cooperation project with others. So after Lin thought for a while, he said,
let's build an R&D and manufacturing center outside the Holy City to be responsible for the research and production of cars. In addition to providing technical support and design drawings, I also have the prototype car for research and reference. You are responsible for recruiting research manpower and necessary materials, including blacksmiths, magicians, etc. In addition to iron ingots, all the metals that can be collected are sent here. It is not necessary to build a big ship, so the wood is not very good. Be careful. You can get it from the woods around the Holy City.
The attitude of the lost land in this era towards land is completely different from that of the Earth. On Earth, the borders of all countries are adjacent to each other. In addition to the sea and the high seas, there is no so-called unclaimed land on land. Most people's understanding of borderless land is actually state-owned land. Cutting down trees and hunting at will are illegal behaviors. But in lost land, the registered and owned land is of course protected by local laws. But the attitude towards wasteland is that it belongs to whoever opens it. This is also the reason why the holy city of Estali continues to expand outwards to this day. If it were in other corners, humans would still be afraid of opening up wasteland, for fear of being eaten alive by hungry monsters. But in the holy city, as long as you are willing to deal with the woods, dig tree roots, and clear stones, you have no fear of wild beasts or monsters. No matter how many and powerful those beasts are. How many magicians are there? Is the magic tower stronger? Some residents who were born and raised in the holy city would build houses outside the city if they were not afraid of trouble. With this kind of barbaric growth, no one has thought about planning it properly. That's how everyone plays anyway. So of course someone just goes with the flow. The technical guild headed by Yuzov was also divided in this way. And now it is thriving. The workshop of the silver-bearded dwarf at home looks a bit sci-fi. But in terms of scale, it's only a little bigger than a garage. It's really difficult to do research and development and mass production with a Chamber of Commerce as a backing. Of course, it can't be like a player's wine. However, the specific size depends on how much one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce dares to invest. He glanced at Ron when you up and down. Anyone who talks about things in peace must have an explanation, Lin said.
As for the income, after deducting the costs and personnel expenses, the initial investment will be amortized through installments of depreciation, and the remaining profits will be divided into 50 and 50. If there is any decision, it will be implemented after discussion and agreement between both parties.
Finally, I also explained what amortization is. Basically, by making such a proposal, someone is handing over his decision-making power, half buying and half giving away. Even so, Wan Wenyu's brother, Wan Wenjiao, still said,
Your Excellency, if you are willing to develop, why don't you put these R&D and manufacturing centers near the iron mines controlled by my family? A large amount of raw materials can be used nearby and shipped. The Holy City will have to spend a lot of money on transportation.
The Ron brothers focused on the location of construction and development, but had no objection to the share ratio mentioned later. Based on their experience of working with magicians, there are basically only two modes. They hire magicians to do things, or they cooperate with magicians. There will be no situation where they work under magicians, because even in a cooperative mode, the magicians of Lost Land rarely get involved in specific business operations. Most of them still rely on the organizational strength of the Chamber of Commerce for production and sales. Therefore, when encountering problems, we always discuss them to avoid laymen leading experts. In such an environment, it seems that the master can easily be tricked and killed by businessmen. This is not the case. A magician who can be recognized by the Chamber of Commerce and cooperate in a cooperative mode will definitely not be a little shrimp that can be manipulated by others. If you offend such a person, it would be a trivial matter to see blood. If you dare to say that the things in the minds of magicians are worthless, such a Chamber of Commerce must be very capable if it cannot anger the magicians group and survive until the next day without being completely wiped out. Unfortunately, such a capable Chamber of Commerce does not yet exist. The top intellectuals in the Lost Land are almost synonymous with the most dangerous existence in the Lost Land. People who do not do business will make themselves uncomfortable. What's more, the person I'm serving in front of me is still an ignorant master. No one really dares to treat him as a wage earner. But the point of discussing everything is to express your thoughts correctly. If no one can convince anyone, then it depends on who wants to give in, or seek common ground while reserving differences, and work out a plan that both parties can agree on. MIDI has no concept of shareholding or proportion. As long as it is cooperative, everyone is equal. For this reason, Lin explained,
I don't know the location of your family's minerals, but when it comes to research and development, talent is the first priority. In terms of human resources, I believe there are not many places in Midland that are better than the Holy City. If Mr. Ruan's manpower cannot solve the problem, I may not be able to find a suitable solution for a while. With so many magicians in the Holy City, someone will always have a solution. So I think the first step for the automobile industry should be to launch in the Holy City. We don't have to worry about the transportation cost of raw materials, so we put it near the mines where there is no shit. Not to mention that if the funds are sufficient, we can hire more people, form multiple R&D teams, and implement a multi-pronged approach. The sooner we can standardize the manufacturing process of using ordinary metals for cars, the sooner we can make and sell cars profitably. After that, we only need to retain one or two of the best R&D teams and continue to improve research. Such advantages are not available outside the Holy City. According to his own perspective, this arrangement of a certain person has almost no confidentiality measures at all. The same goes for the production of printing presses. Although it is useful to disperse the parts and make it more difficult for others to imitate, it only increases the difficulty and does not truly prevent clogging. Of course, he had also thought about keeping the technology secret, living alone, making money, and building a magic tower. But then I thought about it seriously, and it made no sense at all. If you join a certain force today, or travel back to a certain dynasty in the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, You will face the pressure of foreign invasion and national subjugation, and use advanced technology to crush the backward indigenous people, which will be a lot of fun. But today I am alone, and no country in the world gives me a sense of belonging. And because before I traveled through time, I was so popular that I couldn't even choose a class president in elementary school. So I didn't think about forming my own power and becoming king and hegemony. Not to mention the distance. Even the people gathered around him didn't have much to worry about. Therefore, for the advanced technology in hand, the best way is to throw it to the leader and charge forward, while you can pick up some advantages from behind. And to make people rush stupidly, of course there must be enough benefits as an inducement. Using this method of casting a wide net and hiding behind the scenes to accumulate one's wealth can be said to be someone's policy in recent years. After all, in a world like mystery where individuals have great power, financial resources, power, and power are ultimately no match for strength, there's really no point in getting money. It's just that for one person, his concession was not appreciated. Wen Zhao laughed contemptuously and said,
"What if I say that our family firmly disagrees, and the center is located in the holy city, and must be located in our family's territory? What will you do, Mr. Magician?" At that time, I could only entrust this set of ideas to the craftsmen of the Technology Guild, and let them study and tackle the key problems. This will only make the research and development cycle longer, and the return on investment will be slower. But there's no rush at all.
Lin smiled. Such an answer would, of course, choke people to the point of being speechless. Lin just needs to make it clear that you are begging me for this matter. Not me begging you. Who are you showing the sample to? At this time, Wan Wenyu, as his brother, of course had to come forward to smooth things over. In fact, what his brother did just now was not his own instruction. He just remained silent and watched the situation develop. But just as I had guessed, unreasonable demands would not go down well with this magician.
Sir Tripwood, I agree with all your conditions. It will not be a problem to establish our Chamber of Commerce's stronghold and develop a research and development center here in the Holy City. This is really great.
Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan, who had been watching, suddenly said,
"Your Excellency, are you willing to accept other collaborators?"
Wan Wenyu frowned for the first time at the Dharma Saint's interference. But Lin smiled like a flower and said,
"The more, the merrier."
Chapter 672, the third collaborator. Someone said something nice, but he still asked the Dharma Saint who he wanted to introduce. To this day, he doesn't need to give others a hand or pretend to be powerful to make things easier for him. Wan Wenyu also has the same attitude. He can tolerate a magician with unique skills to be equal to him. But it does not mean that he will accept other collaborators. You know, everyone is discussing this now. But in actual practice, it is inevitable to have to separate the boss and the second. If someone who is not strong enough wants to join this game, he will be eliminated in minutes. Even if the Dharma Saint in front of him wants to join, he can only lower his status and become the leader of the research and development team, and is not qualified to be a collaborator, because he does not have the core technology. His money and efforts are not greater than the investment of the Ruan family.
However, the candidate mentioned by Babak Abu Nahan made everyone lose their temper. One of the 16 Grand Dukes of the Guana Empire, the Grand Duke of Kawe, who is closest to the holy city of Estali.
Kavi Gong is one of the few men I like among the nobles of the empire. Although he is far away from the center and does not have much power, you must not underestimate him. Apart from anything else, in his duchy, but there are many mines, but many of them have stopped mining now. If you can make effective use of those minerals and make some money, I believe he will be very interested.
The reason why Wan Wenyu couldn't have an attack was because the Grand Duke Kawe was a regular customer of the Ruan family's Jielong Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to transport the iron ore produced by his family's mine to the holy city, and he couldn't avoid the Grand Duke's territory. You must know that the Chamber of Commerce in Midi is actually very similar to the ancient escort agency of Xia Kingdom. In order to safely transport escorts, it is necessary to control the bandits in various hills. The nobles who are lost in the land are legal bandits. If these people are not satisfied and a large amount of goods are walking on their territory, it is definitely lucky that they are not robbed. It is normal to be robbed. It is a loss of both people and money. In normal operation, a wave of counterattacks is a prelude to death. So under such circumstances, if the Grand Duke really joins this game, Wan Wenyu will immediately become the third eldest son. He can only watch the magician and the Grand Duke argue over each other and fight for the boss and second place. But he himself does not have to fight for anything.
However, Lin just smiled at the fact that the French saint wanted to introduce such a duke to join the car manufacturing business. He has seen too many situations where young people go to those landlords with old money to invest with a good-sounding idea, only to be so humiliated that they want to dig a hole to bury themselves. Although the duke may not be such a person, and Master Fa Shen is not a smooth-talking young man, there is no need to place high expectations when he has not even written his horoscope. It's not that he's afraid of being disappointed later, but regardless of whether the Grand Duke joins or not, or whether the one family member in front of him really wants to join, building a car is just a casual move for him. His goal was just the car parked outside. What I want to do now is to modify the car a little more to make it easier for me to travel. The thought of really making a big business out of selling cars has long since faded away. In fact, after leaving the Tower of the Great Sage and wandering for such a long time, he had already seen some facts clearly. In this era, if you want to build your own magic tower, it is not just a matter of funds. A 3 to 5 story building is made entirely of magical materials. The amount required is not comparable to that of making a magic sword or a full set of magic armor. The difficulty with such a large amount of supplies is that even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them all. Those magician families or inheritances that have accumulated enough for generations to finally build a tower spend so much time. In fact, they are not accumulating the required wealth, but relying on the efforts of generations to collect the required materials. Otherwise, to be honest, from the time the forum designed by someone came out to now, all the money I have dealt with has been saved, and I dare not say that I can buy all the materials to build a 3-story magic tower. At least building 1 or 2 floors is not a problem. But even if you really save so much money, the reality is that you have nowhere to spend it. There is something wrong with people who are eager to buy specific goods in large quantities in the market and put them on the earth if they are not treated as fat sheep and ripped off. Mystery is not much better in this regard. Even if they don't get paid a fortune, no one will hoard the materials that can be used to build a magic tower, and they will inevitably have to be transported from afar. The freight cannot be absorbed by the Chamber of Commerce, so it will naturally be added to the selling price. Even if you want to build a tower in Borderlands, you still need to transport the required materials to the construction location. And you also need people to help build it. If you are a magician with too little foundation, and someone stumbles in the process, let alone building a magic tower, whether you can return to the civilized world alive is still a question. In other words, if there is no powerful support for building a tower, even if you gather the necessary funds in this life, you will still only be able to look at a pile of gold coins. As for using that money to fight for the inheritance of ownerless towers, whose tower owners have passed away, according to some unconventional news, Gabriel Astrobwood has become a blacklisted target in the Magicians Association. The inheritance of the tower cannot fall to him in any case. The incomprehensible nature of the Tower of the Great Sage made these people wary. Anyway, there are no certain rules of the game regarding the selection of inheritance rights. It all depends on who will be assigned by the local division. That is, who will inherit. It is very difficult to find a magic tower like the Great Sage's tower in the Lost Land. It has been empty for several years and has been hated by people and ghosts. If you want to pick up the leak again, the chance is slim. Perhaps the end of his life will be in the holy city of Estali. Someone thought so. After wandering for several years, I finally determined one thing. I am a homebody. The life of the world is so big, I want to see everywhere, is indeed not suitable for me. But this is not the time for anyone to think wildly. After Nguyen Van Viet decided to join the automobile industry, he had already begun consultations with Lin on preliminary plans. He will actively do this as a precautionary measure. Although Grand Duke Kawe has a good reputation, he himself is indeed a careless personality. But how could a ducal family not cultivate smart and capable assistants to become housekeepers, deacons and people who manage the family property? Those people were released to do business, and their skills were at the level of predators. If Grand Duke Kawe is really interested in the automobile industry, before the Grand Duke officially joins, he will first discuss some conditions with the magician in front of him, decide on the distribution of benefits, and even start the plan. This can be regarded as forming a natural alliance to jointly fight against the powerful person who suddenly joined. He wouldn't let the Grand Duke dominate everything and swallow up all the benefits as soon as he showed up. And he would just end up working in vain. Because if you want to make any changes to the arrangements that have already been started, you must first consider whether it will destroy the established plan and cause overall losses. Not to mention using crude means to intervene, which would only arouse public outrage. Of course, The magicians present could see this kind of thinking. Even Wan Wenyu will more or less reveal his intention to win over in his words. Lin was non-committal. Anyway, it's just a casual chess move. As long as he doesn't get kicked out. He doesn't care too much about how far he can go. On the other hand, these two Wan brothers, once they started business negotiations, they were very skillful in making bad faces, and bad faces at the same time. Thinking about it, this was not the first time that this happened. The most valuable thing is that you will feel pressure during the conversation. But you will not feel disgusted. An ordinary person would probably be confused by this series of attacks. But for Lin, he couldn't bear to put too much effort into this anyway. If he wanted to get the other party to do more, it was understandable to give up the profits. But the key part is that you still have to be careful about what you should do. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in this world. If you only contribute money and no effort, and don't care about anything else, just sitting and waiting to receive money, you will be eaten up sooner or later. When the first round of negotiations comes to an end, it is time for the banquet to end. After all, the pace of life in the Lost Land is not as fast as those in advanced metropolises on Earth. Except for some uninterrupted research. No one will stay up all night to work. So after Wan Wenyu agreed to visit his home tomorrow to discuss the follow-up content, everyone left today. Of course, someone still drove the half-finished car on the return trip. Under the envious eyes of a group of young people, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The magician who was invited came to the banquet alone. So he came and went like the wind. Others were bringing their families. They said they were leaving. And the waiters responsible for driving the cars were in a hurry. Take the horses out of the stables and hitch them to the cart. Then according to the order of status, who can get on the bus and leave first, and who will have to wait a while. But despite being so busy, there is still order in the chaos. Whether it is French Saint Babak Abu Nahan, his friends, students, or members of the Wan family of the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce, they all have a place to stay in the holy city. They only use this noble residence to host a banquet. As the head of one of the branches of the Nguyen family, Nguyen Van Viet and his brother Nguyen Van Chiu left in the same carriage. Outside the car were 2 rows of guards with guns trotting behind them. The 2 brothers sat firmly among them. After the carriage left the noble mansion, Wan Wenjiao, who had been holding back his words, finally spoke and asked, "Brother, why don't you insist on setting up that center near our mine? What's the reason for doing this? In our territory, we have the final say. If the magician is not convinced, just kick him out. What right does a mere magician have to negotiate terms with us? If he only has a technology like cars, I would consider the same approach as you. But have you ever thought about what else he has at his disposal? Such as airships, ship-cutting knives, printing presses, and even his modified magic tower? Each of these technologies has considerable benefits. If we follow your approach, it will be equivalent to cutting off the possibility of other cooperation." "Right." Chapter 673 Fellow. "Then we should let him come to our territory and control him. Whatever we want then, we will have it." "Right." Wan Wenjiao continued without giving up. "Didn't that person say that it would be impossible for him to leave the holy city? Smash it with money. There is nothing that cannot be done with money. If there is, then it is not enough. Otherwise, the group of magicians just now are all surrounded by our family's guards. As long as you nod, I don't believe there is any difficulty in taking away a magician. If you do this, you will offend the Dharma Saint." Wan Wenyu sighed. His younger brother is in charge of the mine guard team. And that group of soldiers were all hot weapon troops, formed according to the instructions of the first-generation family leader. The advantage is that it is powerful, easy to form, and much simpler than training a group of old-style qualified soldiers. The disadvantage is equally obvious. That is, it costs money. The kingdom established by the first-generation head of the family was overthrown because supplies could not keep up, forcing the guards to fight hand-to-hand with the rebels with muskets without ammunition, which led to the failure. Later, some of the various branches of the family gave up the tradition of forming hot weapon troops due to financial reasons. The combat effectiveness of the escort team that can be maintained is one of the best. This is also the reason why no one dares to propose abolition, even though my team is not taken seriously. But Wan Wenyu also knew in his heart that the strength of this kind of army had its upper limit. Not to mention the ignorant magician. Even dealing with Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan is a bit uncertain. How to continue to improve their strength is something that I have been studying secretly. However, if you use such a hot weapon team to fight some bandits and robbers, it will be invincible.
This also resulted in his arrogant attitude as a biological brother. And he wanted to use shooting to solve any problem he encountered. But on an occasion like that just now, if someone really took action, would the Dharma saint and his relatives and friends really stand by and watch? No matter how you think about it, there is no proper way. In the end, Wen shook his head and said,
"No. Until we have the most reliable plan, we don't need to use this method to control the magician."
"Oh," Wen responded, turned around and looked in another direction in the carriage, and said,
"If you asked Uncle to take action, that's safe enough."
The third person sitting in this luxurious carriage was a rickety, wrinkled old man. He opened his mouth and smiled with yellow teeth, and said,
"Boys, if you want to die, you can go alone. The old man can live to this day just because he doesn't trouble people like that. Uncle, you can't deal with that magician either,"
Wen said in surprise. This little old man was an extraordinary person who had followed the first generation head of the family. For some reason, he now accepts the protection of his own branch. And this is a secret that other branches of the family don't know. It can be regarded as the trump card in the trump card. Even though he was good at assassination and hiding, he said he couldn't deal with that one. How could this not surprise the Wan brothers? The little old man pulled down the hood that hid his face and said,
"Do you know how many assassins in the Holy City have disappeared this year, and their whereabouts are unknown? Many of the brokers I know are now in despair. The dilemma of being available is just because they have accepted a certain commission. Maybe it is easy to find a desperado, but they cannot afford to change their subordinates a few times. They are all new faces. So that one is now on the blacklist, and there is no one left. I dare to take the job of assassinating him. Do you think the result will be different if I take action?"
He said this about the hidden strongman in his family. The Wan brothers had to rethink their attitude towards the magician, and where they should place it. Wen sighed again and said,
"Cooperate with that person with the attitude of facing a strong man. Besides, our more troublesome opponent now should be the Grand Duke of Kawe, whom His Excellency the Dharma Saint intends to introduce. If you want to protect our interests, we also need the cooperation of the magician."
Regardless of the magician's problem, an imperial Grand Duke is indeed more difficult to deal with. Wen nodded helplessly and said,
"It seems that this is the only way."
The carriage became quiet again, and the only sound was the rumble of wheels. The three people with the surname Wan have different thoughts. However, whether these people's thoughts are good or bad, they will not affect the person who leaves alone. Don't say that you don't have the dream of a sports car when you are at home. When I was young and frivolous, I also dreamed of driving a car with the same value as a house on the road. But as the saying goes, dreams are full and reality is skinny. You can't even afford a house. So you still want to buy a luxury car? Is it possible that you eat, drink, and poop in the car? As for now, there is no need to mention it. Not to mention the standard track. There are no asphalt roads or concrete roads in Midland. The Bluestone Road is already considered the most luxurious road. Lost roads are a natural nemesis for the low center of gravity and low chassis of a sports car. Maybe if you pass a hole, you'll have to do some major repairs. Therefore, taking into account the quality of roads in today's Midland, the quality of road users, the material science that has not been developed before, and many other considerations, perhaps the standards for mass production of automobiles in today's Midland can be further improved. Drop down. Is it necessary to bring it directly to the level of the earth in the early 20th century? Lin Zheng was thinking. A sudden burst of shouting broke the silence of the night and brought someone out of his thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an object fly out of the house on the roadside and roll directly onto the road. Of course, Lin slammed on the brakes and swung the steering wheel. Fortunately, someone understood that the tires on this car were not up to par. So I didn't dare to drive fast on the way back. Even so, the ice formed by the snow on the road still caused the vehicle to slip. The entire car turned sideways and slid forward for a short distance before stopping. The person who was thrown out had no external injuries. At least he still had the strength to yell and curse at the tavern where he was thrown out. When Lin saw this, he planned to step on the accelerator and drive away to avoid this place of right and wrong.
"Italian, damn! Bad day! Damn weather!"
muttered the man who was thrown into the street. Someone mysteriously replied,
"Italian, are you okay?"
"Italian?" The people in the car and the people on the ground looked at each other, speechless. The person on the ground suddenly jumped up, and a string of vague Italian words came out. They clung to the side of the car, face to face, spitting like stars, extremely excited. Unfortunately, Not many of this long string of Italian words can be recognized by the translation system. This set of translation programs engraved on the Dream Tower can not only translate dragon language or animal language. It was originally established to facilitate conversations with the Silverbeard dwarves. I don't know when. As long as you have some basic knowledge or have established dictionary data for the language, you can quickly judge and translate it. As for Italian, someone has not studied it systematically. The only sources of contact were probably watching some Italian movies and listening to some dialogues and translated subtitles in computer games. I never thought that this language would be parsed by the Dream Tower's translation program. But obviously, the foundation is not good enough. So not many parts can be translated. Even when it was translated out, it didn't convey what he meant. So someone could only be blinded by what this fellow said in a furious and frothing manner.
Italian, sorry. Friend. My Italian is not very good. Do you know the lingua franca?
Someone switched between two voices and stopped the man in front of him, who had a beard and wore a magician's hat. A young man wearing a shawl, but still looking quite immature.
Yes, friend. I understand Midi Common. Why do you speak the language of Florence? Are you from the same place as me? Who are you?
The young man also switched to Midi Common and asked. A series of questions were thrown out, and before someone could answer them, a sudden stomach rumble interrupted their mood. The young man looked embarrassed. Lin pointed to the room where he was thrown out, which was a tavern, and asked,
That was just now. I owed the shopkeeper a lot of money and was kicked out. But I have a good idea. I can make money, and I can pay him back then.
The young man breathed in the heat on a winter's night. He blushed and said slightly excitedly, It seems that he is really a time traveler, and his life is really miserable. Looking at the golden thread on his chest, Lin felt a little confused. Although they are not serious fellow villagers, they are from the same place at least, so it would be unreasonable not to help them. Lin said,
Wait for me first.
He motioned for the other person to move away, and after he parked the car, he took the young man into the tavern. Although he was a little reluctant, winter guests always make people love and hate them. What I love is that I can make a lot of money for drinks. But what I hate is that when the other person walks into the pub, he will inevitably open the door and be flooded with cold wind in the room. The fat shopkeeper forced a smile on his fleshy face and planned to greet the guests. But before he could say anything, when he saw clearly the man hiding behind a well-dressed magician, his whole face fell again. He cursed and said,
Get out! Get out! You are not welcome here.
After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves again and prepared to throw the person out. Lin stretched out his hand to stop the person, causing the fat shop owner to stop in his tracks. This is not so much about how majestic or threatening he is, but more about the effect of the few gold coins in his hand. He said,
Shopkeeper, how much money does this friend owe? I will pay it. Is this enough?
The fat shopkeeper looked at the two magicians who had just entered the door suspiciously. In terms of magnanimity, they are indeed not on the same level, and there is a gap in age. They also seem to be wealthy. At least they don't look poor. Is this the young magician's friend? After taking the gold coin, he didn't just put it in his mouth and bite it. The coins of the mysterious land are exquisite and different. Coins as round as the 5 empires, and with double-sided printing cannot be made by everyone. Such casting technology can be regarded as an anti-counterfeiting technology. After thinking about the young magician's past credits, the fat shopkeeper said,
That's a lot.
Chapter 674 Italian Young Man. Lin smiled and said,
Take it all. Please give me another broth and bread. And?
Lin turned around and asked,
Do you want wine?
The young magician hiding behind someone nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. And Lin turned around and said,
Give me 2 more wheat bars. Is this enough? That's too much.
The fat shopkeeper stuffed a few more gold coins back into Lin's hands, only took 2 away, and said,
Just find an empty seat and sit down.
Then he left to make preparations. The reason why Lin came in without causing trouble was because he guessed that someone who would tolerate a person borrowing some wine and food on credit would not have a bad character. And from the fact that he only took part, not all, we knew that the other party knew how to measure. You must know that according to the consumption level of an ordinary tavern, the 5 gold coins Lin just took out can probably eat and drink here for free for a long time. This is not because the other party is afraid of magicians. Ordinary residents living in the holy city of Estali usually have a neither humble nor arrogant attitude when facing magicians, instead of bowing and trembling everywhere like slaves. In addition to the self-consciousness of the magician community,
The inspectors wandering around are also a major reason. Magicians cannot completely separate themselves from the ordinary people. Just like no matter how noble their status is, they still need farmers and soldiers to maintain their wealth and authority. Therefore, when magicians have disputes with ordinary people, most of the inspectors who come to arbitrate help the disputes rather than the relatives. But the manifestation of such civilization is only in the bright spots of the holy city. But for ordinary people, such a life is quite good. As for those who voluntarily go to the dark side, of course a different set of rules applies. But as long as they don't walk into the shadows themselves, everyone still abides by the rules. This is why the fat shopkeeper is not afraid of throwing a magician who owes money out. Of course, even though he doesn't know magic, he is still a capable person. However, opening a store is always about business. Now that someone has paid off the debt, he has no reason not to continue doing business. So the hot broth and the fluffy good bread were brought to the table quickly. There were also 2 large glasses of ale. These things can be regarded as the most high-end dishes in the tavern. The young traveler from Italy had not eaten such good food for a long time. And since he was really hungry, he wolfed it down on the spot. Of course, there were conversations in Italian and midi-common. He was just eating something in his mouth. His speech was slurred. And he was very excited. It would be great if he could actually understand 2 out of 10 sentences. Even so, Lin still roughly clarified the situation of this young man. He suddenly came to this world 2 years ago, when he was about 14 years old. It's similar to someone's experience being taken in by a kind-hearted old magician. But it was different from someone's experience afterwards, because within half a year, the old magician died. After that he lived alone until today. So, the golden thread on your body is fake, the young magician who was exposed said shamefully. Yes, this is the relic of the old magician who took care of me. I am his last apprentice. After I bury him, I will accept the property he left behind, including this magician's cape. Lin sighed. What a daring young man. No wonder. According to my own detection, this young man's power level is at best an ordinary apprentice. Not even a level 1. He said, listen to my advice and remove the golden thread. If you are pretending to be a magician and are discovered by the inspector, the matter will be very serious. Due to the mobility of adventurers in Lost Land, when a group of people come to a new location, it is difficult to determine their identity. In most cases, what the adventurer or magician reports himself is what people in the new location will register, except for titles prefixed with big, which require recognition. In addition to the difficulty of verification, another reason why it is so loose is that no one has to be responsible for others. Only oneself is responsible for himself. He is obviously just a magic apprentice, but he pretends to be a magician and takes on tasks beyond his ability. Who will die? Just to avoid such fakes, not only killing themselves, but also implicating teammates who are taking risks together. Midland will still have penalties for such people who pretend to be their identities. Don't think you can get away with a fine or jail time. Usually it's an arm, a leg, or a life. So after knowing this fellow's situation, Lin couldn't help but warn him that this kind of behavior was unacceptable, as if he knew that what he was doing was not good. So the young man followed suit and pulled off the golden thread and put it into his arms. And to be honest, there is no real difference between walking in this world as a magician or as an apprentice. Maybe everyone will be very respectful to the magician wearing the golden thread, but the money that should be collected will not be less. When they realized that this person was just a paper tiger, they hung up 10 golden threads to no avail. Some brave people even dare to touch real magicians, let alone fake magicians. On the contrary, the fake person still has to worry about how he will die the moment he is exposed. The young man had been hanging on before, but because no one mentioned it, he never paid attention to it. When someone exposed it, this golden thread was closed without hesitation. After getting rid of the unsightly golden thread, the two couldn't help but ask each other about their origins. The young man only said that he came from Florence, which was ruled by the Medici family. Even if he asked in detail, he could not tell anything more. From Lin's observation, it's not that he deliberately concealed it, but that he really didn't know. As far as someone knows about European history, the Medici family is a long-established aristocracy in Western Europe. But the lineage of such a family seems to have been cut off in the 18th century. And before that, Florence had been the family's home base. This shows that the young man in front of him was a European before the 18th century. Also because in Europe at that period, knowledge was not as widespread as it is on the modern Earth.
So I wanted to ask this young man more information about his hometown, especially the time period he belonged to. But I couldn't answer any questions. He could only talk about the customs of Florence in his impression. And they were all trivial matters. But someone is not a professional in European history, so he has no way of inferring what mountains and waters are. Suddenly Lin thought of something and asked, "Do you know the Pope?" The young man, biting the bread, widened his eyes. After swallowing it quickly, he crossed himself and said, "Of course I know." "Then in your mind, who is the Pope?" "It seems to be Pius II, but there are also rumors that it was replaced by Paul II. I live in the countryside and am not very sensitive to this kind of news." Well, it is already remarkable that someone can remember the order of the 22 histories of the Qing Kingdom. As a science student, I have no ability to memorize the list of emperors, and I have never even looked it up, let alone the list of Catholic popes. So, I asked. Anyway, the young Italian guy is called Leonardo, and has no surname. It was normal for European commoners, before the 18th century, to have no surnames. During that period only nobles had surnames. I don't feel like the name Leonardo. This is probably the name of a vegetable market in Italy. Think of Duel, who later filmed the Titanic. It is not unreasonable for Europeans and Americans to live in 2 or 3 lifetimes at every turn, homeless, claiming to be able to do anything. So after he had eaten and drank enough, Lin took him home. Just by speaking Italian, there was no way someone would let him wander. Fellow friendship is not just about helping. Just help. If problems arise later, we will consider them later. If you don't help because you're afraid something will go wrong, you'll feel even more regretful. Besides, the other party obviously comes from a different era than myself. Why? If someone doesn't get to the bottom of this issue, he won't be able to sleep well. Anyway, now the other party has nowhere to go. Life is tight, and it's not much trouble to have an extra mouth at home. It's not like Leonardo didn't ask about someone's origins. But the talk of a young man is definitely not as good as that of Lin, a well-known veteran who only said that he came from a country as far east as Florence. It's a pity that this young man only knew about the Jatuman Empire, whether it was the Ming Dynasty or the Qing Dynasty. He just shook his head. Therefore, we still need to work hard to determine the time period for his arrival. Carrying a big living person home. No one said anything. Anyway, there were a lot of guest rooms. So after asking Vanna to tidy one up, Leonardo fell asleep. According to what he said, it has been a very difficult time, especially with the snow and cold weather, and he often wakes up from the cold. If this continues, I might not be able to wake up one day. So there was a room with no air leakage and a quilt. He was so excited that he couldn't speak, not caring about being polite. He just stayed. For him, hearing the local accent in this strange world is a rare thing. Leonardo, who had suffered for many days, finally found a comfortable environment and fell asleep all of a sudden. He wasn't afraid of being sold for repayment or anything. Anyway, he was going to die, so it didn't seem like it could get any worse. But people who have just returned from eating, drinking, and negotiating a business will not feel sleepy so quickly. Regarding cars, what we are talking about today are also preparations to put the production and research regulations into practice. You cannot rely on that group of people. You have to plan one yourself. But more thoughts are still on the word travel. A big reason why I want to get in touch with people from the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce is that I suspect that the other person's ancestors also have a background of traveling. After meeting today, that feeling became even stronger. And it can also be seen that he is not from the same era as himself. First of all, the attire of their guards and the weapons they used had a strong modern military style. But they knew nothing about cars. Secondly, they master many types of crops, including spices, and many types are unique to this Chamber of Commerce. In addition, those exclusive varieties are actually some kind of edible plants on the earth. Therefore, Lin estimated that Fong's ancestors' background was probably Vietnam during the French colonial era. Chapter 675 from. It's just that now that the Yuan family has spread out, the first generation of time travelers should also be dead. The remaining in-generation wearers seem to have little research value. At best, it is to inquire whether their ancestors left any evidence of time travel, or items that were brought along with them. When someone traveled back in time, he came with his butt naked like Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator. But this does not guarantee that others will be like you. Maybe before they traveled through time, they grabbed something like a mobile phone or laptop that could be used across time and space. However, Those people with the surname Ruan are far less worthy of attention than the other brother, who is of the same generation and has no surname. While sorting out the information, he had observed and asked about Leonardo. Then opened the door to the attic and walked in. She didn't waste any time. Pulled up a chair and sat next to Lin. And asked,
"Who is that man?"
As far as the Lich knew, this man rarely cared about strangers. In ordinary communication, although there is a smile on the face, it is actually a pretentious politeness. Sometimes she is willing to act together, and sometimes she is too lazy to be so conciliatory with others. So she leaves this man to face it alone. But one thing is certain. That is, most of the troubles are brought to the door by the other party himself, and have not been let in by this man. However, today was quite unusual. A young man was brought in. If we weren't sure that this guy's sexual orientation was normal, we would have to wonder if there was an affair between them. Maybe. We could still doubt it. Seeing Finn's eyes rolling, Lin couldn't help but laugh and curse.
"What are you thinking about? The young man I brought back is called Leonardo. He should be from the same place as me."
When the Lich heard it, he didn't react yet. But then his eyes widened, and he pointed at someone and then at the sky.
"Yeah. It's from over there. There's just something wrong." "What's the problem?"
Fun, whose curiosity was aroused, approached someone and asked in a low voice.
"I think he comes from a different era than I do."
Lin thought about it. According to Leonardo, he traveled through time 2 years ago, when he was about 14 years old. At this age, in advanced countries of my generation, people at least have received compulsory education, and should have a rough understanding of the most basic history and geography. But the other party doesn't look like he has learned these things, coupled with the geographical background mentioned by the other party. The Republic of Florence? This is definitely not modern Italy. It's just that the Lich couldn't understand what someone meant by different eras for a while. Lin could only continue to explain.
"That is to say, to me, he may be an ancient person from hundreds of years ago, rather than someone who lives in the same environment and the same era as me. So you go there with P language, advanced mathematics, etc. If you ask him, you may be confused
whether the person they meet for the first time is a longevity species, or a powerful person beyond the mortal level is obvious to the Lich. It was precisely because that young man was so ordinary that it was unlikely that he had lived from the different eras mentioned by the person in front of him, to the same time point as him, and then to the Lost Land. So she was curious. As for someone's speculation, she only asked,
"Why?"
Lin smiled bitterly and said,
"I also want to know why." "Then how about?"
Fun made a knife with his fingers and made a disemboweling motion. Someone's bitter smile became even bitterer and he said,
"There's no need to go to this extent. If you secretly pull out a piece of his hair and test the DNA, I'd be fine with it. So don't hurt him. I don't think the problem lies with the person. What he went through is what I want to know. As for his origin, it just allows me to confirm some things. It seems important, but it is not that important."
"And? Did you think of it when you heard it?"
"What?" Regarding someone's question, then thought about it for a while and asked uncertainly,
"You mean it has something to do with the advancement of World Tree Waldwell?"
Lin still had that wry smile on his face and said,
"It came to mystery about 2 years ago, and Waldwell was promoted around that time. I can't help but wonder if there is any relationship between the two. So I wanted to check to see if there were any marks on him."
As a member of the research team involved in the study of multidimensional space connectivity in the World Tree Waldwell, they knew exactly what was being studied at that time. If we used the same method to analyze the footprints that may remain on the young man's body, just like deducing the existence of the multidimensional world from the branches of Waldwell, we may be able to find some mysteries from it, as someone has hypothesized. Now, even Fun was interested, although it is a pity that it cannot be dissected. Who knows what changes will happen in the future? Maybe there is still a chance for dissection. In the past, there was only one Earthling around, and it was a pity that he was gone after a dissection. Now there are two. You can cut one open and throw the other away. How nice. Early the next morning, someone was still the last one to get up. It's not that he has bad habits. It's just that in the middle of the night, when other people are sleeping, this guy will watch the stars, take notes, or sort out some documents. Anyway, I go to bed later than others, which also delays my wake-up time. This is really because when people are quiet at night, the efficiency is better than during the day. There is no way. It is a common problem of staying at home. Just after washing up, I came to the dining room and saw a group of people chatting around the new young man. They were chirping and chatting very happily. Even the lawless cubs, 2 little ghosts and 3 kittens, gathered around him. They listened to the young man talking with froth at his mouth, and were dumbfounded and rarely quiet. As soon as he saw someone entering the dining room, Halloumi was like offering a treasure, holding an unfolded notebook, jumping up to Lin, and said,
Teacher, look, this is Leo.
Nato painted it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
There is a sketch of a landscape in the notebook, because it is just a simple essay. The details are not clear, but judging from the composition and brushwork, the outline of the landscape is quite vividly depicted. But that wasn't anywhere Lin had ever seen. So of course, the teacher cast doubtful eyes on his apprentice.
Leonardo said this was the scenery of his hometown. It was a small mountain town in Tuscany called Vinci. The Arno River flows through the nearby valley, and this is where he often climbed up the mountain and looked at the scenery. Place. Because the impression is so profound that he can draw such a picture just from his memory. He must be very good.
The young man who stopped talking looked at a certain magician with some fear and said,
Sir, I know many things. Not just painting. I can also calculate. And I am also very good at copying text. If you want me to do this for other things, even if I don't know how, I will still study. So I don't know if you can let me stay and serve you.
Lin cracked a smile. Whatever you think. Come whatever you want. This is called throwing yourself into a trap.
Of course that's no problem. I welcome you. But if you want to help me, you have to study. Not everyone can help me with what I want to do. You know, I'm from Wincy Town, Leonardo.
This young man is called this because before modern times in Europe, ordinary people without a surname would either give their father's name or their place's name. This is normal. Nothing wrong.
Leonardo __ Vinci?
See. Leonardo replied smoothly.
Hey!
He exclaimed. Not only did he scare the others, but Lin also jumped up from his seat. He didn't even notice that the coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground. Looking at the young man in front of him, a certain premonition in his heart was extremely unreal. Suddenly I remembered a painting I had acquired during the trip, because it was placed in a treasure box with other important belongings. It was not destroyed in the airship accident a year ago. In a flash, someone ran back to the treasure house and found the painting. It was originally hung in the corridor of the attic, but a certain lich complained about why it was necessary to hang a portrait of a woman of unknown origin at home. So it was removed. Because of this, things were quickly rummaged out. He was holding an unprotected precious item, so Lin did not dare to use flash to move. Instead, he ran down and ran back to the dining room. He almost shoved the portrait of a woman into the face of the young Italian guy. He pointed at the painting breathlessly, and couldn't say a word for a long time. The magician in front of him suddenly disappeared and hurried down again, holding a small painting and pasting it on his face. Leonardo was originally quite nervous, fearing that he had violated some taboo. Having lived in this world for more than 2 years, he knew very well how unreasonable the capable people in this world were. Even worse than the noble masters in his hometown. But after shrinking back and seeing the painting clearly, his nervousness eased a little. Leonardo became a little shy and asked,
Sir, how did you get this painting?
Suddenly remembering something made him nervous again, and said in panic,
I'm sorry. Sir, it was with this nobleman. Is this related to the lady? I really shouldn't sell this painting casually. I don't know what to do.
As soon as they heard the keyword noble lady, the blazing fire of gossip among several women was ignited, and they quickly asked. Leonardo had no choice but to say,
It was when my teacher just passed away. A nobleman in the city wanted me to help his daughter draw a portrait for a blind date. But his daughter was too enthusiastic. So in the end, I had to flee the city. And the most valuable things on my body were sold off one by one during the journey. In the end, I even had to sell the painting that I didn't hand over. Oh, so enthusiastic.
Halloumi, who was only 2 or 3 years older than Leonardo, teased the young man openly with his voice and expression. Looking at the bearded but still childish big boy, he looked embarrassed. The girl giggled as if she had succeeded. But compared to the fun among young people, someone is in a state of collapse. He murmured with dull eyes.
Why are you here? Why are you here? It's just the same name and the same surname. It's just the same name and the same surname.
Chapter 676 Booting Up. Regardless of whether that young man is one of the 3 Renaissance masters in the future, or whether there will be 3 Renaissance masters on Earth in the future is unknown. Lin did not say much about the Leonardo da Vinci he knew.
If it's really him, Lin doesn't want to mislead his life. If it's not him, he doesn't want him to have unnecessary illusions. Whether it is or is not, cannot be confirmed. But he also agreed to Leonardo and let him stay with him as an apprentice. As for what to do in the future, we will talk about it later. The tentative decision is to look for any traces of time travel on his body. This is also the original purpose. The established arrangements must still be carried out according to the schedule. After all, this is related to your own safety. The magically modified version of the brocade jacquard machine is ready to be officially launched. This is the kind of person you are talking about being heartless. Except for those who had something to do that they couldn't put down. Everyone else gathered in the jacquard machine workshop, including Leonardo, who had just joined. It's not that they are responsible for any tasks. They are just here to watch the fun. The work of reeling has been completed before. Moreover, what magic is added, what color is dyed, and how much silk thread is needed for each color are all estimated by the program written by Kaya. Of course, what color silk thread is placed on which spool of the jacquard machine is also calculated and specially arranged. Optimizing calculations is no easier than editing the original program. Because you are making the clothes you want to wear, including robes, shawls and underwear. The amount and cutting of fabrics have been planned in advance, and the patterns have been laid out. The additional magics include, of course, high-dimensional alien energy protection, as well as the purification technique that comes with simple cleaning. The curse reversal that I wanted to add to myself a long time ago. And a set of newly created magical optical camouflage. The protective magic is the complete version. And it is also the focus of the silk reeling enchantment this time. And it is also the most important part. As for the purification technique, basically as long as you don't lie down and roll in the mud, any sweat, dust or dirt will not adhere to the clothes. But don't think that equipment with purification magic doesn't need to be cleaned. Clothing, especially magic equipment, still requires maintenance. Not just cleaning. Curse reversal is one of the most guilt-ridden spells someone could add. Because for this magic to be effective, it requires a bit of luck and a bit of metaphysics. And it is not 100% effective. As for why it has an effect, or why it doesn't have an effect, and what level of curse can be reversed, these still need to be studied in depth. At this stage, I feel reassured. Optical camouflage is an essential artifact for the protagonist in science fiction works on Earth. I have done a lot of research on the magic of light. Of course, optical camouflage-related content was also my research topic, so this time is considered as practice and experiment. I don't insist on the effect. On the contrary, what kind of pattern to use on the brocade made me a little troubled. If you use plain cloth, it will be in vain to build such a jacquard machine. It's too fancy and doesn't belong to my taste. Finally, after careful consideration, he decided that the main pattern on the robe was Xuanwu among the four spirits. It is shaped like a turtle with a snake tail, with black as the base, black gold lines and dark red lines to outline the line pattern. Originally I wanted to say that all four spirits were present, including dragons, tigers, phoenixes and turtles. But later I felt that doing so was too showy and not in line with my taste. So I gave up. However, when the original picture was given to Harumi for retouching, this ghost girl actually said that it was just that the coquettish girl had become boring, and the essence had not changed. If this girl wasn't so old, I really wanted to treat her like a child. Grab her butt and give her a meal of fried shredded pork with bamboo shoots. These preparations have all been completed before. The weaving process has also been programmed with programmed logic and input into this magically modified version of the jacquard machine. The two girls responsible for the operation rechecked all processes and equipment. After making sure that everything was in its place, the teacher walked through it again. After everything was confirmed to be correct, the machine was turned on, and the weaving process started in front of everyone's expectant eyes. The required number of heddle lifting arms is 1,200. Maintaining the original design of one independent heddle lifting arm will make the upper end of the machine very crowded and prone to failure. Therefore, it was later transformed into a horizontal row design similar to piano keys. And all the heddle lifting mechanisms were fixed in a row. And the heddle warp could be lifted up or down as needed. The operation of the machine does not make too noisy sound. The whole process is quite quiet, with only the sizzling sound of the silk thread being pulled off the spool. This is because the tightness of all machine joints is adjusted just right, and the lubrication is done quite thoroughly. After all, it is a custom-made machine, not a mass-produced model produced by a factory. All aspects of adjustments are made to be considerate and meticulous, so that there is no noise. If those mass-produced models are designed to be as convenient as possible and only seek to be fast and good, but not to be extremely good, they will not have this effect during the operation of the machine. Except for Kaya, who monitored the data fed back by various observations. The others watched for a while. After the initial novelty wore off, they went about their own business. Even the most curious little ones and kittens couldn't stand it anymore and ran away to play by themselves. On the one hand, the weaving speed of satin is very slow. After standing for a long time, the weaving was less than the length of a fingernail. Even if you tell them that compared with the original handmade Sichuan brocade weaving process, this is already unimaginably fast, it will not make these impatient guys interested again. On the other hand, it is also because most of the work is done by machines. If the few people responsible for the operation are busy, they may still be able to watch the fun. But as long as the machine is running, the restless little guys won't be able to stand it. The exception is Leonardo, who just joined. His eyes are shining, and he looks around. Everything in the Jacquard workshop was new to him, including forum-like control and monitoring interfaces. He can also ask questions. Not participating in the production process of the Jacquard machine made him even more curious about such a sophisticated machine. Lin did not hesitate to use his words to explain the issues raised by Leonardo one by one. In fact, it wouldn't work if I didn't talk about it. If I didn't look at this guy and satisfy his curiosity, he would dare to put his hand into the running machine and try to fight the machine with his own body to see who loses and who wins. If your hand is injured, there is healing magic that can fix it, disrupting the weaving process. You can imagine that the aftermath will be a crying job. The process of interacting with Leonardo was quite interesting to two apprentices who had been with someone for a long time. Halumi curled her lips and complained. "Teacher, you have never explained these things to us so carefully." Lin Xiao scolded. "Because you never ask me questions. You don't ask. But I insist on explaining the data in your ears. You are not tired of me yet. Even with magic, everyone is like a stubborn donkey. Just the same, if you keep your head down and go on your own, you can blame me." Speaking of which, the two girls have been too independent in the past. There are many things that I have to grit my teeth and push through on my own. If the teacher does not take the initiative to arrange it, they will rarely ask for help. At that time, Lin would inevitably feel some pity when he saw these small girls trying hard to do things that he could not do. If they were placed on Earth, they would be in the age of unrestrained students, and they should study happily with their peers, but in the lost world, if they don't force themselves to do things beyond their capabilities and adapt to them as quickly as possible, they may even survive. No chance either. In addition to satisfying Leonardo's curiosity, the main reason why someone couldn't move was because of the first official operation. And of course, he had to monitor it. If any unexpected emergencies occur, they can be dealt with immediately. The current setting of the machine is to shut down as soon as it encounters an error. Once the machine stops, Kaya will report the location of the error, and then everyone will make repairs. After everything is completed, you can continue to boot. Fortunately, errors only occurred in the first hour or two, and they were quite rare. After adjusting the machine, it can continue to operate, which shows that the executability rate of the original design plan is quite high. All changes in the weaving process will be recorded in the log file. After everything was on track, Kaya, under the guidance of her teacher, reported back. "Teacher, if everything goes well, the scheduled completion time will take 7 to 8 days, because it is still just the beginning, and it has not yet reached the part of frequently changing weft lines. No, it takes the same amount of time to determine. So it is impossible to make an accurate prediction using the current progress." Feeling a little relieved, Lin asked Halumi to continue greeting the moth men in another long room. "In order to make my first piece of clothing, I almost used up all the silk cocoons accumulated in the past 6 months. If other people want to make clothes, they have to accumulate money again. So don't look at the time it takes to weave the first silk, which takes 7 or 8 days, to accumulate enough silk cocoons. It takes several times, or even dozens of times, that time. So several women are considering whether to expand the scale of breeding." Although Kaya was still sitting in the monitoring position, she began to help someone organize the car production plan that might be used later. As for Leonardo, who asked many questions, the questions he asked were not casually asked, and he didn't care at all. He seriously wanted to know the answer and why. And his questions inevitably involved some relatively deep knowledge, which cannot be explained clearly in a few words. In response to this, of course, Lin took out the textbooks used for enlightenment in the past
and asked him to study on his own first. And then ask questions if he didn't understand. Many things can't be understood by just shooting in one direction or another. You still need to study systematically. While preparing the production plan and waiting for members of the Ruan family, Lin took the time to visit the Silverbeard Dwarf's workshop. Instruct them that when people from the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce arrive, they may come in to see the environment where cars are manufactured. I would say this, of course, to tell them to hide the things that should be hidden quickly. Otherwise, you can't blame him when the secret that the Silverbeard Dwarf doesn't want to be made public is revealed. After everything was ready, it was time for the Ruan brothers to come to visit. Chapter 677 Grand Duke Kaowei. The operation of the Jacquard machine was smoother than expected, and there were no errors. But winning or losing depends on the details. When I tried to weave the small piece of brocade handkerchief before, it was completed successfully. But there were flaws in the details. This time it is officially operational, and we can only wait for the silk brocade to be completed before we can do a detailed inspection. The Ruan brothers visited continuously, and brought with them a group of business guild managers who were good at business. The original intention was to occupy a dominant position in the R&D and manufacturing center to be established in the future. If an organization has been established and its internal relationships are intricate, if someone wants to step in and take the lead, they have to consider the attitudes of all parties, either to establish authority or to divide and win over. But now there is nothing, and we are building it from scratch. Even if the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce sends more people, their respective positions will have to be rearranged. Car manufacturing is a new industry that has never been seen before. Not to mention these old guys who are accustomed to doing business have to explore. A non-professional time traveler also needs to do it. But compared with the advanced management system, if a certain time-traveling being from the 21st century Earth cannot crush this technological and cultural process, which is at best the enigma of medieval Europe, then he might as well commit suicide. Let's see if Black and White Wu Chang will cross regions to capture souls and realize his wish to return home. Just an immature set of program process management has already dumbfounded the Chamber of Commerce managers who have climbed up from the grassroots level. Anyone who calls MIDI still thinks in a small workshop. The so-called large-scale manufacturing is just a large group of people gathering together and doing their own thing. But Lin's planning was so detailed that he controlled each component department and finally unified it. In other words, people involved in manufacturing do not need to learn all the techniques. This will not only help maintain confidentiality, but also help the craftsmen involved in the production to quickly become familiar with the parts they are responsible for. In fact, this set of technology guilds led by Yusuf Gansha has a prototype. After being contacted, people from the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce also tried to transform the manufacturing process within their own organization. However, there is not much room for development. After all, the internal operation of the Chamber of Commerce is called mature at best and rigid at worst. It is not easy to introduce new systems and changes. The people and interests involved are too complicated. But what Lin proposed for manufacturing cars was more complete and direct process control. Unlike in the technical guild, Yusuf alone is in charge of the overall situation. Program control includes evaluation of manufacturing efficiency, control of materials and inventory, and some simple quality control and defect rate statistics to highlight areas where problems frequently occur. And a very unique project. Optimally recommended arrangements. The core algorithm of the last project is actually the optimal suggestion for the position and quantity of the spools of the Jacquard machine. Lin just asked Kai to modify it and apply it to this management program. Of course, someone who is not from industrial management can just use his own vision and ideas to make a rough outline. This set of management procedures can still be improved. Everything has to wait until it is actually put into operation, and then make some corrections based on the situation. Even so, it made the old stewards of the Chamber of Commerce feel a sense of fear. It is necessary to understand a craft or an industry thoroughly, smooth the up and down processes, and let one link follow the other. These old managers can also do this. But how much time does it take to break in? And how much extra wear and tear will be incurred in order to make the work smooth? To clarify these things, in the past, it relied on the experience and memory of the person in charge. So the person in charge of everything was very important. But now all the data is presented in front of our eyes, becoming the basis for the controller's judgment. As long as your brain is not muddled, you will basically make judgments based on data, and will not make overly exaggerated decisions. Of course, people with experience and good memories still have an advantage. But such changes mainly lower the threshold for becoming a manager. This unprecedented method makes these veterans
who have been dealing with shopping malls their whole lives feel tired. Lin didn't care, and didn't want to pay attention to what these old men thought, who told this group of people to have a bossy attitude when they appeared, relying on their old skills to teach others. That's why someone will throw out things one after another that they can't understand, or they can't understand for a while. And at the end they have to ask one more thing. You can do it. Just do it. Don't use my method. Maybe they were stimulated to the point of doubting their lives. Or maybe the Duke of Kauai's men would appear at any time, which would put pressure on them invisibly. Under the leadership of Nguyen Van Viet, the stewards of the Gia Long Chamber of Commerce knew how to conduct negotiations with a humble attitude. However, Grand Duke Kauai's troops arrived earlier than expected. I thought that no matter how fast this group of nobles were, it would take a month before they could appear. This is because this period is not many days away from the New Year, and the New Year is a very important festival in the land. As a lord, even if he doesn't have fun with his subjects, he should still visit other nobles to connect with each other. And these activities take time. Unexpectedly, just a few days after the New Year, Grand Duke Kauai came to the holy city of Estali in person under the recommendation of the French Saint Babak of Bunahan to meet with a certain magician who was rumored a lot. The Grand Dukes of the Empire can all be crowned kings if there is no emperor above them. The strength is not comparable to that of some small city-states. The 16 Grand Dukes of the Guana Empire are basically about the same strength. But the relationship between the current head of the family and the emperor will affect the status of the Grand Duke, making him close to or far away from the power center of the empire. Grand Duke Kauai can be said to be the lowest-ranking Grand Duke in the era of Emperor Armin. He is also one of the few nobles who does not live in the capital of the empire, but lives in his own territory. Compared with the war-torn past, this relatively peaceful era does not require the Grand Duke to personally guard various places. Nobles with some status will choose to join the whirlpool of power in the capital. The management of the family territory is naturally done by close relatives. Unless ordered by the emperor, he was not allowed to leave his territory, which was like a criminal nobleman under house arrest. The main reason why Duke Kauai stayed away from the center of power and stayed in his own little land was because his hobbies were incompatible with other nobles. Or to put it more clearly, with the current emperor. In order to avoid being annoyed by the meeting, he simply retreated to his own territory and lived in semi-seclusion. The family's agent in the capital was left to his legitimate son, the future Grand Duke, to worry about. Apart from dealing with his 14th son, the current emperor of the Guana Empire is also one of the best in skill among all previous emperors. Passionate about the balance of power, he likes to watch the struggles between his ministers, but not to the point of bloodshed or loss of control. Of course, the nobles in the capital knew the bad taste of their emperor, so they all acted in a tacit understanding to act against each other. The theatergoers also know that the performers are performing a show, and the performers also know that the theatergoers know that they are all performing a show. Everyone is performing. Today they win a little more, and they are happy. Tomorrow they lose a little bit, and they beat their chests. Anyway, life is like a play, so there's nothing wrong with acting more. It was precisely because he couldn't stand this kind of atmosphere that Kauai Gong returned to his own territory on the grounds of his old age, and tried to stay out of sight. In fact, he is younger than the current emperor Armin Kazalnia, but he is also a grandfather. Just like retired old people on Earth, they always have some interests and hobbies. The semi-retired Kauai Gong loves all kinds of weapons and novel things, and because of the peace in this era, he has no reason to expand armaments. Therefore, it is impossible to go all out with force and expand the size of the Duke's Guard without limit. It's one thing not to want to make a fuss with the emperor, but it's another thing to commit suicide and give people an excuse to be suspected of rebellion. Therefore, when it comes to the army, Duke Kauai can only find ways to improve the armament of the guards and improve the quality of the soldiers. But when it comes to weapons and equipment for personal use, the old man is not stingy in spending money. On the one hand, it is also because these expensive things are just like drizzle compared to the financial resources of the Grand Duke. On the other hand, it is also because the old man has a high status, has collected a lot of things, and has a vicious eye. It is even more difficult for ordinary goods or scammers to get a few gold coins from his hands. Moreover, when it comes to personal force, the other 15 Grand Dukes and the Emperor are tied together, and they are no match for Duke Kauai alone. And no ordinary liar would dare to fool around in front of him. Therefore, anything that can catch his eye must have something special about it. I will come here in person this time. Also because I want to see what good things Babak Abu Nahan talks about.
As early as the time when the Dharma Saint had not obtained the title of Dharma Saint, and the Grand Duke had not succeeded the Grand Duke, they had gone on adventures together and traveled to lost lands. Because he knew each other well, he still trusted his good friend's vision. But trust is trust, and there is still a distance between the two of them. Some things that the Dharma Saint praises are not flattering in the eyes of the Grand Duke. When it comes to investment industries and revitalizing the utilization of mines in the territory, Kawe Gong can't help but care about it. This is not something trivial like buying a sword or a pair of armor. So after Kawe Gong and his party arrived in the holy city of Estali, they ran directly to the Tripwood magician's home regardless of etiquette, and caught the people of Lin and Jialong Chamber of Commerce off guard. Fortunately, the latter two did not make some shady agreement. But the sudden appearance of a powerful third party inevitably disrupted their steps. Of course, the Grand Duke did not come alone. In addition to the captain of the 1st Legion's 1st Magic Brigade, who was not doing his job properly, there were also half of the Duke's guards. The other half is guarding the castle at home. Of course, it is impossible for an elite army of 500 people to break into the holy city of Estali, regardless of whether the managers of the holy city allow it or not. There is no space in the holy city to accommodate these 500 troops. So most of these people are stationed on the periphery of Area 6 of the holy city. Following the Grand Duke were only 2 fully armed knights, a magician, and a deacon in waiter's clothing. The Grand Duke himself had a short beard, neat short pale hair, and wore an aristocratic dress, without concealing the magical aura exuding from his body. He is old yet energetic, and he seems to be a very cheerful person. The kind of person who can live for hundreds of years. Not the kind of ugly old man with a hateful face. Chapter 678 Test Drive 2. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. If the Grand Duke is aggressive as soon as he appears, someone will inevitably put on a good show that is not afraid of power. Anyway, he was in Estali, the magician's territory, and he had the confidence to do so now. And the other party only brought a few people with him. However, the other person was like a big child looking forward to a new toy. His eyes were shining, and it was difficult to make someone feel bad about him. On the contrary, the few people behind him had serious expressions, with only explicit disgust on their faces, so that someone would have some self-awareness and retreat when faced with difficulties. After thinking about it, Lin said,
Your Excellency, instead of me introducing a bunch of things, how about experiencing what a car is for yourself? When we understand it, we will discuss other things. Otherwise, we will do anything in a hurry when we don't understand anything yet.
This decision is irresponsible to you and me. Of course, that's what I meant.
Not long after entering the reception room, and before the hot tea was served on the table, a group of people ran out of the house again and came to the workshop of the silver-bearded dwarf. The 2 knights brought by the Grand Duke consciously guarded the door. Only the others followed Lin into the workshop full of science fiction. Except for one visit on the first day of their visit. The Ruan brothers spent the rest of their time discussing cooperation plans and never came in again. But within a few days, things changed drastically in the workshop. The silver-bearded dwarfs did not just eat and do nothing. Babak Abunahan looked around in confusion, but did not see the car he had been in. There was a large metal object in front of him, the structure of which was similar to that of a car. He asked,
Sir, is this also a car? This is the car that you guys rode in before.
Lin replied casually, suddenly realizing what the problem was. He said shyly,
I went out to test the car last time and found some problems. After I came back, I asked Germain to improve it. So no wonder you guys can't recognize it.
The silver-bearded dwarf, whose name was called, raised his head proudly and wiped his nose. Duke Kawe still respected the legendary dwarf royal family. After saying a few polite words when entering, they started asking questions around the car. The dwarf has no intention of hiding anything. He just says whatever he knows. Anyway, according to what someone said, even if you give the car to others to copy it, no one can imitate it in a short time. Just listening to the introduction. Of course, I can't tell the reason. But unlike the Grand Duke who saw the car for the first time, the Dharma Saint who saw the car for the second time could not see that the big guy in front of him was even remotely similar to the car he had been in that night. First of all, there is a folding top made of cowhide, door glass on the side, and the rear seat also has a door design. The engine room in front of the vehicle is finely covered with skin. Moreover, under someone's strong request, most parts of the engine room were rearranged. Simply put, the heights were made as uniform as possible. The overall effect is that the height of the front of the car is reduced a lot, and the space is used more effectively. Second, of course, the paint is polished and waxed, and the main color is still very bright silver. The overall texture has been improved by more than a point or two. It just looks like a different car. The exterior looks a lot like someone's impression of the antique Silver Ghost, a sedan built by Rolls-Royce before World War II. Third, the tire area is widened. However, due to the design of the inner and outer tires, it is difficult to achieve flat tires like those of cars on Earth, but it is still much wider than the wheels of ordinary carriages. This is mainly to increase grip. Nowadays, the performance of cars in all aspects does not dare to be improved to the limit. The biggest reason is that the tires are not up to standard. Without a good grip, acceleration and braking will be problems. Just like the computer CPUs at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century, no matter how fast they are still limited by the speed of the hard disk, resulting in limited improvement in overall performance. It was not until the emergence of solid-state drives that the actual performance of computers was significantly improved. As for the MIDI version of the car, the tires are the drag on the overall hard drive. The reason for lagging behind in terms of tires is because the Silverbeard dwarves have no intention of doing so. On the other hand, the rubber used to make tires does not have magical materials. In the past, just dealing with the problem of hardening would almost make someone's hair turn gray. The results were also achieved by accident, using the same old methods of exhaustion and trial and error. If you expect a few silver-bearded dwarves to improve tire technology, you might as well wait until you have time to do it. Also, is the dashboard reset. Delete some things that are obviously not used, and only keep the rotation speed, water tank temperature, fuel tank capacity, and the unique power meter of MIDI. In short, in Lin's mind, the car in front of him is 70% or 80% complete. The benchmark for comparison is probably the level of the first half of the 20th century on Earth. Make sure the fuel tank is full and the power absorption tank is replaced with new magic stones. Lin opened the back door and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Your Majesty, please, I have been thinking about this trip for a long time. I plan to do a test and run a longer distance. It's just that I have been busy with one these days. Sir, we didn't leave until we discussed the matter. Since you also want to test the car, don't mind doing this test to see how the car performs. If you are dealing with ordinary financial sponsors, you might just go out for a walk and then you're done." However, the Grand Duke's expression of curiosity and excitement is not something that can be enjoyed by just turning around. So simply suggest a side test and go a little further. As expected, Grand Duke Kawe nodded with satisfaction. However, the silent deacon behind him crossed the crowd, came to Lin, and asked, "Sir Tripwood, may I know where you plan to go?" Someone who had not yet decided on his destination thought about it seriously and said, "Go towards Mount Visu and see where you can go in an hour or two, and then return. I hope you can return to San Francisco in the afternoon. City, because I still have a math class to teach, so I can't just miss it. Mount Visu is a very important transportation hub near the holy city of Estali. The mountain is not high, and the slope is quite gentle. The trip for an ordinary merchant would take about a day. If the army were advancing at a forced march speed, it would take more than half a day to arrive. Even if all the Duke of Kawe's Duke's guards were riding double horses, we still had to consider the heavy weight of the accompanying troops and the impossibility of galloping the entire march. Considering that the magician claimed that he had to return to the holy city of Estali before the afternoon, he probably had to turn back midway. Anyway, he only said to go in the direction of Mount Wesu. Not that he wanted to get there. The deacon thought so. Then he said, "Since we are going to the wild, the Duke's guard will accompany us. This is no problem." Of course there is no problem. Although Lin answered quickly, after thinking about it for a moment, his expression became a little tangled and he said, "But the distance is a bit far, so I will speed up. It doesn't matter if I can't keep up. I still have to cooperate." "What's your speed?" In response to such contemptuous remarks, Mr. Kawe did not get angry, but said directly, "Don't be afraid of getting rid of him. I just want to know the limits of your car." In fact, not only Duke Kawe, but also the knights and deacons he brought with him didn't believe someone's crazy words. The war horses of the Duke Guard are all divine horses with the blood of Warcraft. And the best ones are not ordinary horses, but the kind that can eat meat. The speed and endurance are not comparable to ordinary horses. Whether marching or charging, The performance of this Duke guard ranks among the best in the empire. However, the head of the family was in front, and he was obviously in high spirits, so it was not his turn to make sarcastic remarks. If, as a servant, you do this without permission, it will be considered as exceeding your duty, and you will be slapped in the face of who knows who. As the deacon who personally handles affairs for the Grand Duke, he only needs to make sure that what the head of the family wants to do can be carried out smoothly. Expressing emotions or opinions was not part of his job. After getting the Archduke's nod of approval, the deacon walked out and ordered a knight to prepare the horses. There was obviously not enough space in that car to fit all the people. So if these servants wanted to follow them, they could only use the means of transportation they came with, which were war horses. At the same time, the deacon took out the magic letter from his arms. This is a set of 2 magic items. If you write words on one of them and use it, the words will appear on the other piece of paper. As a one-time consumable, the production cost of magic letterhead is very high and cannot be used as a regular method of communication. Like this use, it conveys military orders to mobilize troops. Order the Duke's guard stationed outside the city to prepare for the march and may leave at any time. Lin didn't set off immediately, because the destination was a bit far away. He asked Kaya, who had nothing to do for the time being, to go to the kitchen to prepare some dry food that could be eaten during the journey. For a magic apprentice, who had been used to taking risks for the first half of his life, preparing these things was a piece of cake. After a while, he brought out a bamboo basket with some sandwiches in it, and handed it to his teacher. A group of people acted as if they were going out for a picnic. In the middle, Lin met the lich who was walking out of the silk room with the blonde girl, and asked casually, "We are going to drive to Weisu Mountain. Do you want to go together?" Those cold eyes glanced at someone. In the past few days, Thum was busy discussing with Halumi about increasing the production of silk cocoons. That's not just raising more moths and laying more eggs. It is necessary to consider the load of the breeding environment and the supply of food, which will affect the survival rate of moth larvae, and thus the number of silk cocoons produced. So regarding someone's invitation, she just said coldly, "No, that thing is too slow. I don't have time. It doesn't matter if it's slow. Beautiful cars. Beautiful women. This is a man's romance." Then suddenly flashed up and appeared in front of someone who was talking nonsense. With his fingers spread out, he grabbed someone's disgusting ugly face and said through gritted teeth, "I dare to say that women are only worthy of being your romantic accessories." Feeling the pressure exerted by those 5 fingers on his face, the man in cold sweats said vaguely, "I'm sorry, sister. I was wrong. Please forgive me." The lich disappeared, and everyone had the same idea. That car was indeed very slow. And look at yourself. No one else is applauding it. Chapter 679 Departure. The person who escaped the accident laughed and put the bamboo basket containing food into the trunk of the car as if nothing had happened. After opening the garage door of the dwarf workshop, he invited everyone to get in the car. Everyone has a tacit understanding of forgetting what just happened and doing whatever needs to be done. Since Grand Duke Kawe is the protagonist this time, he is invited to sit in the passenger seat. Also accompanying him were Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan and Nguyen Van Viet from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. For the Ron brothers, discussions cannot proceed without someone being present, so it is better to go and have a look. Others from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce are also preparing their own horses and planning to accompany them. The Grand Duke of Covey refused to put on his seatbelt. Perhaps for a person of his status, being tied or immobilized is a taboo. Anyway, according to someone's observation, this guy is very strong, and the speed of the car cannot be very fast. If there is an accident, he can save himself. With Lin thinking this way, he did not force everyone to fasten their seatbelts before setting off. Before setting off, the cowhide top was put down again because it gave a wider view. It was also because after lowering the canopy that the Grand Duke's subordinates could see their master more clearly, instead of being covered by the canopy. Even if there is a Dharma Saint in the car, he is also a good friend of the Grand Duke. But as servants who protect and serve the Grand Duke, they cannot let their master disappear under their noses, even if the master is stronger than them. However, the carriage is not airtight, so you have to consider the issue of cold air blowing. After the new year, it is technically spring now, but the weather is still lingering on the tail end of winter. The wind blew into my face, and I was not frozen. But I couldn't avoid the biting chill. No matter how unkind a person is, he will not hide his wind protection method this time.
Apprentice-level magic and standard wind enchantment were quickly attached to several people in the car. Such a simple solution provoked complaints from the Dharma Saint. Babbitt complained and said,
"Okay, Xiao Guy, if you don't tell me this method, what's the point of letting me blow the cold wind all night?"
Knowing that this person's complaint was just a sign of intimacy, Lin did not pretend to be cold, but said with a smile,
Sorry, I didn't expect it that day. Many of the things I do now are caused by the encounter with the third party.
Only after one time did I think of how to solve it.
With this familiar Dharma Saint in the lead, the two of them seemed to have known each other for many years as old friends. Mr. Kawe was very skillful in talking and laughing with everyone, especially Ron Wenyu from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Although his housekeeper had transactions with people from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, it was with other housekeepers named Wan, not the one in front of him, but he focused more on his beloved horse. The demon horse with the bloodline of the flaming demon is not a docile thing. It took a lot of effort to tame him. If anyone unfamiliar with it approaches, they may be kicked away by the horse. It also does not allow other horses to walk beside it. Once seen, it will either kick or bite. Such an arrogant and devilish horse was particularly calm today. Kawe looked thoughtfully into the main mansion. According to rumors, a black dragon lived here. Is it the black dragon's aura that suppresses it? When the Grand Duke came to his senses, he realized that the vehicle he was riding in had left the workshop and was moving forward slowly. Of course, the movement of a vehicle cannot be so smooth that no one can feel it. But compared to the jolting of a horse or carriage, it's a world of difference. This difference inexplicably gave the Grand Duke more expectations. The entourage, who were ready to follow on horseback, quickly gathered at the front, rear, left and right of the vehicle, advancing slowly. Although they belonged to two organizations, they still distributed their respective areas well, protecting the Grand Duke and the head of the Chamber of Commerce, who were sitting in the car. But someone was blocked in front of him and couldn't speed up. He was a little discouraged. If it weren't for the Grand Duke's knights who opened the way, and the roads in the Holy City were not wide enough for overtaking, someone would have really wanted to hit or run over him, or at least have the horn sounded. Moreover, the knight leading the way thought he was taking good care of the very slow car, so he controlled the horse to step and stop. It seems like an army is going on an expedition or making a triumphant return, and is parading through the streets to be cheered and encouraged by people. Take a deep breath and calm down your emotions. Anyway, he had to follow this group of people and the Duke's guards to meet up. So Lin held back his temper and stepped lightly on the accelerator. The two people sitting in the back seat knew what this car was capable of, so they were a little puzzled by the speed. Even if the one I'm sitting on now is quite obviously different from the one I'm sitting on a few days ago, it won't be worse. But looking at the guards around them, they seemed to understand something. No matter how hard they struggled, the group finally arrived outside the city and met up with the Duke's guards of 500 cavalry. The most special thing about this army is that there are no auxiliary troops. Regardless of whether it is medieval Europe on Earth or the reality of lost land, a knight will prepare 6 or 7 infantrymen of his own. They usually serve as auxiliaries or knights' attendants. In wartime, this group of people can be gathered together or become the knight's reserve team, or become another infantry team. The Duke's Guard is a very rare light cavalry, but no one will underestimate this unit, because the aura and pressure exuded by Ishui's magic equipment showed that this team was more deadly than the team of knights in full armor. And it also cost money. They also attach great importance to long-range weapons, such as a horse crossbow with 2 barrels hanging on the left and right of the crossbow bolts, based on a barrel of 20 crossbow bolts. This ammunition reserve is enough to fight a small war. The horse crossbow is a small crossbow machine with a special string-pulling mechanism. Fortunately, it is a crossbow with a bow. No matter how good the archer is, it is rare for him to be able to shoot 80 arrows in a battle. The stronger the bow, the more so. The warhorse he is riding on is even taller and majestic. At a glance, you can tell that it is not an ordinary horse. But at this speed, your mother is just walking on the street. In the city, limited by street width, someone tolerated it. When they arrived outside the city, they were still walking like they were dying. Someone couldn't bear it anymore. After shouting ha-ha and showing a forced smile, Lin turned to look at Grand Duke Kawe and said, "Grand Duke, we have to speed up a little bit. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach Mount Weisu even if we drive until night. You can speed up, and my troops can catch up. If they can't catch up, I'll fine them a year's salary, and send him back to help you do things for free.
The knights following him only thought it was ridiculous for the head of the family's speech. The reason why the Duke's guard chose war horses instead of camels was because horses of this breed have the blood of warcraft. And their endurance and explosive power are far better than ordinary war horses or camels, especially when compared with the guards from the Duel Chamber of Commerce. The gap between their war horses is even more obvious. Lin didn't take the old man's words seriously. He just couldn't stand the feeling of being slowed down. He said,
"Okay, let's go!"
He turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. And he slipped out of the gap in the team. Everyone was shocked and saw that the car had sped far away. The Duke's guards and the guards from the Duel Chamber of Commerce quickly waved their riding whips and sped up to catch up. Although the sudden acceleration caught everyone off guard, it was not a problem yet. After a few more whips, the horse's speed caught up with the car's speed. Even some of the knights, who opened the way, wanted to run in front of the car again. However, this speed, although it is not yet the speed limit of a war horse charge, is already much faster than a forced march under the ordinary definition. Except for being startled by the initial acceleration, Grand Duke Kalway still sat calmly, watching his subordinates trying to catch up, and said,
"Oh, this car is actually so fast. Not bad. Not bad. It can catch up with the guard force I built with a lot of money, which is considered quite outstanding."
Lin smiled happily and said,
"Thank you, Grand Duke, for your compliment. Then let's shift to second gear." "What is second gear?"
"Slightly loosen the accelerator. Press the clutch. Shift into gear. Release the clutch. And press the accelerator again." The speed of the car suddenly increased. Although there was no feeling of rushing out like before, the Grand Duke could still clearly see that the Duke's guards, which he had heavily equipped with money, were slowly falling behind. Only a few knights could ride their horses to keep up. The horses these people ride are the best horses in the guard that they know. Perhaps the easiest of these horses is your own mount. It just carried an empty saddle, snorted, and followed easily. But the breath of the other horses was much thicker. They were carrying a knight, and they tried their best to keep up. Grand Duke Kalway's first thought was that the magician had used the speed of charging? But anyone who has led cavalry knows that a charge cannot last long and will eventually be exhausted. So he was waiting for this speed to be unsustainable and slowed down. Understanding how fast a charge can go and how long it can last is also valuable intelligence. Therefore, Duke Kalway did not criticize or ridicule out loud, but counted silently in his heart. But when he looked back and could no longer see the lagging Duke guards, he was moved. There were originally a majestic army of 500 knights, but now only a few knights were able to follow them. The only gratifying part is that the only ones who can keep up are members of the Duke's guards. The guards of the Duel Chamber of Commerce have long since lost sight of anyone. Of course, Lin didn't care whether those people could keep up or not. He was only paying attention to the condition of the car now. The speed of 70 kilometers per hour is an easily achievable target for vehicles on Earth. But there is no good asphalt road in Midi. Using magic materials and myself as an engineer who has become a monk by the way, I am curious and a little worried about the level of the car that can be built. When I tested the car before, it was at night. The dew was thick, and the ground was slippery. In addition, most places in the holy city have cobblestone roads. Considering the problems of tires and brakes, someone would not dare to drive as fast as he wants. Now that we have left the city, the roads that everyone takes frequently are often run over by horse-drawn carriages. There are no weeds growing there, and they are basically dirt roads. And the road is not like in the city. You have to worry about someone jumping out to stop a car you haven't seen at any time. So someone also plans to test the top speed of this car. It's just that although the road to Mount Wesu is not winding, it is not a straight and smooth road either. Especially the section after entering the woods. You have to follow the old path that everyone is accustomed to, unlike before on the grassland. You can run wherever you want, and no one will care about how you drill. But after getting used to the controls, Lin drove the car and moved up a gear. Chapter 680 blocking the road. After shifting into third gear, the car's speed was nearly 80 kilometers per hour. But the speed is almost at the mid-range level, and has not yet reached the extreme, mainly because of road problems. Someone is not sure whether the car will still be under control when an emergency occurs if the accelerator is pressed further. As for the horses that could follow the car, after traveling at a speed of nearly 80 kilometers per hour, only the Grand Duke's horse remained. Not only was the horse unridden and lacking a load, but it was also running with all its strength as if it was competing with a car. Every time a hoof is taken,
It will always leave traces of flames burning on the ground. Even leaving a flame. Looking back, I saw a very conspicuous footprint extending back. Duke Kawe understood that this was a manifestation of the magic horse increasing its speed to the extreme. It can be said that, except for birds and a very small number of magical beasts, there are very few magical beasts on land that can be faster than this magical horse. This magic horse can run at such speed for a long time. But in the next few days, it will feel like exhaustion and sluggish for a long time. It needs to be recuperated before it can be restored. If it were a more ordinary horse, I'm afraid it would have left permanent damage and would have to be retired from the front line. But the car still seems to be doing just fine. Maybe the Grand Duke didn't understand the working principle of the car, but he noticed that special sound, which was the roar of the engine. It will go from a relatively low and hollow sound to a gradually higher and fuller sound. But as long as it goes through what someone calls a shift, the originally high sound will drop down and climb again. But the sound now has not yet reached the highest pitch heard before. This is also the reason why Kawe believes that this magician is still able to do it with ease. Although his guards were all thrown away, the Grand Duke did not feel angry at all, but instead became more interested. Also make up your mind to invest in the manufacturing of the automotive industry. And he was also thinking about where to start talking and connect with the magician in front of him. But after letting go of speed, the man who had said nothing suddenly changed his face and cursed. Damn it! Everyone looked along and saw that on this road under the shade of trees, there was a fallen tree with a horizontal stem in the middle of the road. Lin let go of the accelerator, stepped on the clutch, shifted out of gear, and used the gear brake. Pressed the brake at the same time. There is no automatic ABS. Only foot-operated ABS can be used. But as feared before, braking and tire grip will become big problems, even if the tires are locked or turned sideways. According to someone's calculations, there is still no time to stop the vehicle. Not to mention that if you do this, the chance of the vehicle losing control and overturning is relatively high. Although this can be regarded as a stop, even the most stupid person knows what will happen if something he rides hits a wall or other hard and huge object at high speed. Although none of them had any experience in such high-speed collisions, the Master and the Grand Duke, who were accustomed to taking risks and had dealt with numerous emergencies, immediately jumped out of the car and rolled on the ground. Lin was still trying to stop the car. Although Wanwenyu was not weak, he had not experienced many emergencies, and he actually froze in the car. The next moment someone was thinking about using the flash technique to escape. This Midland car, which was made entirely of magical materials, actually smashed the horizontal tree to pieces. And the people sitting in the car didn't feel a strong impact yet. They just paused forward. The impact was also absorbed by the seat belt. Someone is more surprised to break through a roadblock than to be surprised by running into one. Subconsciously, he stepped on the brakes hard, and the locked four wheels slid forward a short distance before the whole car came to a complete stop. The two big men who had just rolled on the ground didn't care about their miserable appearance, but ran forward and looked at the mess. The smashed tree trunk was neither slender nor dry wood. It was at least as thick as an adult's arms. If another kind of riding object collides with it, whether it is a war horse or a camel, it will definitely be a disaster for the riding party to have the same record. It is estimated that only riding an earth dragon can ignore this level of roadblocks. However, the earthly dragon is huge, so it probably won't be knocked away, but crushed to pieces. The two people in the car also got out of the car, and Lin immediately ran over to express condolences to the two old men who jumped out of the car. Although their clothes were stained, the two old men with rough skin showed no scratches at all. He stood up and put down his clothes as if nothing happened. The three of them came to the car together, and Wanwenyu was inspecting the car that had smashed into the fallen tree trunk. The front end of the car is in good condition, with only a few dents in the sheet metal, but they do not hinder driving. Everyone who saw this achievement was amazed. However, as the owner of the vehicle, in addition to feeling a slight pain in his heart, Lin Duo thought about a question and asked, "Why did a tree fall on the road?" Someone looked at the remnants of the tree trunk near the root. It doesn't look like a natural break. This road can be regarded as a road that many people use. There shouldn't be any robbers blocking the road. Right. The few people who looked at each other felt a sense of absurdity in their hearts. And then they wanted to say, "It can't be like this." But a group of people jumped out of the surrounding woods. The attire of this group of people was not shabby, but they were not elite warriors either. However, they all bent their bows and prepared arrows, ready to go. The man at the head was tall and thick-set, with lewd eyes. When he saw the well-dressed people, He licked the corners of his mouth and said, "If you are wise, keep your money. Maybe I can spare your lives." TSK, 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 TSK. It is said that those who are robbers should read the almanac when going out. This group of unlucky ones all grab someone. The prerequisite for the numerical advantage to be used is that the strength of all individuals is at the same level. Needless to say, the Dharma Saint, the Grand Duke of Kauai, possesses the qualifications and strength of a great swordsman. He can command, charge, and cut off the enemy on the battlefield. And he can be both tank and attack in small group adventures. Even at an age with gray hair and beard, he could take down the number of robbers at this level by himself. As for the guy who looks ordinary on the surface, but is actually wretched in heart and tactics, let alone that guy, although Wan Yu is not good at fighting, he is so strong that he can protect himself. When the Duke's guards who had fallen behind caught up with this group of people, they happened to see someone tearing the clothes of a group of grown men into strips and using them as makeshift ropes to tie them up one by one. "If you ask me, just kill these bandits. Why go to all the trouble and leave them alive?" The Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan complained. Lin, who was the youngest, had the lowest status, and had made no achievements in the battle just now, said while tying up the people, "This has not caused us any real damage. If you have to kill someone like this, isn't that unreasonable?" The kneeling robbers nodded wildly, although they did not dare to say a word. They were extremely in agreement with the magician who had just spoken out and begged for their lives. Grand Duke Kauai looked at the matter from a different perspective and said, "They dare to do such a thing in broad daylight. Who can guarantee that their hands are clean and that they did not kill other people who are weaker than them? Today we were able to capture them because our strength was high enough. But if there were any shortcomings, it would not be a case of letting others take advantage of us. They did not harm us, which is no reason to let them go." Sure enough, as a lord, my thoughts are much more organized. At least Kauai Gong thought about how to maintain the security of the territory, rather than simply grudges. Although the land in front of him does not directly belong to his territory, the owner is a close friend of his family. It is impossible to see such a thing and do nothing. At this time, Lin smiled and said, "Isn't this thinking about you? If you are willing to cooperate next, the Grand Duke or Mr. Wan from the Chamber of Commerce will dig mines. These people are big and strong. If something happens, I won't feel bad if I kill him." At this statement, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Only the tied-up robbers felt like mourning their heirs. Although he survived, it didn't seem to be any better if he was caught working in the mines. Question: listening to the conversation of this group of people, there was a Grand Duke among them. There were only 16 Grand Dukes in the entire empire, and I met one today. He was really spurned by the goddess of fate, Logozen, having personally witnessed the performance of this car. For the Grand Duke, cooperation is definitely a must, and the rest is just a negotiation of details. Since cooperation is required, some closed mines must be restarted, or mines that are already being excavated must expand production, which all require manpower. What could be more appropriate than a criminal? There is a difference in cost between using a team of soldiers to guard criminals and recruiting people to mine, and providing compensation in case of accidents. And the former is more cost-effective. So the Grand Duke, who had thought clearly, smiled and said, "Then leave these people to me. I don't like building prisons, but there are many mines." Duke Kauai had already spoken, but Wan Yu could only swallow his words no matter how hot his eyes were. Of course, the distance between the two sides is that the Grand Duke's territory is relatively close, and even the number of people brought by the Grand Duke is greater. If you want to fight, you won't win. Even if you can win, you don't have the guts to fight with a powerful man. After all, he was only in charge of a branch of the family, not the general manager. So he just kept silent and made a fortune. Duke Kauai waved to his subordinates, who were following him one after another. Although everyone was still out of breath, they still dismounted and hurried forward. After the Grand Duke gave a few instructions, a few smart people knew what to do. But seeing his guards staring at the innocent-looking magician with vicious eyes, Duke Kauai certainly knew what these people were thinking. It's a pity that he was in a good mood and never thought of suppressing the magician or warning him. Instead, he summoned his personal deacon and said, "You stay here and instruct those who follow you to return to the original station outside the holy city and wait. But Grand Duke, your safety." The deacon was interrupted mid-sentence. The Grand Duke said displeasedly, "None of you can keep up with the speed of the car. If I force you to lead me, it will just drag you down. Besides, You really ran the horses out of power. I still feel sorry for these horses that have been trained with great difficulty. So those who can only hold back should just go back and wait. I knew that this head of the family was not an ordinary old stubborn man. Even the emperor dared to fight back. And his persistence was completely meaningless. Therefore, the knights of the Duke's Guard and the deacons who considered themselves loyal could only glare at a certain magician. But they were unable to change anything. Chapter 681. Let's start again. He sent away a group of knights, who were still riding horses, and understood that this car made of magic materials could be said to be indestructible. What else does that person have to say? Of course he is preparing to go on a rampage. However, God didn't want it to happen. The Grand Duke occupied the driver's seat, and he had no intention of returning it. Moreover, the old man looked familiar to the magician, who was younger than him, but no longer belonged to the young group. It's no wonder that he and the Dharma Saint are good friends. And both of them are very good at pretending to be familiar. The most terrible thing is that their vision and judgment are very accurate. And it is difficult for people to refuse the requests they make, rather than the kind of requests that are so over the top that they obviously want to take advantage of others. You always have to cooperate in car manufacturing. Instead of sitting in the passenger seat, you can actually get more experience by driving yourself. But neither of these two goods have a driver's license. Even if they want to drive without a license, they still have to touch the steering wheel, step on the accelerator, and brake. Alright. If I think about it seriously, it seems that I think too much. There is no driver's license assessment in the Lost Land these days. Besides, when you drive for someone who can't drive, your biggest fear is that the other person will hit things randomly and crash the car, or he won't obey the traffic rules and get into a car accident with other vehicles. Putting aside the traffic rules of MIDI, no other vehicle would cause a car accident with him. Except, of course, the horse-drawn carriage. Not to mention the random collision. The tree trunk that the person was surrounded by just now was smashed into pieces, making someone think that he had built a chariot. The slight dent in the sheet metal was restored to its original shape using magic shaping. So worrying about crashing the car or something is not a reason at all. So there seems to be no difference between letting yourself run rampant or leaving it to someone else to run rampant. So Len agreed to let the Grand Duke drive, and also gave instructions on how to drive. If there is one, there are two. It seems unreasonable to agree with the Grand Duke, but not with the Dharma Saint sitting in the driver's seat. The two big shots had their turn. As the head of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, and one of the partners this time, it seemed wrong not to let him drive the car himself. So someone simply taught it to all three people. Anyway, everyone can learn it if their ears are straighter, and their eyes are brighter. It is difficult to hide it from others. Just how these three people take turns getting into the driver's seat is a problem between them. And someone doesn't want to interfere. On the contrary, when you sit in the passenger seat, someone with your hands free can have time to check various data fed back by the car during the driving process, and also have time to chat with other people. Otherwise, once you hold the steering wheel, you have to pay attention to the road conditions, pay attention to the condition of the car, and drive the vehicle, leaving you with no time to talk to others. When others took the steering wheel, they were in a similar situation. Either he is in excitement and just wants to press the accelerator to the bottom, or he is in a hurry, driving left and right, fast and slow. I haven't had this feeling of motion sickness for a long time. After it was the Dharma Saint's turn to sit in the driver's seat, the Grand Duke had time to ask about the magician who created the car. Sir Tripwood, as far as I know, you once showed Babbitt a large vehicle that could carry many people. So how many people were there? Strictly speaking, if you want to carry more people, the car must be bigger, and the bigger the car, the more requirements it has on the road it can travel on. So there is no correct answer to this question. If you want me to answer, I would say you have to study the conditions of the road, the horsepower of the engine, and the structure of the vehicle body to determine how many soldiers the largest vehicle can carry. Oh, soldier. Duke Kawei's eyes lit up, and he showed a sly smile. Don't say that the Grand Duke has never considered the military use of vehicles. In fact, everything has two sides. When a knife is placed in the kitchen, it is a kitchen utensil for cutting vegetables and fish. When placed on the battlefield, it is a killing weapon. It depends on the user. Just use it. So, do we have any way to prevent others from using kitchen knives on the battlefield? The Grand Duke tried to ask in a joking tone. Of course, Ruan Wenyu is also very concerned about such issues. Lin laughed and said, I am just leading the research and development, managing production, and the magician waiting to receive the money.
Of course, this kind of thing is for the two people who want to cooperate to worry about. As long as I get my share, as long as the money is distributed, I don't have any objections to other things.
The implication is that he doesn't care who sells or buys. So it is good news for the two people who plan to participate in this cooperation. However, as soon as their thoughts changed, they thought of different things. The Grand Duke showed a sharp gaze, which made Ron Yu break into a cold sweat. Although the person sitting in the passenger seat did not turn around to look at the expressions of the two people in the back seat. But their mood swings had long been under Lin's control. How could he not guess their current psychological activities? I guess it's the kind of thing that eliminates competitors and monopolizes profits. Lin pretended not to know and said casually,
Actually, looking at the entire lost land, the market is very large. According to my plan, I not only hope to build vehicles that can be used by individuals, but also build a large number of vehicles that carry people or materials. In fact, the last one is that this is my original idea. I hope to change the current shortage of transportation energy in order to solve the problem of printing magic scrolls. How many cars can the factory produce after it is officially put into production? And as long as it is a machine, there will be losses. Then the subsequent maintenance and replacement of old ones are destined to make people who have bought them a second or third time. But the time span will be longer. What I want to say is that the market is huge. Things can't be sold. The best way is to cooperate with someone you can trust. Build and sell the car as quickly as possible, and get the money in hand.
Kawi Gong said.
Oh, don't you think that if only a few people know about such things, then we can, well, in your words, ensure the maximization of interests?
The Grand Duke's words were a bit in vain, and Ron Yu's back became wet. Lin was still smiling and said,
If I wanted to monopolize this business, I would have to organize my own manpower and arrange all aspects of things. This is too unrealistic for me. I am a magician with research talents. It's what I should do. If I let others monopolize it, I might be criticized for taking too much and try to kick me out again after I sit and wait for the money to be divided. Of course, a business can get the most benefits, in addition to causing the monopoly to waste too much energy on things other than the product. It will also cause people to have some unnecessary ideas and actions. Therefore, I think that a state of competition is the best.
Such a statement made Ron Yu secretly relieved. Kawi Gong was a little dissatisfied, but he immediately thought of this man's past performance and actions, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and said,
Is it possible that you have plans to spread coffee-related knowledge all over the world? Like a forum. No matter what, regardless.
There is a long history of turning over the table when someone is unhappy, so we can't help but guard against it. To the unimportant ordinary citizen, this is a sign of selflessness. But for people above a certain level, how could they not see through the benefits and tricks inside? Lin turned around, smiled with his teeth, and said,
Didn't I tell you that if anyone makes it difficult for me, I won't let him have a good time? It's just that the threshold for the business of manufacturing cars is obviously higher than that of other things.
It's not something that little shrimps can intervene in. Anyone who can intervene must be someone with a certain level of strength and influence. Anyway, when the time comes, I will sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the dragons and tigers. It will be very lively.
The Grand Duke was silent. Just because he is far away from the core of power in the empire does not mean that he does not have power in his hands. And the so-called power is the power to make everything in the world run according to one's own wishes. He is no longer an adventurer who hides his identity and travels to mysterious places. The status of the Grand Duke of the Empire may not be the highest authority in the world, but it is not something that a magician can challenge. I understand what this silence means for a man who was once a lifelong friend and now has a Grand Duke. The French Saint Babak Abu Nahan said in a joking tone.
I say, the great, wise and mighty Grand Duke. Please listen to what I have to say. Okay. Hack you. You're talking human language.
Kawi Gong said, pretending to be dissatisfied.
What I want to say is, if you plan to deal with the person sitting next to me, don't count me in your combat power. I have no intention of challenging him.
Hey, I'm right next to you. Shouldn't this kind of words be said behind the back?
Oh, you admit that you will lose to a young boy.
Duke Kawi said provocatively. Hello. Although I'm still young in your eyes. Can you say this in front of me?
I want to tell you how troublesome this man is. If you haven't tried it yourself, you definitely don't want to believe it. But let me put it another way. You have to think clearly before deciding what to do next. I once said in a math class,
If I were to take second place in escaping in this world, no one would be qualified to take first place.
Although I have never thought of you as someone who takes action without being sure. How smart. But you have to consider the weight of this sentence.
Well, someone is embarrassed beyond measure. However, when Duke Kawe heard the warning from his longtime friend, he couldn't ignore it. Everyone can understand the principle of killing a tiger, but causing trouble instead. If there is a magician who claims that what he is best at is escaping, then anyone who wants to deal with him must consider that if the opponent is not killed in the first blow, then what he will face next is an endless magician trouble, even assassination. Maybe the magicians in the Lost Land like to be upfront like warriors, but that doesn't mean they don't have weird and elusive methods. Reckless people are easy to deal with, but wretched people. Then I think of all the rumors related to this magician. Perhaps he should use a different attitude to look at this magician, who is not very reliable in his eyes. The Grand Duke let out a hearty laugh, as if to clear away the haze that had been vaguely planted before. He doesn't mind being equal to others, or even being above him. After all, a mere Grand Duke is not yet at the pinnacle of power in this world. His strength is not so strong that he can defeat everything in the world by himself. So in facing many people and many things, as long as you adjust your mentality, there will be nothing you can't adapt to. Chapter 682 Customized Car. In the end, we still failed to reach Mount Visu. It's not that we couldn't reach our destination within the time limit, but that because someone else was driving. Everyone was having too much fun driving and drove on the wrong road. Some people may have a small navigation map in their eyes, but others may not. So I randomly found a hill with a wide view, took out the prepared food, and continued the unfinished discussion while eating, although it is not finished. In fact, with the addition of a strong collaborator, everyone has a new understanding of cars. So most of the results that Wan Wenyu and Lin had discussed before had to be overturned and started over. Wan Wenyu didn't have much opinion on this. After joining Kagong and understanding the military value of the car, everyone's calculations were a bit bigger than before, except for one heartless person. However, Lin still emphasized during the discussion that the performance of the cars we ride in now is not the performance of the cars that can be built in the future. If ordinary materials are used to make cars, when the strength of the materials is far inferior, the parameters in all aspects will inevitably decline seriously. But no matter how severe the decline is, even if only 1/10 of the performance is left, it is still much better than the transportation methods that ordinary people can use. Simply put, it's still profitable. Don't look at the fact that there are still people in the Duke's Guard who can catch up with the top speed of a car in second gear, even if the knights and horses of the guard are not 1 in 10,000. They are elite men and cannot be compared to those that ordinary people can come into contact with. And the reason why someone proposed to bring a Grand Duke into their business after French Saint Babak Abu Nahan suggested it was because he did not show the same attitude as in the past, always wanting to respect the nobles and stay away from them when doing business. This is because in addition to the fixed purchase cost of a car, there are also subsequent consumption costs. In this aspect, using the power in the magic stone is not as good as digging for oil and refining it. After all, the former has many uses in lost lands, and magic stones are in short supply in many places. But oil is not. If we hope that people who are relatively at the bottom of society can afford a car, then the cost of continued consumption cannot be too high. Someone has calculated it. According to the current prices of magic stones and oil, the consumption of a car per kilometer is very different. Magic stones are much more valuable, and they are several times more expensive. The cost of oil is almost all in transportation. In the known oil-producing areas, the Goblin Autonomous Castle Leviput in the Guana Empire, even if it is given away for free, it is still despised. Secondly, refining petroleum can produce many useful products, and these products may also find their use in lost lands in the future. It's not bad to do some research first and make some technical reserves in order to refine oil and set up gas stations in the future. These things will require the help of some powerful people. In these matters, in the holy city of Estali, Wan Wenyu of the Geelong Chamber of Commerce is far inferior to the energy of Kawigong. However, Duke Kawe seems to be a little dissatisfied with these beautiful prospects. During the chat, he would come to the side of the vehicle from time to time, looking here and there. This happened several times, but no one took it seriously. Suddenly he took out his long sword, and a shockwave caught everyone off guard. The car that was hit by the blast swayed for a few times, and then returned to calm. There is an obvious depression where the middle sword is, but that's all. The entire car is still structurally sound. Of course, everyone was startled by the sudden convulsion of the Grand Duke. I wonder what the original thoughts of this long-famous great swordsman were. When he saw that he couldn't cut through the car, he seemed to be more energetic, accumulating strength and preparing to use more powerful moves. Lin hurriedly ran to the Grand Duke, waved his hand and said, "Be merciful. Be merciful. Grand Duke. If you want to test the defense, wait until we get back and test again. If the car is damaged now, we will have no choice but to test it." Walking home. Well, it's a very real question. So Kawei Gong put away his weapons. Lin continued at this time. And after we switch to ordinary materials in the future. Just because the car can withstand the power of your sword today, does not mean that it will be able to in the future. After pondering for a while, Duke Kawei said, "What if I said I wanted this car?" Frightened by the sudden convulsion of this noble man, Lin said with a helpless smile, "This is just a trial car. Many parts have not yet been finalized. And there is no magic attached. What is the use of it?" Suddenly thought of the rich man, Lin asked tentatively, "Does the Grand Duke want a customized car with the same level of protection? And no matter the cost?" "Yes. Yes. That's it. What you discussed before was how to use ordinary materials instead. And find ways to make the cost lower. So that the selling price is lower and more people can afford it. But if the performance is as good as this one, if there is too much difference between cars, why would people who can afford it buy those lame products? This is the world in the eyes of rich people. How is it different from the world in the eyes of poor people? Somehow, someone feels frustrated. It's just that rich people care about poverty." Duke Kawei naturally asked, "How about? Can you make the customized car you mentioned?" Suppressing the sadness in his heart and the urge to cry, Lin pretended to be strong and said, "Of course you can do it. As long as you have money and materials. You can do it. But I want to set some rules." "Rules? What rules?" Kawgong asked. "The time for me, or those Silverbeard dwarves, is also time. We have our own things to do. So we can't just be busy building cars all day long. I predict that in the future, this kind of customized vehicle will be produced by me in 1 year. At most, 1 car may be built. But of course, I may not build it at all. However, I will also teach the magician sent by you the relevant technology. Then the quantity ratio between the production of customized cars and mass-produced cars is up to you." Asked. "As long as it's my benefit." "Oh, don't you consider increasing the quantity? Why not sell it if you have the money?" Mr. Kawei was a little dissatisfied with such a request. Lin shook his head and said, "Grand Duke, as far as I know, you are a person who likes weapons and equipment. And those master craftsmen who are good at making powerful weapons can buy their brainchild with just money. Come, and still want to buy whatever is available at any time." Rubbing his gray beard, Mr. Kawei had to admit, "That's true. However, their output is not high. The bigger reason is the problem of materials." "Exactly. This is also the second requirement I want to say. I will issue the material requirements. Of course, I will also provide a list of replacement materials. And the buyer will prepare his own materials. In order to buy all the materials for the trial car, I have almost the same. All my income during this period was included. If I had to collect the materials and manufacture it myself, I don't know how much the cost would increase." What someone said was half-truth. Because there was another big money maker at the same time, which was the running Jacquard machine. However, the purchase of materials this time also made someone discover something that they had not noticed before. That is, the prices of rare and expensive items, like magic materials, are not fixed, but will fluctuate depending on the supply and the length of transportation distance. In the past, no matter it was the Great Sage's Tower era, the Five-Link Cities era, or the period of wandering, I bought magic materials almost everywhere I went. I would like to see which items were in stock locally at a good price at that time. Treat it as making friends with those Chamber of Commerce managers, because they are all purchased once. There is little concern about price fluctuations, and when I need to use it later, I always make plans based on what materials I have at hand. Sometimes you can't use something that is too good, and there are no other substitutes due to characteristics issues, so you have to bite the bullet and use it. Just like when repairing the airship Sid, the strength of many materials is above the requirements of the components. Strictly speaking, it is a waste. But the Jinbeard dwarves are a little stubborn in what they do. For components with certain specifications, they must use certain grades of materials. They are so persistent that they don't know how to adapt. And such persistence will make them focus on buying certain magic materials on the market. After buying the items from the Holy City,
We commission the Chamber of Commerce to transport them from other places. When other chambers of commerce have finished buying, they will focus on the unused raw materials in stock of certain people, and the Chamber of Commerce managers will coordinate and ask the other party to distribute some. In this case, of course, you have to spend an extra amount of money to make it possible for the other party to part with you. Sometimes people from other chambers of commerce know that there is a large demand for the materials they have, so they raise the price to make more profits. In short, this kind of behavior in the shopping mall is almost the same as saying, "I am a fat sheep." So if you want to help customers make customized cars and estimate the cost of materials in the selling price, there is a high chance that you will lose money in the end. Among other things, someone thought of a way for the buyer and the Chamber of Commerce to collude, so that it would be easy to cheat the manufacturer in a sale that includes the price of materials. So this kind of trouble can be left to those who want to customize their cars. Anyway, this kind of person is either rich or noble. If he had a smaller net worth, he wouldn't be able to buy all the materials to customize a car. Of course, there would be no possibility of credit or overstock. It's better to just collect the wages yourself, and it's easier and less troublesome. And the people present are all people who have access to this level. And of course, they know what someone's concerns are. Just like those master craftsmen who make weapons. Sometimes they are willing to take action. But it does not necessarily depend on friendship, or the person who wants to buy the weapons has enough money. It's just because a piece of rare material makes their hands itchy. Therefore, in order to customize a car, the buyer must bring his own materials, which is not an unacceptable requirement in Midland. The second point is that I will choose customers, because these customized cars can be said to be a display of my top technology. If someone wants to imitate, the best choice is of course these customized cars. Not what we will do in the future. I don't want to go to the trouble of building a future competitor. Everyone nodded in agreement with this rule. In someone's plan, no one can tie him up and engage in exclusive business. But they also don't want too many competitors to join this new industry and divide the profits. Chapter 683 Negotiating Terms. Seeing that there was not much reaction from everyone, Lin continued. Of course, I don't know many people in the Holy City. So to be honest, I have no way to choose the buyers. I tend to use the introduction system. And anyone who wants to find the person who orders the car must have a letter of introduction from one of the three people present. But if the two great magicians Cavenby and Bijan are in need, I will help after all. After coming to the Holy City, I have received a lot of help from them. As for whose order I fulfill every year, it will be coordinated internally by the three of them. And I will not interfere. The meaning of this sentence was equivalent to giving them the power to choose guests first and who last. All three people present were moved. As for the two people named as exceptions, it is not so difficult to accept. However, after watching the three of them get excited for a moment, they return to their inscrutable expressions. Although he agrees with the conditions he proposed, he still seems to be dissatisfied with something. Lin thought for a moment and could probably guess the psychology of the three people, and then said, "Since the Grand Duke and Mr. Wan are my collaborators, His Excellency F.A. Sheng is a very important introducer. As a token of my sincerity and cooperation, if the three of you have a need for customized cars, I am willing to cooperate and complete the production within the first year. Of course, the conditions are still the same. You need to bring your own materials, and you can't let me do it for nothing if I charge you a fee. Oh, and this condition is only for one car. If you have other needs, you have to come later. Line up." At this point, the three people, headed by the Grand Duke, showed expressions of satisfaction. After riding in such a comfortable means of transportation, who would be willing to go back to a horse-drawn carriage? If they follow this man's previous conditions, it will be 3 years at the earliest before they can get into their own car. Who has the patience to wait? So when the magician said he was willing to rush the work in the first year and order an exclusive vehicle for 3 people, even if it was only one, it made them feel satisfied and satisfied. In someone's calculations, the 3 people in front of him plus the 2 great magicians of Cavenby, a total of 5 people, if they have needs, are willing to complete the production of customized vehicles within the first year. Apart from the purpose of currying favor with these people, the main purpose is not to make oneself too conspicuous. Of course, it is impossible to travel by yourself in a mass-produced car. This custom-made car made by the Silverbeard dwarf will eventually become your own car. If there were 1903 Ford Model A's everywhere on the street, but I drove a Hummer, that wouldn't make people look down on me. If you are not the only one driving a special vehicle,
You can disperse the firepower well, and prevent yourself from becoming the only target.
In this case, I can make a request to you directly,
Duke always said.
Please tell me.
Although the income from custom-made cars is not the main purpose of his expectation, there is no clear reason to refuse a Grand Duke. Maintaining a good relationship with this person will make future cooperation smoother. Mr. Kagong did not show off and said directly,
I hope to order a vehicle driven by a woman. The most important thing is safety. I just tried a trick and was able to dent the rear door. I hope it can be improved to the point where there are no dents.
Not for your own use? Lin's doubts were quickly answered. Dharma St. Babak Abu Nahan said,
Are you planning to buy a car for your granddaughter?
Duke Kalway showed a kind expression that someone had never seen before and said,
Yes. One of the reasons why the child dare not go out is that he feels that he is not safe. It is also impossible for me to bring the Duke's guard with me all the time. She is protected by her side. I hope that the improved safety car can be a source of support for her and give her the confidence to go out.
Even if she does not go to social gatherings, it is better to go out and relax than to stay in the castle all day.
Well, granddaughter? Also, it is strange that an old nobleman with a white beard has no sons, daughters, or grandchildren. But he was not familiar with the family of Grand Duke Kalway. So Lin asked,
So Grand Duke, is your granddaughter an adult or a minor? What's her shape like?
The sensitive issue turned the Grand Duke into a protective old man on the spot. Staring at the magician with sharp eyes, he asked,
What do you want to do if you know these things? Hey, customization means first knowing the user's body shape and habits, and then creating the most suitable item according to these conditions. It's just like the Grand Duke asking those master craftsmen to make an exclusive weapon. They must know your arm length, palm, and finger width, so that they can create a weapon that is most suitable for you. Otherwise, they must make a giant sword that is taller than you. Or for you. It's not a good thing for a dwarf to use a sword that's similar to a needle.
The reason is so right that it is impossible to refute. Kalway Gong's face softened slightly, and after thinking for a while he said,
I will tell you these things after I go back. Okay. So for safety issues, are there any special enchanting requirements? You just tried it, and you were able to dent the sheet metal of the car because this car does not have any magic attached to it except the engine. Simply, it's just that the hardness of the magic material itself can withstand the power of your sword moves. I believe that as long as the appropriate magic is added, it should be easy to meet your requirements for improving safety. As for what type of magic to add, you can try it. Let's think about it from the perspective of a magic tower or a golem, and then we'll see how feasible it is.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. This car that amazed them was actually just a material, without any protective magic added to it. But in that sentence, Dharma Singh caught an important point and asked,
Your Excellency Tripwood, when you talk about the devil, do you mean that this car can be changed into a devil? Yes, that's wrong. A car made of magic materials can be classified as a golem. It's just that this golem is different from what most people imagine. It has no arms or legs, and it doesn't look like a human being. Any creature. It has only one main function, which is to use 4 wheels to move quickly on land. So it can be controlled by driving the golem. But at this stage, I have not found a suitable driving magic circle that can effectively drive it. Control the car's actions.
In fact, this method is also the basic idea of Jinsu dwarf version of automatic driving, and is assisted by programs, instead of completely applying the low-level artificial intelligence of the Earth. That is, the method of detecting the environment, identifying the environment, and then making logical judgments through the program. However, the freedom of movement and intelligence of the golem depend on the number and arrangement of synapses that drive the magic circle, as well as how the core soul is obtained. It's like whether a child is born smart or slow. To be honest, it all depends on luck. One of the ways to make a golem core is to use the magic core of a monster, which usually contains fragments of the soul of the monster. Complete it with this, and become the core soul of the golem. But the disadvantage is that such a soul will have the original habits of Warcraft. Simply put, the one on all fours will not be able to adapt to the movements of the hands, and the one with a tail will not be able to adapt to the state without a tail. Another method is to summon the Holy Spirit from the elemental plane or other higher planes. But when these advanced souls encountered 4 unprecedented tires, they couldn't adapt to them. And this is also the reason why someone would say that the self-driving system developed by Silverbeard Dwarf is not worthy of trust. Although there is program assistance, It is a typical state of 1 plus 1 less than 2. Even the premise of flexibly controlling the vehicle is no longer possible. Even if you can make accurate judgments like humans. What's the point? Of course, after training, these golems can still become familiar with their existing body structures. But this training process cannot be backed up. That is, the sole core of every newly built vehicle must be trained again. This alone may dissuade someone from exploring the potential of this technology. With the goal of mass production, we are most afraid of encountering such special products that cannot be copied. Then let it switch between the two forms. Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan asked relentlessly. This question will certainly make someone almost collapse. Holy Father, you really want to make a Transformers? The problems of self-weight and structure are not only faced by the Earth, but also by the mysterious land. Although magic materials are not only light, but also very strong and hard. But that precious material must have a better and more suitable use. And it should not be used to make golems. Not to mention that using less is meaningless. And using too much is a waste. A few words to spell the Dharma Saint's unrealistic delusions. If it could be done, someone would have done it long ago. Why would we wait until now? However, refutations are refutations. And they still need to be well-founded to convince the three people in front of them. After all, I am here to seek cooperation. Not to slap the other party in the face. It feels great. But business has also declined. Although Lin had no reason to do this business. It was a different feeling when he had an opportunity, but was ruined because he committed suicide. Having said that, it is not an easy task to deal with the brains of three old people. Dharma Saint's magical attainments are more profound than mine. And many truths can be understood by just clicking on them. But the other two knew little about magic. And explaining to them what was possible or not possible was about the same level of difficulty as teaching a child about enlightenment. But someone doesn't have endless time to chat with them. And they still have math class to wait for in the afternoon. Seeing that the time was almost up, he urged a few people to get in the car and prepare to return. Lin didn't dare to leave these three old people behind. So he used the flash technique to return to the city. And then asked them to drive back. Let's not talk about whether we trust them or not. Do we dare to temporarily hand over this prototype car to them? If I get lost again on the way back, and a large group of Duke guards come to ask for help, I will get a Grand Duke from somewhere to hand over. Ling got into the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. In the encouragement of several old men, the car was driven to a high speed and roared back. Chapter 684 Taylor. Cloudy day. There have been dark clouds for days. And the feeling that heavy rain is about to fall, but has not yet fallen makes the air stuffy. It also affects the overall atmosphere of the holy city of Estali. As if something is oppressive. People living in it seem to have an extra pair of shackles on their hands and feet. And nothing goes smoothly. Compared to this depressing and unusual spring scenery, someone is extremely busy. Lin formally signed a cooperation contract with Kalwei Gong and Nguyen Van Viet from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. In addition to Dharma Saint Babak Abu Nahan as a witness, Lin also invited the great magician Kabambai to be the second witness. An automobile industry, including petrochemicals, steelmaking, manufacturing and sales, maintenance, repairs, etc., with upstream, midstream and downstream components, was officially launched in the hands of three magicians, a great nobleman and a Chamber of Commerce director. Don't think that someone is crazy and spread the word so much in one go. In fact, the initial investment in many things is not that much. It is just planning and preparation in advance to avoid being in the dark and rushing when you need to use it. Besides, the partners we cooperate with also have the strength to do so. They also agree that they should try their best to get things right at once and let all aspects be adjusted in advance. When it is time to start external sales, it will be a mature industrial chain. From these actions, we can also see the confidence of the collaborators. For Grand Duke Kawi and Nguyen Van Viet, even if the research plan to use ordinary materials to replace them cannot proceed smoothly, just selling customized cars is still a success. And there is no need to worry that the funds invested will not be recovered. Moreover, there were only 5 of Lin and the Silverbeard dwarves. Someone who had no intention of making cars a lifelong career had long since promised to teach other wizards about the ins and outs of building cars. Even if you have to hold it in your hands to avoid being kicked away. You can only grasp 1 or 2 key techniques at most. And it is impossible to cover all the techniques. It is through Qi that others are so bold and confident to place heavy bets on this new industry. As the second witness, the great magician Kabambai and his friend, the great magician Bijan, also confirmed the high-end customized car mentioned by the French Saint Babic Abunahan, as someone had guessed before. They are interested, but when it comes to studying low-end, low-cost cars using ordinary materials, the two old people are not interested. However, for the elderly, who have not yet fully realized the charm of cars, neither of them took the first-year customization rights in their hands seriously. After all, you have to spend your own money for this thing. Not others give it away for free, and you also need financial support to run the school and develop the printing press. So the great magician Kabambai chose to retain this power. The great magician by Jean was even more decisive and directly sold this power to Duke Kawe. In addition to ordering a car for his granddaughter, the Grand Duke also ordered a second car for himself. Originally, Lin didn't want to admit this kind of deal, and he was also afraid that the great magician Bijan would regret it and come to complain to him. But this thought didn't last long, and someone couldn't help but smile. Is this too self-aware and taking cars too seriously? Maybe people just don't like it, and they don't like it anyway, so there's nothing they regret. Besides, the Grand Duke also paid a lot of price. If you think about it seriously, this is not a scam, because it was still in the preparatory stage, and what was being done was something that had never been done before. Both Ka Wei Gong and Juan Van Viet chose to return to their respective territories to supervise the early implementation of the matter. Use the private discussion section of the forum to exchange ideas with someone regarding your own specific requirements for building a car. In addition to the booming development of the automobile industry, another important task for someone is the production of magic silk clothes. In the past few days, the two girls, who had been trained to be all-rounders, were chased by these complicated affairs. The responsibility of staying in the jacquard workshop and supervising the normal operation of the machines fell to the new young man, Leonardo. He doesn't know anything, doesn't understand anything, and isn't used to anything yet. But he's quite hard-working and doesn't complain. With the permission to read the information in the first coffin, he was happy to wander in the vast ocean of knowledge. Sometimes he would also read that he had forgotten the time to eat, and someone had to call him. Fortunately, he also knew that his main responsibility was to watch the operation of the jacquard machine. So Leonardo made a gadget that was attached to the jacquard machine. Whenever the machine stops running due to an error, a small hammer will be hit on his shin bone. No matter how focused he was on reading at this time, he would jump up in pain and go out to find someone to solve the problem of the jacquard machine. In this short period of time, Lin, who was a teacher, had only 2 words for this new apprentice, monster. In terms of memory and reactions, Leonardo is not as good as Kaya or Harumi, let alone Fan, the indescribable lich. But his imagination often surprises people. And these questions or opinions raised are not like the wild delusions of children. If you think about it seriously, it is indeed feasible. In the past, what someone considered a genius was actually someone who had excellent memory and reaction skills. If there is a very good logic, it will be terrible. Such people can deduce deeper conclusions step by step based on what they already know. Such a person takes it to the extreme. And as far as anyone knows, it is probably the fictional detective Sherlock Holmes. Leonardo's performance was different. 1 second, he was clearly discussing why 2 times 2 equals 4. The next second, he suddenly asked why the apple fell from the tree. Is there any force at work? If you resist that force, can you fly? After all, the performance of normal people has its own context. Just like a sapling growing, it first takes root, then the trunk, branches, leaves, buds, and finally blooms into beautiful flowers. This is the advantage of time travelers. Ordinary people need to accumulate experience and research to draw conclusions. Time travelers can use the conclusions of the earth to directly produce results. Skipping the time of accumulation and research, Leonardo was like a sapling that was still taking root, and suddenly a flower bloomed in front of his eyes. And it's not enough to open one flower. He just opened one after another. In order for these flowers that appear out of thin air to continue to thrive and grow, we can only work hard to grow the branches in the direction of the flowers to support these beautiful flowers. This kind of God-given inspiration and creativity is something someone has never seen before. I used to hear people say that science requires bold assumptions and careful verification. Everyone can say this. But how many people really assume that they have a college degree? On Earth, teachers also like to say half of Edison's famous saying, success is 1% talent, plus 99% hard work. Then ignore the second part. It is precisely the 1% of talent that is most important. But what that talent is, I didn't understand deeply from Leonardo until today. Could he really be that person? If so, Why is he here? Faced with this kind of improving problem, it makes someone a little troubled. You can't ask him directly, "Are you Leonardo da Vinci?" If he really answers, "Yes. From now on, I will paint Mona Lisa's smile and Leonardo da Vinci, who is known as the three masters of the Renaissance." Then what the hell? Okay. Of course, it is not ruled out that he has an old soul living in a young body. But what is the performance of this pretending to be young now? In short, someone only spent a little time worrying about Leonardo, and then forgot about it. There are many things that you should do, and there is no point in dwelling on them. All that can be done now is to teach him and help him as much as possible, so as to prevent him from starving to death or freezing to death on the roadside one day. It took a total of 13 days for the jacquard machine to finally weave the required silk. It took longer than expected because Ling controlled the speed of the machine to slow down during the weaving of the pattern, with the primary goal of not making mistakes. If the quality of the finished product passes the standard, we will consider improving efficiency in the future. However, compared with the traditional Sichuan brocade weaving process, it often takes several months, a year and a half to complete a piece of cloth. The speed of these 13 days is already shocking enough. Just because the silk is done doesn't mean it's okay. Next, of course, is tailoring and sewing, which are not simple tasks at all. The strength of the magic version of silk was far beyond Lin's original imagination, and it was invulnerable to swords. This unexpected surprise is certainly good news, at least after wearing clothes sewn from magic silk. I don't need to wear other equipment, such as chain armor, to improve my defense capabilities. But when it comes to making clothes, it's a head-scratching problem. Of course, you can easily deal with silk by cutting it with a hakiri, or using the space-cutting version of the extra-dimensional banishment technique. But this is overkill, and the silk and satin are not strong enough to do this. The final solution was to melt Lin's favorite weapon, the machete, and remelt it into scissors and sewing needles, because the material of the machete is the most suitable for making weapons besides the box cutter. That is the magic material called vanishing. The reason why a certain lich was willing to take out the machete and melt it down, and even the ship-cutting knife, which he didn't want to see anymore, and left it gathering dust in the corner, was because in the previous conflict, neither weapon could break the opponent's weapon. Defense. Without comparison, there is no harm. After using the hakiri, using other weapons feels a bit boring. But that sword talks too much. If the thought of going out to kill people with a hakiri comes up, then we'll feel like he is lost. So she might as well not bring anything with her. Anyway, she doesn't need to fight and kill in her life now, whether it's a machete or a ship-cutting knife. The idea is to dismantle it if it has other uses. Of course, someone did not just make scissors and sewing needles, but also added magic that is usually used on weapons to increase their sharpness and sturdiness. It made everyone think. No matter if they want to be the Invincible of the East or the Crocodile God of the South China Sea, they have all the weapons at hand. The needles and scissors created can be used to kill anyone. Not to mention the magic version of silk. Chapter 685. The painting style is wrong. There are sewing needles, and of course a sewing machine. During the period of the Tower of the Great Sage and the Five-Linked City, Finn and the two girls were already familiar with the use of this machine when they were keen on sewing various special clothes. Now that there is a demand, of course we need to create it again. The thread used to sew clothes is the same thread used to make silk. However, 7 cocoon silk is used to make silk, and 9 cocoon silk is used for sewing, which is a little thicker. Originally, someone was pretentious and wanted to make his own clothes. But it's not like he hasn't done it before or doesn't know how to do it. It's just next to the car. So what's the problem? But if someone cuts a small section of suture, he only moves left and right, looking this way and that, and then he stitches a small section again. However, despite being so careful, the stitching is still crooked, which makes people look very awkward. After a few bumps and bruises, Halloumi couldn't stand it anymore and rushed over to do it. After removing the old thread, she made a skillful clatter and drove the car for a long distance. Straight and smooth. Sure enough, things still have to be left to those who are good at it. The undergarments, robes and magician shawl planned to be made are all quite simple in form, without any unnecessary decoration, or some unknown waste or wrinkles. Therefore, Halloumi moved very quickly and delivered everything to the car in a few clicks. Watching the equipment that I have put the most effort into, the longest preparation time, and the longest time to make since I came to the Lost Land is gradually taking shape. I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited. But being excited? Someone couldn't help but notice that the entire climate environment had undergone drastic changes. The humidity increased. Thunder rumbled in the distance. And the wind seemed to be getting stronger. Is it finally going to rain? As the saying goes, when it comes into contact with water, it becomes angry. This is a good thing. After getting the warm clothes that had just been sewn, I sorted out the threads and cleaned them a little. Lin couldn't wait to return to his room in the attic, planning to change into this new outfit. The complete set of clothes held in my hands is very light and weighs nothing. It's just that someone suddenly thought that it was early spring and this outfit would be too thin. Should I add a sweater inside? Or give myself a little heating magic to keep warm? After returning to his room, closing the door, and stripping himself naked, Lin quickly put on new clothes from the inside out. Speaking of which, Mitty's new year has only been over for a month. So it can be considered a new year for me to wear new clothes. The grown-up man's room is a former senior fat house. So of course there won't be a full-length mirror to take a full-length look. But for a magician, this is not a problem at all. Water mirror technique can be said to be the magic that I used most frequently in the past. Apart from the light series of magic, it's just that when using the forum, the content is directly projected into the field of vision. So there is no need to use water mirror technique. Now that he wanted to look in the mirror instead of going to the forum, Lin skillfully pulled out a few life-size mirrors, arranged them in a small circle around him, and proudly reflected on his heroic figure. The Schwanmu pattern is very large, running from the back to the waist in front of the body, and the position below the shoulder bones is just the place where it will not be covered even after wearing a magician's shawl. The silk satin with a black background uses black gold thread and dark red thread to outline the lines of one of the four spirits, which is not conspicuous at first glance. But if you look closely, there is something indescribably elegant. Halloumi gave a sullen comment that was absolutely impossible for someone to admit. But there seemed to be no more appropriate word than that. He imitated girl-like movements and spun around in a circle. Anyway, no one else is watching. But someone is trying to put his feet up, blink and stick out his tongue, making a cute gesture. Suddenly a flash of light lit up, and the flash technique was activated. But you can escape for a while. But you can't escape for a lifetime. In the gap before the flash technique was activated again, a huge energy impact hit his body. Lin subconsciously jumped backwards, crashed through the wall, and crashed into the courtyard. Only then did thunder come, and the rumble was endless. Have you been struck by lightning? Someone is in a trance. Standing up shakily, Lin figured out the key to just being struck by lightning. The first lightning strike was avoided by him using the flash technique. But judging from the environment with no other signs of damage at the scene, this first lightning strike was not missed, but changed direction and struck again. The turn was too quick, and the distance was too short. The lightning strike was so fast that it exceeded his reaction time, and he was hit by the lightning. It's just that this defense method to protect against alien energy is actually not just about defending against energy tides between different dimensions, but can resist the impact of all energy types. Although the power of this muffled thunder was great, what actually hurt someone was just a slow dodge, causing the panicked self to crash through the wall, thus causing impact damage. The lightning energy did not leave any traces on his body, not even the slightest burn scar. This special magic version of the silk robe had the same result, without any burn marks. Even when it broke through the wall, it did not leave any damage on the clothes, except that the back of the head may be swollen and the whole person is a little dizzy. Everything is intact as before. I just got struck by lightning for no reason. Why? Suddenly, a thought uncontrollably occupied the whole mind, and someone who couldn't believe it shouted in his heart, "This style of painting is wrong." The noise he caused before was not small at all. Of course, the other people in the house were running in a panic and wanted to run out to see what happened. But someone's attention was entirely focused on the figure that appeared from the second flash of lightning. It looks familiar. A figure that shouldn't be here, with an ordinary appearance. Every step he takes can stir up turmoil, and the agitation of power cannot be seen with the naked eye. But as a magician, he can definitely feel it. At the same time, the dark clouds that had been threatening to fall, but not falling for several days, suddenly started to rain lightly. The figure in the rain was a little blurry again, compared to the unexpected appearance of the mysterious Lord Klein. Someone struggled to utter two words, explaining the situation he might encounter. Heavenly catastrophe! The mysterious lord appeared without introducing himself, and not everyone recognized that face. But when everyone ran out of the house, after seeing the man sliding away from Xiaoyu, this name must have come to mind. With such power, The person who appears in front of everyone cannot be the body of a saint. It can only be the true form of a god, who represents the mysterious power. In fact, Klein was no less surprised than the mortals in front of him at his appearance in this place. The connection between the gods and this world is disconnected. There are various restrictions on their actual arrival, but their connection with the lost land is not completely cut off. If the world of Midi has real consciousness, it must be a typical scumbag who wants the horse to run and not eat grass. But here he is. Although it was not stated explicitly, Klein knew that his true form appeared in the lost land. There was a time limit, and there were things he should do. The feeling was very vague. It just wanted him to beat the man in front of him, and then he could go back to his own kingdom of God. This inexplicable request made him want to chat with Apollos. As one of the very few, or the only god who can freely travel between the mysterious land and the kingdom of God with his true form, the Guardian Lord's connection with the mysterious land is far greater than that of other gods. For this dark and unclear feeling, asking him to explain it should be the closest to the correct answer. But that troublesome guy, whether it's a god or a demon, is something to keep away from. Touching the bridge of his nose that was broken by the Guardian Lord not long ago, Klein suddenly thought that it seemed to be related to this man. So, is this an opportunity for revenge? When he heard the man say the word, heavenly tribulation, with difficulty, Klein became more enlightened, smiling and looking at the man who had been paying attention to him a long time ago. Klein said, "It seems that you understand the reason why I am here better than I do. Outer God." With these two words, Lin immediately understood where his problem lay. The outer gods of the lost land do not specifically refer to those powerful beings in the Cthulhu mythology. All gods who were not born and raised in the lost land can be given such a title. Strictly speaking, the demon kings of the abyss can also be called this. It's just that the days of falling in love and killing each other with the gods of the lost land for a long time gave them exclusive names, like the evil god of the abyss and the lord of the abyss. As for those existences hidden under someone's starry sky and night, if they are really related to the earth and are not the product of someone's imagination, there is no doubt that they can be classified as outer gods. It's just that in the past, they would only appear in someone's starry sky and on their own territory. Now, rather than saying that I have been exposed, it is better to say that the big turtle on my back has been exposed. I should have guessed long ago that it was not a simple totem. Lin tried to put on a harmless smile, but it turned out to be very ugly. What can you say at this time? Maybe nothing can be said at this time, Klein suddenly asked. Actually, I don't understand something. When I show up here, should I kill you? Or should I not kill you? Or should I just do it right and beat you half to death? Is it bothering me? Oh, let me tell you first. This is not a personal grudge, and I have no intention of discriminating against people like you. The only one who would kill or drive away the outsider is unless you choose. Stand on the opposite side of the concept. Otherwise, no other gods would want to do anything to you. Thinking about such questions can make someone feel less nervous. Lin looked at the mysterious master who showed a studious and tireless expression, and couldn't help but replied seriously. Perhaps. The results and the process are not the focus. The focus is on the attitude. If you can become a god, there will be no one with well-developed limbs and simple mind. Lin Guang's mere mention gave Klein some more thoughts and insights about today's matter. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Let me just say, you must understand the current situation better than me. Now that you know it, can you please obediently let me punch you so that I can call it a day? Your Majesty has such a beautiful idea." Lin complained weakly. What is the concept of a punch from the true form of a god? Have no idea. But it's definitely not something anyone would want to try. Chapter 686, Breakthrough Flash Defense. Realizing that the human magician on the other side had a confident attitude, Klein had a more or less understanding of the other person's reliance. He smiled and said, "You are the magician who is the best at escaping. I have to admit that your magic is quite tricky. But why do you think that a god like me can't overcome the trouble caused by that magic? What loophole did he find? Or is it just a bluff? Does a god need to use such a method to deceive mortals?" To say that someone was nervous before, it was just seeing an unexpected figure appear. But it was only now that Lin felt a real threat to his life. Even though the mysterious lord didn't make any move or step forward, he still grew taller in his eyes, and his sense of oppression skyrocketed. At this time a voice came from behind. "What makes me very curious is why you think you can do whatever you want with me here." Fun, carrying the ship-cutting knife, walked out of the house and past Lin.
who was regarded as the target. The others were blocked in the house. Lich's argument is that facing such an opponent, if it is useless, it will only get in the way. It's better to hide and protect yourself. However, the mysterious lord, who clearly saw the person coming, made an exaggerated salute and said,
"I am finally willing to stand up. Your Majesty to call. In the past few times we met, you were so polite to me that I didn't even dare to take it upon myself to do so."
Talking to you. After all, I, or all the gods now, are the heroes who resisted the Dark Army in the past. For the Dark Lord who dominates the world. You are the target that we are eager to fight, but are afraid of facing. Those little guys. Should we praise them for their fearlessness or their ignorance? Then the former hero, who lit the divine fire, has the courage to face me.
Finn said coldly. Ha ha ha.
After waving his hand, Klein said,
"If I were still that hot-headed young man who didn't understand anything, we would have killed him as early as the moment His Majesty was resurrected. But we have hundreds of years to think back. From the experience of that period, no matter how dull we are, we can still realize that the main driver of our success is actually the Dark King, who is feared by the world. Because you need to establish new hope to eliminate the world's dependence on the old gods. With faith, a god can be completely destroyed. This is something that simple fear cannot do. However, after the big waves dig out the sand, some people have achieved it, and some people have annihilated it, and then created a new god system. Even if we understand it, we can't change our original mood into gratitude. At most, we can only make the hatred fade away. That's not very good. There are no extra emotions. This battle is just about pure strength."
Then tightened the ship-cutting knife in his hand. His strength has surpassed his own 1,000 years ago, but his equipment and preparation are far inferior. After all, thousands of years ago, it was an era where life and death could be decided at any time. And the era in front of us was too peaceful. She was so peaceful that she never thought that a topic like slaying the gods would come to her again. Of course, Klein noticed the killing intent in the Lich's eyes. He just pressed his hand and said,
"Don't get excited. That's not my purpose. And what makes me curious is why you think that we are not the same as those from the past."
"Like a god. Let you kill if you want."
Klein's tone was relaxed, but with a strong sense of provocation. The saw teeth of the ship-cutting knife in Finn's hand turned and buzzed, and he was about to rush forward and give that annoying guy a blow on the head. Suddenly, the Lich stumbled and fell to his knees, unable to move.
"I, the Lord of Mystery, one of the controllers of the 8 powers. If you want to use the power I control to fight against me, Your Majesty, are you too fanciful? Or am I just so weak and inconspicuous in your eyes?"
Klein raised his hand in front of his chest, gathering air into a ball in his palm, and there was faint black air flowing like a snake. Finn didn't believe the big words of the little-mouthed god in front of him. The 8 powers existed long before the emergence of these 8 lords of something. Even if they obtain the corresponding godhead, it only means that in this concept, they have the greatest power, but they cannot fully control this power. Just like a king can represent a country, but a king is not a country. Enki, the Lord of Knowledge, represents the concept of knowledge, which does not mean that people who are spurned or disapproved by him will become idiots. The power that a certain Lich has developed is almost pounding into his own bones, flesh, and blood. It's not because the person in control comes forward and says he can get it back, and he can take control if he wants to. But even if his own power cannot be taken away or controlled by the mysterious Master Klein, it seems that there is still no problem in causing trouble. This is Finn's situation now. One of the 8 powers, the least contained mystery, is stirring in the body. If he were an ordinary magician, maybe the power in his body was just uncoordinated and chaotic right now. The most common signs are irregular heartbeat and shortness of breath. Don't use magic at this time. Just wait for nature to return to normal, or use meditation to straighten out this chaotic force. But she was a Lich who programmed and reshaped her body with her powers, and trouble with one of the 8 powers actually paralyzed her. The eyes can still move, and the hands and feet can still feel, but none of them obey instructions. Lin, who originally thought that he would be able to watch a good show once the Lich took action, suddenly found that his backer had fallen and he had to face the top existence in the world. All he feels now is scolding her. A flash teleport, and the box cutter takes over. It's impossible to sit still and wait for death, and it seems that you can't hope to escape with the flash technique. Otherwise, the first lightning strike should have been missed instead of turning a corner and hitting it again. In other words, This mysterious version of heavenly tribulation also has its own tracking properties. So all Lin can do now is gamble and delay. If you bet that the other party's state cannot last long, there is no way that this ridiculous heavenly tribulation will hunt you down for millions of years. As long as it drags the opponent beyond the limit of maintaining the status quo. No matter how reluctant it is, the god in front of him can only retreat. Holding the hilt of the hakiri sword tightly in his hand, Lin suddenly thought of something. A god leaves the kingdom of God in his true form. Maybe he has a chance to fight back? Is it possible? Okay. After receiving a positive response from Hakiri, Lin's mood fluctuated a little bit. That shouldn't happen on such an occasion. This influence actually caused Lin and Klein to switch places. They all wanted to attack each other, but they both failed. Take a step forward with your right foot. Use both feet as a pivot. Turn around and swing the sword. Ping Jian pointed far away at the back of the mysterious lord. But Klein, who also missed the mark, did not make a gorgeous or handsome turn. Instead, he turned sideways, gave a thumbs up, and showed a successful smile. Before he could understand the meaning of this smile, countless black crows sprang out from the ground and flew into the sky. As long as they come into contact with Lin's body, or any part of it, representing the messenger of the mysterious lord, the black crows condensed with pure mysterious power will be directly integrated into someone's body, as if they were absorbed. Flashing technique is inevitable. At this moment, Lin understood what the loophole Klein had found was. For pure power, someone's automatic defense of blink will not activate, because absorbing and spitting out these energies is a magician's daily routine. However, if you eat too much of a good thing, it can turn into poison. When a large amount of pure power is poured into a magician, it is definitely not a good thing. This is the dilemma someone is facing now. And this is also the way the master of mystery breaks someone's flash spell. Therefore, in martial arts novels, there are always instances of peerless masters passing on their skills for a few years, which is absolutely hacking bullshit. If the power can be transferred, then it will either turn into entropy and be wasted for the most part, or the person being transferred will explode and die. There will be no third result. Just like a balloon. If there is no air leakage, the result of continuous filling will only burst. Lin vomited a mouthful of blood, and his mind was filled with thoughts of complaining about martial arts novels. But, to no avail. It can be said that a huge amount of mysterious power poured into his body, like a torrent, without any preparation. He was so shocked that he couldn't do anything. Just as he was about to face the end of his body exploding, the clothes he was wearing finally started to react. Lin would not be so naive as to think that the alien god in Klein's mouth was referring to him. There are countless people who live in the Lost Land, but Lin is sure that he is not the only one. What is known is that the founding ancestor of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce and Leonardo, who is following him now, are suspected of being Da Vinci. None of these people attracted attention. Except myself. If you want to talk about the difference between yourself and others, it must be the Xuanwu pattern on this silk robe. It is still unclear how this simple four-spirit pattern is connected with the existence that only appears in video games and fantasy in my hometown. The moment before the body was about to explode, a huge and transparent Xuanwu suddenly appeared. The head of a dragon, the body of a turtle, the legs of an elephant, and the tail of a snake are all raised, and both the front and back heads are raised, making a loud roar. Thrilling. Even the dark clouds in the sky are dispersed, allowing the sunshine to shine again. Lin was wrapped in Xuanwu's body, and the swelling all over his body was distributed. But this did not mean that he had passed this level, because Xuanwu is larger. All the black crows that were far away and could fly into the sky were absorbed by this huge body. The mysterious power gathered into a stream of black energy, flowing in the transparent giant spirit body. This attack is not endless after all, but the amount of power that was poured into Xuanwu's body was more than 10 times the amount of power that Bilin felt in danger of exploding his body. Before he could figure out how to solve the current predicament, a thunderstorm shattered Lin's extravagant hopes. This time, no human figure appeared where the thunder struck, but a white stag with a pair of large antlers. The stag kicked its hooves, dashed forward, and crashed into Xuanwu's shadow, turning into a stream of purple energy that was even larger than the black energy. Greetings from Monet, Lord of Perception. Then, there is a small golden monkey, leopard, dove, lion, bull and white crow. The 8 masters of power came together and dyed the originally transparent and semi-empty Xuanwu with 8 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple and black. At this point, the originally violent half-virtual giant spirit was suppressed to the point where he could not move and did not say a word. Chapter 687 Opportunity. The holy city of Starry is the city with the largest number of magicians on the lost continent. Although the supervisors with yellow shawls maintain a superficial order, this is a world where strength is respected after all. Even on Earth in the 21st century, no matter how advanced the country is, there will still be social violence and even more delusional theories. If there is violence, of course there will be people who want to take advantage of it. These people may want to maintain peace and implement justice, but more likely they want to take advantage. How could the noise caused by someone in his home in District 6 of the Holy City go unnoticed? As early as when the first lightning struck, someone was heading towards the center of the incident. When the mysterious Lord arrived, the magicians who were originally on their way here slowed down. There is a saying that you should act within your ability, and there is a saying that innocent people may be accused. In short, it's not easy to fish in troubled waters where a big boss appears. When the next things happened one after another at lightning speed, the people on the road stopped, because going any further seems to be a prelude to death. When 9 figures in white armor fell vertically from the clear sky, all the nearby magicians fled away in a radial pattern. What a joke. The Lord of Guardians is not only famous among the gods for being unreasonable, but also among mortals. In the presence of him, it is easiest for a father-in-law to become the protagonist, and to become a tragic hero. If you want to lose your life, stay away from that one. In particular, he doesn't like to see magicians. Who wants to provoke the invasion of foreign gods? 9 out of 10 culprits are magicians, either accidentally or on purpose. Damn it if this boss would look good on the magician. Not to mention the 8 seemingly invisible shackles of power that suppress all the magic power in the Starry area. Whether it is magicians or magic towers, this is because they are not the main target. So there are signs of loosening. When the magicians left, they naturally wanted to untie this layer of shackles on themselves first. At the same time, they could not imagine at all what level of existence the 8 shackles were aimed at, and what level of suffering they had to endure. In fact, except for Klein, the other 7 lords of power only appear as incarnations of the purest power. They exerted the same attack method on Xuanwu as the Lord of Mystery, and also gave Fan a greeting, the greeting of the shackles of power, in order to suppress this lich that no longer belonged to the lich. The gods tried their best, and the result was that it affected the surrounding environment. Fortunately, there are no seals specially added by them elsewhere. Even if you ignore it, it will resolve itself after a while. But this is not the case with Fan. Starting with Klein's unexpected surprise attack, the lich was caught off guard and took the upper hand. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, the other 7 power lords no longer bothered, and followed the same method to apply a seal, and gave the outer god Phantom the purest divine power. Trying to seal it, the outer gods were stretched to death and then dissipated. The 8 divine power marks restrained most of the lich's strength. But when the seals of the 8 powers were complete, a state of balance returned. Before the birth of the new god, the most important ability of a magician was power control. Every time he used magic, he was on the verge of losing control. Although Fan was unable to untie the shackles of the 8 powers that had restored balance for a while, it was not a problem to regain control of his body. After she regained her ability to move her body, she picked up the ship-cutting sword and struck the god beside her. Klein was unscathed. He didn't even dodge. He just stood there and looked at the lich, who slashed him with a smile. Just before the lich and the god were about to make other moves, 9 white-armored warriors and the guardian lord arrived one after another. Apollos, who was driving a horse chariot, looked at the motionless Xuanwu shadow with a troubled expression. His attitude towards foreign gods was always to kill or expel them. But for a foreign god who was being assimilated by the lost land, he had a problem. The foundation of the guardian lord's strength lies in his firm belief, when he himself is in a dilemma about making a choice. Of course, he cannot use too much strength. Apollos even wondered if those 8 bastards did this on purpose. If there were only 1 or 2 overloaded pure powers, it could easily kill a mortal. And the foreign god in front of him obviously relies on that mortal to exist. But when the 8 powers are complete, the nature is completely different. The originally fatal danger has become an opportunity. As long as the other party can survive it, it will be an unimaginable benefit. If the first one to do something like this is gambling, and the next few are following suit, how could the last few not understand the consequences of their actions? But they still chose to do it. If there hadn't been the first thunder, and there hadn't been the actions of the 8 powerful masters behind him, the purpose of him appearing here today was to destroy what was in front of him.
But he couldn't be the 10th to take action. Even the thing that is beginning to be assimilated by the lost land in front of you, as long as it does not intend to destroy the world, is something that the Lord of Guardians must protect. Thinking of this, Apollos became even more angry. He turned his head and looked at the mysterious Lord who was smiling. A huge sword struck in front of him. But it couldn't strike. The posture of the former demon king who wielded the sword remained unchanged. But he looked at him warily, ignoring the original demon king who was shackled with 8 shackles. Apollos drove forward and said,
"Klein, it's time for you to leave. I drive."
With a flick of the reins, the horse chariot pulled by 2 8-legged steeds rushed out with incredible acceleration. Apollos never talked nonsense or reasoned. He knocked the god in front of him unconscious with a shield with his left hand, and then broke the blocking ship-cutting knife. With a clasp of his right hand, he lifted Klein's neck and flew into the sky. With another sharp acceleration, the horse chariot seemed to burst into the void, shrinking and disappearing. The 9 white-armored warriors kicked off the ground and jumped into the sky, just like their master, without hesitation, as early as the horse chariot rushed over, then used the flash technique to get out of the way. She was unhappy with the recklessness of a hairy god. But there was no time to complain about that kind of thing now. Then looked at the Xuanwu shadow standing in front of him with a little worry and a little hope.
"You also see it,"
said the mysterious Lord Klein, who came out from behind a certain lich. Then looked at the other party with disgust and asked,
"Why did you show up again? Were you kidnapped by another frivolous boy? Apollos only comes in his true form, and he is humble to the gods who call him a saint, and he doesn't care about his incarnation. The most troublesome part of creating an avatar is to smuggle his divine power into the lost lands.
Since the real body has arrived before, it is just a matter of convenience to save some power to create an incarnation. I am not willing to see the end of this good show,"
Klein said proudly. Perhaps when Klein first appeared, Finn was annoyed by what he planned to do against that man. Even when the other party took action, the hatred was once raised to the level of a mortal enemy. But she also saw the next development. Strictly speaking, this conflict was a crisis and an opportunity. It all depended on whether the man could digest it. In this way, the hatred will disappear. Finn was inexplicably confident about that man. If Wal himself was responsible for 9 points of the dimensional energy tide brought about when World Tree Wal was promoted, then 1 point was taken by him. The remaining bits and pieces were shared between Finn and the other Wood Elves.
At that time, the lich was in the form of a skeleton, and there was not much room for improvement. At most, it is to thoroughly cleanse the bones that have not been maintained for a long time. The Wood Elves suffered many casualties, and some were in such a state that they could not even be resurrected. And this time, the total amount of power given by the 8 gods has exceeded what someone originally endured. But he was a little magician with little foundation at that time. Now he is far beyond that time. How could he be overwhelmed by such a small amount of power? It's just, how long does it take to recover from that state? Finn couldn't tell at this point. Even if you are stuck in that state, can you survive until the moment of recovery? Without food, drink, or infusion, there was no way he could survive for more than 7 days. Perhaps we should break the half-virtual spirit body in front of us and rescue the people first.
"Are you worried?"
Klein asked as he felt the lich's mood swings.
"Huh?"
Finn said after glancing at the mysterious lord.
"I'm worried about you." "Worried about us? What's there to worry about? I am familiar with what I have done once, and I will be more proficient in doing it the second time. So I am worried that my hatred will not disappear before you are all dead."
This is of course a subtle statement. It means that if something unexpected happens to the person inside, the lich will return to his business of killing gods and kill him again, leaving a bloody mess.
Ha.
Klein laughed dryly. This lich went crazy and turned the world upside down again. As a god, is he afraid? The old gods must have faced this problem before, and their thinking was probably why the gods should be afraid of a mortal. And then, they would all be destroyed. In the years when Klein was growing up, the whole world was trembling in his shadow. So is he afraid of the lich going crazy? To be honest, I'm afraid. But he is vaguely looking forward to the moment of head-on collision, to prove that he is no longer the same as he was before. Just when Klein was thinking about the possible way to kill the lich if there was a real conflict, the motionless semi-virtual spirit body in front of him suddenly changed dramatically. The basalt dragon's head was raised high, and another, high, roar was heard over and over again. The 8 colors that were originally distinct in the body began to be divided, confused, and merged. It even collided from the inside out.
as if it was about to burst out of its body. Due to the sudden change, people staying in the house couldn't stay any longer and ran out one after another. Especially the two girls. They were hiding in the house. But they were also watching the whole process. There was never a moment when they felt more regretful about their powerlessness than right now. Just before the two girls were about to throw themselves into the giant spirit and fish out their teacher, an unexpected figure did so first. The dark elf Myerzhan, who had been in trouble together, jumped into the mess inside Xuanhu's body before everyone could react. At the same time, a huge tree-shaped shadow almost covered the entire holy city of Estali. Klein licked his lips excitedly and murmured, "World Tree Fastness! The Ancient One also plans to join in the fun." Chapter 688, A Dream of Dramatic Changes. Chong! A clear sound like a bell made Linru wake up from her sleep and opened her eyes. He first made sure that he was not in Lost Land. At least not in his own home. Judging from the feeling, it felt like I was in my own Dream Tower world. But the scene in front of me was different from before. In the original Dream Tower world, except for the lonely 5-story magic tower, there was only the bright starry sky, covering up, down, left, right, and in all directions. It's so bright that ordinary people might get tired of it if they take one more look at it. Just a certain astronomy fanatic, who has been looking at the sky since he was a child, dreaming of connecting the stars in the sky like the ancient Greeks, and composing some touching and enjoyable middle school stories. But now the starry sky is like a big dye vat that has been broken. There are all kinds of colors, and even the monotonous starlight has been dyed colorful. But it's not colorful. It looks terrible. It's like taking art class in elementary school and ending up washing the palette with the water turning the color of shit. The magic tower in it is operating with difficulty. In the past, all nightmares or demons who accidentally entered this world would die tragically from the white destructive light emitted by this seemingly boundless starlight. Then the remains will be turned into the most basic bricks and wood, and filled into the gaps of this magic tower, or into new equipment. Maybe most of it was wasted, but it was picked up for free anyway, so I don't feel bad. But this time the situation is different from the last time when someone advanced in the World Tree Wadwo. Someone who was impacted by the dimensional energy tide played three-dimensional Tetris in a dream. Although it came quickly and urgently that time. This time it poured into this world in one breath and completely overwhelmed the place. Just like water is a good thing, as long as it stays in rivers, streams, water pipes, swimming pools, and drinking fountains. But if there is so much water that it overflows the embankment and floods a building or two in one breath, the water becomes a disaster. Even though the Dream Magic Tower is still trying hard to find a thread from this mess. Pull out the messy energy and turn it into the base material for building the tower. But that speed was like a flood that submerged the entire city. It was completely useless to rely on a small household water pump to pump the water into the river that was already higher than the embankment. But someone knew very well that the key to waking up in this world was not this magic tower that was running like crazy, but the multi-layered magic array in the sky. That is the most core formation of World Tree, which can transform all kinds of supernatural energy into nutrients that maintain its own survival and growth. The huge area far exceeds the size of the Dream Tower. You will recognize this magic circle because when you were assisting the World Tree Wadwo and Lottie of the Piat Jamie Kingdom, you got a glimpse of their secrets that were never revealed to the outside world. It is estimated that those two trees did not know the most secret parts of themselves, and they were exposed to someone's eyes. At least, Lin had never learned similar knowledge from other books, magicians, or archdruids. That's not something that the World Tree directly opens up for people to see. So someone has always had the pleasure of succeeding in voyeurism. But the magic circle in front of me was far more complex than the two I had seen. If it weren't for the fact that the basic structure was very similar, someone wouldn't be sure whether it was that thing. In other words, there was the younger Wadwo, the stunted Lottie, and the higher-ranking Ikaruga Alliance high seat came to help him. And it also suppressed nearly 1/3 of the chaotic energy in one breath. Suddenly there was another chime sound, no less loud than the one that woke me up, echoing melodiously in this seemingly endless space. Another multi-layered magic array that was no less than the existing one in the sky occupied another part of the night, and at the same time suppressed 1/3 of the chaotic energy. The two magic circles are equal in size, but they seem to be in harmony with each other, and they cooperate perfectly. Starting from these two magic arrays, the sound of gold and iron continued to sound, either sharp or low, loud or soft. The multi-layered magic arrays that followed appeared in various sizes and forms. In the end, there were 21 magic arrays in total.
Not only did they suppress all the disordered energy, they even began to transform and clean up the world. The way of cleaning is also very special. It is not to add bricks and tiles to the lonely magic tower. Instead, the colorful energy, which looks like shit and smelly ditch, is reeled into silk threads. Different sizes of multi-layered magic arrays can produce different amounts of silk threads. Basically, the larger the magic array, the more silk threads can be produced at the same time. 8 kinds of silk threads with distinct colors are concentrated in the same place, divided into warp and weft. Some are shuttled, and some are jacquard. It is as if there is an invisible jacquard machine in operation, weaving a cloth that implies a certain law. The weaving speed is very fast, and the woven cloth will be turned up left and right, rolled into a tube shape, and circled underneath to form a sphere. Coil it in circles, and after a ball is rolled out, go down one layer. Such layer by layer coating makes the ball bigger and bigger. After a while, the dream world became much clearer, and the messy shit-colored energy became thinner. I thought things would end like this, but I didn't expect that the chaos that was about to be wiped out suddenly surged and filled every visible place. It's even a bit richer than what someone sees when they wake up. The 21 multi-layered magic array is still running, but it can be clearly seen that the number of threads produced has decreased a lot. There are also a few smaller ones that simply don't produce silk threads. The magic circle that originally operated in large circles and small circles even had a tendency to bring bad luck. The 5-story magic tower, which had been weak and difficult before, also joined the ranks of suppression and silk reeling to level the crisis. Although it was not as aggressive as it was at the beginning, trying to swallow up all the chaotic energy in one go, it was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Even several magic circles that had been forced to stop have returned to normal operation. There is less silk thread coming out, but it runs very smoothly, and there is no feeling of sluggishness or ambiguity. If you look carefully, you will also find an anomaly. It is this 5-story magic tower in the dream that not only swallows the chaotic energy and reels it into silk threads, but even the foundation of the tower body gradually fades away and dissipates, turns into part of the silk threads, and is finally woven into a ball.
What are you thinking about?
Vejai's incarnation appeared behind someone and asked. Lin glanced back, and the slim second-year incarnation, wearing a middle school uniform, was standing on the other side.
I'm thinking about how likely it is that this is what I guessed.
The three of me looked up together. Although there are 8 colors of silk threads, no one can tell what kind of patterns the invisible jacquard machine weaves, or in what order the jacquards are woven. Only the finished cloth is being woven, and then coiled into the ball that someone guessed was the godhead. If you stare at the ball, it seems to be condensing a unique set of arrangements and combinations from countless possibilities, and it will be repeated continuously. Rulin examined the power of the god of disease that cursed him in the first place, and secretly recorded the power of the 3 gods of mystery, fate, and guardianship due to fate.
But the question is, what concept should we use to condense the godhead?
The 3 of us looked at each other.
Gossip!
Vejai's incarnation clenched his fists and shouted, with a decisive attitude.
But why is it that the gossip you are talking about and the gossip I am thinking about are most likely not the same gossip?
Lin in the original version said suspiciously. The avatar of Fat Man smiled and did not respond to such a question. And all 3 of me came up with the same idea. The god of gossip can expand the concept, voyeurism, stalking, eavesdropping, far-fetched ideas, adding jealousy, and then getting a bunch of paparazzi to act as heroes. In this way, you can guarantee that you will become the most hated being in the 6 realms and 3 realms. It is the kind of being that will be beaten to death every time you see it. I guess street rats are still quite popular. The original Lin trembled and said tremblingly,
If you want to die, just commit suicide. Why bother looking for all kinds of fancy ways to die? Then what kind of divine power do you want to condense?
Vejai asked. But it was the second incarnation who answered, saying,
Maybe before thinking about that kind of thing again, let's consider one question first.
The 3 of them are themselves, so everyone knows this issue well, but they just haven't said it out loud. That is it necessary to condense the divine personality? Before today, I had never made similar preparations. It can be said that the scene in front of me is the result of being chased away from the shelves. In particular, what kind of concept can represent oneself is a question that has never been thought of. And it is obvious that we have to think about it now, and there is no time to think about it. In this situation, if you just find a direction and jump off, can you change it in the future? After establishing the godhood with the first concept,
Is there still room for improvement in the future? Because I am not prepared. And I don't even have the so-called belief. How much power can a concept that you don't even believe in, or don't believe in, be able to gather in your own hands? The scientific path to becoming a god seems very attractive. But do you dare to say that you are the first person in the scientific world? Calling himself this way in the Lost Land. He is just a general among short men. In fact, when I returned to the environment on Earth, in front of that group of truly top-notch people, I was nothing, since you don't have the confidence to stand out from the crowd. How can you reach the top with this concept? It is conceivable that even if I have condensed the divine power now, it will only be the lowest and weakest divine power. Of course, Lin had also studied the actual gods after coming to the Lost Land. The most important thing is to understand the public history of the gods and understand who can and cannot be offended. However, the conclusion is related to God. It is best not to offend if you can. But the division between weak divine power, medium divine power, and strong divine power is like an unbridgeable gap. No god can climb from weak to powerful. It is also possible that the history of the many-new god system is not long. So there are no such examples. And more importantly, should I be bound by such a power? There is nothing wrong with the godhead representing a concept. It is the ultimate in this conceptual system. But it is also not a cage, restricting the existence that stays in this position. The three of them looked at each other and came to a conclusion. I would rather be the head of a chicken than the queen of a cow. Chapter 689 Kill. Well said, Vajay's incarnation said. And he also meant to praise himself. But he immediately struck again. Then who knows how to stop the development of that thing? The three selves looked at the suspected godhead that was growing and growing faster and faster at the same time. At this time, Lin had an unrealistic idea. Maybe these speculations were just overthinking. Become a god? What an unattainable thing. What is the godhead? And a larger question. What kind of existence are the gods in the Lost Land? For these two issues, someone only has a vague understanding so far, and it is difficult to organize them into a systematic statement. But Lin could tell a thing or two about the characteristics of the thing in front of him that seemed to be a god. Use a metaphor to describe this feature. In a square formation of 100 people looking forward, there is one person looking to the left. This is different from the situation where a person looks up in a bustling area, and there are always some curious people passing by who also look up. Only one person among 100 people looking forward will look left. Maybe one or two people next to him will look left. But in the end everyone will follow the crowd and turn to look forward. But in a phalanx of 1 million people looking forward, there is an area of 10,000 people looking to the left. The people next to you are not necessarily curious. Sometimes they think that looking to the left is the correct behavior. So they look to the left. This situation spreads outward. And eventually all these million people will look to the left. After Lin understood the mystery of divine power, he once thought about transforming each unit of his power into a special sequence combination. But this is already an act of approximately transforming itself. It is not like a program, where the logic is written, and as long as the data comes in, results based on the same logic will come out. To transform one's own power, one unit only needs to work hard underground, one unit at a time, to improve it along the way. Sometimes, the renovated unit is left alone for a period of time. And when we look back, it returns to a disordered and messy appearance. Not to mention how many unit powers a formal magician has. In computer terms, that's a GB level amount. All in all, this is a thankless job. But the thing in front of me, that seems to be a godhead, is 10,000 of those 1 million people. It will affect and transform the powers that are close to it. And eventually the powers that are connected to this suspected godhead will become the only shape that will never be broken up again. It's quite the attitude of a scumbag who relies on his sexual prowess to open a harem. In other words, when this godhead begins to condense, the overall trend will be irreversible. This does not mean that it is that easy to become a god and ignite the divine fire when he first gains such a huge amount of power, let alone condensing his godhead. Someone was about to explode, and even the dream tower was suppressed. But no matter how much power you have, you can't stop someone from cheating. It doesn't matter if you open one trap, but someone opens 21 traps. Looking at a total of 21 large and small multi-level integrated magic arrays from all directions, it is 9 out of 10 that it is the World Tree. That is, the high officials of the Ikaruga Alliance, who are coming to help. Lin recognized the youngest one, Lottie from the kingdom of Piad Jamie, who had been introduced to the High Council not long ago by him. A poor little bastard, who was malnourished and almost collapsed due to being forced to the point of collapse.
Another familiar face is Wadwo, the third to last youngest. At its worst, it was stationary even though it wasn't inverted. If each multilayered magic circle is a world tree, there are only 19 high seats in the Ikaruga Alliance. And if there are more Lottie, there are only 20. So where does the 21 come from? Again, who are those two super huge multilayered magic arrays that alone suppress 1/3 of the power of chaos? If the oldest being in the world tree, the ancient Yggdrasil, is one of the two largest magic circles that Lin has seen, then who is the other? The ancient one with the same name as Yggdrasil. Fastnath? I have no friendship with him. And that person is not one of the high-ranking members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Why would he help me? It can be said that without the help of the world trees, someone would not have to worry about how the situation in front of him would be interrupted and stop his unreliable act of becoming a god. But without the help of world tree, the greater possibility is to die directly without even worrying. This does not mean that these 21 world trees came forward to help him cast his godhood and ignite the divine fire. It's like when a flood comes and there is no river channel to follow. They just flow wherever they want. And the place where they flow becomes a new river channel. The huge amount of power is almost overwhelming him. World Tree helps sort it out. But there is no way out. Condensing the divine personality has somehow become a matter of course. But once such an act begins, it is difficult to reverse. And the world trees don't care whether this is the change someone wants. They only focus on the process of transformation. It may be difficult for others to understand. But in Lin's eyes, the 21 multi-layered magic arrays scattered everywhere are not only working to bring chaotic powers into order, but they are also adjusting their own structures. The operation speed is accelerated, and the processing capacity is increased. It feels like when the world tree advances, they evolve themselves in the dimensional energy storm. If only through their own crisis. These world tree bosses conducted an advanced exercise to withstand energy storms. Then the two real big guys, who have been promoted beyond promotion according to the rumor someone heard, should have no interest in such activities. In the high-level meetings of the Ikaruga Alliance that Lin had attended, Yggdrasil rarely appeared. Even if he attended, he rarely spoke. Not to mention that there is Fastness who can't deal with the entire Turtle Dove Alliance. Don't say that the two parties will never interact with each other until they die. They will fight when they meet. And they will not give up until the person's brain is beaten into a dog's brain. Being able to make a group of beings who are worthy of feuding ignore their original hatred can only be a greater benefit than the resentment between them. Lin could probably guess what that benefit was. The key point lies in the World Tree Wadwo. He is the only one who has advanced with his own help using a method that is not nearly the same as the World Tree inheritance. And this difference is also reflected in the multi-layered magic circle to which he belongs. The magic array forms of other world trees are the same as the basic requirements of traditional magic arrays, arc and symmetry. Wall has some strange tumors that extend abruptly from the periphery of the integrated magic circle, and the size of the main body is only larger than 2 trees. I originally thought that Waldwo was ranked 3rd from the bottom. But in terms of silk reeling output, he was actually better than 6 trees. To understand it in terms of programming language, the way other world trees are processed is ordinary running loops. After running one round, the next round begins. Wadwo is like writing a bunch of functions waiting. In addition to simplifying the program code of the main program, it also performs some simple and repetitive actions in one go in batch processing to improve overall efficiency. I don't know if there were any exchange activities between World Tree and World Tree before. Anyway, they attended the high-level meeting and did nothing serious other than chatting. But this time, I had the opportunity to cause trouble in someone's dream world. It was like a firepower display or a results presentation. And they were blatantly stealing from each other. The structural changes of all multi-layered magic arrays are a manifestation of them absorbing Waldwo's strengths and adjusting the structure of their own magic arrays. And it's not just the world trees that are ranked later, but also the smaller ones in the magic circle. Even the 2 largest ones, the 2 ancient ones, were doing the same thing. It's just that the structure of their original magic circle was too large, and the progress of modification was not fast. However, the world tree is having fun, but it will be painful for someone who wants to interrupt the whole process.
How about knocking that thing to pieces?
Feijai pointed at the layer upon layer of seemingly growing godheads and proposed such a bad idea. Lin, of course, complained.
If we smash that thing and restore it to its original appearance, we will explode and die. Are you sure this is a good idea? Or after we messed up things on our own initiative, those 2 will the 11 help us again without complaint? If we really think that we deserve the help of others, when they withdraw their hands, We will have no choice but to die. This is definitely the worst idea. So the conclusion is that we have to destroy that thing. But we can't completely restore it to its original state. But we have to lead it to another result. The most important thing is that we can't count on unlimited help from external forces. The second incarnation came to this conclusion. Yeah. What a perfect bullshit conclusion, Lin said in the original version. Actually, we all know the answer. But you just don't want to say it or do it. This way. It makes sense. The short man in uniform reached out and pushed up his glasses. And a reflection flashed. The other two selves were silent in unison. The boy in uniform disappeared suddenly. When he appeared, he was already standing on the sphere that seemed to be a godhead. When the pair of white cloth shoes touched the sphere, a storm suddenly surged. The scattered sphere stretches out countless short tentacles like a sea anemone, drawing the consciousness that comes into contact with it into it. And finally, it merges into one. This change accelerated the overall progress 10 times. The chaotic energy that originally filled every corner dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The woven cloth was originally rolled into a tube and then coiled into a sphere. But now it is coiled into the outline of a person. There is no concept condensed. Only the power that can make someone's small body expand countless times. Being forcibly needed. The second incarnation appeared again. And his whole demeanor was different from before. He was floating in midair. His limbs drooped naturally. His eyes were closed. And his frown showed that all these changes were not easy. The two people, one fat and one thin, looked at each other. And the fat man's incarnation appeared on the top of the dream magic tower in an instant. The suspected condensation of Godhead also drained most of the energy from the dream tower. Nowadays, there are pits and scars everywhere. And it will not be a surprise when it collapses. Lin came to himself in junior high school. The brows are relaxed and the eyes are slightly opened. He looked at Lin and smiled. It's been a good trip, Lin said. Secondary 2. Take the first step. Hakiri summons, swings the sword, and cuts off the head. 8 rays of light splashed out from the broken neck, twining like twists, and shooting straight into the sky. It was divided into 2 parts on the way, and one part was thrown into the dream magic tower. The other part traveled through countless dimensions and spaces, and merged into a black silk robe. Chapter 690 World Forest. Most people don't know who is who in the world tree. Anyway, there is a tree tall enough to shade a city. It must be the secret treasure tree of the Wood Elves. And most people's understanding of world tree is that everything is a treasure. Leaves, branches, sap, and fruits are all very rare magic materials. They don't know that the world tree is not an accessory of the Wood Elf tribe, but the core and decision maker of the tribe. The infamous Turtle Dove Alliance High Seat is one of these plants that few people have the opportunity to see in person. That a world tree can be projected to another place is something that no one has ever imagined. But when I saw the huge tree shadow, it was just shocking at first sight. The magicians did not feel any abnormality because of this. On the contrary, it was more troublesome to be affected by the shackles imposed by the 8 lords of power before the projection of the world tree appeared. When the second, third, or even many world trees appear, no matter how dull you are, you will know that something big has happened. The wars between the Wood Elf tribes can be said to be part of the history of Lost Land. Everyone knows that the advancement of World Tree is based on the ashes of another World Tree. But what do the projections of the World Tree represent? Especially when the branches of the world's forest tremble together. The entire lost world was shaken. This allowed the magicians in the holy city of Estali to truly experience the power of the World Tree. At the center of the incident, starting from the time when the dark elf Mai Urshu jumped into Xuanwu's body, the chaotic energy that originally wanted to break through Xuanwu's half-virtual spirit body was suppressed when the World Tree appeared. And even the restless Xuanwu recovered. Stand still. He raised the dragon's head, and the neck became thicker from bottom to top, as if he was trying to push something out. Then with a sound of "Ah!" the dark elf was expelled from the body as a foreign body. Seeing this, the 2 girls hurriedly stepped forward to help the vomited acquaintance. In addition to helping her, I also wanted to get first-hand information about the alien giant spirit from my heirs on. It's a pity that the dark elf is not only unconscious, but his life is hanging by a thread, not far from death. Even though she had been trained for a long time and was the best in the tribe, it was unbearable to be attacked by the 8 powers with high concentration and chaos. Just before the 2 girls made any reckless move, the scene in front of them changed drastically. Many giant tree projections blocked all the visible sky, either close to each other or overlapping. The dense arrangement of tree trunks alone can make people unable to see the wider tree crown above. At this time, the chaotic colors in Xuanwu's body gradually faded. Observing its movements, you will find that power is being continuously sucked into somewhere. And at the center of the absorption, the figure of a certain man slowly emerged. Klein frowned at this change, and then relaxed. In his vision, the power that was originally assimilated to the foreign god in front of him was completely absorbed by that man, thus stopping the process of assimilation, and even gradually returned to its most original form. But being able to absorb all this excess power, what changes happened to that man made him curious and excited. When a loud and clear horn sound seemed to echo in his ears, melodious and continuous, Klein realized what the changes in front of him represented. Light the divine fire, forge the divine head, and there will be a new chair on the throne of the gods. Not only Klein was aware of this matter, but Thun was also aware of it. Most of the senior magicians in the holy city of Estali were aware of it. For nearly 1,000 years after the end of the Dark Ages, such things were not uncommon. After all the gods now are heroes or strong men in the past who ignited the divine fire and took the final step to reach the pinnacle of the world. Even so, that doesn't mean everyone can accept this fact calmly. Everyone can sense the direction of the situation. Everyone has some guesses about who caused the situation. Unbelievable, is what most people think. But looking at the countless projections of the world tree, everyone became a little clearer. Using external force to ignite the divine fire will eventually be controlled by the external force. This is the difference between God and following God. The relationship between the two is not so easily broken. When the stronger party was replaced by World Tree, everyone couldn't figure out how to settle this nonsense. Among the countless emotions of envy, jealousy, and hatred, only Thun felt confused. She touched that realm. But in the end, she chose a different path. Then it was like reaching a dead end, losing the possibility of moving forward. Now, with the help of that man, the seemingly cut-off road seems to be clear again. But it was clear to Finn that the man wasn't ready to move on, or to choose. Even before today, I had never thought about this level of things. But amid despair and seeming hopelessness, there is not no real hope. Although the man often said, if you have faith, you can solve the problem. There is nothing that cannot be solved on that day. But the reality of Lost World is that with strong enough faith, everything can really be solved. If it cannot be solved, then the belief is not strong enough. The unreasonableness of Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, is not just because he is favored by the gods. It is more due to the stubbornness that makes outsiders feel despair, and his persistence in never retreating after choosing a direction. So can that man find his own beliefs and find his own path? Thun was looking forward to it, but also feeling a little lonely. It is a protective measure that the gods cannot walk freely in the Lost Land. But it is not to protect the creatures living in the Lost Land, but to protect the Lost Land itself. Just like a strong enough magnet walking on the beach, it will eventually attract all magnetic substances to the body and destroy the original state of the beach. The gods are magnets with infinite power. Allowing them to move freely will only destroy the balance of the land. This means that when he steps onto that level, the land of mystery will no longer be able to accommodate him. Finn hated the kind of life that revolved around just one emotion. So no matter what the situation, she will not choose to take that path. And then the two of them will eventually be separated. So, take action to stop him? No matter how you interrupt the process. Finn felt that this was not the decision she should make. If she wasn't worried that something unexpected might happen, she would even want to turn around and leave. Seeing that this man's godhead was being cast faster and faster, the Xuanwu shadow that was originally protecting him was almost sucked back and faded to the point of disappearing. The sound of the gospel trumpet became clearer and clearer. Some people turned around angrily and went about their own business without hearing anything else. Some people felt happy and did not expect to witness the birth of a god in their lifetime. The gospel trumpet is actually an abnormal phenomenon caused by the concentration of a large amount of power in one place. Just as air moves in large quantities and quickly, causing a whistling sound, so too does power. It's just that this voice cannot be heard. It just makes people think that he heard it. In Klein's eyes, he had many speculations about the outcome before taking action. The possibility of death accounts for the vast majority, and disability accounts for the rest. The rest of the situations can only be regarded as casual jokes. But becoming a god through the punishment of the 8 powerful lords was a result that he had never thought of, because it was impossible to do. But looking at the shadows of the 21 world trees, it doesn't seem that difficult. Mortals don't know the power of the world tree and only regard it as a treasure like iron or copper. How could the gods not know it? Think about how many gods and demons from the past to the present have planned to go to the territory of the world tree to fight the autumn wind, and then be beaten into pig heads and resurrected in their own kingdom of gods or abyss. Although he was not miserable enough to need to be resurrected, he still recovered from his injuries for a long time. On other people's territory, the power of the world tree is unsolvable, and the power of the gods is suppressed, unless it is countered by the power of another world tree. The flaw of the world tree is that it is missing 2 legs and cannot run around, even if they can use projection to appear in any corner of the land. But Klein is well aware of how fragile such projections can be. But now it seems that it is not useless. Klein was only vaguely aware of how the world tree helped the man forge his godhood and ignite the divine fire. But he still wanted to see what happened. Furthermore, why did all the world trees in Lost Land come to help that man? Of course, the mysterious Lord, who is known for his curiosity, also wants to know. Although he was always concerned about this man, he always had a way of covering his sight. In a situation like today, covered by 21 world trees, if I were still in the kingdom of God, I wouldn't be able to see everything happening here. Only by standing here in the incarnation of a saint and watching with your own eyes can you see clearly the whole story of what happened. But when I really stood here, I realized that there was still a secret in that man that I couldn't see through. Klein became increasingly curious. However, most people are still like the 2 anxious girls present. Although they know that something big has happened, they don't know what exactly happened. But it should be a good thing to be able to see my teacher again. The 2 people holding each other's hands seemed to be appeasing each other's urge to rush forward. When the long sound of the gospel trumpet also reached the ears of people of low strength, like the 2 girls, everyone in the Lost Land understood that a new god was born. Then looked at the man floating upright in midair with complicated eyes. His limbs were hanging naturally, and he had not yet opened his eyes. The next moment, Lin's neck emitted a golden light. With him as the center, a circle of power shock spread outward. This circle of impact did not cause any real damage, but it was shocking to explode in a city of magicians. At the same time, I heard a sound like breaking glass. Crisp and sad. Everyone had the same idea, conferring God had failed. Lin fell heavily to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut off. In addition to the 2 girls who rushed forward to help, there was also the new member Leonardo. Maybe his feelings for this teacher are not deep enough, but he still understands that his current life depends on the support of this person. Due to emotions and reasons, this newly recognized teacher must not do anything bad. Fin's eyes were equally complicated and difficult to distinguish. She bit her lip and finally uttered 2 words. Stupid! In contrast, Klein's eyes were shining and he said, Interesting! Chapter 691 Invitation. Regardless of whether someone's actions were stupid or funny, this incident can be considered an end. When the shadow in the world forest disappeared, the first one to run away was the mysterious Lord Klein. He didn't want to help the Lich remove the shackles of power, so he ran away as soon as he could. Anyway, the show is over, and he is not the kind of boring person who insists on chasing people to analyze the plot in detail. The second one to run was Finn. Because of someone's unexpected situation, the Lich skipped her afternoon life lessons. If a teacher's truancy was placed in an environment where sentient beings grew up, the class would not be full of joy. However, the students she and Lin teach are not the kind who come to shop to get a diploma, but who really want to learn something. Therefore, it is very undesirable for teachers to play truant. Fortunately, the Lich has enough prestige, and there are not many students in the life course. Everyone respects her as a god and dare not disobey her. If you skip it, skip it. Anyway, everyone still has topics to be busy with. So just treat these 2 hours as a discussion and exchange meeting. But the purpose of them leaving was to help someone teach math class. There are many people in the math class, which makes it more difficult to deal with. In addition, if someone does not have enough prestige, there are many thoughtful people in the class. If he really skips school, it will not be a big deal. The above is the explanation given by a certain Lich for leaving. But everyone knows that that is not the reason why she must leave. It can only be regarded as an excuse. The condition of the dark elf Mayursu seems serious, and it is actually very serious. But the most enviable thing about the Wood Elf tribe is that there are a bunch of healing and resurrecting elixirs that can be drank as boiled water or eaten as food. Therefore, the dark elves who were traveling with her took action to rescue Marshawn. The dark elf, who stepped into this home openly for the first time, had the purpose of not only saving his own people, but also expressing goodwill to someone. The person involved in this incident did not fall asleep for long. Lin woke up soon, But his body was very weak, and his appearance was also affected. His whole body became thinner and skinny, as if he would float away in the wind. The eye sockets and cheeks are sunken, and the eyeballs are bulging, except for the hair and eyes. The head is no different from a skull. He would agree to meet the Dark Elves. In addition to the fact that Meyer was a familiar face, he also knew that being able to get through the difficulties this time was related to the big boss behind the Dark Elves. Although it took the cooperation of the 21 World Trees and the Dream Tower to tame the chaotic and huge power, Fasnas was the first to help. Maybe it's not clear at first, but when you think about it afterwards, you can figure out a lot of things. The two largest multi-layered magic arrays can only be the ancient ones in the 2 World Trees. The first one to appear was obviously a little distant from the others that appeared one after another, and even had a vague sense of opposition. Except for Fasnas, the alien in the World Tree camp, and the villain's boss-like existence. I can't think of a second possibility. This type of people needs to be treated with the most caution, as their favors are not so easy to obtain. If you are not careful, you will have to spit out more rewards, and even good things will turn into bad things. Although I'm not sure whether a plant's thoughts are as complicated as a human being's, but receiving a favor without any requirements makes someone feel uneasy. So it's better to find the Dark Elves and ask them. And despite his shaky appearance, his spirit is unexpectedly good, and can even be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Even when he looked directly at his 2 apprentices, the glare in his eyes scared the 2 girls back half a step. So facing a group of Dark Elves with bad intentions, Lin was not afraid at all. The reason why we concluded that these dark-skinned guys with pointed ears had bad intentions, even though they showed they came with good intentions, it was because Lin clearly knew that during the period when he settled in the Holy City, there were many Dark Elves with similar looks among the guys who came to look for trouble in the middle of the night. And they are all dead because they all tried to hurt people when they were alive. If you just come to hang out and then leave, the defensive white destruction ray will not activate at all. But if you take action, no matter who the target is, there will be a dead end in this house. In addition, the group of Dark Elves was squeezed to the bottom of the pack, and they seemed to be feeling isolated. She was equally weak, making her gray face look even darker and paler. Lips that were once attractive are now chapped and peeling. But she hid her expression very well, which was a little different from the Melson she knew in the past. With the support of 2 girls, Lin came to the reception room. Originally, the new apprentice Leonardo wanted to follow his newly recognized teacher, but considering that he had no ability to protect himself in front of the Dark Elves, and the enemy was unknown, he was not put in danger. In this situation, the 2 girls, who have been working together with him for a long time, are fairly trustworthy, and will not hold back. The clothes on his body were the tipping point of this incident. A silk robe with Xuanwu patterns. Maybe someone failed to light the divine fire, but the production of this set of magic equipment was still successful, and the effect was beyond imagination. From the obvious disgust shown by the Dark Elves upon entering the reception room, we can know how powerful this equipment is. Otherwise, these strong men who grew up under the protection of the World Tree Fasnas would directly ignore most people and things that naturally exude power. Your Excellency Tripwood. Resisting the disgusting disgust, the leader of the Dark Elves greeted him, but his expression was still arrogant. It's not easy to finally see you. With such an opening statement, Lin didn't bother to talk to the other party. He just nodded and waited for the other party to follow up. The Dark Elf never thought about communicating with others normally. Arrogant, he said directly. In order to save your excellency this morning, Melson spit a leaf of the World Tree. You must know that even to make the resurrection medicine, you don't need a whole leaf of His Majesty Fasnas. As a result, you still failed. If I had known this, there would be no need to waste that leaf of the World Tree. Sighing, I really don't know where the arrogance of these Dark Elves comes from. As soon as Lin opened his mouth, he said in a hoarse voice, Fasnas sent you here not to talk about these nonsense. Please explain your purpose directly. Meyer, who had always been expressionless, his eyes flickered. The other Dark Elves angrily wanted to come forward to argue, but were stopped by the leader. With a gloomy look on his already gray face, he said, Your Majesty wants to see you as a human being. From the beginning, our only purpose has been this. You? Okay, I agree. Lin interrupted the other party's words and replied directly. Such a request has been made by my heirs Han in the past. It was just that it was too troublesome at the time, so I didn't agree. But now that I have received a great favor from the other party, it would be too unkind to refuse. However, the target person in front of him agreed readily. But the Dark Elf
who took the lead, was only full of displeasure. It's because of being robbed. But more of it is the dissatisfaction accumulated in the past, including the successive setbacks he had suffered since he led the team, the conflict with my heirs on, and the arbitrary behavior of that woman today. There was no need for him to explain, or even to look back. Just by clicking his fingers, the subordinates understood the leader's thoughts. He stepped forward and asked loudly, "Since your excellency is willing to cooperate, let's put this matter aside for now. And let me ask another question first. We came to visit your tribe before. What happened to them?" There really is such a stupid question, someone whispered in his heart. Lifting his eyelids, Lin looked at the strong dark elf standing behind, asking questions. The muscles and scars are quite intimidating, completely different from the traditional handsome image of elves. Faced with this angry question, he said directly, "They're all dead? Human, what do you mean? We came here with good intentions, but you have such an attitude to kill my people. Do you think the tribe is small and easy to bully? The subjects of His Majesty Fastness will not tolerate you." A white destructive light penetrated the forehead of the speaking dark elf. The sharp penetrating injury did not directly take away his life, but it did not mean that such an injury was a minor injury that could heal on its own. The unable to speak dark elf's eyes widened and his face was covered with blood. Finally, the whites of his eyes rolled up and he fell to the ground. At the same time, Lin slowly raised his withered arm, pointed to the position where the person had fallen to the ground, and said, "Quiet." Everyone in the reception room was speechless for a while. Those two words shouldn't be spoken first and then taken action. In an instant, all the dark elves, except for Miles, jumped up and occupied every corner of the reception room. They drew their weapons and looked warily at the magician whom everyone had never paid serious attention to. Lin didn't show any fear at all, and he didn't even look at any of the elves. He just covered his mouth, coughed twice, and said feebly, "Put away your weapons. That's meaningless." No one understood what the magician meant by meaningless, just as they couldn't understand who had cast the murderous magic just now, and how it had been cast. A person had died so silently. But the dead dark elves did not really quiet down. Just as the two sides were in a stalemate, he emitted a soft bluish-white light. The tiny hole in his forehead healed, and the soul that had not been captured by death rejoined the body. When all repairs were completed, the holy light of resurrection descended from the sky and passed through the roof and house. The dark elves bathed in it rose from the dead. The dark elf who woke up was not confused. He quickly understood that he had been killed once. How could he forgive his enemy in such a rage? He didn't even have time to greet his companions before he rushed towards Lin to kill him. Without waiting for a greeting, there were two dark elves who were friends with him and acted with him tacitly. 3 people attacked from 3 different directions. No magician could escape from 3 vigorous dark elf warriors in such a short distance. Lin didn't move his hands or body. Countless rays of light crisscrossed the reception room. Just a flash. The 3 dark elves who tried to rush forward were cut into tiny pieces, with their bones, flesh and blood separated and scattered all over the floor. "Then, can I still be resurrected like this?" someone asked in a calm voice. No one in particular was asked, and no one knew how to answer. Chapter 692. A few things about the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves who came under the direct order of World Tree Fastness are not only not weak, but also have a certain status in the tribe of underground Dark Elves. Strength and power make them invincible, not to mention the discrimination against short-lived species. But when their lives depended only on the enemy's thoughts, they didn't know how to deal with it. I wanted to take action at first, but I was a step too late and the survivors were afraid. Others who had not even reacted were immediately stunned. The pieces of blood and flesh on the ground couldn't look original at all. No one could imagine that just one breath ago, these were 3 living people. The leading Dark Elf said in a trembling voice, You actually killed our people. Do you know what exactly have you gotten into? Is it important?" Lin raised his head slightly and looked coldly at the Dark Elf, who stuttered slightly. "Actually, I want to know more. Does your majesty really care?" The leading Dark Elf was speechless. The reason why the tribe can maintain its prestige with the outside world depends on the unity and cooperation of the people of the tribe. Just like the Wood Elf tribe on the surface forming the Turtle Dove Alliance, the World Tree will not take action, and it is impossible for them to take action. They have no legs and can chase their prey all over the world, unless there is really such a stupid prey, stupidly running into the territory of World Tree to hunt. But when World Tree conveys orders to the tribes that rely on him, he only cares about the results, not the process.
or how much the tribe has lost as a result. In other words, no matter how much the loss is, the order passed down must be completed. If it can't be done, then the tribe has no meaning in existence. It was this attitude that when Thasus conveyed his intention to invite the magician to meet with him in person. The underground dark elf tribe immediately sent out an envoy. In their opinion, the world tree Thasus is so prestigious that as long as there is a messenger to convey his will, there will be no magician who will not eagerly obey the instructions and come. But the first messenger, the youngest druid Melshu in the tribe, failed and returned empty-handed. The conditions she mentioned were all excuses, and the demands she made were signs of incompetence. If my Erzon hadn't recognized the magician's face, she wouldn't have been dispatched the second time. What was waiting for her was the water prison under the tree roots. In the second round, the small team sent by the Dark Elf tribe was headed by a druid elder and included more than a dozen high-ranking members of the tribe from the legal and warrior systems, and sneaked into the holy city of Estali on the surface. Although they are a Dark Elf tribe belonging to the World Tree Thasus, and they do not deal with the high leaders of the Turtle Dove Alliance, it does not mean that they do not know how to use the Alliance's resources. Anyway, the Ikaruga Alliance recruits low-level members and does not require detailed background checks or loyalty to a certain high-ranking person. They have ways to conceal their identities and use the resources of the Alliance as ordinary members. Of course, they also have due obligations. Acting and lurking are the Dark Elves' special skills. After finding the target person, a group of people went out. Of course not to escort that person back to Phasma's territory. All the Dark Elves, with the exception of Melson, aim to use force to make people submit. They first sent assassin-type Dark Elves to sneak into the target's home to investigate. The original intention was just to conduct preliminary investigation. Assassins who enter uninhabited territory usually cannot help but be tempted when they see their target is defenseless, and make a prompt decision to turn investigation into action. While the target is sleeping, cut off its limbs, and return to the tribe with the remaining parts. Anyway, His Majesty only wanted them to take this magician back, and he didn't say that they had to take him back entirely. Then, he was cut into small pieces by the white destructive light, and the resurrection spell was ineffective. He became the Black Dragon Augustus' late-night snack. And of course, he failed to repay the druid elder who led the team. This happened several times. When the team they brought out lost most of their manpower for no apparent reason, and they did not know the target situation, the Dark Elves finally stopped. During this process, Melson always insisted on peaceful discussions and polite invitations. When facing that magician, as long as you show enough sincerity and find out the interests that the other person cares about, you may not be able to change the other person's mind. This can be regarded as someone who is quite familiar with someone's character before making such a suggestion. It's just that this kind of weak behavior is despised by all Dark Elves. In the outlook on life, where I am the boss of World Tree, the existence of short-lived species, no matter how powerful they are trained, is still no match for their long-lived species. Not to mention that the people who came out to perform the mission this time were all the best in the tribe. But despite the constant sacrifices, they still stopped their meaningless exploration and waited for the opportunity that they didn't know would come up. In their eyes, the catastrophe befell by the gods was an opportunity. An opportunity to return home in good faith. Anyway, the targets were killed by the gods, and the failure of the mission cannot be blamed on them. What a wonderful way to end. But no matter how good the plan is, someone can't help but cause trouble. Meyer, who was on everyone's guard from the beginning and then ignored, stole the leaf of the world tree that they used to communicate with His Majesty Thasus. He was also the member of this small team and the most powerful in their hands. Big trump card. The Dark Elf who stole the leaves of the world tree took the leaves and threw himself into the semi-virtual spirit that seemed to be about to explode, summoning the projection of His Majesty Thasus. In the end, the magician survived the catastrophe and even forged a godhead for a time, preparing to light the divine fire. But he failed. He was left behind in the human world and became the mission target of the Dark Elves again. This time, my Erzon, who was seriously injured and taken in by the other party, became an opportunity for the two parties to meet. The Dark Elf, who had met originally planned to find a reason to take down the other party in one fell swoop, especially now that the most troublesome Lich has left temporarily. This is an extremely good opportunity. But I didn't expect that every one of them who dared to make trouble would be killed in an instant. The most important thing is, although everyone understands how those who died, they fail to understand when the target person in front of them was not at their mercy. The Dark Elves,
who had always been arrogant and domineering, didn't know how to face it for a moment. Especially those dark elves who took out weapons. The things in their hands were as embarrassing as they were. In particular, the remaining dark elves have also figured out some things. Why His Majesty's instructions from the beginning were just invitations. It seems that they are not optimistic about the strength of the dark elves, even though the people who accepted the order ignored those cowardly words. Moreover, even if the dark elves are quite united and cooperative, they want to take revenge on the enemy who killed their people. After returning, he might not get any praise, but be beaten to death by a branch of the world tree. So they gave in? Not because of the man's cruelty, but because of the attitude that their own boss might have. Seeing that the leading druid elder was not helping, and the magician across from him looked restless, Mayor knew that he was getting impatient. Now I'm just thinking of an excuse to leave. But since the magician promised to meet with His Majesty Fasces, how could Mar not come forward and ask clearly? You must know that taking the leaves of the world tree and throwing them into the shadow of the outer god was an edict from His Majesty. No one else got the instructions, but she did. Although this was an honor, it was also a pressure. So she had to come forward and asked, Sir Tripwood, you have agreed to meet with His Majesty Fasces. I wonder when you are going to set off. I haven't decided yet. Let me ask first. How long will it take you to get there from the Holy City? Lin asked. The entrance to the underground world is outside the southwest border of the Galana Empire. To cross the Jura Mountains again, there is a secret entrance and exit between the canyons. Although it is not suitable for large armies to enter and exit, a small number of elite people can entering and exiting from here. After entering the underground world, it takes about 3 weeks to reach His Majesty Fasces' territory. This is the closest distance to the tribe. My Erzon said truthfully. Lin shook his head and said, It takes too much time. I won't let you go. Seeing that Meyer was about to speak excitedly, Lin stopped him with his hand. Then he turned his hand over and took out a ring. Said, Take this ring and go back to your tribe. I received a ring out of nowhere. Although he could feel that this was a very powerful magic equipment, Melson was still puzzled and guessed. Your Excellency, can this convey the message you want to say to His Majesty Fasces? No. Lin raised his right hand, pointed to the other ring on his index finger and said, These 2 rings are a set. No matter where you go, I can sense you through this ring on my hand. Go to your location. As long as there is a clear location, I can use Flash to teleport to you. So you just need to take that ring, go back to your tribe, and use the forum to notify me when you arrive. And I can go there at any time. Meet with Fasces. Doing this will save me time wasted on traveling. After all, I have a lot of things to do now. Mar had traveled with this man for some time. And of course, she knew how amazing his elusive magic was. So when Lin said this, she believed it. In fact, it doesn't matter if she doesn't believe it. She has no ability to force this man. If there was a way to coerce the other party, we would have invited this distinguished guest back last time. So why wait until this time? Just because Marshawn can accept it, it doesn't mean that other dark elves can also accept it. The stubborn one couldn't help but say, You can teleport if you want. In the realm of World Tree, all space teleportation magic cannot be completed without His Majesty's consent. Lin could tell which dark elf was quick to talk. But it's just talk. There's nothing wrong with it. He was just curious and asked with a smile. So, His Majesty who invited me to meet will not allow me to use teleportation magic to see him. Instead, I must use 2 legs to walk step by step to see him as a sign of my sincerity. Although many dark elves wanted to say yes, they intuitively felt that saying this word would easily cause complications. So they simply said nothing. If possible, they wanted to leave now, leaving this magician who clearly looked like he was about to die. Chapter 693 Demigod Weapon. My Erxia held the ring, but her expression was troubled. Unlike other dark elves, she only sees things on the surface. She was willing to follow the magician's idea and send it to Her Majesty. Anyway, that person doesn't care what method he uses, as long as he meets the person. However, holding the ring in his hand, the powerful magic power made my Erzon understand that this ring was far more than the ability someone said. And it was also mentioned to be paired with the ring on his hand. Mary doesn't mind any relationship between men and women. But that doesn't mean she can accept any form of master-slave relationship. Fasces has no mercy for betrayers. Lin probably guessed that the other party was worried. So he said, It doesn't matter if you don't have to wear the ring on your hand. Just find a small bag to put it in and take it back to see Your Majesty. After thinking about it, Lin added,
This in addition to being used as my flash spell. This ring also has some auxiliary and life-saving magic. You can treat it as an ordinary magic item, and there will be no compulsory actions or requirements after wearing it.
Holding the ring in her hands, my Erxia felt as if it was as heavy as a stone. He asked dryly.
Why?
Of course, Mitty meant to exchange rings to represent marriage. But that was only between nobles. There is no special meaning in giving rings to civilians, adventurers, or other species of Homo sapiens. But giving away powerful magical items cannot mean that there is no thought behind them. Lin explained.
If I can get through this difficulty this time, it is crucial that you sacrifice your life and bring Fasa's token to contact me. It is not an exaggeration to say that you saved my life. So I can promise 3 times, when you encounter a danger that you can't solve on your own, I can help. Of course, that's when you're wearing that ring. After all, I can only appear near you after 3 times. I don't want that either. Your promise has been abused and turned into a fire brigade or a thug.
Since it was to repay the kindness of saving my life, there was no reason not to accept it. Not to mention that my heir's hen was quite aware of this man's strength. With his elusive magic, he could at least escape if he couldn't win. After my heir's hen figured it out, she stopped being pretentious, nodded and said,
"Thank you."
She put the ring on her right index finger. Lin summoned the apprentice, who was standing behind him, and continued.
"Let Kaya teach you how to use it. If you have nothing else to do, then leave. I am tired. You are still injured and want to stay. If you want to rest, I'll have someone prepare the guest room for you."
Melson stood up and saluted, and said,
"I won't bother you anymore, Lord Tripwood. If I return 1 day earlier, His Majesty Fasnius will be able to meet you 1 day earlier. He has admired you for a long time."
In response to such compliments, Lin just nodded indifferently. From the first time, he helped World Tree Wadwo find a new path. And after successfully advancing, all the World Trees were interested in him. And it seemed that even the one under the ground was no exception. But after seeing Wadwo and Lottie, I compared the two and found that there were not many differences in the observable phenomena. So my desire to visit the 21 World Trees faded away. But since I have received help, there is no reason to refuse. And I won't waste much time. There is no harm in going and taking a look. After making an agreement with my heirs on, Lin left alone. He had just woken up and still had many things to clarify. As he walked away slowly, when he passed the dark elves scattered throughout the reception room, they all had a shiver down their spines, and they hurriedly backed away. The reason why the dark elves are afraid of this magician is not only because of his strange strength, not only his ruthless determination, but also because of his cold eyes. As if he is looking at something insignificant. In other words, it's like looking at a dead person. Anyone possessing a single quality may not necessarily make others fearful. On the contrary, he might be targeted by everyone because of his crazy performance. But when these 3 qualities are gathered in one person, you have to seriously consider whether it is right to provoke such a person. The Dark Elves may have less contact with the outside world, but that doesn't mean they don't understand the world. Not to mention that there is still a mess of blood and stains on the ground, which is a warning to all those who are not discerning. After leaving, Lin thought about it, and the dream incarnation that was assimilated to the suspected godhead completely disappeared after that sword. The power originally condensed by the godhead spurted out, and most of it poured into the dream magic tower, replenishing the dream tower that had been sucked into holes and scars. The obvious benefit is that the original Dreamland magic tower inevitably had some gaps between the bricks and stones. But now they have been completely filled. The intuitive expression is that the magic array runes carved on the tower can be made about 3 times smaller than the original ones. This is equivalent to 3 times the magic capacity that the magic tower can support under the same area, giving me more room to play. The second is the original Dream Tower. The main component is the energy tide of the multidimensional gap, rather than the 8 powers of the Lost Land. These energies will not cause much problems when running the inherent magic written on the tower, such as flash spells, night stars, etc., or their extended magic. But if you want to operate the magic that originally uses the 8 powers of MIDI, you have to use the powers that someone has originally practiced. Someone who can use the flash spell almost unlimitedly is no better than a young magician who has just crossed the threshold when it comes to casting traditional magic from the mysterious land. He can't even cast a few fireballs. This is also the reason why most magicians in Lost Land don't like to use offensive magic, because it consumes too much power and has low continued combat effectiveness. On the contrary, using some auxiliary magic will not only increase the fighting ability, But the retained magic and power can also be used to deal with emergencies and increase the chance of survival. But now I have been initiated once by the 8 Lords of Power and survived by luck. What makes up the Dream Magic Tower is no longer pure interdimensional alien energy. The total amount of the 8 powers is almost evenly matched with the alien energy. It can be regarded as a kind of balance. And there is room for using the traditional magic of Midland. At this time, Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before, when I was in crisis, I was madly complaining about martial arts novels. And I could transfer a dozen of skills at every turn. It should be impossible to do this in reality. What's going on with me now? Isn't it time to give yourself a really fragrant expression now? However, the benefits he received were not all the power poured into him by the 8 Lords of Power. A very small part spilled out to the outside world. And the remaining amount, about 20 to 30%, was absorbed by my own magic equipment. Or to be precise, the Xuanwu totem on my back. Speaking of which, the cause of this incident was the change caused by the 4 spirit totems of the earth coming together with him. Just like what is shown in many novels or film and television dramas. A single aroma or food will not affect the human body. But when mixed with another in the environment, it will become highly toxic. There was no obvious abnormal reaction when the 4 spirits Xuanwu totem was woven on the Jacquard machine. And when he was doing trouble, he always hid under the night sky and was not exposed to the outside world. But when he put on the robe with the Xuanwu totem, it was like Xuanwu jumped out of the starry sky at night and appeared in a mysterious place. The identity of the alien god will of course cause an immune response in the land itself, leading to a series of subsequent events. After gaining 20 to 30% of the power that was suspected of being destroyed, Xuanwu was assimilated by Midi, and even gained a trace of divinity. In other words, this time, someone did not become a god, but the totem on his clothes did. It is higher than the so-called artifacts. That is, the utensils used by the gods. The clothes themselves are the carriers of the gods. It's just that although the starting point is high, the accumulation is insufficient. According to Lin's witnessing the process of casting the godhead in his dream, Xuanwu had found his own unique arrangement of powers. But the amount was insufficient. The godhead coiled up by the woven divine powers was only a small one. It didn't even cross the boundary of weak divine power. The current situation is that although the totem on the clothes has become a god, it is in a dormant state, and it itself slowly draws power from the air, strengthening itself bit by bit. Because of this, Apollos, the guardian lord who does not allow gods to walk in the lost land, did not appear. He stripped someone into a naked pig and had to throw that piece of clothing into the non-existent kingdom of God. For such a state, let's call someone a demigod. Moreover, Lin felt that the reason why Xuanwu had to sleep was not only the lack of power, but also other factors. But he still couldn't figure it out at this stage. However, this experience also made Lin understand some things. In fact, the consequences caused by the Xuanwu totem can be avoided, as long as the totem is just an ordinary art pattern. The specific method is to first weave the secret patterns belonging to the 8 powers into the pattern during the weaving process, and leave some defects on the pattern. This is an allusion to the finishing touch. And it's really practical. When I was planning to make this first set of clothes, I didn't think about this aspect. So the Xuanwu pattern on the silk satin was complete. Although magic is added to clothing, it starts from the most fundamental place. That is, the enchantment during the reeling process. However, the weaving and patterns of the clothes did not contain any magic formation patterns that belong to Midi. It's like a strong body but no soul. Any ghost can come in and dominate this body. And a certain time traveler, who was related to the Earth's mythology, made this piece of clothing an entity that those mythological beings could attach themselves to. So they ran out of the night starry sky. And then things became big. Therefore, when he plans to use the 3 totems of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Suzaku in the future, apart from using the magic array patterns belonging to the Lost Land on the patterns of the 3 spiritual beasts and deliberately leaving flaws, Lin also does not plan to use the 3 totems of Qilong, White Tiger, and Suzaku on the clothes. Again, these special totems from the earth are used. Even though he knew it was a landmine, he still had to test how to step on it without exploding. You have to seek death a lot to do something like this. Besides, the crisis can be overcome this time. But there are quite a few external factors involved. Who can guarantee that the 21 world trees will help him the second and third times? Or even bet that the 8 Lords of Power will not kill him the second or third time? Factors that are beyond your control should not be included in the plan. This is what someone always thinks.
Chapter 694. Are you still you? Not wanting to regret what had happened, Lin turned back to check the capabilities of this full set of magical silk robes. Each ability has some changes, and far exceeds the original plan. The defensive magic that protects against energy attacks and alien energy erosion, with the characteristics of the basalt turtle SH.L, can block most attacks at a certain distance from the body, just like a magic shield. It can defend against physical attacks, and will not trigger the automatic flash evasion you set unless you lengthen the judgment distance of the flash evasion. That is to say, now I have 2 layers of defense means. The first layer is this automatic defense named Xuanwu Shield by someone. Assuming that the black tortoise shield is broken through, there is also a flash technique to automatically avoid it. An extra layer of protection is like an extra life, and there's nothing wrong with that. The function of purification has become more powerful, but no matter how it changes, it is still just a purification technique. This magic was originally invented by magicians for cleaning because they were lazy. Functions such as air purification, deodorization, detoxification, and poison removal are functions of other magic and do not fall into the category of purification. So it's not the kind of isolation bubble outfit that comes with its own air filter, as someone might imagine. It is conceivable that the ability of curse reversal will be elevated to an unimaginable level, because curse magic, to put it bluntly, is similar to the mechanism by which viruses or bacteria cause changes in the body. Specially ordered powers will infect and dominate the powers in the human body, thus producing negative magical effects, which is just the opposite of auxiliary magic. To expand the curse reaction, the first thing is that the specially ordered power can replicate itself and infect other power fragments, thereby achieving self-multiplication. So is it possible that divine power, that is, power that fully realizes a special order of consistency, can be infected by a curse? The answer is of course no. Cursing a person is a completely different subject than cursing a god. At least the gods never told others how to curse a god. Even Fan doesn't know how to do it. She is used to using Zai's directly. The last equipment effect is the experimental optical camouflage enchantment, because it is basically a program coding sequence. Its effect does not change with the divine evolution of the equipment. Then, someone discovered something truly tragic. Because the full wizard costume also comes with a small cape. Someone didn't design a hood. After all, the extra piece of cloth behind the head feels like an obstruction no matter how it is placed. And because the long sleeves and the hem of the robe will cover one's hands and feet, when someone activates the optical camouflage effect, part of the body will disappear in the eyes of others, and then only the head will be left floating in the air. Even if you cover your head with your sleeves, covering the face will reveal the back of the head, and covering the back of the head will reveal the face. Covering both the front and back will inevitably expose some of the side face. In short, no matter how you do it, there will be flaws that look ridiculous. The hiding effect is not very good, but it has more scary uses. In addition to this flaw, the optical camouflage designed by someone still failed to overcome the problem of background simulation confusion when the angle suddenly changes. This involves the observer's field of view and the judgment of the distance, direction, and orientation of the surrounding environment, and cannot be processed in real time and instantaneously, especially in complex environments or smoky environments. The flaws are even more obvious. In short, there is still room for improvement. However, the design of the optical camouflage unexpectedly developed another function. That is, this set of magic silk robes can change its appearance and color according to one's consciousness. Although the changing appearance is only a simulation, it is essentially a silk black robe, and doing so consumes power. In short, after taking stock, I hope that the basic functions of this robe are complete, and it is even better than expected. As for some additional functions, just treat them as experiments and don't worry about them. On the contrary, my appearance would change so drastically because when I was about to be overwhelmed by the divine power, my body would have been destroyed and damaged. During the subsequent process of casting the godhead, it seemed that not only the energy of the dream magic tower was sucked away, but also some unstable parts that form the foundation of the body. What can stay are the parts that are firmly combined. This process can be regarded as a kind of marrow cleansing and tendon removal. It's just that other people leave a layer of stains on their skin at most. After washing, you can see crystal clear, tender and white skin. But I am skinny and skinny. If the hair and eyes weren't still there, it would be reasonable to say that he turned into a skeleton, although the body is now getting rid of the essentials. But whether it can maintain the essence and reshape the body into a perfect one, I have no idea at all.
It seems that I can only ask the lich later. Just when someone was checking on his condition during his stargazing night. Then took the initiative to open the attic door and walked in. He pulled up a chair and sat next to Lynn, staring at someone with piercing eyes, as if he wanted to see through the person. In addition to the lich, there was also the old cat Hardy, who was hiding outside the door, sticking out his little gray furred head and looking curiously at what was going on in the room. It's scary to know what you look like now. And you usually can't win the staring game. So Lynn touched his nose and asked,
"What's wrong? Those two girls said that you have changed. So I came to confirm that you are still not you."
Well, if someone thinks about it seriously, it's probably because their attitude towards dark elves is different from the past. So that's why the two apprentices felt this way. It's just that dealing with dark elves is just like dealing with goblins. If you give in a little, the other party will kick you in the face. So it's better to adopt a strong attitude from the beginning. But having said that, looking back now, it was a bit unusual for me to kill someone so decisively in the afternoon. But the key factors behind such changes seem obvious. Lynn sighed and said,
"If what you want to know is whether anyone can replace my original soul, then the answer is no. But if you ask me whether I have changed, I can only say that it is impossible for me to remain unchanged."
Lynn was quite dissatisfied with someone's answer and couldn't understand it. So she frowned and asked,
"What's going on?"
Without thinking, Lynn revealed everything about the situation in his dream world without hiding anything. When he mentioned his second incarnation of Sword Slash again, he sighed again and said,
"So I don't know now whether I have lost something forever or gained something again."
After listening to someone's narration, then pondered for a while and asked,
"Has the other you really disappeared forever? That's a really good question. In fact, I can't be sure. If they avoid me deliberately, I can't find them out. As for why, I also want to know this question."
Lynn shrugged. In psychological terms, it means that two personalities are integrated into a new personality. Or one personality is completely erased and the other one is completely retained. Lynn couldn't decide which type the second incarnation of the middle school belonged to when he no longer appeared. And neither could the lich who was listening to the narration.
"Then do you feel anything strange?"
Then asked.
"The roots of my ears are much cleaner, which couldn't be better. Doesn't it count?"
Lynn said with a smile, pouting and frowning. Then stared at someone for a long time and decided to give up studying the issue further. If multiple souls occupy the same body, what kind of changes will happen? I have experience and have done research. But in this situation where the same soul was divided into multiple personalities, her eyes went dark and she couldn't understand anything. If you can't figure it out, put it aside for now. Then took this opportunity to ask another question.
"Why gave up? What to give up?"
Lynn asked doubtfully.
"A chance to light the divine fire. Of course. What else do you think I would ask?"
This question is not something to be discussed casually. After thinking for a while, Lynn replied seriously,
"Because becoming a god won't help me. So I gave up." "What do you mean no help?"
Lynn said angrily.
"In my opinion, gods are lives at another level. There is nothing wrong with their foundation being stronger than us. But they also have corresponding limitations. And that kind of power is not what I need. My past teacher once told I have a concept. It is not the best thing that suits you, but the thing that suits you best. Can you understand this?"
It was a tongue twister, and the lich naturally shook his head. Lynn could only continue.
"Think about it. What is the main purpose of my life? To find a way home from this vast sea of stars. Will becoming a god be helpful to my goal? I can't imagine becoming a god. After that, how will it help my current research progress? If it doesn't happen, what's the point of becoming a god? So it's better not to."
After holding it in for a while, then cursed with 2 words.
"Short-sighted. Have you ever thought that in that case, you would have unlimited life to complete your goals? Let's not put aside the question of whether I can leave after becoming the god of the lost land, or how strong a god I can become. How much of the unlimited time I get after becoming a god can be used to do what I want to do. What's the point of using the gods as opponents and ultimately becoming slaves in pursuit of power?"
Seeing that someone didn't make sense, and he was not good at persuading others with words, then stood up and prepared to leave.
"Just think about it clearly. I won't ask any more questions."
As soon as he turned around, his hand was grabbed. Then looked back at the person who held out his hand, with a puzzled look in his eyes.
"Can you stay tonight?"
Then looked at someone with contempt in his eyes.
"If I really die, please don't use resurrection to resurrect me. Resurrect me as a zombie."
With the same contemptuous look, then said frivolously,
I don't know if your current strength has changed, but you are more talkative than before. Ha ha. Just don't dislike my current appearance.
Lin looked at his bony arms and said mockingly. In fact, someone didn't know why he reached out so boldly. Then didn't reply and just hugged Lin's neck. The two of them suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the gray cat peeping at the door. Meow. Chapter 695 R&D Center. On the new moon, January, of the Aaron calendar, 732. The great magician Gabriel Astrup tried to ignite the divine fire and shape the divine throne, but failed. In the same year and month, the artifact Xuanwu silk robe was born. The birth of this robe can be described as earth-shattering. But when I actually saw it, no one recognized it. Generally, magic equipment wildly exudes its unique sense of oppression, hoping that others can feel it from a distance. Or else they will kneel down in front of this sense of oppression. Perhaps because of someone's wretched character. The Xuanwu silk robe is quite restrained. So restrained that no one can feel its existence. The math class on the day of the incident was taught by a lich. Everyone in the class was already mentally prepared. Maybe the teacher would miss a few more classes to let them experience the lich's beating again. But on the second day of class, Lin quietly stood on the podium using the flash technique. Now that people are here, even though their appearance has changed a lot, mathematics knowledge cannot deceive people. So just listen to the class with peace of mind. It wasn't until the end of today's class, and the lecturer left that the magicians noticed something was wrong. First of all, when did the person leave? Also, what is the robe on that person? The clothes of the previous magician were no different from rags in the eyes of a group of senior magicians. However, this time, the dark robe also did not feel any power. But it had a strange feeling that would absorb all the senses of everyone into it. Compared to magic equipment that displays a sense of oppression, the one on someone's body is a rarer piece of work. Of course, it may also be a misjudgment by everyone. So in the math class on the third day, someone close to me made a request to take a closer look at the robe. It was a piece of magic equipment, and it might not be noticeable from a distance. But after touching it with your hands, no one would question it. But the most shocking thing is that it is a magic equipment made of silk. Silk is one of the finest fabrics in Midland. But what makes magicians dissatisfied is that silk cannot be made into magic equipment and become their self-defense and daily wear. But the magician in front of him seemed to have broken this restriction and made a set of magic equipment made of silk. This of course aroused everyone's curiosity and inquiries. But Lin just smiled and said nothing. He has no plans to announce this technology. Other technologies that were forced or voluntarily disclosed were more or less epoch-making knowledge that could change the course of the world. But magic silk was just a simple luxury product. Even if it is made public, only a small number of people will benefit. How most people live is how they live, regardless of whether there is silk or not. Strictly speaking, coffee can also be considered such an item. But at that time, I did not have the strength to protect this knowledge. And I also wanted to use the power of others to promote the coffee drinking culture. This gives you the opportunity to drink coffee grown and brewed by others no matter where you go. Judging from subsequent performance, although it is not as popular as on Earth, this purpose can be considered a success. However, the magic version of silk does not have such a requirement. Lin doesn't need to rely on promoting the production process of magic version of silk so that he can wear good clothes all the time. He only needs to make the quantity he needs. Clothes are not consumables like coffee and must be replenished from time to time. Even if others guessed the method of silk production from their own behavior of raising magic moths, they would have to study it to perfect the entire production process, let alone catch up with their current progress. A large part of the success of this silk robe is due to the experience of the earth. As for the magicians in the Lost Land, they don't care if they have a way to find a different silk road. Since the emergence of silk in the mysterious land, magicians and non-magicians have made little effort in this area, and no one has succeeded. It is impossible to find a breakthrough path from yourself without paying a huge price. However, the popularity of this robe only lasted for a short period of time. Magicians are pragmatic after all, and not everyone will pursue luxury. What's more, if something good appeared in history and everyone wanted to ask how to make it, then no one would have invented or created it long ago. Of course, the more reason not to do this is that those unique creations that can leave a name in history cannot be copied. It may be an extremely rare material, or it may be an unnoticed coincidence in the production process. Since it cannot be copied, and it is impossible to snatch it from a magician who is the best at escaping, then the unnecessary thoughts will gradually make everyone forget such a thing. Anyway, there are a lot of good things in me. When I see the best ones,
I want to grab them and collect them. To be honest, a few lives are not enough to die, because there are so many ruthless people in ED. However, this matter will still be recorded by the magicians who are paying attention to Lin. Whether you are dealing with a magician or giving an evaluation to a magician, the magic equipment he possesses is also a very important reference indicator. The more exposed, the more likely it is that you can find a weakness and master or kill the man. But what really made everyone's attention move from that black robe to other places was a major event that caused a sensation in the holy city of Estali. The Grand Duke of Covey of the Guana Empire, in conjunction with the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce, set up an automobile manufacturing and R&D center outside District 6 of the holy city, and openly recruited all magicians or craftsmen with skills in the holy city. The two major forces themselves had manpower, and they came to the holy city along with funds and deacons in charge. Of course, the people from the two major forces will not be some crooked person, but they themselves also have secret projects in progress, and will not send out the top personnel from their respective forces. Instead, idle staff, as well as people whose affairs at hand are not that important, are sent to this project that both leaders attach great importance to. It is a pity that this group of people originally thought that they were tigers from the mountain, and the only objects they had to pay attention to were the manpower sent by the other force. But the first day they arrive, they are taught how to behave. MIDI uses magical materials to make items. The three major artifacts are hammer, ruler and shaping. With these three treasures, everything will go wrong. However, the automobile manufacturing and R&D center established by Lin and the other two major forces aims at ordinary materials. Although the magic shaping technique can work, after losing the power supply, it will return to its original state at best, and collapse directly at worst. Untie. Therefore, those magic methods are of no use, and can only be found through the most basic casting process. A certain person, who took the lead originally, did not plan to put too much effort into this research and development center, including the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. However, basic planning still needs to be given to prevent those who are confused from going astray, regardless of whether they actually blaze their own path. That would be a waste of someone's Earth experience, faced with a trend of lost land where all previous knowledge no longer applies. If someone wants to dominate the development of this center again, he will have to put in more effort. In order to recover the crooked parts, of course some losses will inevitably occur, and time will be wasted. It is not cost-effective no matter how you calculate it, to limit the development direction of the upcoming high-level talents. Someone's approach is to directly help them create machine tools, just like the development of the Earth's manufacturing industry. In addition to the advancement of manufacturing technology, it is also limited by what machine tools can do. Most of the technology accumulation is based on the existing machine tools, slowly improving and progressing slowly, and there is rarely a big leap forward development. In other words, as long as Lin provides easy-to-use tools and machines first, the subsequent development direction will not go too far. Stamping machines, lathes, and drilling machines are the 3 major machine tools Lin chooses. In this way, coupled with the existing traditional tools in MIDI, it should be possible to do most of the things that Earth's industry in the early 20th century could do, especially for the 3 major machine tools. Thanks to the maturity of the P language program, Lin directly used the CNC version of the machine tool instead of the traditional machine tool that requires a master's touch. The advantage of this is that by designing the process and entering the correct parameters, you can easily achieve the requirement of mass copying, instead of burning incense and hoping that the scrap rate will automatically decrease. In order to control these CNC machine tools, Lin even handed over his own industrial drawing software that was different from the Earth version. Although I have used software such as AutoCAD, I don't know how that thing is related to creating horizontal links. The lost version is nothing more than something made according to one's own imagination and needs. Even in the technical guild organized by Yuzov Gantia, the craftsmen inside could only get the final exploded view of the design to verify that the parts they made did not conform to the original design. But what Lin plans to hand over to the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center is software including drawing, calculation and presentation. The old masters who came to defeat the 2 major forces were the operators of machine tools. As long as the 3 functions of stamping, cutting, and drilling are explained, no one can understand them. But when it comes to program control and industrial design, it's like giving an iPhone to a caveman and telling them how to use the app. The people sent by Grand Duke Kawe and Nguyen Van Viet of the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce are certainly not incompetent. And at the same time, they are loyal to their respective forces.
But if they could flexibly use the latest programming technology, drawing software related to programming languages and mathematics. A group of magicians who were complacent after knowing simple algebra operations were dumbfounded on the spot. In any case, a certain person is considered one of the three bosses of the R&D center. It is impossible for him to criticize his subordinates when they meet and just say, "You are all rubbish," to a large group of people. But it is impossible to open another machine tool teaching class to teach people with no basic knowledge step by step until they can operate the machine and improve the procedures. So we can only find a way. Chapter 696. The Germination of the Automobile Industry. Lin's approach was to recruit magicians within the Holy City who already had a foundation in P language and mathematics. Perhaps in terms of loyalty, the new people recruited will not be as good as those trained by the two major forces. But the two major forces are already familiar with how to manage talents. So Lin Duo does not need to worry. Anyway, they must be more concerned about taking power than anyone else. This also led to a large-scale recruitment campaign that caused a sensation in the holy city of Estali, and attracted all the talents in Lin's mathematics courses, who were unwilling to develop only in the field of pure mathematics. Although the mathematical method construction of spell models is also one of the application and development directions of mathematics courses, there is no money to be made before the results are obtained. As long as you join the automobile manufacturing and R&D center, you will receive a fixed salary, and you can also practice your thinking in using various mathematical methods. It can be said that at this stage, it is the most suitable application field for magicians who plan to continue to develop on the road of mathematics. Anyone who can get a seat in a classroom with limited seats is not a magician who is short of money, but who can think of too much money. More importantly, what the R&D Center provides is an opportunity to apply what you have learned. Compared with the smell of copper, the opportunity is the more interesting part. People who have been taking math classes for nearly a year are looking forward to proving that their studies are not useless. After all, since the beginning of the course, no one has been able to completely recreate the mathematical structure of the spell model based on what someone did when he first attracted everyone to jump into the trap. But it's not that no one has tried. It's just that everyone who has tried will admit one thing. The road to mathematics has a long way to go. This does not mean that the mathematical problem studied by the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center will be simpler than reconstructing the spell model. It's because what the center wants to do has been proven feasible. What those who join have to do is to replace expensive materials with simple materials, standardize magic work with industrial methods, and then achieve the purpose of mass production. In short, copycat reverse engineering. In order to do this, there is no standard that must be met to be considered qualified. In other words, there are no standards at all. The experimental vehicle used to demonstrate the feasibility has already been completed, and it has been set as the ultimate goal of 100%. Then even if the research results are only 10%, they can be officially sold as merchandise. Anyway, the four wheels can rotate, and can pull people or goods from one place to another. It is even said that some parts must use magic materials, and ordinary materials cannot be found to replace them for the time being. This is also acceptable. At most, the selling price will increase after it becomes a commodity. Under such a premise, if there are automobile manufacturing and R&D centers with money and technology, the schedule for mass production will soon be put on the schedule. The first confirmed model was not, as someone imagined, a simplified version of Earth's Ford 1903 Model A that was no different from a horse-drawn carriage with all ordinary materials, but a large truck partially made of magical materials. The first batch of customers are not outsiders. They are the two big bosses Kalwei Gong and Nguyen Van Viet. The purpose is also very simple: to transport the iron ore and other materials on their respective sites to the manufacturing and R&D center in the holy city of Estali. There is no reason to use the car to deliver food, but still use horse-drawn carriages and a large number of people to transport it, in order to be able to pull a large amount of goods. The load capacity and horsepower of the truck are not indicators that ordinary materials can achieve at this stage. As for the engine that uses magic materials, it directly uses the research results of the Silverbeard dwarf, because it is already considered a mature craft. Even the Silverbeard dwarves jumped in to help with research and development. The team responsible for building the engine, led by veterans, is the fastest among all the teams to get started with the new technology. Silverbeard dwarves do not work for nothing. In addition to receiving a salary, the research and modification of various parts of the engine are their focus. In order to arm themselves with peace, they are not willing to give up any research opportunities on related topics. Another part of the big truck that has to use magic materials is the chassis.
The R&D Center has tried to study welding technology. And of course, it has also tried rivet structure technology. However, although the chassis built with the current materials and manufacturing technology can be used on small passenger vehicles, it cannot support large vehicles. Truck load bearing index. The second type of vehicle created is a special type of vehicle, a tanker truck. Because the gasoline used in cars needs to be refined. Crude oil cannot be used directly by adding it to the fuel tank. And gas stations are not yet all over the place. Therefore, whether it is a large truck fleet transporting raw materials, it needs a tanker truck to follow it for refueling at any time. The R&D Center also needs to transport crude oil back to the refinery for processing. Although gasoline has to go through the refining process, it is still cheaper than magic stone. It is known that the city that produces crude oil is Liverpool. But that is only because the goblins have uses for oil. So it is exploited. It is not the only oil-producing place in the Guana Empire. There are also crude oil wells that can be extracted in the open in the territory of Kagong. In the past, the place where black water was exposed was a dead zone where animals could not get close and plants could not grow. The only use of black water that can ignite fire is as a weapon of war. Therefore, as the Grand Duke of the Empire, Duke Kawei dealt with this natural resource by blocking it. Only goblins, who are keen on self-destruction, have the courage to mine this poisonous and flammable devil's water. But when the uses of crude oil were discovered, the two big guys started the operation of extracting oil. Of course, Mr. Kawei exploited the oil wells in his own territory, while Ron Wenyu searched for relevant resources from areas outside the Guana Empire, cooperated with local lords, and invested in mining. Ron Wenyu's idea is very simple. If the car must have oil to move, he cannot leave this lifeline in the hands of others. It's like fighting a war with soldiers. But if the soldiers don't have food and grass, they won't be able to fight no matter how strong they are. Lin could only admire this intuitive approach. He was able to see the key points of the automobile industry at a glance, and started planting flags in the energy business at an early stage. This vision was quite accurate. The distillation equipment for oil refining is also built in the holy city of Estali. The reason why it is not located at the oil well site, where the crude oil is roughly processed, reduced in volume and weight, and then transported to the holy city, is because any processing operation is carried out of sight, and problems cannot be solved immediately. Lin had already made an agreement with the two bosses that when the technology matured, they could start a new one wherever they wanted. Just don't abandon the manufacturing and R&D center in the holy city of Estali. After all, doing this can greatly reduce the waste generated during transportation. But in the early days, when the technology was not yet mature, the focus was still on R&D. Having said that, the most fearful thing about research is that it will be fruitless. But when the results come out, everyone wants a piece of the pie. It would be fine if the automobile manufacturing and R&D center kept silent about making a fortune. When the two transport fleets of Ka Wei Gong and Nguyen Van Viet appeared, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. However, because there were many unresolved issues in the early stages of development, the cars could not be sold directly to the market. One of the most troublesome difficulties is the failure rate. The failure rate of parts made from magic materials has almost been solved after the silver-bearded dwarves conducted various tests and replaced them with more advanced magic materials. But after replacing it with ordinary materials, research in this area is equivalent to starting from scratch. In order to cope with possible breakdowns on the road, drivers who drive vehicles must have basic machine knowledge, at least knowing how to repair or replace damaged parts. In other words, in the future, drivers must not only have a driving license, but also be an engineer with an auto repair license. In addition to refueling, the planned gas station may also have the function of repairing cars, to replace the current problem that no other place except the R&D center has the ability to repair cars. In actual use experience, sometimes roadside breakdowns cannot be solved by drivers with simple maintenance knowledge. In this case, there are two methods that can be used. If the vehicle can still move, but the engine cannot start or the transmission system is damaged, you can use a companion vehicle to tow the faulty vehicle. The speed may be slower, but the disabled car can still be towed to its destination. If the vehicle is so damaged that it cannot even be moved, it is impossible to scrap the vehicle on the spot. At this time, it is necessary to send a maintenance team from the R&D center to the location where the vehicle broke down and repair the vehicle directly in the wild. The frequency of vehicle breakdowns was quite frequent in the early days, and even frontline drivers and dispatch maintenance personnel were questioning whether it was necessary to use such a machine with low reliability. Such doubts once made the two big guys, who
who had joined the automobile manufacturing industry come to ask a certain magician who had almost left the matter behind. Lin didn't explain much, just made a simple statistical chart. The carrying efficiency and carrying cost of the old horse-drawn carriages. And the old method is largely regarded as zero risk, the carrying efficiency and carrying cost of the new vehicle. And then the risk cost is calculated according to the existing failure situation. Once the two sides were totaled and looked at the unit transportation cost, the boss's doubts were immediately thrown away. The transportation energy of trucks is so amazing. To transport the same amount of goods, the number of old-fashioned horse-drawn carriages and civilian workers would be more than 10 times greater. And the time consumed would also be several times greater. Not to mention that the old horse-drawn carriage mode of transport was not entirely risk-free. Secondly, every maintenance is actually testing the results of manufacturing, and will also become the focus of improvement in the next batch of vehicle manufacturing. The manufacturing process will improve, and the material strength of ordinary materials will also slowly improve with the accumulation of alloy processes and data. This is most obvious from the analysis of fault records. The parts that will produce non-artificial damage tend to decrease over time. Therefore, even if the frontline personnel complain that the people in charge of management only count the transportation capacity, as long as their brains are not caught by the door panel, they will not be able to go back to the old way. Under this situation of internal digestion of initial production capacity, the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center received its first external order from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. Branches other than Nguyen Van Viet ordered 10 trucks and a matching oil tanker. The reason why this order is regarded as an external order is that under the leadership of Wan Wenyu, he gave his distant relative a heavy blow, without hesitation or mercy, as if he wanted to clear away all the accumulated resentment in the past. Chapter 697 Uninvited Guest. In the new year, apart from the fact that the automobile manufacturing career is on track, the mathematics courses seem to be on the wrong track. I originally planned to go all the way in the field of pure numbers without knowing whether to live or die until the contents of someone's stomach were scraped clean. The real research areas going forward are left to those who are interested. Pure numbers are too difficult to grasp, and my interest is not there after all. But because the R&D Center has absorbed many magicians from mathematics classes, they also discussed the problems they encountered with their peers, and even asked them during the question time at the end of the class. Unconsciously, the focus of the lecture shifted to physics. I originally wanted to bring him back. After thinking about it later, I decided to give up. Anyway, if you really want to calculate the mathematical structure of the spell model, you must have knowledge of physics. In the past, when I stayed at the Chunghwa Eden College in the Shijia district of the Southwest Peninsula, the basic course, Nature, only contained some very superficial physics knowledge, which was far from enough if I wanted to play with magic models or use it in building cars. What's more, after teaching physics knowledge, the atmosphere in the classroom was much more lively than before. Whether there are magicians involved in making cars or not, they are happy to discuss and study this topic. At least the practicality seems to be much better than mathematics and closer to life. So someone can be regarded as making mistakes and talking all the way. Otherwise, according to the original plan, I will continue to fight with pure numbers, and I don't know how many magicians will die in front of me. The course arrangement and lecture speed of a certain person are considered fast. But in recent mathematics classes, Lin has seen many expressions of doubt about life. It seems that as long as they apply a little more force, they will give up on their own initiative. So I had to change direction and let everyone relax. And if you think about it from another angle, is it really a good thing that you really brought all the mathematical knowledge you know into the knowledge system of me like an initiation? That is equivalent to bringing the mathematical knowledge from before the Mayans to the early 20th century to this world that is quite unfamiliar with mathematics. Now that my teaching progress has just reached calculus, maybe this is a good time to interrupt. In other words, you can choose to bring in a broader knowledge system, instead of constantly digging into a certain system, resulting in a situation where knowledge is biased. Besides, if you slow down a little and wait for the people behind you to catch up, you will have the possibility to continue making progress. Otherwise, I would not be able to find a discussion partner of the same level now. Just think for yourself. There is no one who can question yourself. No matter how you prove it, you must be right. As for the monster lich, it was not in someone's consideration from the beginning. She always used her fists to question or respond to questions. Such academic discussions were too intense, and she couldn't stand it. By the way, this class is clearly called mathematics. But what happened when I ended up taking physics? Although in the early days knowledge was not divided into different categories,
It was not divided into very detailed categories, like in a certain period of time. But from time to time, someone giving the lecture would have a suppressed emotion, and he would like to smash an apple on everyone's forehead to see who understands the principle of gravity acceleration. This is true for teaching to outsiders. And the 3 apprentices at home are even more unprofessional than someone who teaches physics in a math class. The 2 girls had nothing to say, and focused almost all their efforts on raising silkworms and reeling silk. Not only did they plant mulberry leaves in the courtyard that can be eaten by the demon moth larvae, but they also tried to increase the number of them as much as possible. The silkworm coop used to be a long cultivation table compartment, but now it is replaced by cultivation racks and compartments. Each shelf has at least 6 or 7 layers of cultivation trays, and as many as 10 layers. As for the new apprentice Leonardo, he wants to learn whatever he sees. Although it only lasted 3 minutes, he got started faster than anyone else. He doesn't focus on proficiency, nor does he deliberately memorize, and he has no ability to draw inferences from one instance to another. But he has an indescribable spirituality. No matter what happens to him, he can find the sparkle that others have not noticed and express it well to others. It is as if God is telling the world the beauty and uniqueness of this world through his mouth. Such a seemingly impeccable apprentice is very resistant to learning magic. If he were stared at and asked to learn and practice magic, Leonardo would not disobey the teacher's wishes. But as soon as he let go, magic seemed to be forgotten from his world. Even some things that can be easily solved with a ring of apprentice-level magic, he would rather use his hands to complete it in a more tiring way. It is actually not difficult to understand such inexplicable persistence, regardless of whether he is the imaginary one. It is certain that Leonardo came from Europe in the Middle Ages on Earth, or from Florence, which is very close to the Vatican. Catholic beliefs and taboos were part of his life and growth, and under that belief, the only place for anyone who uses magic is to be burned at the stake. Therefore, his rejection of magic is like a person's natural aversion to feces, cockroaches, and flies. You can force him to touch it, but no normal person would catch a cockroach or play with poop. Lin never thought about correcting this attitude. This is not my hometown in history. It has a social atmosphere of everything is inferior. Only education is high. In the Lost Land, learning magic or anything is just to let yourself live well. Since Leonardo has his own ideas and corresponding talents, there is no reason to restrict his development. Of course, in order to protect this fellow who had no ability to protect himself, Lin gave him a ring. One of the 9 rings. It also explained the uses, advantages and disadvantages, allowing him to decide whether he was willing to expose all his whereabouts to the teacher's control. Leonardo didn't have much objection to this kind of life-saving magic item, and he probably just wore it as an ordinary ring. What's more, catching someone speaking their native dialect is one of the happiest things for him. So as long as someone doesn't do anything harmful to nature and provides food and accommodation, you can't drive him away even if you want to. Not only Lin, the 2 girls and the Lich also learned Italian, or to be more precise, the local dialect of Florence in medieval Europe. If I remember correctly, the official language of that era was Latin. It's just that sometimes Leonardo's strange attitude towards magic makes Lin feel angry and funny at the same time. Obviously, if you want to move something, you can easily lift it by using the power technique to empower yourself. But Leonardo just doesn't want it. But if a weightlifting golem, of which there are many in the silver-bearded dwarf's workshop, is used to move it, Leonardo will not reject it no matter how heavy it is. He was opposed to the use of magic, but had no objection to the use of what he regarded as engineering machines. Several times, Lin wanted to tell this new apprentice that the essence of that thing was still the magic of the lost world, based on some kind of metaphysical and elusive energy. But considering that being a time traveler is sad enough, as fellow countrymen, don't try to attack other people's worldviews. What's more, it is a narrow worldview established under the closed concept of medieval Europe. I thought that such a pleasant life could continue. But even if I didn't go out to find trouble, trouble would come to my door. At least for this uninvited guest. Lin didn't think it was another opportunity. Emperor of the Guana Empire, special envoy of Armin Kazalnia, Aga, the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Risa, came to visit. This nobleman, who is about the same age as himself, is much grander than the Grand Duke of Kawe. When Duke Kawe ran around with half of the Duke's guard, he came to his home. But he, 2 guards, and a servant were accompanied by a Dharma saint. When the Emperor's envoy Aga came on stage, in addition to the 20 family knights, he also brought with him 20 janitor knights representing the Emperor's force. There were a total of 40 knights and horses. almost filling the courtyard that had little space. The reason why he recognized these militants was because the coats of arms on the 20 guard knights had the same coat of arms as the magician who had caused trouble for him in the math class before. And that one claimed to be a member of the guards corps directly under the emperor of the Guana Empire. Although it has been more than a year, the magician is still persisting in the math class. And it can be clearly seen that the hairline is receding. But as a civil servant, can I take leave for such a long time? Or is it that taking math classes is actually a task he was assigned overseas? So there is public support? As for the other 20 family knights, it was simply because the coats of arms on their bodies were the same as those on the special envoy. Not to mention the gorgeous equipment. The calm performance of the war horses shows that they are capable of resisting the pressure from the Dragon Clan. And they are all excellent horses. The armed forces of this family are not inferior at all to those of the Emperor's Imperial Guards. Seeing the mounts of this group of people, and thinking of the mounts of Duke Kawe and the Duke's Guard, one felt as if he had gone out to see a Ferrari team. There is definitely not a cheap car in there that would be weak if you run around. They are all luxury cars. Speaking of which, sports cars are now being sold for cabbage prices. And they seem to be everywhere on the street. After living in the southwestern peninsula of Midland for more than 10 years, the things I saw were actually mules instead of horses. However, he didn't spend much time admiring him. After the imperial envoy called the person out, he looked at the person with disgust, who had not fully recovered from his skeleton-like appearance. After taking out a paper edict from the mailbox in his entourage, he read out, "To the magician Jeebra Stripwood, I, the Emperor of the Holy Guana Dynasty, Armin Kazalnia decrees that you are royal magic consultant. Upon seeing this edict, he will immediately go to the imperial capital to take up his post, and all the officials in the empire will provide assistance." After reciting the edict in a strange tone, the special envoy unfolded the edict in front of Lin, displayed the signature and seal of His Majesty the Emperor, handed it forward with the same disgusted expression, and said, "Magician, my Majesty the Emperor has been so kind and kind. Regardless of the past, I will recruit you as the royal family's magic consultant. Just pack up your things and come back to the imperial capital with me now." Chapter 698, The Real Uninvited Guest. Speaking of which, this attitude of buying and selling by force and not allowing anyone to refuse is really a rare thing. Some people will defend those rich sons, heirs with family inheritance, or the second generation, saying that in fact, in real life, they are not as tyrannical as in novels or movies and TV dramas. And they often say things that will make people as shameful tuning a line. This is right and wrong. It depends on the identity of the person talking to him. Most of these people will not interact with people who are not in the same class as them, even if they meet by chance. They will act like a breeze and make people feel good about them. But the premise is that there is no conflict of interest between the two parties. In other words, such a considerate attitude is actually just a kind of social rhetoric. To put it harshly, it is called perfunctory. But if they don't even want to be perfunctory, or even when there is a conflict between the two parties, money equals power equals fist. This is an identity in a human-to-human society. Do you expect them to make people feel like spring breeze at this time? If there is no typhoon, I will laugh. The lion and the rabbit are brothers just because the lion is full now. If the rabbit desperately comes to the lion's door when he is hungry, guess what will happen to the brothers? Although he doesn't know what conflicts of interest he has with these nobles now. Lin is not a young man who has not been baptized by society. The so-called, "No one goes to the Three Treasures Palace for anything." The nobles will find an ordinary person who has no relationship with them. It must be because they have some value in them, and they fall into the eyes of these hyenas. Otherwise, how could it be possible for these superior people to condescend to find an ordinary magician like me? So he was interested in an empire. And for what reason? Considering that he has a lot of undisclosed knowledge. There are many things that may arouse the interest of a country. Before the other party reveals their cards, I can't guess what they want. Or is it the adult's choice again? I want them all. No matter which one it was. Lin, who was tired of dealing with the greed of these big shots, said directly, "Special Envoy, please forgive me for declining this appointment." Humph. Following the cold snort of the Imperial Envoy, the 40 knights sitting on their horses neatly pulled out the short crossbows on their saddles and shouted in unison. The momentum is astonishing. However, the two apprentices who helped Lin Chu out to the courtyard were not willing to be outdone and stood in front of their teacher. Kaya took the magic gun in her hands, and Halumi also took the vine whip and sling in her hands. The situation is on the verge of breaking out. Aga,
The young nobleman who served as the envoy didn't care at all. He waved the edict in his hand and said displeasedly,
Country bumpkin! Don't be ignorant of good and evil. You have offended the authority of our country and committed crimes within our empire. It is not an exaggeration to chop off 10 of your heads. Your Majesty is the Emperor. I am very compassionate, thinking that you have no less than the knowledge that is beneficial to the country. So I forgive your guilt and give you a chance to make meritorious service. Today's edict is just to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. If you don't agree, I'll break your limbs and drag you with us.
This person was indifferent to such a threat. But the two girls excitedly wanted to rush forward and kill this exaggeratedly dressed nobleman. However, the sudden appearance of a figure between the two parties also caused the movements of both parties to freeze. The man bent over, almost pressing his face against the edict, and read as he read,
That old man finally knows how to do something smart, so that he is not so stupid that he can't be saved. It's just that this magic consultant asks for the position. It feels like I can be killed at any time. It has no real power and is best suited for some idiots.
Standing up and looking back, a handsome young man suddenly appeared, dressed in a green aristocratic dress, elegant and decent, dressed in black hair with a tuft of purple hair. His smile was like the sun after the rain, brilliant and shining with golden light, leaving those who saw him in a trance without knowing what to say. He pointed at the edict, looked at someone and said,
Are you willing to take up this position of magic consultant? If so, it would be best. I will follow you back. It has been a long time since I lived in the palace, although the skills of the royal chefs are not satisfactory. But outside, there are people even worse than them.
Someone is basically immune to this guy's smile. The most important thing is that this person left a deep impression on Lin, the 14th prince of the Guana Empire, the demon Prince Azad, a master who almost took his own life more than half a year ago. With such hatred in front of him, how could he be so attracted to his beauty that he was comparable to that of a woman and couldn't help himself? It's not like he was shaking his upper body. Lin didn't want to answer this person's question at all, but asked another question.
I heard that you have been expelled from the palace. Can you still go back? Thanks to those incompetent people guarding the palace. No one will stop me from going back or leaving even if I want to.
Azad talked about the terrible truth behind it as if he was gossiping. What an impeccable reason. Lin, who was about to say something, suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind the head of the demon prince, who was feared by everyone. The imperial envoy Aga quickly tore the edict in his hand into pieces and stuffed them whole in his own mouth. Following someone's surprised gaze, Azad looked back at the imperial envoy, who swallowed hard. A bunch of hair on his head turned gray, and he asked with an unchanging smile,
Well, where is the edict conferring the title of magical advisor?
Aga, the eldest son of Grand Duke Risa, shook his head and said vaguely,
Emperor? There is no such thing.
Azad smiled. So did Lin. And even Aga, whose cheeks were bulging, also smiled. But before Aga, who was laughing inexplicably, could figure out why he was laughing, the magician from the countryside suddenly appeared next to him and kicked him hard. Aga, who originally wanted to curse, realized that where he was standing was a sword struck by the demon Prince Azad, and this sword stopped on the leg kicked out by the country magician, above a white film of light. The two looked at each other, smiling and angry, and their hair turned red. Azad asked,
Are you going to save that guy who is not even qualified to be called a waste?
Guessing that this casual sword wouldn't have much power, Lin took the opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the Xuanwu shield. Judging from the results, he was satisfied that he could at least prevent a blow from the Hakiri clan's weapons. Pulling back his legs and thinking seriously about Azad's question, Lin replied,
Maybe I just wanted to take the opportunity to kick him. You see, there are not many opportunities to kick someone openly and still be grateful.
The anger in his eyes disappeared, and the color of his hair turned from red to green. Azad blinked and asked,
Then, how many more kicks? If there is a chance.
Lin smiled. The two looked at each other, and in a tacit understanding, they flashed, kicked and slashed, and then 5 or 6 kicks came in succession. Moreover, each move is heavier than the last, and each kick is more ruthless. In addition, it was so fast that Aga and the knights escorting him had no time to react. The emperor's envoy who was kicked had turned into a pig's head, even if the bones in the body were not broken. A few were cracked. Just with the last sword blow, the Hagiri Inzadu in Azad's hand finally split the white light film of the Xuanwu shield. Just when he was about to hit someone's leg again, The flash technique was activated, taking Lin back 3 steps away. Azad couldn't hide his disappointed expression and looked at Inzadu in his hand. Under Azad's stubborn attack, the Xuanwu shield finally broke. Of course, Lin had guessed this man's plan, and he could only feel helpless as he did not hesitate to threaten people's lives. You can't just watch this Imperial envoy being killed in your own home. Although it seems that the blame can be passed to the prince with a lot of misdeeds, and the other party doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. But sometimes excuses are just excuses, and reasoning is meaningless. In order to block any possible accusations from the Guana Empire, it is more important to save the life of the special envoy in front of him and let him die somewhere else. Using a basalt shield to resist this one's attack was a last resort. You have to rely on kicking people to save them. And there is no time to use flash to escape. Who told him that this person was too fast? So fast that Lin could only choose to take a blow. Fortunately, the Xuanwu shield is basically like force damage reduction in video games. And breaking the shield will not cause damage to the silk robe itself. And the defense is also quite high. It is almost impossible for ordinary soldiers to break through this SHL. This feature, which was tested out of desperation, also made Lin feel a little relieved. But Lin suddenly thought that if he really wanted to save the special envoy's life, it would be better to use the flash technique to teleport him to a safe area hundreds of thousands of miles away, rather than just kicking him now. However, after a second thought, I still felt that kicking was more exciting, and using flash to save people would have unpredictable side effects. On the other side, the reason why the demon prince stopped after breaking the shield was because he found the same predicament as in the previous fight. The opponent's dodge ability does not tend to weaken just because there is an extra layer of magic shield. Secondly, if you increase your power to the point of breaking the shield, the speed of your slashing after breaking through the magic shield will also be reduced due to the previous layer of obstruction, and you will not be able to hit the magician in time before he escapes. In his mind, he complained to the box-cutting Insa in his hand, and twirling the bunch of blue hair. Azad looked at the magician, who was very different from the last time he met, and said dissatisfiedly, "You are getting harder and harder to kill. You only have one life. If you don't care about yourself, how can you still count on others?" Lin smiled, pointed back, and said to the 2 girls who were about to rush forward, "Don't come over here. Just causing trouble." Also slow was the Imperial envoy Aga, who was kicked and injured all over his body. Not only was he covered in footprints and rolled to the ground covered in dirt, he even had a few teeth missing. Only then did he react after his speech was leaked, and said angrily, "How dare you kick me? Do you know who I am and how powerful my family is? You are in big trouble. And you are in big trouble. Trouble. Come on. Kill him. Kill him." Chapter 699 The Nobles of the Empire. The knights and Emperor's guards, who did not step forward to protect the Imperial envoy, were not slow to react. But they still did not act according to Aga's instructions. Being able to become an Imperial guard, or a guard for an important member of the Grand Duke family, there is no question of loyalty. They are also warriors who are accustomed to fighting on the battlefield. At least they have fought to the death with warcraft and adventures. He knew better than the nobleman who had never seen life and death danger what the confrontation he had just witnessed represented. Whether he can win the fight or not is one thing, but not having a chance to save the eldest son of the Grand Duke from those 2 hands is the biggest problem. The magician's strength was unexpected, and the sudden appearance of the demon prince made everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Just to deal with His Majesty the Emperor's own son, neither the crossbow arrow nor the sword in his hand will work. With a full army fighting for their lives, there might be a chance to drive away the opponent. The number of 40 riders is really not enough. What's more, there was a magician in front of him who seemed to be evenly matched with the prince. Under such a current situation, the only plan in their minds was to think about how to escape without any thought of resistance. Faced with Aga's roar, Lin was unusually calm. He glanced at the demon prince, who kept smiling, and said, "He doesn't allow me to kick him. So, what do you expect me to do? Prove once again that I am so incompetent that I can't kill people from under your feet?" Azad said knowingly. Regarding such a problem, Lin could only scratch his nose. He wanted to use Azad to scare the noble from the empire, and kick him a few times to relieve his anger. This kind of thing could only be done, but not said out loud, now that he has been exposed by the person in front of him. Someone is too embarrassed to continue playing. The next moment, he kicked Aga in the chest again. Only then did he avoid the Insidu slash in Azad's hand, just after taking action. Someone regretted it. He just wanted to say a few words to smooth things over. But the unpredictable Azad had no intention of stopping. With the next movement, he flashed 5 steps in front of the 2 girls, who had no chance to leave. He couldn't move forward because Lin was already standing in front of the 2 of them, with a right hand and a serious look on his face. Azad held the sword behind his back and did not make any move. He looked at the magician standing in front of him with interest and said,
"It's so interesting. You can really predict my movements. It was the ugly goddess of fate who revealed my secret to you."
Action. Or just good luck. Good luck. And good luck 6 or 7 times.
Lin was about to say,
"This is because,"
but was interrupted.
"Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing."
For some reason, Azad turned around simply and walked towards the people coming from the Guana Empire again. He said in a joking tone,
"Isha didn't see any blood, so it's a little dissatisfied. Anyway, you probably don't want to kick these idiots anymore. So just let them become my sacrifices." "So you still want to kick?" "Still want to."
"Kick?"
The one who collapsed first was of course the aristocratic young man, with a fierce temper and a soft heart. He couldn't get up properly after being kicked in the chest. His family knight finally remembered to protect his master. Several knights dismounted and gathered around him. But Aga just gasped for air and watched in horror as the forbidden man of the empire walked towards him. He immediately lost his temper and shouted,
"Save me! Magician! Your Majesty the Magician! Save me! You can do whatever you want. You can kick me. Just let him leave my side."
The knights on war horses, including the emperor's guards, were all preparing to charge. As soon as they heard those dejected words begging for mercy, their little courage plummeted. The killing of the former demon prince Azad in the palace brought them more despair than outsiders imagined. Azad stopped, looked back at a certain magician, and complained,
"Look, what have you done to make them afraid like this? They can't even speak. And they all look like it's a frog that's been stared at by a snake, and it doesn't dare to move. Just now, there was one who was so hungry that he was eating paper. It looks like you're being treated very badly here."
Lin curled his lips and said,
"Speaking this way first. You win first." "Right. Are you sure it was me who scared them? How could I be so virtuous? Could it be because of this ugly face?"
He walked to Azad's side. The 2 of them looked at Aga, who was sitting on the ground with runny nose and tears. They shook their heads in disappointment and said at the same time,
"Nobles, looking at this guy, can you understand my despair? If I become an emperor in the future, I will have to rely on these people to govern my country. No matter how you think about it, it feels unreliable. So giving up the idea of being an emperor is a mistake. It's a very correct thing,"
Azad said in a casual tone. Lin said in surprise,
"You want to be the emperor? Doubtful? As long as my old man is killed and I am the only child left, I will be one even if I don't want to." "Right,"
Azad said lightly. Someone was even more surprised and asked uncertainly,
"So I heard that you were deprived of the right to inherit, which is actually false. You still have a share of the inheritance?"
Lin would ask this because if all the emperor's biological children died, and will also find successors from relatives, that is to say, in such a large empire, the only people who have the right of succession are the emperor's biological children. It's just that the farther away the blood relationship is, the later the order is.
"Oh, is there such a thing? Then just kill until no one objects to me becoming the emperor. It doesn't matter."
The 2 of them were chatting away as if they were talking at home, speaking words that made people change their minds. The most frightening thing is that everyone who has witnessed their strength believes that what they say is not big words, but something that can really be done, but ignoring the attitudes of others. Azad suddenly thought of something. He put his fingers into his mouth in a circle, and after blowing the whistle, a man as tall as an iron tower walked into the door. That sturdy figure probably didn't have the blood of a giant. An ordinary person would only reach his waist. He should have a majestic appearance, but his face was swollen like a pig's head, and there was a high probability that he had been beaten. The left and right eyes were swollen to different degrees. There were black and blue stains on his face, and blood stains on the corners of his mouth. His clothes, which should have been very luxurious, were in tatters, as if he had rolled around on the ground several times. Such a giant man carries a long, beautifully carved wooden box on his shoulders, and exudes powerful magical power. Every step he takes is calm and steady. In Lin's observation, he is also a rare and powerful warrior. Although he is weaker than the smiling and waving prince in front of him, the giant man did not walk to Azad. Instead, he stopped after a distance and put the wooden box on his shoulders upright on the ground. holding one hand. The look of standing tall will make people feel admiration. If you don't look at the face that has been severely beaten. Azad looked back at someone and said,
Can you use your magic to destroy the things in the box? It's the magic that makes everything black, and then there are countless white lights.
Without thinking, Lin flicked his fingers, and the white destructive light instantly cut the wooden box and the contents inside into thin pieces. After finishing, he asked,
What's in there?
Azad, who originally wanted to say a few more words, looked at the wooden box being cut so neatly and was silent for a while before saying,
That's Taberknife. What is that?
Seeing the surprised looks on the giant man, Azad, and the people around him, someone suddenly regretted that he had acted too quickly.
The Emperor's Arms of the Guana Empire is a full-coverage armor personally crafted by the great elf craftsman Taberknife when the country was founded. Every time the Emperor goes on a personal expedition, he can guarantee that the wearer will not be injured or killed. It cannot be said that it is an artifact of the country. It's such a powerful piece of equipment. In order to defend against your troublesome attack magic, I specially asked my old man to borrow it.
The pronunciation of a certain word was particularly emphasized, and the strongman carrying the wooden box was beaten to look like that. Lin didn't believe that he said borrow, and got the owner's consent. But how could it be such a troublesome thing?
If something happened that was not intentional, dig a hole, bury it, and pretend you didn't see it. As the saying goes, a mistake that is not discovered is not a mistake.
Lin decisively said how to deal with the aftermath.
Oh, I can still do this. I have gained knowledge. I am indeed the leading smart man in the holy city. It seems that my previous approach was too unsubtle, and I didn't know how to dig holes to bury people. Then you have to bury these people under where?
Azad said decisively. Both of them looked at the ashen-faced people around them. It's just that one person has a troubled expression, while the other person is eager to try. Before Azad took action, Lin said,
Let me ask you a question. I probably didn't kick their feet. You don't know this kind of thing yourself. Can you ask me? No. I just want to ask. If the foot is not broken, but the person does not run away, is there something wrong with them?
Lin pointed his finger at his temple and circled it several times. Azad looked at someone's actions, then looked at the noble Aga who was sitting on the ground, and said knowingly,
Are you also desperate for them? The so-called nobles mean that things do not develop according to their plans. It's a group of people who don't know how to do anything. Don't feel sorry for them. The greatest mercy for them is to send them on their way. Then, you come first and I come first.
Helplessly being pushed onto the shelf, Lin Wu used the Endurus-type box cutter, and by Yen drew several large circles in the air. He took a step forward and shouted,
Ha!
The Imperial Envoy, the eldest son of Grand Duke Risa, was so frightened that he peed on the spot. The knights who were guarding him no longer cared about their superiority and inferiority, and dragged him back. The knights on their war horses used their bodies to block the situation, forming a human wall and escorting the only nobleman present to escape in panic. Seeing that this group of uninvited guests finally knew they were about to escape, Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Azad, whose hair turned from gray to dark gray, said dissatisfiedly,
Why did they let them go? I didn't give them permission.
Could they leave? A group of barking dogs ran away with their tails between their legs. Are you interested in chasing them?
Lin asked, pretending to be surprised. A bunch of hair turned from gray to blue. Azad was still dissatisfied and said,
Because they are dogs. I need to let them have a long memory, lest they forget how sharp my sword is.
Waving his hands, Lin said,
It's all good. Then, won't His Highness catch up? That's all I ask for. I'll chase you if you ask me to. It's not a shame. I decided to stay.
After Azad said that, he turned around and walked towards the main house.
It's all done.
Looking at the only strong man who didn't run away, looking at the debris on the ground with an expression of embarrassment, Lin waved his hand and said,
Do you want me to help you find a piece of cloth to pack that pile of debris?
The strong man shook his head, took off his cloak, and collected all the broken pieces on the ground. Chapter 700 Empire Follow-Up. The capital of the Guana Empire, the Royal Palace, and the Hall of the Republic. This is the highest palace where the Empire conducts business affairs from the beginning of the founding of the People's Republic of China to this day. It's just that the round table's equality structure has been transformed into a stepped structure, with superior and inferior being distinguished. The Republic of Hundreds of Nations has also evolved into the Parliament of Hundreds of Nations, which is purely for consultation and has no real power. The venue of the Parliament was also moved to other places, But the Hall of the Republic was still the highest place of power in the Guana Empire. Today, the gathered ministers and emperor looked coldly at the people kneeling below. The family's guard knights are not eligible to enter the palace, but the emperor's guards are. The 20 trusted knights of the guard lowered their heads and said not a word under the piercing gaze. One of the two people kneeling at the front was the failed imperial envoy, Aga. The other is one of the 3 deputy commanders of the emperor's guards, Yon, who is responsible for guarding the palace's secret treasures. What was in front of him was the national treasure, the fragment of Emperor Armor Bon-Eve. Although the injury on his face has healed, the humiliation in his heart will not disappear. Not only was the demon prince breaking into the treasure house, he was also captured as a strong man to help move things on the road. Even if he tried to escape at night, he would be caught and beaten all over his head. But these personal grudges are not as good as the destruction of the treasure. The former is just a private matter, while the latter may impose a punishment that you cannot bear. For this group of people who stand at the pinnacle of power, the imperial edict cannot bring back a single magician. This is a provocation to the empire. As a person at the core of one of the 5 empires, how could he endure the consequences of being scorned by a magician? All the people gathered looked coldly at the losers kneeling below. Some people showed explicit displeasure and looked at the person responsible for this failed mission. Grand Duke Rizal, tell me, what's going on? The emperor looked down at the document without raising his head and asked in a majestic voice, Your Majesty, I cannot absolve myself from the blame for the failure of the recruitment mission. Please be punished. Returning to a familiar civilized situation, Aga said in a neither humble nor overbearing tone, Of course, in my heart, I was secretly complaining about the country bumpkin and a being who was worse than a savage. The person didn't come back, so of course I knew it was a failure. Why? That's what I want to know. His Majesty's 14th son intervened. Aga said without any secret. The emperor and ministers who heard this were all stunned and their movements froze. Some people even looked around worriedly, trying to confirm whether a certain prince was really not present. Some people looked at the emperor and Grand Duke Rizal with complaints, who may have known about it, but also had surprised expressions. The people with first-hand information were the emperor's guards and the eldest son of the Grand Duke. Even if the empire does not regard the information delivered by the forum as a trustworthy source in terms of official government and military affairs, in private, how could these insiders not inform their families or immediate superiors through the forum first? The emperor, who pretended to hear the news for the first time, put down his documents and quills, sat upright, and looked at the row of young people kneeling below. Tell me about the situation you saw. Be detailed and don't miss any place. Although Emperor Armin already knew the general situation, the details still had to wait for someone to come back. It would be clearer to ask directly. Paper reporting still has its limitations. Aga, the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Risa, is definitely not an ignorant playboy. He talks clearly and clearly. But when he talks about a certain prince, he only uses the word, Your Highness, as an honorific. It's not clear. Although the demon prince Azad was deprived of his right to inherit the throne, his status as a prince was not deprived of him. Even if he is demoted to a commoner and loses his title, he is still His Majesty the Emperor's biological son. Although I don't know if disrespecting this person will be accused of contempt of the royal family by His Majesty the Emperor. No one wants to try. Aga's statement did not include much in the way of jealousy. He only emphasized the rudeness of the magician and the habitual unreasonableness of His Highness. No one would doubt whether Aga had mistakenly identified the prince, and no one dared to ask for confirmation. In fact, Aga, the son of Grand Duke Risa, talked about his behavior of tearing up the edict and swallowing it. Most people couldn't help but want to applaud. Even the emperor looked pleased and praised. He is indeed the eldest son of the Rizal family. He is brave and courageous, and will be the future pillar of the empire. Everyone has the same idea. As long as we keep that person away from the palace, it will be a great achievement. No one even mentioned the recruitment of the magician, especially when they heard that the magician actually had the strength to compete with that one. Everyone asked in disbelief, Is this true? Is there anyone who can compete with that one? Look at how many tricks they have made. Partial force? Everyone was very concerned about this, and even allowed the guard knights kneeling behind them to speak. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to speak alone on such an occasion. But in order to verify the magician's strength and performance, everyone ignored the rules. In their brief confrontation, neither the accompanying knights nor Aga, who was the messenger, could see that the magician was losing, rather than one party overwhelming the other. from the vicious eyes of the guards. It looked more like a situation where no one could do anything about anyone.
So no matter what the true strength comparison between the two is, would it be a good thing if a magician with the same level of strength as His Highness is recruited to serve as a consultant in the palace?
As the agent of Grand Duke Kawe, when his eldest son Farshad asked such a question, the emperor and ministers were silent. As if to break the deadlock, Emperor Armin asked,
John, tell me what it was like when Tiberneve was destroyed.
John, the deputy commander of the personal guard regiment, who has the blood of giants, is a person trusted by the emperor, and he also has considerable strength. If evaluated among private adventurer groups, he would also be given the honorific title of Great Swordsman. If he traveled to enough places and gained enough recognition, it wouldn't be surprising to be called the Sword Master. From the fact that he was able to save his life at the hands of that troublesome son, it can be seen that his strength is high. Even so, he still couldn't stop his own son from misbehaving. Armin believed that the deputy commander of the personal guard could not deliberately allow others to destroy the emperor's armor. And with the legendary weapon Inzadu, the leader of the Hakiri clan, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy that armor. But if the destroyer is the magician, and the destruction is so complete, the nature of the matter is completely different. Everyone who has seen it thinks that this armor is useless, and it is easier to recast it than to repair it. When John, who has the strength of a great swordsman, described the battle between the two and the way the magician destroyed the emperor's armor, he would certainly not only talk about the situation that happened, but also add what he learned in that battle. Realization. But to sum it up in 1,000 words, it is a battle between two inhumans.
The defense of Emperor Armor Bonneve is neither a trigger nor an act of skill, but a constant magic effect, coupled with the hardness of the material itself and the impact-resistant design of the armor. It can be said that in addition to not being afraid of piercing damage, it is also not afraid of heavy hit damage, which is the nemesis of general full armor. But it only took a moment for such a beautiful magic handicraft and powerful armor to be cut into fine pieces by the magician, combined with the rumors that the magician once destroyed half the team with one blow. Perhaps the opponent should not be viewed at the level of a magician. This is at least the strength of a great magician, or even a magic saint. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Emperor Armin asked,
In your opinion, is it possible to recruit the other party?
He no longer considered the question of how to defeat him. And the giant tower-like man in front of him is not just a man with muscles and no brains. After thinking seriously for a while, he shook his head and said,
Your Majesty, that is not a magician willing to be inferior to others.
As we all know, the extraordinary warriors that national units can recruit and train are mainly warriors. Top talents in the magic system rarely join the national system and declare their loyalty to the death. In addition to the fact that magicians who claim to be the protectors of civilization are more likely to have random thoughts than a single-minded warrior, the country cannot recruit and support a magician at any cost. To improve the strength of top warriors, they need rare materials to make weapons and equipment, or to prepare powerful physical potions. The rest is only practice. Although the cost is huge, it is not comparable to the bottomless pit of a magician. The magician's research is burning money, and the most important thing is that it may not yield results even if it is burned. Therefore, the investment and income of the two are disproportionate. Therefore, no matter which country's top strength, the proportion of tactics is mostly towards the former.
Furthermore, Your Majesty, as your guardian, John is willing to use his body as a barrier for you. But no one is safe within the sight of that magician. Are you really willing to let yourself appear where he can see you? Place?
The upright giant blood allowed John to tell the truth that many people knew, but were unwilling to admit. Everyone in the Hall of the Republic stubbornly believes that power allows them to do whatever they want. And then magicians or others will be afraid of anything they want to do. This is true in most cases. But there are always some exceptions. The Emperor shook his hand, returned his eyes and attention to the documents on the table, and said,
Forget it. That's it for the magician. Don't mention it again in the future. You can go down, and we won't pursue other matters.
From the Emperor's point of view, if the opponent's strength reaches a certain level, he cannot be recruited or cooperated, nor should he stand on the opposite side. Under such a premise, it is meaningless to punish the group of people in front of you. Instead, they found out the magician's strength. Maybe it wasn't the whole picture, but it was enough for them to pay attention to and reevaluate this person. In this way, the group had merit but no fault. And it is obvious that Emperor Armor Bonneve is not enough to rely on to fight against it. And this matter is particularly important. Otherwise, one day I had a brain attack and thought I could cause trouble for the magician by putting on that armor. In the end, the pile of fragments on the ground in front of me would be mixed with my own flesh and blood. Not to mention that if you continue to provoke the magician, it is very likely that you will get a buy one get one free deal, and your troublesome son will come back. Thinking of this, the emperor felt that his right tooth was sore, since the last time he lost his tooth by that scoundrel. Even though it was restored with magic, he still has toothache when he thinks about it. So just drive away and forget about other things. The people who had been forgiven finally felt relieved. They all replied in unison,
Yes, Your Majesty.
Then they stood up, backed away, and filed out of the Hall of the Republic.